Exactly the age they were when they left this world and entered theirs.
Our mystery drama, The Ghost with a Knife, based on a psychic case history reported by Bryce Bond, was dramatized especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr. and stars Arnold Moss and Patricia Elliott. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. You sit around talking with friends and someone asks, "Do you believe in ghosts?" For the most part, the non-believers are those to whom extrasensory experiences have never happened. But there are very many in this world to whom the spirits of another world are very real and active and cry to be heard. One of those who hears them and deals with them is Bryce Bond, a well-known psychic scientist and investigator of the supernatural and supernormal.
Let me get down to cases, one in particular. About a week before December the 16th, 1974, I received a call from the president of the Foundation for Parasensory Investigation, who told me that a policeman from Mineola, Long Island, called to say that a Mr. and Mrs. Green, a young couple he knew, asked him to come over to their house and investigate a ghost. I set up a date with the couple and asked David Enters, a medium, a psychic, and also a photographer, to come along with me.
Come in. You are...
Bryce Bond, and this is David Enters.
How do you do? You can leave your overcoats here.
I'll hang on to my camera, if you don't mind.
You're going to take pictures of our ghost, Mr. Enters?
If I can.
I didn't know one could. This is my husband, Leo.
How do you do?
Our boy Tommy is upstairs. He's asleep, I hope.
I see you've got a camera. I've always thought those pictures of spooks and ghosts were fakes. You know, superimposed shots, that kind of thing.
Have you seen this ghost, Mr. Green?
I most certainly have.
Well, then perhaps so can my camera. I use infrared film. Wherever heat is generated in outline or even in considerable detail, it will register on the film.
Oh, I had no idea.
May we start? Mr. Green, Mrs. Green, I'll begin by asking you your first names.
Rebecca.
And your husband is Leo, and your boy is...
Tommy.
Tommy. Well, now, I'm Bryce, and this is David. If we're to help you, we should all try to be as relaxed and informal and friendly as we can. Now, this apparition you experience, we want you to regard him or her...
It's a man.
Well, he's to be regarded as a friend. We don't want to antagonize or frighten him.
We're the ones who are being frightened. He isn't really a very friendly spirit. He looks horrible.
Rebecca, can you tell us when you first saw him?
Yes. When I first... It all started
Becky, may I? My wife is really very upset about this. You see, she's home most of the time. I'm at work. So she's been under a much greater strain. I think I can be calmer.
There it is. Those are the footsteps.
We've sort of become used to our ghost walking up from the cellar. He's been doing that for months now.
Leo, I can tell them. Tommy was the first to see the ghost. Well, Tommy, my son. He came down one morning. He's only 4. And he said, "Mommy, who's that man in my room?" He said, I woke up in the middle of the night, and he was standing there.
Oh, we didn't know what to make of it at first. I said to Becky, I think Tommy's having a nightmare. But it kept happening, night after night.
That's him, coming up the cellar stairs. Then he opens the cellar door. He's doing it now, in the kitchen.
Well, maybe he's showing off because you've got guests.
Oh, no, he does that every evening. But most of the time you don't see him. He doesn't, what do you call it?
Materialize.
No, he doesn't. He just walks around invisible. And I don't like the idea of leaving my wife and son in a house with a strange guy. He's 6 foot tall.
Will you excuse me? I'd like to go into the kitchen and have a look down those cellar stairs. I'll be right back.
So he goes up and down the cellar stairs.
That's right. Through the cellar, into the boiler room.
Always follows a pattern.
I think he's trying to attract our attention to something. We get the feeling he wants us to follow him down there.
And do you follow him?
Yes, we have many times, but there isn't anything special down there, so it doesn't make any sense.
Cellar door was open. Went down a couple of steps, but I couldn't see a thing. Took some shots, but I don't have much hope.
Well, there's nothing down there but the usual stuff people have in their basements. And the oil burner. Actually, 2 oil burners. We put in a new one last spring and just left the old, useless, rusty one where it was.
Leo, how long have you lived here?
Since right after last Christmas. Almost a year.
It was December 29th, last year.
The house was built in 1929, so the old oil burner didn't owe us anything.
Anyway, all this started this past October. For weeks, we only heard noises. And then, as I told you, Tommy started to see the ghost in his room at night. And about a month ago, November, so did we.
Well, I'm sorry we didn't know about this manifestation sooner.
So am I. But Becky and I, we didn't know what to do. You know, people kid you. And remember Joe Forster, our friendly patrolman.
Mm-hmm. What made you decide to tell a policeman?
It's one thing just to hear noises. It's another thing to see a man 6 feet tall. But last Monday, I was alone here with Tommy. And he came at us with the knife.
I've done many years of investigative work into the parasensory, but this was the first time I'd heard of a supernatural entity holding a knife. I gave the Greens a complete rundown of who David and I were, the extent of the work of the foundation, and said that we were quite prepared to help them immediately.
You mean right now, this evening?
As much as we can. Agreed?
I should say so.
Oh, yes.
Rebecca, let's start by going upstairs to Tommy's room. That's where he first saw the apparition?
Yes, but I wouldn't like to wake him.
It's not necessary. And Leo, would you take David down to the cellar so that he can have a look around? It's from the cellar the ghost always comes, yes?
That's right. We think he must live down there.
Just up these stairs, Mr.
Bryce.
Bryce. Here at the landing. That's our bedroom. Leo's and mine on the right. And Tommy's is on the left. Only Tommy has seen him inside his room. I first saw him here, outside Tommy's door. Was standing right where you're standing.
What does he look like?
He's about 6 feet tall, has a beard, dark hair, a maroon-colored shirt, green pants, olive green. And then, now, he carries this big knife.
Rebecca, how old would you say the ghost is?
Not old, about 30.
Uh-huh. Is there anything peculiar about his clothing?
Peculiar? You mean like bloodstains?
Oh, no. I mean, is it modern or is it old-fashioned?
Sort of modern, but not really what you're wearing today. Sort of like what people were wearing 20, 30 years ago.
I see. So it's possible the ghost passed over in the 1940s.
Passed over?
Died.
Do they appear to us in the same clothes they wore when they died?
Of course. The same clothes and the same age. Spirits never grow older as we do. They remain exactly the age they were when they left this world and entered theirs. Well, now, can we take a peek into Tommy's bedroom?
I'll open the door very quietly. I don't want to wake him.
Now, where was the ghost standing when Tommy saw him?
Mostly at the foot of his bed. Most of the times. Right by that window. Oh, and that's another thing. Wait a sec. I want to show you something. I don't know if this... Would you take a look at this plant?
Oh, what is it? Or should I say, what was it?
African violets.
Could have used a little water.
That's just the point. This morning, this plant was healthy and alive. I got it at the store. It's at least a tenth of... Well, I don't know how many plants or all kinds we've put in Tommy's room. And he loves growing things. We watch them, water them, but they all die. Overnight, they shrivel up. Have you seen enough?
Yes, I have. How does Tommy react to the ghost?
Well, he's very little.
But still...
He isn't scared. But he's only 4. That's awfully young to understand fear. I'll tell you something I've noticed, Bryce. Whenever I go into Tommy's room, I feel good there.
Can you explain that a little better?
Well, in the rest of the house, I feel uneasy, almost like alarmed. But in Tommy's bedroom, it's really more peaceful. I've had the funny idea that maybe the ghost is protecting my baby, and that's why it feels good in there.
Oh, there you are. Well, we explored the cellar. How's everything upstairs, Bryce?
It's very interesting, David. As I said before, this ghost follows a pattern. No question about that. You saw nothing in the basement.
Nothing visible, but I think, Bryce, we should consider that the old oil burner may have something to do with the ghost.
That had occurred to me, too, David. But what?
Well, a number of possibilities, Leo. Somebody may be buried under the concrete.
In our cellar? Buried?
How horrible.
There's no point speculating how this wandering spirit died. Our job is to try to discover why he's here. I find it warm in here. It would give us a better working atmosphere if you could please lower the heat. Just turn it down a couple of degrees.
Oh, Leo, we forgot to tell them.
Yes, we did. You see, Bryce, he turns up the heat. He?
You mean...
Yes, we forgot to tell you about that.
We're no different from anybody else. We've been trying to conserve heat every night. We pushed the thermostat down to about 60, 65.
Did either of you turn the thermostat down tonight?
Yes, I did. I remember distinctly doing it, but just before you two arrived.
Now, come have a look at the thermostat.
90. Look at that. Oh, let me get a shot.
Yep, 90 degrees. That's what he usually pushes it up to. We've gotten up in the middle of the night, roasting. Come down, 90 degrees. We haven't been able to figure out what he's trying to do to us.
Leo, move to one side, please, so I can focus.
Yeah, sorry.
At least now we know he's come up from the cellar and was right here at this spot, this evening. Before, when I heard him walking back down the cellar stairs, I was afraid he'd left us. When strangers enter a house, generally a spirit will not manifest itself unless you make a real effort to be friendly.
Bryce, can I say something? I mean, about the way I feel.
Well, by all means.
I have a funny... No, it's not funny. It's really a very strange sense of dread. I never felt it quite so strong. Becky, what is it?
Oh, don't you feel it? Don't you feel anything?
You mean that cold wave of air? Oh, sure, I feel it. I'll just cover the whole room, see if anything registers on the infrared.
Oh, we haven't done something awful, have we? I mean, by asking you here.
It's very cold right in front of me. Like someone's looking right into my face.
I don't think I can stand this much longer, oh, Leo.
We must all be calm and accept the fact that at this very moment, our mysterious friend is in this room. And he's moving about.
Rebecca and Leo Green are real people. This event really occurred in their Tudor-style home on Locust Avenue, Mineola, Long Island, on the 16th of December, 1974. Bryce Bond and David Enters are witness to this fact. I'll return shortly with Act 2. The lives of a young suburban couple and their 2-year-old son are suddenly turned topsy-turvy when their home is invaded by an apparition who appears to live in their cellar and wanders about their house day and night. To live in a house with a spectral stranger is unnerving enough, but when the ghost carries a long, dangerous-looking knife, it can be terrifying. Why is he here? Can he be made to leave? Bryce Bond, the parasensory scientist, picks up the account.
We sat in the Greens' living room, aware of the rustle of cold air moving around us. The vibrations I picked up made it quite clear that the ghost was in that room at that very moment.
Will you folks excuse me a moment? I'm going to have to reload my camera, and I've got my film in my coat.
I'd like to turn the lights down a little more.
Must we?
Suppose I just turn out the overhead lights and leave this one next to the sofa. What about the candles on the mantelpiece?
Oh, no. Leave those burning. That's all right.
I'm almost afraid to look at the candles. I know that when the flames move, he's there.
Rebecca, what was the last time you actually saw him?
Last night.
You had a good close look at him, hmm? How far away was he?
He was standing right there by the mantelpiece. Leo had gone to bed. I was emptying the ashtrays over here.
Mm-hmm. Now, when you saw the apparition last night, did he appear just as physical as I do now? Or did you see through him?
He was as clear as you are. In fact, it's crazy, but I'd rather really see him than have him be invisible.
And when he went, he didn't fade away, or did he?
I don't know. I went into the kitchen with the ashtray and dumped it in the garbage. And when I came back into the living room, he was gone.
Did he have a knife in his hand last night, Rebecca?
I don't know. It's just getting too much. I told you, Leo, we've got to move. I don't want to stay in this house any longer. I don't.
Oh, honey.
I don't.
Come on, that's no way to talk.
I think if you can hold on to yourselves for a little bit longer, we may be able to get the ghost to move.
There's another side to this. It may not all be as heavy as you think. A lot of apparitions love to play tricks.
In the fall, we were having trouble with the new oil burner, and I was on the phone with the oil burner man, and he said, would I go down and look at some gauge or something? I went down the cellar steps, and I fell. It was exactly as if somebody had tripped me. And then it happened again, another time.
Well, that's funny. I didn't notice any loose steps when I was down there earlier. Did you, Leo?
I haven't been down to the cellar tonight.
Well, sure you have. You brought me down. I took some pictures.
Tonight?
Of course. You're kidding me.
Oh, I absolutely don't remember.
Has this happened before in this house? Somebody's actually gone down to the basement and not remembered?
Oh, Leo. I went upstairs to Tommy's room with Bryce, and you took David into the cellar.
I did?
You don't remember?
No, I don't. I did not go down to the cellar tonight.
Oh, good Lord.
Rebecca and Leo were working themselves up into quite a state, getting increasingly agitated. I knew the vibrations they were creating were negative and would make it almost impossible to communicate with a haunting spirit.
I don't know if it's your imagination or mine. This happens to us every single night. Becky and I accusing each other of too much imagination. We even stopped having coffee with our dinner.
Rebecca, how good is your imagination?
Well, good as anybody else's, I guess.
All right. Well, I'm going to ask you to use it constructively. Now, this is what I want you to do, Rebecca. It's a psychic technique we use if a person is bothered by a poltergeist or an astral form who's tied to the earth, as is your ghost with a knife. Now, I ask the rest of you to remain quite silent. Rebecca, I want you to imagine yourself in a ball of white light. Close your eyes.
It won't hurt me.
On the contrary, this white light, sometimes we call it the God light, because no evil force can penetrate it.
Is the man an evil force?
At this point, we don't know.
He has a knife.
I know that, Rebecca. But holding a knife doesn't necessarily mean he's a man with evil intent.
His face. It's not a nice face.
But just in case there is danger, superimpose yourself with, or let's say, contain yourself in a globe of white light.
A large globe?
Do you feel anything? Do you see anything?
I have my eyes closed.
I know that. But in your mind's eye, you should begin to actually see the white light. It's the light of protection, Rebecca. It's the light of love.
I see it. The white light. I'm inside it. I see it.
All right, David, it's time now.
What's David going to do? More pictures?
No, David is also a medium. We didn't want to tell you that in the beginning of our session because sometimes people can't appreciate the sensitivity of a medium and they're somewhat disbelieving. But I think now you're both beginning to believe that we can help you. David, sit back. Be comfortable. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Bryce. Your presence is getting fainter.
What's David doing?
He's dropping into a trance.
Yes. Yes. I see him. I see the man. He's tall. Very tall.
David's standing up.
His face. His face.
That's the face of the ghost. David is making his face look like the ghost's.
He wants to speak. He wants to speak through Bryce. He wants to say something, Bryce.
No harm. No harm. I mean no harm.
Why do you say that, Bryce?
Thank you, Bryce. He thanks you for letting him use your voice.
The ghost had used my own larynx, my throat, to say the words, I mean no harm. This had never happened to me before. Usually it's the medium who speaks for the spirit. We then brought David out of his deep trance. Naturally, he remembered nothing of what had occurred since he's the conduit between the two worlds. I then proposed we examine every room in the Greens' house for vibrations, starting at the top. All of us went up the narrow stairs to the attic.
Bryce, would you take over now? I'm going to try for some more pictures.
Sure. Rebecca, Leo, let's turn out that electric bulb hanging there. It's better if we're in darkness. Remember, when you can't see the ghost, he also is unable to see you. When his body is visible to you, so is yours to him.
Oh, that startled me.
It's only a thunder shower.
Rain in December?
Please, please. Let no one speak. Spectral spirit, we have no thoughts for you but kindness and love. It is time now for you to leave the world of earth and return to your world, where there must be God's work for you to do. Do you hear me, spirits? Speak to us. Make us know why you are tied to this house. You have left behind your loved ones in your world to be here. Spectral spirit, why are you in this house? What do you want to say? Oh, I feel the weight. Something was taking possession of me. My head became heavy. It was hard to breathe, to get my words out. The spirit was trying to come through and tell me something. At last it passed, and we left the attic. On the second floor, we checked every room. Little Tommy's, where he lay asleep, had the warmest vibrations. Leo and Rebecca's very cold and unusual vibrations. David took pictures everywhere.
Bryce, shall we do the exorcism now?
I was just going to suggest that. Every room.
Exorcism? Isn't that some kind of spooky religious thing for witches and devils and, well, I don't know what?
Leo, you've been seeing too many horror movies. We're not about to exorcise a person, but the rooms.
But isn't that, well, kind of sacrilegious?
No, not at all. Ours is very, very simple. We just try to communicate to see the prevailing entity, and sometimes we do. It appears in a misty form.
How do you do it?
We use the sign of the cross.
I thought the cross was a symbol of what Jesus Christ was crucified on.
Oh, heavens, no. That sign isn't the exclusive property of the church. The true cross is fire, air, water, earth. It predates Christianity by at least 65,000 years.
I had no idea.
The sign was used in those ancient days as a fire line to burn away negativity and to act as a natural blessing.
And that's the sign you're going to make now?
Exactly as the ancient metaphysical priests did. It's not a religious cross at all.
Can we watch?
Well, dear Rebecca, you should watch. This is your house. This sign will bring peace to it. We blessed all the walls of every room with our perfect cross. David and I both making large hand movements up and down and from left to right.
What do we do now?
I think now, Leo, we've created a safer haven for the ghost, so we'll have another try at communicating with it.
Why do you have to keep talking to that thing? That awful ghost with a horrible face and that knife. Why don't you just make him go away? We never did anything to anybody ever.
Don't you see, Rebecca? If we can get it to tell us why it haunts you, the whole mystery will be solved.
Now it's an it. Before it was a him. Is it real? Is it unreal? A thing or a person? Oh, it's too much for me.
Bryce, may I explain?
Please do, David.
Look, Rebecca, Leo, the spirit world is not a world where there is no life. Those spirits, like the ghost with the knife, they have just as much love and compassion as you and I. And that's
They have love and compassion and act like he does?
I'd say even more love. There's a reason for him being here. There is.
I suppose I shouldn't be making such a fuss. Maybe he is just trying to tell us something.
Well, that's what I'm hoping, Rebecca. So will you bear with David and with me?
And that's 12 o'clock.
Let's have another go at it. David?
Leo, Rebecca, will you give us a chance? We do know what we're doing.
12 o'clock.
Rebecca, I'm going to ask you again to turn out the lights and just leave the candles burning. David doesn't need much light to find his way into the other world.
Hard to believe, is it? This is not fiction. It's fact. The foundation for parasensory investigation indeed exists. Scientific psychic explorer Bryce Bond is a real person. And the events you are listening to happened. To what extent this couple and their child were freed from the haunting of the ghost with the knife, we shall find out when I return shortly with Act 3. When you enter a new world, you are a stranger until you learn the language. Everything is foreign, unexpected, almost mysterious, until you know the ABCs. So it is also in the world of mathematics, space travel, medicine, and science. So it is in this strange world of psychic phenomena. At last, Rebecca and Leo Green are trying to understand the key to it, as well as the key words to free themselves from this astral visitor. Bryce Bond continues.
I told them I felt we were getting close to the solution. The next step was for David again to enter a trance state. Trance state. Now, what's that, they wanted to know. I explained that through David, we'd be able to enter the mysterious land of the spirit side.
I'm sorry I acted like that, Bryce. It was stupid of me, especially when I believe we're on the home stretch. I really do want to know.
So do I, every step of the way. And you were telling us about trance state, Bryce.
It's a state of being and non-being. For instance, when I do my healing, I drop down into a trance state, meaning myself, my ego, the Bryce Bond ego, leaves me, as David's is leaving him now.
Why do you do that?
Can we have silence, please?
David is freeing himself so that he can channel all the energy from above. You see? Now watch him. He's shaking his head, and now he's nodding. Do you see?
I mean no harm. I mean no harm.
Neither do we, sir, let me assure you. We wish you no harm, and we believe you wish us none.
No harm. No harm.
I want you to listen to me carefully, Spirit. Here on Earth, it is now winter time, December. In a little more than a week, it'll be Christmas. Do you remember Christmas? The time of goodwill to men and the time of peace. The year is 1974. Understand? 1974.
74.
That's right. That is the year it is today. Now, can you tell me when it is you passed away, passed over?
I'm glad to talk to you. You have opened the gate for me to talk to you.
I'm also glad. Do you remember what year it was you passed over?
When? You say...
Winter or summer?
About like this time. Snow and cold outside.
Do you remember the year? The year you died.
The year. I don't remember the numbers anymore.
What do you remember?
I can tell you how it was. I was very sick and I couldn't go out. I'd sit up in a chair all dressed and I'd listen to the radio a lot. There were little plays on the radio every day. Soap operas, they called them. I lived a whole year listening. They kept me alive. I didn't want to leave them. Nobody would let me out of my room. And I hadn't put it right.
What hadn't you put right?
I knew as I lay there, I hadn't fixed it right. It would go wrong.
What is it that would go wrong?
I want to tell them.
Is it something you want to tell Rebecca and Leo and Tommy?
I love little children.
What is it that's troubling you? Do you want to tell them something? You are warning them. Is that it? What harm? What harm?
Yes, try.
Rebecca and Leo and Tommy don't know who you are, but they love you. The strength of their love is wishing you to tell them. What harm? Spirit, somewhere here on Earth, you must have left behind some loved ones, and they love you too. Can you hear me? Can you hear me still? The ghost has gone. Are you all right, David?
Yes. He was very strong, wasn't he?
We almost found out why he comes here. It's something he's left undone. Thank you, David.
Won't our ghost come back?
I hope so, but I don't know. I'd imagine that until his job is finished, he won't leave you.
What job? What is it? What could he have yet to do?
All close our eyes now. I shall speak for all of us. At this very moment, we are all going to the cellar door.
Yes. Yes.
We want to go down the cellar stairs.
I have that feeling, too. Yes.
A sense of urgency. Now. We must go now.
Yes, we mustn't waste a moment.
There was no question about it. It was a pull as strong as gravity. We all knew we had to go down to the basement. I led the way, and then, strangely enough, like Rebecca had done before me, I too tripped on the last step and almost fell.
There he is. Over there. By the cellar window.
Oh, yes. I hope I've got enough film left in the camera. He's coming this way. He's moving over to my workbench.
Friend, What is the warning you have for us? Show us. Show us.
He's doing something with his foot.
Remember, dear friend, we wish to help you do what you have left undone. Then you can return to your world. Can you hear me? Can you understand me?
Bryce, I don't want to take any more pictures. I have a strong sense of unity with him now. If I'm in a trance state, accept that and do whatever he says to do through me.
Of course, David. The pictures are not important. Now I have exactly the same sense of haste, of something to be done quickly.
Oh, there he goes. Into the oil burner room.
Stand back. There are gas leaks down here.
What?
Back. Danger.
What leaks? I've never smelled anything down here.
Good Lord, yes. It is gas.
Do something now. Now. Hurry before it's too late.
Emergency service, Island Lighting.
Yeah, this is Leo Green, 1447 Locust Avenue, Mineola. There's a gas leak in our basement. Will you send somebody over right away?
Green, 1447 Locust, Mineola. You have your oil burner on right now?
Becky, do we have the oil burner on right now?
Of course we do. Can't you hear it?
Yes, we do have it on right now.
Do you have a red box marked emergency switch?
Just a moment. Do we have a red box, an emergency switch?
Yes, at the head of the stairs.
Yes, we do. Right at the head of the stairs.
Well, will you go there now and switch it off? We'll have somebody around to your house very shortly. It was quite true. The message relayed through David by the ghost. There was a gas leak. It had been seeping for quite some time. The power company told the Greens that had they not been alerted, in a matter of hours, their house on Locust Avenue might have gone sky high in an explosion. Everything was turned off and made safe. By 3 a.m, we were all sitting around in the kitchen, finally having some coffee.
All those days and nights of not knowing. Oh, and now it's all over.
Did you take a look at Tommy?
Yes, he hasn't stirred. He slept right through the whole thing. Funny, when I went up to check on him, I felt this very warm vibration, and I thought, I know. A ghost has come up to Tommy's room to say goodbye. Then, all of a sudden, the feeling just disappeared.
Your little boy had a friend.
I don't think you'll have any problems about keeping plants alive in his room anymore.
Well, couldn't it have been the gas? Plants are sensitive to that.
You think that's what it was, Rebecca?
Oh, Leo, sometimes I begin to really wonder about you. It was the ghost trying to warn us.
Oh, come on now. Can't there be a natural reason for something? I mean, everything can't be explained by the supernatural.
But there was no gas leak anywhere near Tommy's room. You come on now.
Look, friends, we have a report to write and some sleep to get. Thank you for the coffee.
Oh, Bryce, you and David were real friends. Been an experience I don't think either of us will ever forget.
I'd say on the whole, we had a very peaceful reaction. Don't you agree, Bryce?
Oh, yes, indeed. This ghost with a knife, he was quite a peaceful entity. Not a negative entity in the slightest.
Only negative briefly to frighten them into action.
I hesitate to think where we'd be tomorrow if you two hadn't shown up.
Who knows?
Possibly our friend the ghost would have still found some way to warn you.
When I think of it, he did everything short of ripping the thermostat off the wall. And still we didn't get the message.
Nice fellow.
You know, towards the end there, I sort of wished I could have gotten to know him better. You don't think you'll be back?
I doubt it.
Not even for a short visit?
Well, good night, all. Where did you put our coats?
Oh, I'll show you.
Good night. And thank you, everybody. We'll let you know if my pictures show anything.
I mean, David, didn't you feel that way? That you'd like to have known the ghost better? I would.
Leo, who knows? If everything hadn't worked out, then maybe yes. You might have gotten to know him real well. You might have spent Christmas with your ghost in his world.
Today, at the Greens' house in Long Island, there are no more mysterious footsteps. The thermostat stays where you put it. Plants grow. And on Thursdays, when Rebecca's Bridge Club meets, there are no strange men in the kitchen. But there is a larger meaning to the story you have just heard, which I'll tell you when I return shortly. You have heard how, step by step, a higher intelligence tried to communicate danger to an average couple living in an average town. You have heard how the parasensory investigators took the steps that freed the astral being so that it could return to its world and get on with its own life. What, in our language, our words, was this being? Was it the mind? Some scientists say so. For the mind of man never dies, only the body. And so it is entirely possible that life can exist on the spirit side. And perhaps one day we shall all find out why and how. Our cast included Arnold Moss, Patricia Elliott, Bob Caliban, and Gordon Gould. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
What did she say, Sally? What did the Buttwees the dame say?
Listen.
Charles Frederick would go to these wild, primitive places that were filled with all kinds of, well, we would call them superstitions.
Got every word down on tape.
Hey, that tape recorder sure does a trick. Did you get the pictures?
Oh, sure. Oh, you can't beat that little wristwatch camera.
Okay. There's lots of work to do.
I'll develop the pictures, and you start listening to the tape.
Honey, this could be it.
How much do you think is in it?
Why, she's supposed to be worth $4 or $5 million.
Oh, are we sure?
She's a believer.
Oh, yeah, I could tell by the way she talks.
I checked her out. She goes for the message from the other world stuff. She's a live one.
I could sense that. Well, we hooked the fish. Let's bring her in.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The Yucatan in Mexico is a land of great scenic beauty and of extraordinary, unforgettable legends. The enigmatic wonders found in its caverns below the surface of the earth often excel the beauty and strangeness found above. And the incredible tales told by those who explore them, cavers or spelunkers as they're called, are a challenge few of them can resist. For it can truly be said that what is seen and heard below is indeed wondrous strange.
Oh, I'll miss you when it's time to go back home, Maria Val.
Grandfather Hunak say maybe you and Mr. Carling stay in Yucatan.
Oh, where would he get an idea like that?
Grandfather speak with dead ancestors. They tell him many things.
But that's impossible. And no one can talk with the dead.
Grandfather not like other people. He descends from Mayan priests and prophets. When Grandfather Hunak speak, the dead answer.
Our mystery drama, The Lost Tomorrows, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Stella Moss and stars Mandel Kramer and Ann Williams. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. For most serious cave explorers, penetrating deep into the bowels of the earth is a challenge impossible to resist. The very thought of a dangerous caving expedition sets the heart pounding. Rena and Matthew Carling are two such cavers who have come to a tiny town in the lake territory of Yucatan. They have only one thought in mind: exploring little-known caves where they hope to find ancient Mayan relics. They are living in a temporary structure of palm leaves set up between two large trees. Two Mayan servants, Hunak and Maria Val, do their housekeeping.
We've never found this many pieces so quickly, Rena.
And how beautiful some of them are. Look at this piece of jade, Matthew. A Mayan princess might have worn it.
And the pottery shards intrigue me. The eating utensils, all those curious patterns on them.
I wish we could take the candlesticks home. They're so beautifully crafted. Seems a pity to have to give all these fascinating things to a Mexican museum.
Well, just be glad they let us go into the caves to look for them. Yeah, these pottery pieces are offbeat.
In what way?
Hey, have a look. See? Each piece has the same pattern of a small bird on it. Poised in a sort of lunging position, head down, wings spread wide, sort of a tack stance like a toy dive bomber.
What do you suppose the Mayans had in mind?
Yeah, we'll have to find out. Meanwhile, into the museum box they all go. Well, let's hope we do as well as this in the Cave of the Lost Tomorrows.
Matthew, did you notice that Hunak and Maria Val both seemed upset as they served our breakfast? When we talked about tomorrow's caving trip, I mean.
No, not particularly.
They kept looking at each other in an odd way all the time they served us. I'd be a lot more comfortable if I knew what was on their minds.
Well, I'll ask them. Hunak, you come in here for a minute.
Hunak, come at once, Mr. Carling.
And take it gently, Matthew. Life in this godforsaken place would be impossible without those two.
Don't worry, trust me.
Mr. Carling wish for something? Or Mrs. Carling?
About tomorrow's cave trip.
Hunak and granddaughter take care everything. If Mr. Carling not wish to change plans.
Why should we change our plans?
Well, if our luck holds out, the Mayan artifacts we found in other caves will be nothing compared to the Cave of the Lost Tomorrows.
I may speak, Mr. Carling?
Of course.
Things you take from caves belong to dead ancestors. Do not belong in living world. Privacy of dead must be respected.
Hunak, we are scientific cavers, and we believe that things like these belong where they can be studied.
But for living to take from dead, Hunak not understand.
Well, that's the difference between science on one hand and legend and superstition on the other.
Please, Matthew.
Hunak knows Cave of Lost Tomorrows well. Many time Hunak go there, not same as other caves.
In what way?
Cave of fear and terror. Sacred cave of Mayan gods.
Well, you don't frighten me, Hunak. Please pack the usual equipment. We'll be leaving early in the morning as scheduled.
Maybe Mr. and Mrs. Carling permit Hunak to go with them.
Well, thank you for the offer, but we prefer to go alone. And please tell Maria Val to pack us a good lunch. We're planning a long day.
That lunch looks delicious, Maria Val.
Many thanks, Mrs. Carling. Grandfather Hunak catch fresh fish this morning. I make for you and Mr. Carling.
Well, that sounds fine.
Also, you find sweet oranges in lunch basket and canteen filled from fresh, cool spring.
I don't know how we'd manage without you. I'll miss you when it's time to leave Yucatan and go back home.
Maybe you stay in Yucatan.
Oh, not a chance.
Grandfather say maybe you and Mr. Carling stay.
Well, where would he get an idea like that?
Grandfather speak with dead ancestors.
Dead ancestors?
They tell many things.
That's impossible. No one can talk with the dead.
Grandfather Hunak, not same as other people.
In what way?
He descend to this life from Mayan priests and prophets. learn from them wisdom of 1,000 years. He speak, they answer.
But how, Maria Val? How? What do they sound like? What do they say?
Maria Val not hear voices. Only grandfather hear.
Where is Hunak now? I want to talk to him about loading the Jeep with our caving equipment. Mr. Carling is anxious to get started.
Jeep loaded, Mrs. Carling. Hard hats with lamp, first aid kit, pocket knife, flashlight, rope ladder. Grandfather...
What I want to know is why he isn't here as usual to help us take off.
Grandfather asked Mr. and Mrs. Carling please to excuse him. Ancestors wish to speak with him this morning about Mr. and Mrs. Carling.
Well, I'll take the food basket and water, Maria Val. Mr. Carling will be getting impatient.
Please, to let me go with you, Mrs. Carling. Maria Val know well Cave of Lost Tomorrows.
First Hunak. Now you. Why are you so anxious to go with us?
Maria Val, Grandfather Hunak wish to speak to you.
I come, Grandfather. Please not be angry, Mrs. Carling. Maria Val fear for safety of Mr. and Mrs. Carling. Tomorrow, 9th day of 9th month.
What has that got to do with anything?
Maria Val, what take you so long?
I come, Grandfather. Please, Mrs. Carling. Foreign people not safe in Cave of Lost Tomorrows. Please to be careful. Please.
Can't believe this cave, Matthew. I feel almost as if I've lost my sense of reality.
What kind of remark is that for an experienced caver?
It's so deep, so enormous, so quiet. And there's such a maze of passageways and chambers. I have to struggle to keep my sense of which way is up and which way is down, which way is in and which way is out. Oh, I hate to get stranded here.
Well, now just stop worrying about it. I've been making a careful map of every small cave inside the large one and every connecting tunnel. Now, we've been through 8 passageways and inside 8 cave chambers.
Is it possible there's a total of 9 passageways and 9 cave chambers? 9 was a sacred number to the ancient Mayans, and today is the 9th day of the 9th month.
That's got into you. Between Hunak and Maria Val, they've really managed to upset you.
Matthew, do you realize our only link with the outside world is a thin stream of daylight coming through a narrow cave entrance, 8 chambers and 8 tunnels away? I've even lost my sense of time. I'm not sure if we've been here minutes or hours or days.
Rena, trust me, we've never yet failed on a caving expedition. Look, I'll make a bargain with you.
What's that?
The minute we find a really good piece for our museum box, we'll do a right-about-face and go back to camp. Fair enough?
Now, if you'll just let your searchlight sweep over the darkness for a second or two, I'll be my old self again. The darkness here is different somehow. Like black, paper-thin glass.
Well, I'd rather save my batteries and stick with the light from the lamps on our hard hats, but if it'll make you feel better, on goes the flashlight.
Oh, Matthew, that's simply awful.
Take it easy now.
That's a human skeleton over there. With a huge rock resting on the leg bones as if it fell on him from above and pinned the poor man down.
I'm turning off the flashlight.
Oh, please don't.
All right. But I don't want to hear that we shouldn't have come to this cave.
Look at that enormous dead tree on the right.
Mm-hmm.
As if its branches were woven into a gigantic kind of spider's web. And all the human skulls and bones caught in it. Ooh. How do you suppose that happened?
Well, we'll check it out when we get back to the States. Some expert will have a perfectly good archaeological explanation.
I'm afraid, Matthew. And I don't know exactly of what.
Rena, any caver who isn't afraid is dangerous. He usually winds up forgetting how important it is to be cautious. Now, we try this next passageway and see where it leads.
Oh, I suppose so.
We better take this one with a crouch walk.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go first. If things get too cramped, we may have to do a belly crawl.
Stay close.
Now, just be sure your knee pads are in place and your gloves are on snugly. Don't want any blistered knees or bleeding hands.
Well, don't move too fast. I feel better when I can reach out and touch you.
And remember to relax now. It's easier to adjust your body to the narrow parts of the crawlways.
Oh, it smells like damp earth in here. It doesn't seem quite so black as in the cave chamber we just left.
Well, your eyes are getting used to the darkness. You know, you might be right, Rena. It does smell of damp earth. It's getting muckier underfoot, too. We should be heading for a wet cave this time. Just be careful you don't slip now and twist an ankle.
Matthew? The lamp on your hard hat. Did you put the light out?
Why would I do that? Your hat light just went out, too. Damp batteries, maybe.
Well, our flashlight is certainly a godsend. Use it, will you?
Be careful around this bend, Rena. Our movement seems to have loosened some falling stones.
There are no stones overhead, Matthew. It's all level clay ledges. What's that yellowish light just ahead? Aren't caves usually dark places?
It's probably the entrance to the next cave chamber. I'll be darned if something that looks like yellow sunlight isn't glowing in there.
Please, have a look around before we go in, Matthew.
Just be a second or two. Great. Where on earth do these birds come from? Keep away from me, you crazy creatures.
What's the matter, Matthew?
They're birds, hundreds of them with beaks like small knives.
Birds?
Actually dive bombing right at me as if they didn't want me in there.
Hey, can I put my eyes out?
Oh, I don't hear any of them anymore. Gone as suddenly as they came.
How?
What kind of birds, Matthew?
Well, they look like those small birds on some of our Mayan artifacts.
Must we go in there?
Well, I don't see why not.
Because the idea of hundreds of birds in a cave this far underground bothers me. I don't understand it. And why would they want to attack you?
Well, there's only one way we'll ever find an explanation. Now, are you coming with me, or am I going in there alone?
How to understand the mind, the spirit that compels a man to walk on the moon, to touch the bottom of the sea, or as in the case of Matthew Carling, to defy a long history of ancient superstition, to explore the dangers and mysteries of a multi-chambered cave in faraway Yucatan. Will Matthew's passion for caving bring him in touch with some explanation of the mysteries in the cave of the lost tomorrows? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. An old Yucatan legend tells us that 9 was considered a sacred number to the ancient Mayans. Rena and Matthew Carling, 2 Americans whose caving obsession has brought them to Yucatan, have just crawled through the 9th passageway and are about to enter the 9th cave chamber in the cave of the lost tomorrows. It is the 9th day of the 9th month.
Oh, Matthew, what a breathtaking sight. All those elegant stalactites hanging from the roof like delicate Venetian chandeliers. They seem to be giving off a wet light.
And the rock formations are spectacular.
Wish we could figure out where all the bright light is coming from.
Well, we'll find the explanation. Just give us time.
Matthew, Mayan legend tells us that some of these subterranean caves were inhabited by gods and spirits who were called the illustrious dead. That living men and women were actually cast into caves like this one as a sacrifice in time of drought. Do you suppose... What's that?
That crater directly below us. It's filling with water. The bottom is covering completely.
It's not a crater anymore, Matthew. It's turning into a lovely shallow lake. Thousands of silver water bubbles with bright-colored fish.
Rena, look what's on the edge of the shore. A dugout from way back when. You need any help through that muck underfoot? I want to have a closer look.
I can manage. I'm glad thick boots are a part of caving gear.
Look there. There's a pair of handcrafted paddles resting on the dugout. They look like beauties. We'll be the envy of every caver we know when we add them to our collection.
Well, we haven't got them yet, Matthew. The dugout's being pushed from the shore into the water.
Well, how on earth do you explain that? I can't see anyone, can you? And yet no one seems to be in the boat.
The light in here has changed, Matthew. It's getting dimmer all the time.
Hey there! Whoever you are, I want to talk to you. Come back here.
Matthew? The dugout is standing on end, absolutely upright, on top of the water. It's going under, prow first. Slowly, as if a magnet is pulling it down.
Bobby, it's disappeared completely.
I can't take any more. Please, Matthew, let's get out of here.
Few who visit Cave of Lost Tomorrows wish to return there. Sacred cave can destroy man's mind.
Then why do you keep going back?
Hunak, born of ancient priests and prophets. Hunak is living messenger of holy ancestors. No, next few days not good for caving.
Well, thank you for the message.
God say Mr. Carling must not make discord. Order you not to go Cave of Lost Tomorrows again.
You expect us to believe that?
Hunak say you must keep Mayan gods friendly.
The strange underground sounds are not unusual in the life of experienced cavers, Hunak. And neither are mirages or extreme natural phenomena. And besides, my wife and I are almost as familiar with Mayan legends about gods and voices as you are.
What you call legend, Hunak call truth. You and Mrs. Carling hear perhaps of ancient Compassionata cross?
Of course, you and Maria Val have been wearing them around your neck since the day you came to work for us. Why do you ask?
Hunak suggests Mr. Carling wear Compassionata cross.
You're offering me your Compassionata cross to protect me when we go back to the cave?
Maria Val will give hers to Mrs. Carling.
That's nice of you both.
Hunak, look, I don't know how to make you understand this, but I just don't believe in protective talismans of any kind. Talismans exist only because people are frightened of things that they think cannot be explained.
Some things are not to be explained. Please, Hunak hope for change of mind before tomorrow.
Not a chance. Mrs. Carling and I will handle any situation that arises tomorrow in our own way. You're a good sport to have another go at this cave with me, Rena. I thought I might be coming back alone.
I'm glad the water's almost completely gone from the crater. So shallow, it's hard to believe what it was like when we left here yesterday.
Now, you watch your step just the same. Hey, yellow light still bother your eyes?
No, I feel comfortable. I even enjoyed eating Maria Val's Mexican picnic lunch, sitting on a hard stone throne.
I tell you, I married the right girl. You know, Rena, sometimes... Ooh.
Anything wrong?
I tripped on something. Something is sticking out of the muck under my feet.
What is it?
I'll tell you in a second. Fairly large pottery shard. Let's scrape off the mud, see what we have here. Yeah. Another prize for our Yucatan collection.
Pattern on it, Matthew.
Mm-hmm.
Their ancient sacred monkey. Funny little creature.
Yeah.
So small, such a long tail. Why do you suppose...
What's all that racket up there?
Well, we left our things. A pack of small monkeys helping themselves to what's left of our lunch.
Well, they can have it.
Well, doesn't it strike you as rather odd? Those birds that tried to attack you yesterday were the same as the sacred bird on some of our artifacts. And now these monkeys... Look at the pottery shard you just found. The monkeys on it are exactly the same as those stealing our lunch. Where did they go?
Yeah, they're probably picnicking on Maria Val's good cooking in one of the smaller cave chambers. Rena, look at the water. What an incredible blue it is. A golden light overhead, translucent blue light underfoot. What a place.
Matthew, have you been noticing that school of large pink and red fish over there? Carrying water plants in their mouths?
What about them?
They all swim to the same spot and drop the plants there. As if they were trying to cover up something.
Let's go see what they're up to.
What on earth are these? 1, 2, 3, 4... 9. sticking straight up into the air out of the water. Matthew, these are crosses. Camouflaged by the water plants. 9 crosses as symmetrically laid out as in an old burial ground. Not only are they crosses, but...
But what?
Look, each one marks a grave. 9 graves. And the crosses themselves, can't you see? They're exactly like the ones that Hunak and Maria Val wanted to give us. Only these are much larger.
You're absolutely right.
Compassionata crosses 2 feet high.
No wonder they wanted to keep us out of this cave. Why, to a museum or a private collection, these could be worth a fortune.
You're not thinking of taking one, are you, Matthew?
Why not?
Because, according to the Mayan legend, no fisherman ever set sail without one. They considered them a talisman, a protector, in death as well as life.
Rena, it's a legend. Remember? Now, come over here and help me loosen one of these. We're not going to go back to camp without one.
I won't do it, Matthew.
All right, I'll do it myself.
What was that?
Oh, it's probably some cave animal. You know, this isn't easy. Cross has sunk a lot deeper than I thought. I'll give it another try.
Oh, give it up, Matthew, please. The lake's beginning to fill up again.
It's one last try.
I'll go without you, Matthew, please. You're not making sense.
I got it, Rita. I got it. I'm coming. I'm bringing it with me. Compassionata cross for our collection.
Please, Mr. Carling, Mrs. Carling, do not go inside your room.
Why not?
Something happened here at camp while you were both at Cave of Lost Tomorrows.
Well, tell us about it. What is it?
Please, wait here. Maria Val returned with Grandfather. Not be long. Grandfather explained.
I'm going into my room. You coming, Rena?
Of course. Only I can't imagine what's in there that could shake her up so.
Nothing serious, you can be sure.
What's going on in here? Candles, dozens of them, burning on every surface. It's like a church, burning votive offerings in memory of the dead.
Look at these over here. Burning in the candlesticks we brought back from our caving. And these are our pottery pieces. And these are our glass artifacts, held in place by melted tallow.
They've even turned the clapperless death bells upside down and used them to hold candles. Oh, here, too, they didn't light for some reason.
Hunak! Maria Val, will you come in here right away, please?
I don't understand why anyone would do such a thing.
Oh, Hunak keeps insisting he's descended from ancient priests and prophets, doesn't he? He even walks around with jade plugs in his ears to prove it.
Mr. Carling, call Hunak and Maria Val.
Maria Val, stay here. I am afraid.
Look, would you two be good enough to tell me why, when it is still broad daylight, there are dozens of candles burning all over this room?
Hunak not light candles.
Maria Val not light candles.
Well, then who did light them?
Please observe candles closely, Mr. Carling, Mrs. Carling.
Well?
2 near your bed, not burning. Same size, same color, smooth and even. Hunak buy those for camp at store.
And the burning candles?
Not same. Those Hunak did not buy.
He's right, Matthew. The ones burning are irregular in size, shape, and color. They have a coarse, primitive look.
Well, who brought them here and lit them? How about it, Maria Val? You take care of this room for us.
Maria Val not understand these things.
Hunak?
Mr. Carling, you remove sacred objects from Cave of Lost Tomorrows. You must return. Dead ancestors honor each other. It is they who bring ancient candles. It is they make them burn. Do not weep, granddaughter.
You actually expect us to believe this?
If you do not return sacred objects, burning candles, only a beginning.
Of what?
Maria Val, put out the candles. You can both go.
Maria Val will not touch burning candles. No. Mr. Carling, please. Please.
Hunak, you put them out.
Hunak, not offend world of departed spirits. Hunak not put out candles?
He won't have to, Matthew. Every candle in the room is flickering and going out. Someone is blowing them out. Look. One by one. Every single one of them.
Hunak stands motionless a moment, his eyes closed, his head bowed, his lips moving silently. Then slowly he lowers himself to the earthen floor, lies flat on his back, and places his fingertips lightly on his moist forehead. Soft, archaic sounds form on his lips and fill the air, making a hypnotic melody. Matthew and Rena Carling watch incredulously as they realize that Hunak is attempting to communicate with his dead ancestors. I'll return shortly with Act 3. Can the living make contact with the world of the dead? Is it possible to hear them, see them, ask their advice, carry out their bidding? Matthew and Rena Carling have met such a man in Yucatan. He calls himself Hunak and claims to have brought them a warning from his dead ancestors. Matthew and Rena are sitting in a coconut grove on the edge of a small bay.
What exactly do you make of Hunak, Matthew?
Oh, I'd put him in a category with people who consider themselves wizards, witch doctors, medicine men, that sort of thing. Whatever he's up to, Ren, he doesn't intimidate me one bit.
I think it's the compassion not a cross that concerns him the most.
Well, I won't give that up, Rena, no matter what. I mean, that is the most...
Matthew, are you all right?
Well, I think so. That whole cluster of enormous coconuts missed me by a hair's breadth.
If they had landed on your head... Matthew, those coconuts, they're absolutely green. I always thought coconuts never dropped from a tree until they were ripe. Very ripe.
Let's see which branch they fell from. This lower one, I think.
Well, what are those marks?
They're machete cuts. Can you imagine that? Those coconuts were cut loose with a large machete knife.
No one has been here. Well, we haven't even seen a bird or an animal. Let's go back to camp.
Okay. We'll walk back along the bay. Pick up Hunak and Maria Val where we left them fishing.
Please, Mrs. Carling, Maria Val does not wish to stay here. I wish to go back to camp.
We were just going to pick you and your grandfather up.
Not necessary be upset, Maria Val. Not necessary disturb Mr. and Mrs. Carling.
What's bothering you, Maria Val? Something happened while you and your grandfather were fishing?
Answer, Maria Val.
I see strange things, Mr. Carling.
What kind of things?
Ancient small boat rise from beneath water.
Not the dugout.
No one in boat. Paddles move with no hands.
You saw that too, Hunak?
Yes, Hunak, see too.
What else happened?
Maria does not move. Just look. In bottom of ancient boat, Maria see fishing net. Fishing net was tossed from small boat to my shoulders, like beautiful shawl. Then small ancient boat moves swiftly from shore and
disappear below surface of water. Is that not so?
Please, take Maria Val back to camp, Mr. Carling.
What did you do with the fishing net, Maria Val?
Hunak has it.
Would you mind letting me and my wife hold on to it for a bit?
Hunak advised Mr. Carling leave net with Hunak.
I'm not playing games, Hunak. Let me have it. Thank you.
We go back camp now, Mr. Carling.
One thing more. You know quite a bit about coconut groves, don't you?
Hunak live all his life where are coconut trees.
I suppose you have a look at the cluster of green coconuts lying on the ground on the other side of this tree.
Nothing on ground, Mr. Carling.
Nothing?
Well, I'll be... You carry a machete knife, don't you?
Machete knife belong to dead ancestors.
Suppose I told you my wife and I found machete marks on the branch of this tree. And that the machete marks were exactly where a large cluster of green coconuts fell to the ground, missing me by a hair's breadth.
Where, Mr. Carling?
That first large branch, right above our heads.
No machete marks there, Mr. Carling. Only many green coconuts waiting to be ripe. You see for yourself.
I can't seem to understand what goes on here, Matthew. I feel as if my thinking is going native, or if Hunak and Maria Val are putting a drug of some kind in what we eat and drink. Let's change our plane reservations and go home.
Rena, Yucatan is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Now, I'm not cutting it short. Look, we'll both feel better after a good night's sleep.
I don't even feel comfortable in this room we're living in anymore. Would you mind leaving a light on tonight? Somehow the idea of the dark bothers me.
Oh, come on. You don't really mean that. Besides, you know I can't sleep if there's a light on.
Oh, all right. Put it out.
Sleep well, darling. I like to get a really early start in the morning.
Did you hear anything just now, Matthew?
What?
Matthew!
Rena!
My throat! Something's tightening around the throat.
What on earth's got into you?
I can hardly breathe. And not a rope choking
Here,
me.
you put on the light. There's no one here. You must have started to have a nightmare. Wait a second.
What is it?
Well, the skin on your throat is all red, and also...
Also what?
There are small, round marks on your neck.
As if from a knotted rope of some kind. Oh. Matthew, I can't bear it anymore. I'm going to pack this minute and get ready to go home.
Nobody could possibly have been in here without our hearing him. No sign of any knotted rope anywhere in the room.
Look, on the floor at my feet.
The fisherman's net that I took from Hunak.
Someone was trying to strangle me with that knotted fisherman's net. The room. It's a mess. Suitcases wide open, things scattered all over the floor.
Someone's been here looking for something. Probably after we fell asleep.
What I don't understand is why we don't ever see or hear anyone.
Rena, look at this box. It was full of our best relics.
Absolutely empty. The pieces with the sacred birds and monkeys, the candlesticks, the death bell.
Every one of them gone. They even took the Compassionata cross that I had right under where I was sleeping.
Well, why didn't they touch this other box here? It's full of the other artifacts we found. Matthew, they only took the sacred relics. Oh, please, let's be satisfied with these and
go home? Not on your life.
Hunak? Maria Val? I'm going to tell them we'll leave.
Those two are probably miles away by this time. We'll never see either of them or the missing pieces again.
Mrs. Carling, call Maria Val.
Just come in, please.
Oh, yes. Come in and have a look around.
Why are things all over the floor?
Maybe you can tell us.
Mrs. Carling wish to see Hunak.
Some awful things happened in this room last night.
First, someone tried to strangle Mrs. Carling. And then later, they managed to steal all of our sacred relics.
Dead do not steal from living, Mr. Carling. It is living who steal from dead.
Well, what became of those relics and our Compassionata cross? Now, where are they, Hunak? Do you have any idea?
In sacred cave of lost tomorrows, where they belong.
If that's so, who put them there?
Hunak not know. Dead ancestors tell Hunak only that they are there.
I don't know why I keep letting you persuade me to come back into this cave. Happily, the lake is shallow today. Sloshing through this muddy lake bottom in heavy boots isn't exactly fun.
We're here in the burial ground, so we'll have some answers pretty soon now.
Look, count the Compassionata crosses, like I just did.
2, 6,
9
7.
upright crosses marking 9 tidy graves, including the one you dug up the last time. The cross is back where you took it from.
Yes, and I'll bet Hunak has a pretty good idea of how it...
What happened?
Stubbed my boot against something.
Oh, can you see what?
I see an old metal box. Pretty heavy.
What's in it?
Well, how do you like that? All our stolen cave pieces. Every single one. Plus
what?
This pair of jade earplugs.
We had no jade earplugs in our cave collection.
No. But our friend Hunak wears a pair to prove that he's descended from Mayan priests and prophets.
I wonder how they got in there.
We'll figure that out later. Here, you hold the box, Rena, will you, while I dig up one of the crosses?
Oh, don't do it, Matthew. We've had nothing but trouble since we found this burial
Rena,
ground.
please move back a little bit, will you? For this crowbar, it should take no time at all.
I'm not going to let you do it.
Rena, let go of me.
You're not going to dig up that cross. Not again.
Mr. Carling, please talk with Hunak.
Look who's coming to join us, Hunak and Maria Val.
To stop us, you mean?
Now, stay where you are, you two. I mean to finish what I started.
Please, talk with grandfather.
What's on your mind, Hunak?
We come say goodbye. Not work anymore at your camp.
Oh?
Hunak bring farewell present to wear around Mr. Carling's neck.
Maria Val bring one for Mrs. Carling, too.
Please, lower your head, Mr. Carling.
Now, wait a minute. What's on that chain? You offered me that miniature Compassionata cross once before, Hunak, and I thought I made it clear that I don't believe in things like that.
Put it on my neck, Maria Val, and thank you.
Mrs. Carling wise to accept farewell gift.
Make Mr. Carling take it, too. Please, Hunak.
Get away from me, Hunak. I don't need it. I'm taking one of the large ones for our collection.
Do not struggle, Mr. Carling. Hunak put this on your neck. So
I'm taking it off.
Can't you just accept it?
It won't come off. Can't get it off. Why is that?
The lake, grandfather.
Beginning to fill up again.
I gotta finish digging up that cross.
Oh.
Rena, don't just stand there. Either help me or get out of the way.
Oh, I am afraid, grandfather.
we go quickly to shore. There is not much time.
Come to shore, Mrs. Carling. Please, do not stay there.
Let's go with them, Matthew.
It's almost loose, Rena. We're gonna have one of these large Compassionata crosses after all.
I don't think we can make it. Not with the way the water's rising. Hunak! Maria Val, hold on!
I've got it, Rena. It's out.
Look behind you, Matthew. The dugout just came out of the small cave chamber behind you.
The dugout? Yes, you're right. It's heading straight for us. Keep that thing away from me. You hear? Keep it away.
Oh, are they up too?
Rena, I'm being pulled into the dugout. I can't see anyone or hear anyone, but I'm being pulled in. Let go of me, whoever you are. Let's go.
The lake is so deep now, so swift, like a whirlpool.
Try to get to shore, Rena. Save yourself.
The dugout, it's coming toward me now.
Now get away.
I can't. They're pulling me to the dugout, too. Why can't I see you? Touch. Why can't I see them?
The prow of the dugout. What's happening? It's pointing upward.
The lake is rising like a tidal wave.
We've spun around. We're pointing downward now.
Matthew, we're going beneath the surface. It's like being poured headlong into a powerful waterfall.
Deeper and deeper.
I'm glad I'm wearing Maria Val's miniature Compassionata cross. And that Hunak made you wear his.
Rena, is yours still around your neck? Someone just took mine off, chain and all.
Someone just took mine off, too.
Listen, we're civilized people in a civilized world. Things like this don't happen to us. They just don't happen.
As the underground lake subsides, Hunak and Maria Val look down at two familiar bodies, drenched, lifeless, lying close to the mysterious burial ground. The miniature Compassionata crosses are gone from their necks and hung innocently on the necks of their rightful owners. In the burial ground, the large Compassionata cross stands upright in its place, one of 9, a sacred number to the ancient Mayans. I'll be back shortly. story you have just heard is based upon a legend told in Akumal, in Yucatan. A small museum there displays among its ancient Mayan treasures several Compassionata crosses, said to have been found on the floor of a body of water close by. The large ones are like those which mark the graves in the Cave of Lost Tomorrows. The miniatures are identical with those worn by Hunak and Maria Val. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Ann Williams, Arnold Moss, and Elizabeth Latham. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. I'm E.G. Marshall. And forget because we must, and not because we will. So the man wrote over a century ago. Are there things that we forget because we're better off not remembering them? Of course. Life is far more pleasant if we choose only to recall the happier moments. In fact, our very survival might depend on deliberately forgetting many things.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But you do. You do.
You obviously have me confused with someone else.
Do you think I could ever forget that face?
I've never even been to Europe.
Do you think I could ever forget that voice?
What are you doing with that gun?
I am your executioner.
Our mystery drama, The Ghosts of Yesterday, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Victoria Dan and stars Terry Keane. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. America, the melting pot. For centuries, welcoming millions to both its shores. They come here seeking a new life, and soon they become Americans. Accepted, absorbed, assimilated is the word. Part of the whole, a part of the American identity. And for those who wish to be, lost in the anonymity that a huge, free country allows.
May I help you, sir?
Oh, just this magazine. Oh, and, yes, a pack of Royal filters.
Royal filters, just a moment. Oh, that'll be 95 cents, sir.
Smallest thing I have is a 20.
What?
It's a little embarrassing. You don't mind, really, do you?
No.
Great.
No.
Why are you staring at me like that?
Can't be. But it is you.
Beg your pardon?
I'd know that face anywhere.
What are you talking about?
Look at you. 30 years later. Older, graying, well-cut suit. You've become quite the American.
I'm afraid you're confusing me with someone else.
Quite the American now, but it is you.
Who?
I swore I'd kill you.
Now, hold on.
Murderer, I swore to myself I'd kill you.
Now, old man, calm down.
I'll kill you.
Now, take it easy, will you?
Kill you. No. No, my heart. Not now. Not before I... Murderer.
Hey. Are you all right?
Old man?
What'd you say your name was again?
Warren. Harry Warren, St. Louis.
You say the old man just collapsed, right?
That's right, Sergeant.
He didn't say anything?
No, it happened just as I walked in.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Warren.
You mean that's it?
Yeah. The doctor says the old man had a heart attack. Some nights we get half a dozen of these. You know who I feel sorry for? The wives. The poor old wives.
All right, sure. What? I don't know, Carolyn. It's up to the entire committee. Yes, I know, I agree. Look, can we discuss this later? Good. I'll see you at 1. Bye-bye.
What was that all about, Marge?
You know Carolyn.
Meet me for lunch downtown?
I already promised to be at the meeting, Steve.
Marge, you spend too much time on that membership committee.
You're the one who wanted me to be active in the club.
I know. I'm just beginning to wonder.
About what?
Well, darling, don't take this the wrong way, but... Well, it seems to me the entire membership thing is getting a bit ridiculous.
How can you say that?
Well, take that couple. The doctor and his wife that the Petersons nominated last week. What was their name? Vanetti...
Vinataro.
Whatever. Why was their request for membership turned down?
You know why, Steve.
No, I don't.
Steve, you know the club policy.
I know 100% American, right?
Why are you suddenly so concerned about my activities at the club?
Well, it's just that in the past few months, I don't know how to put it. You've changed.
What do you mean, changed?
Now, forgive me for saying this, darling, but you've become a snob.
Me? A snob?
Okay, you can trace your ancestors back to the Mayflower, and my family goes back to the French and Indian War, and I'm proud of that fact. I know you are, too, but, well, don't you think...
Steve?
Yes, I know. I'm doing it again, aren't I?
Mm-hmm.
Fighting everybody else's battles but my own.
Do you think I'm really a snob?
Well, if you are, then you're the most beautiful one I know.
That's no answer.
I'm going to miss my train.
She's early again. All right, I'm coming. Carolyn, I wish you would... Oh. Who are you?
Mrs. Stafford.
Yes?
Mrs. Marjorie Stafford.
What do you want?
I would like perhaps a moment of your time.
If you're selling anything,
I sell nothing. I wish to talk.
I'm sorry, but I happen to be busy.
It is rather an urgent matter.
Really, I don't have the time, if you'll excuse me.
It is rather cold on these steps. Perhaps you would be courteous enough to let me inside.
Perhaps you would prefer it if I called the police?
The police? But this is a personal matter, Mrs. Stafford. It concerns a place called Hammenbeer.
Hammenbeer?
Yes. It is a small village in Western Europe.
I've never heard of it.
Are you sure, Mrs. Stafford?
Quite sure.
But certainly you have heard of Hammenbeer.
Why? Well, why should I?
You were born there.
Won't you come in?
You have a lovely home, Mrs. Stafford.
Would you come to the point?
My name is Koslow. Valerius Koslow.
What is it you want?
Surely you know what I want.
Money?
Money? You think I am some sort of person who, what is the word, extorts money?
No one knows where I really come from, Mr. Koslow, not even my husband, and I would like to keep it that way.
Are you ashamed?
I don't see where that's any of your affair. Mr. Koslow, please, what do you want from me?
I am surprised you did not recognize my name.
Should I?
In my country, or should I say our country, I do enjoy quite a reputation.
What for?
You might say I am a kind of detective. I am retained by the government, although I would gladly work without fee.
What do you do, Mr. Koslow?
For example, it has taken me many years, but I have finally found you.
Why? Why have you been looking for me?
It has been over 30 years since the war. You remember the war, Mrs. Stafford?
No. I was very young at the time.
I would say 8, 9 years old.
Yes.
It was a most difficult and tragic time. I, for example, worked with the resistance. I recall a particular incident when several American paratroopers had to be sheltered from the Nazis. Not very easy in occupied country, wouldn't you say?
Why are you telling me this?
The Americans were hidden in this town that was staunchly loyal to the resistance. Eventually they escaped. But you know the rest of the story, don't you?
Please, Mr. Coslow.
The ending was not quite so happy for the inhabitants of the town. The military commander in that area, a rather vicious SS officer, Captain Dietrich, discovered what had occurred and ordered suitable retribution. The entire town, all of its inhabitants, destroyed. That is all except for one little girl with long gold braids who managed to hide in a cellar.
Why are you telling me this?
The little girl was you?
No. You're wrong.
I need your help, Mrs. Stafford. You are the only person left alive who can positively identify him.
Identify who?
Captain Hans Dietrich.
Dietrich?
After the way he disappeared, we have reason to believe he emigrated to the United States with a falsified passport.
Dietrich is here? In America?
All our contact could confirm was that Dietrich had purchased an interest in a corporation called Northern Plastics.
Is that all you know?
We believe he is using the name of Warren.
Warren?
Oh, yes. Like you, Mrs. Stafford, he has become totally Americanized. I believe that's the way the expression goes. Now, what we need from you is a positive identification.
You mean look at a picture?
Not exactly. We want to extradite him for trial, but your testimony is crucial.
You want me to testify? In court?
I realize the past is painful, Mrs. Stafford.
No,
but
I won't do it.
do you realize how important this is to us, to our country?
Your country, Mr. Coslow.
So, that is how it is.
Mr. Coslow, you don't know how it is. What I was before I came here is nobody's business. If I were to testify, everybody would know.
Is that so important to you?
Yes. The past is past, Mr. Coslow. I live for the present.
I am talking about justice, Mrs. Stafford. Justice.
Please, I'd like you to leave.
Very well. But I will be back when you have changed your mind.
I won't change my mind.
Please, I beg you. Think about what you are doing.
We have nothing more to discuss.
I see. I see. Let me just remind you of one thing. The past, I agree, is past. But don't let it fool you. It has mysterious ways of catching up with all of us.
Not with me, Mr. Coslow. Not with me.
Forgive and forget. That's the motto that the great humanitarians would have us all live by. However, most people usually choose one or the other. There are those things that we would prefer to forgive, but never forget. But more painful, more destructive must be the events our minds choose to forget, but our hearts refuse to forgive. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Look at her. You wouldn't think that Marjorie Stafford was anything other than what she appeared to be. An attractive, 40-ish Midwestern matron who can trace her antecedents back to the Plymouth Rock. It now develops, however, that she has hidden from everyone a devastating past. The sole survivor of a wartime tragedy, she fled to America and created this fictional family tree for herself. a fabric which threatens to become unraveled if she cannot control her conscience.
You are the only one who can identify him. Please, Mrs. Stafford.
No, I can't help you. I can't.
Please help us bring Dietrich to justice.
Oh, don't ask me, please. Don't ask me. Please don't ask me to remember.
Honey, what's the matter?
Oh, Steve.
You're having another nightmare.
Oh, I'm all right.
Marge, what's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing.
It's me, isn't it?
No, darling. No, of course not.
Really, I know I haven't been home as much as I should,
Steve,
but...
believe me, it's not you. It's just...
Just what?
That horror movie I saw a few nights ago when you were out of town, I just can't get it out of my mind.
Okay, Marge.
Turn off the light, won't you, honey?
Marge, listen, I just want you to know I'm your husband. You can talk to me if there's something bothering you. Marge, did you hear me? Marge?
Just a minute. Oh.
Yes, Mrs. Stafford.
Please, Mr. Coslow, why have you come back? I already told you I won't be a witness for your government. I won't testify in public.
You think I am hounding you, don't you?
Understand me, Mr. Coslow. I appreciate what you feel, but I have a life here, a new life. I can't jeopardize it.
I see. You think that to tell the truth about the past would make a lie of the present.
Mr. Coslow, is that all you do with your time? Hunt down ghosts of yesterday?
Someone has to remember.
Why?
There were people. How can you forget them? Your own family, your mother, your father. Don't you owe them something?
I have no family.
I will be staying at the Clarkton Hotel, Mrs. Stafford. I will be there until I receive your call.
I don't intend to call you.
The ghosts of yesterday have circled your eyes and tortured your sleep. I will be seeing you soon.
No, I have no family.
But you did have a family once.
No.
Yes. You had a family until Hans Dietrich destroyed.
No, I don't want to talk about it.
You owe your family justice. Justice.
Mama, I had to forget.
Justice. Bring Dietrich to justice.
Papa, you understand, don't you? I had to forget.
No, they do not understand. You have forsaken them.
I haven't. Mama, Papa, believe me.
You owe them justice.
Justice? No. No, don't make me remember. Don't.
Marge, I want to talk to you.
In a minute, honey. I don't want to burn the eggs.
Look, I don't care about the eggs. I'm worried about you. It happened again last night, didn't it?
What happened?
You had another nightmare.
Oh, Steve, are you going to start that again?
Now, honey, it's nothing to be ashamed about. I think I know what you're going through.
You do?
It happened to me when I turned 40. It can be a very upsetting time for a person, I know.
Oh, and that's what you think is...
Well, am I wrong? Is it something else, Marge?
No. No. You're absolutely right, darling. That's just what it is.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go out to dinner tonight. What do you say?
All right.
Marge,
you'll never guess what happened this morning.
Steve, what is it?
It's fantastic, honey. I think I got the account.
What account?
Now, look, I know I promised you about dinner, but do you mind if we meet you at the restaurant?
We?
My client. I want you to meet him.
Oh, well, sure.
Love you, honey.
Love you.
Over here, Marge. Honey, I want you to meet Harry Warren. Harry, this is my wife, Marge.
Warren?
Pleasure to meet you, Marge.
Harry is Executive Vice President of Northern Plastics.
Oh, Northern Plastics.
Yeah, say, what about cocktails before we order dinner? Marge, your usual?
I'm sorry, what?
Vodka Collins, darling?
Yes, that's fine.
Harry?
Oh, anything for me, Steve.
Anything?
Sure. Oh, I'll tell you what. What I really would like right now would be a nice tall glass of beer.
Domestic or imported?
Well, any is fine with me, Marge. Though there is really one that is supposed to be the best in the world. You can't get it in this part of the country.
Oh?
It's imported from the Rhine Valley. A stream with the clearest, purest water in the world. It's called...
Hofstein?
Yes. Well, isn't this delightful? I thought no one else ever heard of it.
You people have.
And then the girl said, but Mr. Warren, we canceled your reservation a week ago.
Oh, that's great, Harry. Say, Marge, remember what happened the time we took the trip to Wisconsin?
What?
Oh, it was a tiny resort, and the innkeeper couldn't speak a word of English.
Really?
Can you believe it, Harry? Some people can live in this country for years and never learn the language. All this poor guy could speak was...
German.
Can you imagine? In the heart of America?
It's hard to believe.
Do you speak German, Mr. Warren? I mean, Harry?
No, not a word, Marge. Why do you ask?
It's just that you seem like the type of person who...
Who what?
Who might. Isn't that silly? Clarkton Hotel? Yes, do you have a guest registered there by the name of Kozlow? Valerius Kozlow? Yes, please. Mr. Kozlow, I'd like to talk to you, not over the phone. Can we meet somewhere? All right.
I am glad that you finally decided to see me, Mrs. Stafford.
I had to speak with you.
So I assumed.
I met Harry Warren last night.
Yes, I know.
You know?
But of course. Do you believe it was such an incredible coincidence, Mrs. Stafford?
But how could
How is not important. Tell me, did you recognize him?
Yes. Warren is Hans Dietrich.
You are positive?
Yes, I'm quite positive.
Excellent, Mrs. Stafford. I must admit to you this is a satisfaction which I seldom experience in my line of endeavor.
What happens now?
My government contacts your government, and we go through some brief formalities which will enable me to extradite Dietrich for trial.
And what about me?
Your testimony, of course, is essential to the case against him.
Mr. Kozlow, I thought you understood me when I said
I
that
assumed you had changed your mind. Without you, there is no case against Dietrich.
I already told you, Mr. Kozlow, I'm perfectly willing to confirm Warren's identity in private. But I refuse to become the object of worldwide publicity.
But we need you.
Do you have any idea what it would do to me? To the life I have here?
Why should it do anything?
Because people here in this town, they care about who a person is, where they come from.
Do they?
Look, I really don't want to discuss it. I have identified the man for you, and that's all I'm going to do.
Mrs. Stafford, that is what your mind tells you. But what does your heart tell you?
Oh, why did you have to come here? Why did you have to dig this thing up again? It was dead and buried.
Was it?
Of course.
You never thought about it until a week ago when I rang your doorbell? You expect me to believe that, Mrs. Stafford?
I don't want to talk about it anymore. I've got to be going.
Mrs. Stafford. Maria.
What did you call me?
Maria, have you also buried your real name?
I won't do it, Mr. Coslow. I won't go back.
One way or other, you will go back.
No.
But you will, Maria.
Don't call me that.
Don't you want to see Dietrich brought to justice?
Yes, but certainly he can hang without me.
Hang, did you say?
Well, that's still the official method of execution in your country, isn't it?
We do not have a death penalty any longer, Mrs. Stafford.
What?
Having survived the violence and barbarism of the last war, our people realized the senselessness of killing.
Dietrich was a murderer.
Murder must not be permitted to perpetuate itself. To demand an eye for an eye would place us on the same level as those who would destroy us.
This is unbelievable. You're asking me to bare my soul to the entire world in return for what?
Justice, Mrs. Stafford.
Justice? A man cold-bloodedly sends hundreds of people to their death, and where's the justice?
He will spend the rest of his days in prison.
Prison? I've seen the new prisons, Mr. Coslow. A nice, comfortable bed, hot meals, the latest books to read, perhaps a tennis court, too.
Please.
And that's what you call justice, huh? Well, I don't want to hear any more platitudes about what great humanitarians we've all become. You listen to me. There is nothing wrong with an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. It's as old as the Bible. And if it's endured for thousands of years, there's a reason for it.
There are other weapons against evil besides killing.
Why did you have to bring that man into my life again? Why have you resurrected an old nightmare?
There is only one way to end the nightmare.
You're right. But not the way you think.
No, Mrs. Stafford. You must not.
I must not what?
I know what you are thinking.
And what am I thinking?
You intend to see Dietrich dead.
Do I?
I recognize the look in your eyes. It is a look I once had in my own.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You are thinking that Dietrich must be made to give an eye for an eye.
And shouldn't he be?
He must be killed, isn't that right?
Yes. Yes. It doesn't mean anything unless he pays. Pays in the only just way.
No, Mrs. Stafford.
He must die.
Even if...
Even if what?
Even if you have to kill him yourself, Mrs. Stafford.
Well, what kind of an assumption is that to make? As if one could actually picture Marjorie Stafford killing anyone. Nevertheless, she has just admitted that it is a deed she would like to see done. And you know what they say, if you want something done, you're better off doing it yourself. But that is something we leave for Act. What force is it that drives people to murder? Oh, there have always been those who kill for no logical reason at all. There always will be. But what of those seemingly gentle, good-natured souls who suddenly, with calmness, with calculated coolness, perform an act of violence? It's said that all of us are capable of such an act, for we all have a certain limit to which we can be pushed. A man can only be driven so far. A woman, too, for that matter.
Mr. Coslow, that's ridiculous.
Is it?
I hate Dietrich. I want to see him dead. But to even contemplate killing him myself, that's ridiculous.
You will testify for the prosecution, then?
No. I haven't changed my mind.
I warn you, Mrs. Stafford. Some way or other, you are deciding on your own method of justice for Dietrich. I only hope you make the right choice.
Mr. Coslow.
No. This time, I am the one who leaves first. There is nothing else for me to say now.
Wait.
You would not listen to anything I could say right now.
Please, Mr. Coslow.
Goodbye, Maria.
Oh, no more for me, honey. I couldn't eat another thing.
Anyhow, I don't want to be late for my golf date.
Oh, I didn't know you were going to the club this morning.
Asked Harry Warren to put it...
Oh. Well, clumsy of me.
Over here, let me help you clean
No,
that
no,
up.
no, it's all right. So, you're playing golf with Harry Warren?
In fact, I'd better get going.
Steve, I suppose you really want to sew up his account. Huh?
Oh, this isn't business, hon. I really like the guy.
Warren? You like him?
Well, you have to admit he's a pretty likable fellow. Oh, by the way, I agreed to put his name up for membership this spring.
In the country club? What do you really know about him?
Oh, Marge, you know just as well as I do. He's just the type of person they want there. Wealthy, cultured, sociable. What's not to like about him?
What if I were to tell you that...
That what?
Well, that Harry Warren isn't who you believe he is.
Who is he, then?
That he's actually a former SS officer. Captain Hans Dietrich.
Marge, Harry Warren, an ex-Nazi?
Yes.
Honey, now listen, I really don't think you should kid like that.
I'm not.
I mean, you really think it's in good taste?
Steve, I'm trying to tell you that...
by the way, I hope you don't mind. I took the liberty of inviting him over for dinner tomorrow night. Why don't you make that wonderful chili of yours?
He's coming here for dinner?
Honey, I get the feeling you don't particularly like Harry.
I don't.
I can't understand why. You just wait till you get to know him better.
Know him better?
Sure. You and I will be seeing a lot of him.
Well, thank you for this dinner, Marge. It was absolutely delicious.
Isn't she a great cook?
You are a lucky man, Steve.
Well, actually, Harry, my husband is very easy to please at the kitchen table after 4 years of army food.
Anything beats those K rations.
What did you do during the war, Harry?
Oh, I was in the army.
Really? Were you overseas?
Honey, I'm sure Harry doesn't want to talk about the war right now, do you, Harry?
Actually, I do find it a bit depressing. I guess it's because at heart I'm really a peace-loving man.
Marge, you were deliberately rude at dinner.
Steve, come on. You're making a mountain out of a molehill.
Harry was a guest in our house. I think you could have acted a little more graciously.
Name one ungracious thing I said.
No, it isn't anything you said. It was just the way you... Well, you were giving him looks this evening that could have given anyone frostbite.
Really?
Really? I can't tell you how embarrassed I am.
Well, I am sure that he didn't notice anything.
Maybe not, but I did. And what have you got against the poor guy?
Steve, could we just drop the whole thing?
This just isn't like you, Marge. For goodness sake, what did Harry Warren ever do to you?
Clapton Hotel. I'd like to speak with Mr. Valerius Kozlow, please. Thank you. Hello? When will he be back? What? Well, he couldn't have checked out. Are you sure he... I see. All right.
Honey, who is on the phone?
I was just talking to Carolyn. Steve, I've been thinking, let's go away, just the two of us.
Oh, sounds great. We'll do it next weekend.
Why not now? This weekend.
I can't, honey. I've got to be in Denver for that audit.
You're flying to Denver? You just came back?
Well, what can I do? My hands are tied. Spangler Continental decides that this is the time to declare bankruptcy.
Steve, take me with you.
Well, to Denver? What on earth for?
I just don't want to be here alone.
Well, but I can't take you. I wouldn't have any time to see you when I'm out.
Please?
Well, honey, look, I know it hasn't been easy for you with me away so much, but I promise, when I get back, I'm going to take the entire week off. We can go anywhere you like. Now, how about it?
But I...
Wow, would you look at the time? I'm going to miss my plane.
Well, I must say, Marge, I was more than a little surprised when I got your phone call.
Oh? Why was that?
Well, I was under the impression that you didn't particularly care for me.
Well, Harry, I'm really sorry if I gave you that impression.
Frankly, I'm confused.
Why?
Are you asking to see me with Steve out of town and all?
Well, now, what's so confusing about it? You are a very attractive man, Harry.
Well, Marge...
And I can tell you aren't exactly indifferent to me.
It's just that I never thought... the way you act...
Harry, let me tell you something. You have no idea what it's like being married to Steve. Now, he's a sweet person, and I'm quite fond of him. But, he's never home.
Are you telling me that you...
But yeah, plenty of times. What am I supposed to do? Sit home and darn stockings?
I don't know what to say.
Now, you thought I didn't like you. Don't you see, that's the way I always have to play it when Steve's around to set him off the trap.
It's just that I can't believe that... you don't look like the type of woman...
Are you saying that you didn't feel it, too?
Feel what?
What do they call it? Kind of vibration, chemistry?
Of course I felt it. I felt it from the first time we met in that restaurant.
What are you doing tomorrow night?
I had no plans. Would you want to see me?
Yes, I would.
Where?
It can't be anywhere in town. People would talk. Somewhere out of the way where nobody would recognize
Marge, I know a place. It's the cabin of an old friend of mine. He's out of the country now, but he gave me the key.
Oh?
And believe me, it is so isolated, no one would ever see us. No one would ever suspect.
Oh, good. I can follow you up there in my car.
I still can't get over this.
Harry, just one thing. Promise you won't mention this to anybody.
Of course I won't.
And, you're sure it doesn't really bother you? Being Steve's friend and everything?
Well, Steve is my friend, but you know what they say. All's fair in love and war.
Yes, that is what they say. My, this is quite a little cabin in the woods. Your friend must be very well off,
Very.
Certainly is isolated. Your friend must like privacy.
He does indeed.
Oh, is that a terrace over there?
Yes. Would you like to take a look at the view?
Let's go out on the terrace. Wow. That's quite a drop, isn't it?
40 feet at least. Hey, I didn't realize how chilly it's gotten. Let's go back inside.
No, let's stay out just a little longer. Oh, you say it's 40 feet from here to the rocks. Fall like that would kill a person, wouldn't it?
Most probably. Marge, let's go inside.
Not yet.
Marge, what the devil?
It's Steve's gun. He keeps one in the house.
Why are you pointing it at me?
I want you to stand near the rail.
Marge, what's this all about?
Do you really think I would ever be unfaithful to my husband?
Marge, give me that gun.
Don't come any closer, or I swear I'll use it.
I don't understand. Is this some kind of joke?
A joke? Oh, no, this is most certainly not a joke.
Well, then...
Don't move. I mean it.
Marge, what's going on? What have I ever...
Done? Is that what you were going to say? Harry Warren hasn't done anything. On the other hand, Captain Hans Dietrich has.
Who?
Don't look so surprised. I know who you really are.
What are you talking about?
In some ways, we have a lot in common. We're both survivors.
You aren't making any sense.
Both of us escaping the past, clinging to new identities, working year after year to remove every vestige of the old life, even down to losing our accents.
You are not an American?
I spent my early childhood in a village called Hammenbier.
Hammenbier?
Surely you remember it. During the war, we were occupied by the Germans. I was little, only 8. But I can remember they were commanded by a very young officer. His eyes a cold gray. A man who never laughed, never smiled. He was always posting pages of rules we were to follow.
I think you've gone out of your mind.
Let me finish. One day he was angry. I'd never seen any face so full of anger, rage. I was young. I didn't understand how things were. Something about helping soldiers, Americans. I was afraid of that face, the anger. So I hid in a doorway. I hid when the captain made everyone gather on the village square and made a long, hard speech about treason and how he must make an example of our town.
Why are you telling me this?
Because I want you to know the reason you are to die.
You think I'm Dietrich?
I know you are Dietrich.
You're making a mistake. I've never even been to Belgium.
How would you know that Hammenbeer was in Belgium?
Now, look, Marge.
You can lie to the rest of the world, but you can't lie to me, Dietrich. As if I could ever forget those eyes. And that voice. Your voice. Giving the final order. To level my village. Admit it. Admit who you are.
I am Hans Dietrich. Captain SS. Military number 172-93481.
I have brought you here, Captain Dietrich, for the purpose of administering justice. You have been found guilty of the murder of the village of Hammenbeer. Guilty of the murder of 271 people. My mother, my father, my 2 sisters.
These things are necessary in times of war.
Innocent people.
Treason is punishable by death.
I now sentence you to death. Get up on that ledge. Now.
I see. You intend to make me jump.
You yourself said the fall would kill, didn't you?
What is the matter, Mrs. Stafford?
Your face. You don't even look afraid.
I am not afraid.
Aren't you going to beg me for your life?
No. It is almost a relief to no longer deny who I truly am. I am Hans Dietrich, and I am proud to join my friends, my fallen comrades. Go ahead, shoot. Shoot! I am not afraid to die like a soldier. There is no greater glory than to die like a soldier. What are you waiting for? Shoot!
No. No, it's what you want me to do, isn't it? It's the easy way out for you. It's merciful, quick, almost glorious for you. No. No, this isn't justice.
You are afraid.
No. I'm not afraid. Not anymore. I'm taking you back. Back to my old country. Back to justice.
And she did. Captain Hans Dietrich is spending the rest of his life in prison, thanks to the testimony of Marge Stafford. Of course, Marge and her husband found it necessary to quit the country club, but somehow they have discovered it doesn't really matter. One thing that does matter, however, is that you stay with us until I return with some final words. Ralph Waldo Emerson wrote the words, "One man's justice is another's injustice. One man's beauty, another's ugliness. One man's wisdom, another's folly." How true the thought. But also, it is true that ultimately there is only one good and one evil. One right and one wrong. And if the human beings of this world finally ever come to realize that there is a universal ethic, mankind will have reached its golden age. Our cast included Terry Keane, Russell Horton, Leon Janney, and Mandel Kramer. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Add a grain of salt, said a learned Roman gentleman named Pliny the Elder some 2,000 years ago. And the value of that advice has only increased with the passage of time. Take everything you see and hear with a grain of salt, and you'll be surprised at how much savor you will add to your life.
I am going to find the old man of the rock.
There's no such person. It's an old wives' tale. You keep away from him.
If there's no such person, why are you so scared?
Because he kills everyone who approaches. Why do you want to find him?
Because he knows where all the money in the world can be found.
Our mystery drama, A Grain of Salt, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Terry Keane and Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Goblins and ghosts, pixies and elves, kelpies and banshees, spirits and sprites, the good folk, the bad folk. Oh, I could go on and on, but you get the idea. At one time, these, what shall we call them, supernatural beings were as real as the sounds you hear in a deserted house, in a desolate countryside on a dark and moonless night. And nowhere were they more real than on a certain enchanted island that was gracious and green and filled with soft, lilting music and covered with a magical mist. But we run ahead of ourselves. We're not there yet. We're still on this side of the Atlantic, in a large city on the eastern coast, perhaps 70, 80, or even 90 years ago.
Are you the sergeant?
Well, I'm a sergeant. Sergeant Smith.
Are you the sergeant they told me to see?
Are you the sergeant they told me to see? Why, it sings. Your mother comes from County Donegal.
She does not.
Then Monaghan or Cavan.
Sir, I have not come to discourse on genealogical or geographical situations.
Ah, but it is the place of my own origin.
With the name of Smith.
Oh, my dearest mothers, me father comes from England.
That, sir, must be your own private sorrow. And bear it bravely and in silence like a man.
Well then, Miss or Madam?
Miss, if you please. Miss Katie O'Neill.
Miss Katie O'Neill. Oh, it sings like a ballad.
Are you a maker of music or an officer of the police?
The two need not be mutually exclusive.
Well, then I might have done better to consult Mr. John Philip Sousa.
He conducts his orchestra in the park this evening. Would you do me the honor, Miss O'Neill?
Is this how you spend the taxpayers' hard-earned dollars, Sergeant Smith, attempting to romance every young maiden lady that requires the assistance of the police?
Oh, not every young maiden lady, Miss O'Neill.
Then shall we come at last to the facts in the case?
Ah, then. We have a case, have we? Oh, proceed.
Which is exactly what I was doing. This noon, not half hour past, I was standing at the corner of 5th and Main, and... Why are you not writing this down?
I'm gazing into your eyes, Miss Katie O'Neill.
Aren't you ashamed, Sergeant Smith?
Of what?
Attend to the facts. There's work to be done.
You were standing on the corner of 5th and Main.
I was.
And stopping the traffic for miles around.
I was waiting for a streetcar.
A most innocent occupation.
I was in the midst of a crowd that was waiting. Suddenly...
Yes?
Suddenly, there was this tug on my arm.
Tug?
It was more of a pull.
Oh, a pull?
But a gentle pull.
A gentle pull?
Yes. So gentle, so soft, so light, as a thistle or a hummingbird's wing. Are you writing that down?
Was that as light as a thistle or as light as a hummingbird's wing, Miss O'Neill? We must be accurate in these matters.
Make it as light as either or both.
Well, would you happen to know specifically the weight of a hummingbird's wing or a thistle for that matter? As you know, police work is an exact science.
And then...
Yes. And then?
And then I looked down at my arm, and...
And?
And my pocketbook was gone.
Your pocketbook was gone?
It had been taken from me.
What did you say? Who did it?
See him? No, as I said, I was standing in the midst of a crowd. One moment the pocketbook was on my arm, and then the next, it was gone.
And you saw no one who could have taken it?
No, I saw no one. I said to the people who were standing round, I said, has anyone seen a pocketbook? Mine is gone. I believe it was taken. And everyone looked all around, and someone said, are you sure you didn't drop it on the ground? And someone else said, are you positive you had it with you? And I said, it's been taken by a thief. Has anyone seen the thief? And a man standing next to me said, what did he look like? And I answered, if I knew what he looked like, I'd know who he was.
And no one had seen him?
No one had seen him. I was in the midst of a crowd that was waiting for a streetcar on the corner of 5th and Main at high noon, and a man removed my pocketbook from my arm, unseen and unbeknownst.
And those are the facts?
Those are the known facts.
You discovered the loss of the pocketbook. You saw no one take it.
Nor could I find a witness to the taking.
And then what did you do?
What did I do? I came to the nearest police station, this one. I was referred to a sergeant. You. Now, when may I expect to get my pocketbook?
When we find the thief.
That does not answer the question.
Well, the police department is not yet in position to make a definite statement.
Oh, it is not.
It requires more facts. Now, how much money was there in the pocketbook?
How much money? Why, none.
None?
Well, no, I never carry money in a pocketbook.
You don't? And why not?
Why not? Should it not be obvious? Why not even to the sergeant of the police? You know what happened less than an hour gone by. Suppose I'd had money in the pocketbook. What then?
Or so. We established that there was no money in the pocketbook. Well, was the pocketbook itself new?
No. It was old.
And what was the color of the pocketbook?
Its color? Oh, I'm not sure that question can be answered.
And why not?
Because the original color had faded and gone, given way to a whole spectrum, you might say, of hues and shades of varying degrees.
Well, is the pocketbook still worth anything?
The poor old thing, ripped it was and torn and in general fallen apart.
Well, then, stolen from you is a worthless pocketbook with nothing of value inside. Why are you bothering to report it to the police?
But there was something of value inside.
Oh, but you said there was no money.
Something of great value.
And what is that, Miss Katie O'Neill?
A salt shaker.
A salt shaker?
The English side of your family would no doubt refer to it as a salt cellar.
Well, what sort of a salt shaker?
Just a salt shaker.
And you said it was valuable?
Oh, yes, it is, indeed.
Why would a salt shaker be valuable?
Because it's the only one of its kind in the whole wide world.
Oh, is it made of gold?
No.
Silver?
Not a bit of it.
Well, then, what is it made of?
Pewter.
Pewter?
Or perhaps not pewter. It could be something even cheaper.
But you just said it was valuable. That it was the only one of its kind in the world.
I said that and I stand by it.
Then is it encrusted perhaps with pearls or diamonds, rubies or precious stones?
No.
Well, then was it crafted by one of those great fellas like a Cellini?
Who?
Cellini, Benvenuto Cellini.
Ah, no.
Then how can it be valuable?
Because it's a magical salt shaker.
Oh, yes, I see.
And that is why I must have it back.
In what way is the salt shaker magical?
In what way can a salt shaker be magical?
Well,
The question only has one answer.
Well, suppose you tell it to me.
And you are a sergeant of detectives?
Well, now, Miss Katie O'Neill, what is your game? You come in here with this blather about a magical salt shaker.
Oh, but it's true.
Why would you be carrying a salt shaker in your pocketbook?
Why? Because I never know when it might be useful.
Well, it would seem to me that the only time you'd require a salt shake would be at meals. Is that so?
It's most probably so.
And would you take your meals at a table? In someone's home or in a restaurant? Is that not so?
I agree.
Well, wouldn't there already be at least one salt shaker on that table?
Yes, but mine is a magical salt shaker.
Oh, very well.
You don't believe it.
Well, why? Is it a magical salt shaker?
Ah, and if I told you, would you promise faithfully and truly to find it for me?
It's my duty to find it for you.
All right. When I was a little girl in County Cavan, I lived on a farm with my father and mother. And my father... there was a man for you, filled with great and bold schemes, all of which, I'm sorry to report, came to naught. And I was a tiny child, but I still remember the talk around the table.
Well, Terence O'Neill.
Good morning, Bridget, my darling.
A good morning, is it, Terence O'Neill? You can't see the sun for the clouds, the wind's howling, and it's cold enough to crack the stones.
Ah, but it's the only morning the good Lord, in his infinite wisdom, has seen fit to send us, and we accept it gladly. For it is written, you shall take the bad with the good.
Oh, and where is that written?
Well, if it isn't written, it should be.
Well, now, not that I wish to raise a subject so painful, but have you given much thought to seeking employment this day, Terence O'Neill?
Oh, yes. I shall be employed expanding the horizon of my knowledge.
I was thinking of gainful employment.
It's gainful. I am embarked on a course of study that shall make us both rich.
Rich?
You don't believe it?
Oh, no man ever got rich by looking through books.
That's because you have to find the right books.
That's how it would go. My father would spend the days reading his books and walking through the fields and the forests, nodding his head, thinking, studying, considering. And then finally, one day my father came home and he had a very old book in his hand, and he was very excited.
Bridget!
Oh, yes, it's Bridget. And did you expect me not to be home?
Bridget, listen to me.
Oh, I listened to you once, and that was the undoing of me. Oh, marry me, Bridget, darling, and you shall wear silks and furs, spangled with cloth of gold and sparkling with diamonds and pearls.
And so you shall.
Oh, of course.
No, Bridget, I'm serious.
About what?
About the promise I made you. About the wearing of the silks and the furs and the diamonds and the pearls.
Oh, well, bring them in and I'll put them on.
I will.
When?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yes.
Oh, my poor Terence, it's gone to your head as I knew it would.
Bridget, I am not crazy. It's here in the book, right here. It tells how to find him.
Find who?
The old man of the rock.
Oh, have you taken leave of your senses?
Bridget, it's here. It's in the book.
The old man of the rock. He's nothing but an old wives' tale. He don't exist.
This book tells you exactly where to find him.
Well, then don't dare go near him.
It reveals his hiding place.
Now, you listen to me. The old man of the rock, he'll make you his slave.
No. Not if you know the magical words.
What magical words?
The magical words that make him your slave.
I don't want another word said about that in this house.
You can make him your slave, and he'll grant you your wish. Whatever you want, he'll make it come true. The old man of the rock. Tomorrow. I'll go to him.
No, Terence. I don't want to be rich.
You do.
Oh, please, Terence, promise me. Please.
But, Bridget, I believe I've never seen you so frightened before.
But it's because I've never been so frightened before.
But what are you afraid of?
The old man of the rock.
But you should be afraid. Didn't you say he was nothing but an old wives' tale?
Well, now, as you know, we're going to find out about the powers, if any, of some supernatural being, assuming, of course, such a one exists. It all began with a stolen pocketbook in America, somewhere. And suddenly we find ourselves in Ireland, somewhere. But it's a good place to be for our purposes. And the tour shall resume as soon as I return shortly with Act 2. As we concluded Act 1, we heard someone refer to something hard to believe as an old wives' tale. Well, don't be too cavalier in dismissing old wives' tales. There used to be an old wives' tale to the effect that moldy cheese was good for wounds, and then science discovered penicillin. Similarly, that the bark of a certain tree did wonders for malaria, and science, of course, discovered quinine. Are we also involved in an old wives' tale? Probably.
Now, Miss Katie O'Neill, I don't want you to lose me. But as I understand it, your father had unearthed some mythical character, the old man of the rock.
Oh, yes. And how well he was known in the countryside.
For the old man of the rock. Just who was he?
He was a Dane.
A Dane?
A Viking. One who had invaded Ireland 1,000 years ago.
Oh, you mean one who had conquered Ireland?
We don't talk about that. And besides, they all took Irish names and learned the Irish tongue and became truly Irish, so it can be said that we conquered them.
And now you must bring me back to the old man of the rock.
Ah, yes. He was a Viking. A Scandinavian.
Yes?
He was a Dubgale, a Dane, a black foreigner, as distinguishable from a Fingale, a fair foreigner, a Norwegian.
I see. Is this important?
As you said, Sergeant, police work is an exact science.
Continue, Katie O'Neill.
And they laid waste the land with fire and sword, but they could not conquer. So they remained to become a part of it.
And the old man on the rock?
He was a Dane who had ranged as far north as the River Liffey. And one day, he saw a huge rock, and he said, I will build me a castle, and this rock shall be a foundation stone. And he commanded his men to move it, but it could not be budged from the spot.
Yes?
And it was not that large nor heavy a rock.
But it could not be moved?
No.
And what happened?
No one knows what happened.
Oh. Well, then?
One day, this Dubgale chieftain, this dark foreigner, disappeared.
Oh, now, what do you mean, disappeared?
Disappeared. Vanished. Was no more.
Well, what became of him? Where did he go?
Ah, that is the legend.
What legend?
Of what legend are we speaking? The legend of the old man in the rock.
Yes?
It is said he would go to the rock, this rock that would not be moved from its spot to become a stone for his castle. And he would say, Rock, why do you refuse to be taken from the ground and become part of the great wall of my castle? And do you know what the rock replied?
I have no way of knowing that the rock could even speak.
A voice was heard to come from the rock, and it said, You have no need for a rock to form the wall of your castle, dark foreigner. Inside your body is something even harder than I am. Your heart.
Mm-hmm. This is what the rock purportedly said.
Purportedly, is it?
Well, is there documentation to that effect?
Of course. There were witnesses who had seen and heard.
Well, continue, Miss Katie O'Neill.
For a moment, the Dubgale said nothing. He was, as you may safely assume, overcome with fear and surprise.
Yes, I can safely make that assumption.
And a terrible look came into his eyes.
Terrible?
And he said, Yes, if my heart is rock, then it means that I am rock. And I am that rock. That rock.
Well, now that's drawing a long bow, wouldn't you say?
It makes fine sense indeed.
I'm sorry. I shall not interrupt again. And then what happened?
What happened? He retired to his tent,
Yes?
and he was seen no more.
Well, what became of him?
Evidently, he became the rock.
Well, now, how could he do that?
Well, he was the rock. He said he was, didn't he?
Yes, but...
Let there be no buts. Those were the exact words my father said to my mother that morning. I remember it. I remember as if it were yesterday. We were sitting at the table in the kitchen, and my father said...
Let there be no buts, Bridget O'Neill. I have this book. I bought it in Belfast, 4 shillings.
4 shillings. And I have had no meat on this table in 6 months.
And a good thing. Meat is conducive to the gout.
Only rich people get the gout. We are in no danger here.
We are in great danger. Tomorrow we shall be rich.
Do not speak this way in front of the child. She will think her father is mad. Oh, it is just his way of talking, Katie. He means no harm.
Of course not. I mean only good. Yes, this book. See, it is 400 years old.
For 6 shillings you're entitled to a book that is brand new.
The book, you see, it says the Dub Gale entered into the rock where he had time to repent his many sins.
Oh, ate your fish.
It wants salt.
Oh, Katie, pass your father the shaker.
Thank you, Jack. I can't seem to get any salt to come out.
Well, shake harder.
This wretched salt shaker.
Well, it is a damp day.
Why don't you get a new one?
For 6 shillings, I could have had one of silver.
Yeah, well, tomorrow you shall have one of gold.
Yes. Pure gold.
If I can find the old man of the rock, he will
lead you straight to the devil.
No. That is the old wives' tale. You see, he has had a change of heart. Too much slaughter and pillage has sickened him, has turned his heart to stone.
Who says that?
This book right here. His heart is a heavy burden inside him. He seeks to lighten it by doing good for good people. And so, if I can find him... Yes, this book tells how to find him.
Well, why didn't the person who wrote the book find him and become rich?
He could not.
Why?
Because he was a monk who had sworn a vow of poverty.
Poverty? He gets 6 shillings for every copy of the book.
He doesn't get the money. He's been dead these 400 years.
Well, the person who sold you the book, why doesn't he go to the old man of the rock and get rich?
He can't.
Why not?
Because the book is written in Gaelic and he cannot read it. Now, in this book are detailed instructions on how one may find the rock. One must wait for the first moonless night of the month, which happens to be tonight.
Terence O'Neill.
One waits for the first sound of a nightingale.
Nightingale? There are no nightingales in these parts.
There are when one seeks the old man of the rock. One listens.
I do not care how keen your ears. You cannot hear a nightingale where there are none.
One does not listen with the ears, but with the heart.
I see.
I'm happy. Now you understand.
Oh, my poor Terence. You were not intended for poverty. It has turned your brain. And I have helped.
Now, Bridget, what do you say?
I shall help you be happy. I shall neither scold nor nag, my darling Terence. I shall support these delusions.
Bridget, we shall be rich tomorrow, for I shall find the old man of the rock. I shall find him.
Where are you going?
To the old man of the rock, my darling Bridget. Good night.
But Terence! Oh, that man, he'll catch his death. Child, Katie, child, he didn't even take his hat. Here, run after him and see that he puts it on his head.
And I did. I ran from the house, but I did not wish to catch up with my father. For if I should, he would take the hat and tell me to go home. And of course, I would have to obey him.
So what did you do? Something naughty, no doubt.
Oh, yes. I followed him in the dark, through fields, through the woods, keeping far enough behind so he couldn't see me, but close enough to hear him read from the book. and you shall hear a nightingale's song. And he stopped, and he listened. And I stopped, and I listened. And of a sudden, I heard it.
And what did you hear?
What are we talking about? The nightingale's song.
The nightingale?
Yes, the nightingale. As soft and as sweet and as silvery clear.
Well, are you positive it was a nightingale?
Ah, yes.
On what evidence, Katie O'Neill? For after all, you never heard one before.
On the evidence of my heart.
Ah, yes. The only true evidence there is. Well, I must let you continue uninterrupted.
And my father laughed, his great, joyous laugh, and he said, the nightingale. And we follow her dulcet tones to a tree, a patriarch of the forest, an ancient oak. Its limbs are bare, but the heart still beats truly within. Oh, yes. And beneath this oak is a rock, a large-sized rock, great enough for the foundation stone of a castle.
And was that the rock?
My father stood before the rock, and I could hear him say,
Old man of the rock, I approach with clean heart and a soul that is free from malice. Old man of the rock, hear me. I come to seek your aid. Therefore, I bid you, materialize from within the stone and lift the weight from your own heart. Dubgale, dark foreigner, appear before me.
Oh, calls me dark foreigner.
It's you. It's true. You. Where did you come from?
Oh, you've seen where I came from. The rock.
Old man of the rock. I believed it. I believed it truly.
That is why I have appeared. And why have you come to me?
I want to be rich.
All men desire riches. It was for wealth that I try give Lodnar sail from Daneland, a Viking pirate. But I've learned better.
Oh, I do not ask to be rich for myself.
You do not?
For private gain.
Is that a fact?
I want riches for what they can do.
And what can they do?
Bring joy.
Not all rich men are joyful. I can say this, having known many. Indeed, having been one myself.
But wealth, it is not meant to be kept.
It is not?
You know it is not, old man of the rock. It is meant to be given away. It should be used to feed the poor, to protect the widow, to raise the orphan, to relieve the oppressed.
And this is what you would do with wealth?
This is what I would wish to do with my wealth.
It's a noble ambition.
And so, will you grant me my wish, old man of the rock?
I will grant a wish.
But this is my wish.
But is it also your wife's wish?
My wife? What has my wife to do with...
Well, she too must be considered.
But why?
Because you are not alone. A man and wife are one. In body, in soul, in spirit.
But my wish is her wish.
Are you sure now?
Oh, she's a good-hearted woman. A bit short in the temper, perhaps, but a kind heart, a generous soul.
Well, now, that is what we're going to find out.
And we shall find out all about it in Act 3. Here we have the old man of the rock, this Viking turned Irish. Ah, well, those were days filled with action and magic. And so are these, if you know where to look. Now, where were we? In a police station, almost 100 years ago, listening to pretty Katie O'Neill telling handsome Sergeant Smith about a purse that was stolen from her. And to make the tale complete, she must go all the way back to Ireland, many years ago, and an encounter between her father and a mysterious being known as the Old Man of the Rock.
And so this mythical character, he emerged from the rock, did he?
Emerged, materialized, 'tis all one.
And you You saw it?
With my own 2 eyes.
And I still cannot decide whether they're blue or green. Oh, but pray, continue.
And so they had this confrontation. My father, Terence O'Neill, and the old man of the rock.
And what happened?
The old man explained how it would have to work.
Being rich is a complicated business.
It seems rather simple to me, old man.
Does it now? That is perhaps because you've never been rich yourself.
True.
And how would you choose to be rich? In land? In gold?
I would have to think.
In goods? In stocks? In bonds?
I would just like to be rich.
Well, you cannot wish just to be rich.
And why not?
What is rich? Oh, you and your wife must decide. You must talk together. You must understand together. And you must decide together. And then you must wish.
Oh, well, that should not be too difficult.
Come, we shall walk back to your home together.
Right now?
Is there reason to wait?
No.
Well, then come. For now I've placed a charm on the home of Terence O'Neill. Come, lad. The charm lies over your cottage.
Charm?
From this point on, the very first wish that is made in your house shall be granted.
The very first wish?
The very first and only wish. For it is possible to give but one to a suppliant.
I see.
And so, talk it over carefully with Bridget and decide what that wish shall be. So, Katie O'Neill, what happened?
They started back toward the cottage, with me following unobserved close behind. And once again we heard the song of the nightingale. So gentle and clear in the stillness of the night.
And?
It was the dead of winter, but there was a warm breeze in the air, and the ground was gentle underfoot. Soon we were in sight of the house. The little house where I lived with my father and mother.
Yes?
We walked inside, and when my mother saw my father, she was furious because he was not wearing his hat. She was about to tell him so, but then she saw this old man dressed in old clothes, and she said,
"Whom have you brought home this time of the night?"
Bridget, darling, I would like you to meet the old man of the rock.
The old man of the rock, you say?
Yes, indeed, my darling. Old man. May I present my partner in this world and the next, the lovely Bridget O'Neill.
I'm charmed to make your acquaintance.
The old man of the rock, is it?
I have that honor, ma'am.
Yes. Well, like goes to like. One cracked brain finds another.
Now, Bridget, we have a matter of the deepest import to discuss.
Have we indeed?
Yes. It concerns becoming rich.
Oh, well, that can wait a day or two, I'm certain. If not a year or a lifetime.
And so, Bridget, you and I must discuss...
You and I must discuss your lack of manners, Terence O'Neill. When a guest is brought into the house, he must be served a cup of tea.
I would be grateful for a cup of tea, Bridget O'Neill.
And while the old man of the rock here is enjoying his cup of tea, you, Bridget, and I shall be exploring the various manners, methods, and techniques, as it were, of becoming rich.
Rich?
Yes, rich. Rich as Midas. Rich as Croesus.
Rich?
I told you. He's the old man of the rock.
Oh, and I am the queen who lives in Windsor Palace.
Tell her you are the old man of the rock.
I'm the old man of the rock.
And now to business.
I will have no business until I have discharged my duties as a hostess. Oh, you look hungry indeed, my old man of the rock.
Well, no. It has been a long fast.
Oh, a bit of bread of my own baking, and a piece of fish that I caught with my own 2 hands. Seeing as how my husbands are too busy supporting the covers of a book.
Oh, I'm thankful, ma'am. Truly thankful.
Bridget, you must listen now. We must make a wish.
A wish, is it? Oh, and how is the fish, my old man of the rock?
Oh, fine. Just fine.
No. Speak freely.
Well, it wants a bit of salt.
Oh, easily mended. Katie, pass the salt shaker to your father's old man of the rock.
Bridget, will you listen? We must make a wish for a certain kind of wealth. Land, money, livestock.
Indeed.
Yes. And whatever wish we make, the old man of the rock here will see that it comes true.
Will he?
Yes, Bridget, it is the truth.
Is it?
Bridget, the very next wish you make will come true. And that's a fact.
A fact?
You don't believe me?
Old man of the rock. What is the trouble, sir?
Oh, no trouble.
Oh, but I can see there is trouble. Oh, it's that old salt shaker.
Well...
It refuses to allow the salt to flow out.
Well, it's quite damp, you know.
Yes, I know. If only...
If only what?
Oh, it's impossible.
Bridget, we must consider our wish.
What wish?
Oh, what wish have I been talking about now? The one wish that will be granted us. Now, Bridget, if you could have one wish, what would it be?
No, old man. It doesn't do any good to shake that infernal salt cellar. Not in this weather.
Bridget, my darling, let us talk together for a moment and decide on our wish.
I know my wish. I wish...
No, don't say that. Not yet. Not until we decide.
But I've decided. I wish...
Bridget!
I wish the salt would flow out of that shaker in all weather. Smooth, clear, in a beautiful stream of glistening white.
Bridget.
Oh, my. Oh, Terence, look. Do you see?
The salt.
See how it flows from the shaker. How smoothly, how quickly, how freely.
Bridget, what have you done?
You know what she's done, Terence O'Neill. She's made her wish.
But...
Now, how do you account for the shaker behaving in just that fashion?
Bridget.
The weather. It must have become dry outside.
Bridget, that was our wish.
Yes, Terence, that was your wish.
What are you saying?
We could have had the world. And now all we have is a salt shaker from which the salt shall always flow free.
Well, Terence O'Neill, you must admit this is no small thing.
Yeah, true.
What are you two talking about?
Let me say this. Since I've been the old man of the rock, since I've heard wishes made, never has there been a wish made with such heartfelt sincerity.
Is that true, old man?
Oh, yes. Yes, it's the truth.
You really wanted that salt to flow, Bridget?
Oh, now, what fool's tricks are you two playing?
Could you answer me, Bridget?
Answer him, child.
No, what is this?
At that moment, Bridget, more than anything else in the world, did you want the salt to flow? Answer, Bridget.
Yes.
Oh, Bridget, why?
Why? Well, I looked at this old man, this poor, tired old man, and I said to myself, oh, here is one whose face is lined, whose eyes are weary, whose life has been hard, whose death will be bitter.
But, Bridget...
He can count his woes by the hairs on his head, but his joys, perhaps on the fingers of his hands. And he was trying to put just a few grains of salt on his fish. So small a pleasure, and even this was being denied him. And my heart almost cried within me. So small a thing, so tiny a pleasure. Why should it be kept from him? And so I wished...
Yes, she wished.
Oh, how wonderful. My dearest darling Bridget. Oh, what a glorious wish.
Oh, the two of you must be drunk.
Yes, drunk. Drunk with happiness and joy. To know what a wife I possess.
Oh, do not flirt with your wife in front of a stranger.
No man who sits at my table is a stranger.
Ah, the salt. See the salt. How freely it flows. And it shall freely flow from this salt shaker. Forever.
And that's why it's a magical salt shaker.
Yes, even a police sergeant can see that.
A grand tale.
But a true one.
And the further history of this remarkable artifact.
I was sent to America. This salt shaker was the gift of my dearest father, Terence O'Neill. And I have kept it with me from that day to this dark and infamous day when it was so cruelly stolen away.
Oh, I'm touched by your story, Miss Katie O'Neill.
And what will you do?
It's a most difficult assignment. Miss O'Neill, shall you promise me something?
First, I must hear.
if I return your salt shaker, shall you accompany me to the park this evening to enjoy the concert by Mr. John Philip Sousa and his band of stalwart United States Marines?
And how do you intend to find my salt shaker, Sergeant?
Well, the salt shaker is magical, no?
Yes.
Then I shall exercise powers of magic to bring it back to its rightful owner.
I shall be waiting at the oak tree near the bandstand, my good Sergeant Smith. And if you have the salt shaker, you may approach. However...
Oh, there's no need for however, Miss Katie O'Neill. By my magical powers, I shall have the salt shaker ready for its rightful owner. Miss Katie O'Neill.
Ah, 'tis you. Approach no further unless...
But I have it. See how freely the salt flows.
Oh, Sergeant Smith. Sergeant Smith, you worked magic.
Magic, of course.
And shall you tell me the magic?
Oh, that cannot be revealed. But it's great magic.
Shall I tell you the magic? You see, I happen to know that all pickpockets, purse snatchers, and thieves of that ilk have their territory. Indeed, if they see someone else practice their depredations on that spot, they will turn the intruders over to the police. Is that a fact?
You're telling the story, Katie O'Neill.
And so, what you did was to ascertain which thief is the regular, shall we say, at Fifth and Main. And you told him to produce the salt shaker, or else.
Miss Katie O'Neill, what a suspicious nature you possess. But I retrieved the salt shaker.
Yes, you did.
From which the salt will always flow. And that's magic.
Yes, that is magic.
And so, Katie O'Neill, shall you accompany me home after the concert to meet me mother? Shall you accompany me home to meet me mother? An old-fashioned line from an old-fashioned ending to an old-fashioned story. And so, the romantics in the house have had their innings. We've had love and magic. And I shall return with more. And from the shaker, the salt shall always flow. And so shall the blessings. If you had one wish, what would you really wish for? All the money in the world? Do you really want or need all the money in the world? Think again, and think deeply. What is it you would really wish for? One of the things I always wish for is to meet you here 7 times each week. Our cast included Terry Keane, Fred Gwynn, Bryna Rayburn, and Lloyd Batista. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, and I preside over these tales of the macabre. All of them are strange and frightening, because you have joined me in a shadowy world. Here we encounter the abnormal, sounds that go bump in the night, experiences in ESP, apparitions, all manner of the unexplained. I have a tale to share which begins innocently and then turns into terror. It begins in the year 1885. Ludwig Horace Holly, a student at Cambridge University, is alone in his rooms at midnight. He closes his book and wearily leans back in his chair.
Good heavens. I can't imagine anyone calling on me at this hour. Who is it?
Vinci, open up. Give me a hand, Holly. Iron box.
Here, let me have it.
Yes.
Wait a long time. Oh, what's in it?
Proof of murder. Committed over 2,000 years ago.
Our mystery story is an adaptation of She from the classic by H. Rider Haggard, written especially for Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor. It stars Gordon Gould and Gordon Heath. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Hello, Mr. and Mrs. America.
Henry Rider Haggard, the author, was a Victorian gentleman who once remarked to a friend that Treasure Island was not so very remarkable and accepted a bet that he could not write anything half so good. In 6 weeks, he had written King Solomon's Mines, which became a worldwide bestseller. Shortly thereafter, he wrote She, again in 6 weeks. It is the story of She Who Must Be Obeyed, and it is through Horace Holly that we experience the terrifying adventure.
I was 22 at the time, studying at Cambridge for a fellowship which I was certain of being awarded. The only friend I had was M.L. Vinci, who was about 30 and wealthy. And there he was at midnight in my rooms, leaning with his hands on a small table, looking very ill, his gaze fastened on a small, heavy iron box, which somehow he had carried through the quadrangle and up to my quarters.
No, Brandy. I'm a dying man, Holly.
Nonsense.
It's the truth.
Let me go for a doctor.
No use. I haven't much time. Listen to me as you've never listened to anyone before. What do you know about me?
You're rich. Came here to Cambridge to study years after most men have left.
Yeah. That
you were married. And that you've been the best, indeed the only friend I ever had.
Did you know that I have a son?
No.
I have. He is 5 years old. He cost me his mother's life. I have never seen him since. Holly, if you will accept the trust, I'm going to leave you the boy's sole guardian.
What?
Me? I have known for some time that I could not last. I have been searching for someone in whom to confide about the boy and this iron chest.
But, my dear Vinci...
No, hear me out. My son, Leo, is the last descendant of one of the most ancient families on Earth. His 65th lineal ancestor was an Egyptian priest of Greek origin named Callicrates, who was murdered in 339 B.C.
Good Lord. 2,200 years ago?
Yes.
And you and Leo are direct descendants of his...
Yes. Callicrates was a priest of Isis at the time of the fall of the pharaohs. He broke his vow of celibacy and fled Egypt with a royal princess. Her name was Amanatas.
What's the significance of what you told me?
You know Latin. What does the name Vinci suggest to you?
Well, it could be a corruption of Vindex.
Meaning?
Avenger. The Avenger of Callicrates.
An Avenger who has waited for more than 2,000 years, Holly.
Sorry to be dull-witted, but vengeance against whom?
It is explained in the contents of the iron chest. You are not to open it. All I will tell you is that Callicrates and Amanatas fled from Egypt into the kingdom of a mighty queen. She fell in love with him
And murdered him? Why?
Because he would not give up Ammonatus. She escaped to Greece, where she bore a son, named, in Greek, the Avenger.
Oh, good heavens, man. That was centuries ago.
The mighty queen is still alive.
Well, that's impossible.
I once thought so. But after attempting to find her kingdom in the heart of Central Africa, I'm convinced that she still lives. It is an impenetrable, undiscovered country. I failed to reach it, and the attempt broke my health.
And this iron chest?
When Leo is 25, he is to open it and to decide what to do about its contents.
I see.
You're skeptical, Holly.
I am.
Will you undertake this trust, Holly? To keep this iron chest, and when Leo is 25...
Upon your death, yes. God willing, that won't be for years.
Oh, God has willed it otherwise. I will be dead by morning.
And the next morning, Vinci was dead. And I became the guardian of his 5-year-old son. Leo was a delightful, golden-haired little boy. We got along from the first. I had my fellowship, and we moved out of my college to comfortable quarters nearby. I had employed a round-faced young man named Job as nurse, and the intervening years were wonderful for all of us. Before we realized it, Leo was 25.
And this is the momentous day, Uncle Holly.
It's your birthday. That's momentous.
I was thinking about the iron chest.
That...
You did bring it from London.
Yes, with the keys.
Ah.
Shall we have Job in for the dramatic opening? Job?
Yes, Master Leo.
Come in here. We're about to open the iron chest.
Oh, I've been looking forward to this occasion for years.
Uncle hasn't. He thinks it's all nonsense, don't you?
Not your history, Leo. It's remarkable to be able to trace your roots to a priest of Isis in the court of the last pharaoh. But a queen who was over 2,000 years old? Rubbish. You can understand my skepticism. The key?
There's a wooden box inside it.
Ebony. And here, among the fiber packing, is a letter addressed to you, Leo.
That's a rolled-up parchment in there, Uncle.
It's in Vinci's handwriting, and it's a translation of the Greek writing on this potsherd. This fragment of a broken earthen pot.
And isn't that a scarabus? A scarab?
It looks like a beetle.
It's a gem cut to look like a beetle, which the ancient Egyptians regarded as a symbol of resurrection and immortality, Job.
The letter is from my father. The strange legend is on the potsherd. He determined to investigate its truth. He sailed to the coast of Africa, some distance north of where the Zambezi River falls into the sea, and where there is a headland shaped like a man's head. He learned that far inland there are great mountains shaped like cups and surrounded by swamps. And it was there that he became ill and had to turn back. Can you read what's written on the potsherd, Uncle?
I'll try. Now I know why Vinci insisted that both of us learn Arabic. Does your father say anything about that fabled queen?
He says, here it is. I do not believe this is a fable. There is a spot where the vital forces of the world exist. If you find it, you would be ever young, defying time and evil. Translate what's on the potsherd, Uncle.
It's from Ammonatus of the royal house of the pharaohs who fled with, yes, Callicrates, wandered for 12 moons on the shores of Libya. They found a headland shaped like a man's head, were captured by a wild tribe and taken to a hollow mountain to their queen, who led them to the pillar of fire. There she stepped into it and emerged unharmed and yet more beautiful.
Why did she murder Callicrates?
The queen invited him to step into the flames, but he would not. And Ammonatus tells him to seek out that queen and to slay her, bathe in the pillar of fire, and learn the secret of life.
I'm going to do it, Uncle.
Leo, you can't be serious. You don't believe this nonsense?
I have to find out, Uncle. I realize now that all my life has been pointed to this moment. I have all the money I need. I'm young and strong, a good hunter. And my name is Vincy. I must go, Uncle.
Well, if you're going to chase this phantom, I just might go along for the shooting. Always wanted to hunt big game, eh, Joe?
It might be the death of me, sir, but if both you gentlemen are going, you'll want someone to look after you. And I'm not the man to desert you after serving you for 20 years.
Oh, that's great, Job.
Africa, swamps, magic, pillars of fire. Oh, not so great, sir. We must be mad.
And so we left England for the coast of Africa and the Zambezi. We had transferred to a dhow, an Arab lateen-rigged ship with a long forward overhang and an open waist, and it was the latter that did her in. With the rising wind, we had boarded a specially built whaleboat which we had attached to the ship. The wind grew to a gale, and the storm drove our ship onto the breakers and destroyed it. We had cut free in the whaleboat, rescued the tillerman, Mohammed, from the wild seas, and managed to row to the basin of a narrow, quiet river. And then, at dawn...
Ooh, Lord love me, it's a far cry from civilization.
Do not sail hands in water, sir. Crocodiles.
I'd like to plot one, Uncle.
Look. Blimey, if that isn't the king of beasts himself.
What in the world? He's been speared. And look behind him.
Our guns, Uncle.
No, hold fire. Hundreds of natives armed with spears. They haven't attacked us, and perhaps they can lead us where we want to go.
Oh, my advice, Professor R.E.
Later, Job. We come as friends. I say, we are friends.
Come to the shore.
Steer us there, Mohammed.
They're as quiet as cats.
Handsome men, tall, good features.
Peace. Who are ye who come swimming on the water? Speak or you die.
We are travelers and have come here by chance.
You are white. 4 suns ago, she who must be obeyed commanded that if white men come, do not slay them, but bring them to her.
Mohammed, our boatman, comes with us.
So be it. I am Bilali, chief of the Amahagar of the kingdom of Kor. We serve she who must be obeyed. You will come ashore. You will not be harmed. My warriors will bring thy possessions.
Uncle, you don't suppose that this she could be...
I suppose nothing, my boy. We're captives, but we're unharmed, and we have our guns. They may not even know what they are. We must show no fear.
You are my guests. You are protected by she. Do not incite my people. They might transgress. They have a ritual that is most unpleasant.
And who, O Bilali, is she?
Thou wilt learn soon enough, if it be her pleasure to see you in the flesh.
We were carried to a vast cup of green, a green pasture at the bottom of a volcanic cone. The Amahagars lived in caves on its rim. Bilali set out to inform his queen about our arrival. The night he was expected to return, I grew worried.
What's troubling you, Uncle?
Mischief. Have your revolvers ready.
I have my knife.
I'm armed, sir. What mischief, Professor?
Watch their ritual down below. Notice the pot.
It's red hot.
My guess is it's being prepared for someone.
Oh, look! 2 men are holding Muhammad, and another is tying him up with a long noose.
Allah! Help! Save me! Oh, Allah!
They're bringing that white hot pot down on it. Oh, no! You hit one of the men, sir.
And Muhammad is down, too.
Run for it. They're coming for us. Fire at will.
Those devils won't take me alive. Master Leo's been hit with a spear. He's injured bad, Professor.
Follow me. Save your last bullet, Job. I'm saving mine. I won't be taken alive.
A small iron chest containing a father's legacy, a tale of revenge for the murder of Callicrates, dead over 2,000 years, and a young descendant who is determined to slay the queen who murdered his ancestors. These are the elements in this story of She by H. Rider Haggard, a 19th century writer whose remarkable imagination created this incredible adventure. When I return with Act 2, we will learn who has survived the attack by the Amahagger tribe. Our small party is far upstream and many miles inland in a hidden country shaped like a huge cup, the base of an extinct volcano. Above and lining the green fields are caves dug deep into the mountainsides. This is the kingdom of Kor. Horace Holly continues his narration.
Job and I had no doubt that we were dead men when, as suddenly as the attack had begun, it ended. Because Bilali, the chief, returned from his mission to She.
Ye shall be punished. She who must be obeyed commanded that these strangers be unharmed and brought to her. At dawn we march to her palace. There your punishment will be made known to you.
It was a march of several days before we entered the cave city of Kor. Job, Leo, and I were settled into a huge vault. Leo was feverish from his spear wound, and a woman named Justine attended him.
Sir.
Yes, Job.
I can't get it through my head, sir, about the woman.
You mean the day before we were attacked? This woman, Justine, came up to Leo and embraced him, and he kissed her.
Aye.
According to custom, they are now married.
Heathen custom. But I don't like any part of it, sir. Or for that matter, these natives and these cave dwellings makes me feel like I'm in a tomb.
Uncle Holly?
Yes, my boy.
Where are we, Uncle?
In the city of Kor.
He still has fever. I shall make him well.
Justine's been very good to me.
You are my husband. If I cannot make you well, I shall plead with She who must be obeyed. And you will be saved.
More magic.
Who is She, Justine?
Our mighty queen.
What is she like?
Oh, no one knows.
No one has ever seen her?
Nay.
But she does exist.
Aye. She has ruled Kor for thousands of years.
Holly, it's the same woman who...
Yes, but we won't talk about it. We are merely travelers, hunters. If they knew the reason for our visit, we'd be dead in minutes. Justine.
Yes?
Everyone in Kor lives in these caves.
Aye, and the dead live on with us.
The dead live on with us.
Preserved forever.
As mummies?
In their natural state, O stranger.
How is it possible to preserve...
Oh, only She knows. She is all-powerful.
I bring good news, Sir Harry. She who must be obeyed will see you now.
Bilali led me to a huge antechamber, about 40 by 40 feet. At the far end of this great room was a curtained doorway. Two women pulled the curtains aside, and Bilali went down on his hands and knees.
Down, Sir Holly, down. We enter the presence of She.
I halted, afraid, but I remained standing. And then She came through the door, covered from head to toe with a filmy kind of cloth. I stared at the figure. Even though clothed, I could tell that she was an unbelievably beautiful young woman.
Why art thou so frightened, stranger? Is there that about me that should affright a man?
It is thy beauty that makes me fear, O Queen.
I see that men still know how to beguile women with false words. How do they call you in thine own country, stranger?
They call me Holly, O Queen.
And I am Aisha. Follow me.
It was a small room, 10 by 12, with a couch and table. The air was perfumed. At the end of the couch stood a font with water in it. She motioned me to the couch, and she sat close to me.
As yet ye have no cause to fear me. How comest thou speak Arabic, my own dear tongue?
I have studied it. It is a language still spoken in Egypt.
There is still in Egypt? What pharaoh sits upon the throne?
The Persians have gone from Egypt, and the Romans.
And Greece? I love the Greeks.
Yes, there is a Greece.
And the Hebrews?
They are broken and scattered. I am bewildered, O Queen. Thou speakest about thousands of years ago. Thou art a woman, not a spirit. How can a woman live thousands of years? Why dost thou fool me?
Dost thou wonder how I knew you were coming and saved your heads from the hot pot?
Aye, O Queen.
Gaze upon the water in that font.
I see. Leo, Job, myself, Mohammed, in the whaleboat on that narrow river. It's magic.
Not magic, stranger, but a knowledge of the secrets of nature. But tell me about this youth, Leo.
He is very sick. Canst thou do nothing for him?
Is he perchance thy son?
My adopted son.
Of a surety I can cure him. Who nurses him?
My manservant, Job, and a woman who embraced him and hath stayed with him, because I understand it is a fashion of thy people. Her name is Justine.
Hast thou aught to ask me before you go, O Holly?
One thing, O Asia. I would gaze upon thy face.
Behold.
I gazed at her face and shrank back, blinded and amazed. I cannot describe, no man could, her great changing eyes of deepest, softest black, her delicate straight features. Even more, her beauty lay in a visible, majestic grace.
Man, where didst thou get that scarab on thy hand?
I picked it up, O Queen.
It's very strange. Once I knew a scarab like that. It hung round the neck of the one I love. Go. Go now. Later I shall attend to your sick Leo. Go.
What's the Queen like, Uncle?
Terrifying. It must be a hoax. I cannot have been talking with a woman over 2,000 years old. She cannot be mortal. And the scarab, she recognized it, Leo. It hung from the neck of the only man she has ever loved.
Callicrates.
Yes.
Then the legend ain't a legend, but the truth.
Unless I'm mad.
We're in a pickle, aren't we, Professor?
Without doubt, Job. I can't see our way out of this hideous place. We could never find our way back to the whaleboat.
You think, sir, that her seeing the scarab is done a sin?
Worse than that.
I don't get you, sir.
That scarab hung round the neck of Callicrates in 339 B.C. It is 2,100 years old. It holds our fate. And Leo's.
Is someone coming, sir? Oh, look. A woman veiled from head to foot. A walking corpse.
It's she. Asia. That's her name.
I have recovered now, O Holly. Where is this Leo of yours? And this woman? Is she Justine? Bid her leave us.
Justine is not willing to leave Leo.
It is surely the right of a wife to be near her husband when he dieth.
Go. This Leo has a noble... Thou dog, why didst thou hide this from me?
What?
Perchance thou didst not know. There lies my lost Callicrates. He has come back to me at last. I knew he would. Callicrates.
Unless thou art able to help him, Asia, he will die.
Oh, why did I not come before? Here, take this vial and pour its liquid down his throat. It will cure him. Swift now. Swift.
I forced the liquid down Leo's throat. He gave a convulsive shudder and began to breathe more easily. As I watched Leo restored to life, my thoughts were very black indeed. Asia had waited centuries for this moment, the return of Callicrates. She was unlikely to give up. We were doomed. We would end our days in the hideous kingdom of Kor. A day later...
You told me, Holly, that this woman, Justine, is married to Leo?
That, I am told, is the custom of the embrace and its return, Asia.
Then she must die.
What? For what crime?
She stands between me and my beloved.
But she is innocent of any wrongdoing.
Call her to me.
Is my lord dead?
No, he lives, Justine. She hath saved him.
Thou hast done evil in taking this man who is a stranger. I spare thee, because thou didst this thing through ignorance. Go back to thy village. If thou breakest this, my law, that moment thou diest. Go!
That night, we were moved to the Queen's quarters. Leo recovered rapidly, but he still was weak from the fever. Job and I were with him, and so was Asia, when he awoke from a deep sleep.
Greeting to thee, my young stranger lord. Had I not saved thee, thou wouldst never have stood on thy feet again. But the danger is done, and it shall be my care that it doth return no more.
Thank you. You are she who must be obeyed?
Yes. My name is Asia. Tomorrow all will be explained to thee. For now, my stranger lord, farewell.
What happened to Justine, Uncle Holly?
I am forbidden to say.
Forbidden? By whom? That mad woman dressed like a mummy? I intend to find out what happened to Justine.
If you persist, Leo, you may be the death of her.
What? Why?
We may find out later, my boy.
She's High Priestess here, Mr. Leo, and the Lord High Executioner.
Job's right, Leo. Let's not anticipate what might happen. If we anger Asia, or if she knows why we have come to this savage place, our lives are forfeit.
But Justine...
She's gone. It does you credit to be concerned about her.
I have a right, a duty, in fact, to find her, or to have her disappearance explained.
Not in defiance of Asia, she who must be obeyed.
You now believe in what we read on the potsherd?
I do. Impossible as it is, this woman has lived thousands of years. She is all-powerful. With a toss of her arm, she can kill. Contain your concern. We must be careful, or we will never escape from Kor.
Who is to say that this marvelous adventure contains no truth whatsoever? The world, even as we know it, contains remote, hidden places where life exists apart from our civilization. Much of Africa still is shrouded in mystery. Back in 1885, the mystery was even darker. What happens next to Holly, Leo, and Job will be revealed shortly when I return with Act 3. Since time first was recorded, there have been many civilizations, many about which we know nothing. Even today, we read about unknown cultures and customs. Early Ethiopian man, for example, who dates back 3 million years. Who then can dismiss the possibility of the cave city of Kor, where Horace Holly, Leo Vinci, and Job are the uneasy guests of Asia, she who must be obeyed? Holly continues his narration.
That same night, Justine, in defiance of Asia's banishment, visited us to see Leo. The visit was foreseen by Asia, who appeared, stood very erect, stretched out her arm, and Justine gave a piercing scream and fell down dead. Leo sprang at Asia, but she put out her hand and he fell back.
Forgive me, my friend, if I have shocked you with justice.
Forgive thee, thou fiend! By heaven, I will kill thee if I can.
Thou dost not understand. Thou art my love, my Callicrates. For 2,000 years have I waited for thee, and now at last thou hast come back to me.
It is a lie. My name is not Callicrates. I am Leo Vinci.
You have been reborn, and art mine, my own dear lord.
I had sooner be lord of a fiend from hell, for she would be better than thou art.
Yet, within a very short time, thou wilt creep to my knee and say that thou dost love me. Let us put it to the proof.
Oh, she's taken off that shroud, sir. Heaven help us.
Great heaven. Art thou a woman?
And thine own, Callicrates.
But thou art a murderess.
It is not. Come. Come to me.
She was irresistible. Leo was hypnotized by her striking beauty as I had been, and he declared his love for her. I knew then that we had lost any chance of returning to England and home. Asia then led us to a tomb where, to our amazement, the man who had been Callicrates lay, perfectly preserved. He and Leo looked exactly alike. She kissed the forehead of the corpse, sprinkled some white powder on him, and he disintegrated into dust. It was horrifying.
Prepare thee for a great adventure. We go to the Temple of Truth. To reach it, we climb a mountain, descend, and cross a bottomless volcano where the winds howl, until we reach the cave that contains the spirit of life. And there, O Callicrates, thou shalt bathe in the pillar of fire and live with me eternally.
Oh, the Lord preserve me, sir. I can't even imagine what I'm seeing. A wall of fire roaring through the end of the cave like a forest being swept flat by a mighty wind. Oh, I can't stand to watch it come by again.
Look, Job.
Oh, the Queen's disrobing.
Oh, what a magnificent woman. She looks divine.
Callicrates, do thou likewise. Together we shall bathe in the pillar of fire.
Asia, I cannot. I fear its flames.
Tell me, my Callicrates, if thou seest me stand in the flame and come forth unharmed, wilt thou also enter it?
Yes. Even if it slay me, I will enter now.
And that will I also.
Oh, what, Holly? I thought thou cared not for length of days.
I do now. I desire to taste of the flame and live.
Oh, sir.
See now. I will, for the second time, bathe in this living bath.
It's horrifying.
The flame is approaching her.
Her beauty is indescribable, Uncle.
Look, she's trembling up.
She is dying. Leo, dying.
Callicrates, have pity on my shame. I shall come again and just once more be beautiful. I swear it.
Dead. Oh, ghastly, Holly. I feel faint. The wall of fire.
He had collapsed. When we recovered, we discovered that Job had died from the shock. The problem now was how to escape. She had left Bilali and his gods at the base of the mountain. After many hours of groping in the dark, we reached the edge of the gorge.
What if Bilali and the guards have left?
All in good time. If they've gone, we are done for. Only the Amahaga tribe know how to find their way through the swamps to the river.
They're still there, Uncle.
Stop a minute, Leo.
What is it?
Our predicament. Can we lie to Bilali about the truth?
He is fond of you, Uncle. Tell him the truth, and take our chances.
I agree. If we don't tell him the truth, he will wonder about she and Job. Yes, I'll confide in him. She who must be obeyed is dead. Even in death, Leo.
I know. Even dead, I could love no other woman.
Welcome, O Holly. Thou hast been in the mountain a long time, and look haggard. And the lion, the man thou callest Leo, his mane was the color of corn, and now is white like snow.
We have had an awful adventure.
And she who must be obeyed?
Dead. And Job, too.
Dead? Impossible. She who never dies? Dead? How can it be?
In good time, Bilali.
But if this is true, then thy danger is very great. The Amahagar, my children, hate thee as strangers.
Can we escape from this country?
It is very difficult. By way of Kor, ye cannot pass. But there is a way over the cliff where they drive the cattle for pasture. Beyond are 3 days through the marshes, and then 7 days to the river. By dawn tomorrow, and through the marshes beyond, this I will do. I will say it is the word of she.
And beyond the marshes?
You must strike out with your own hands.
And it is 7 days to the river?
Through the jungle.
Can we survive?
With courage and good fortune, perhaps.
Leo?
It's our only chance. I'm glad to see the last of the Amahagar tribe.
If we should get home, no one will believe what we've experienced. And if is a big word.
We have our guns and express rifles and a compass.
And ammunition, about 200 rounds. We can give a good accounting of ourselves.
We head west?
Yes, we must strike out for the Zambezi and hope we make it. There we might be picked up.
Poor Job.
Yes, poor old beggar. If we reach home, we must have a service performed for him, God rest his soul. Well, let's set out here. I'll lead. Carry your gun at the ready. Remember, we're the hunted. I will not trouble you with our struggle to survive, but survive we did. Miraculously. We reached the Zambezi, 170 miles away, and turned southward. At last we escaped and reached Delgoa Bay. 18 months after we had emerged from the marshes of Kor, we caught one of the steamboats that round the Cape to England, and at last sighted Southampton. Back again in our rooms.
No one will believe your history of she who must be obeyed, Uncle.
We know it to be true, Leo.
And of course we still have the iron chest and the writing on the potsherd.
I have wondered something, Leo, for a very long time.
What?
Is it possible that you are really the reincarnation of Callicrates? Or was Asia deceived by some strange hereditary resemblance?
I don't know.
She has had her revenge, of course.
Has she? That assumes that she is dead.
We saw her disintegrate, Leo.
So we did. But somehow... Well, it sounds foolish before I say it, Uncle.
What are you thinking?
Callicrates married the royal princess Amenotas. But was he really destined for Asia? And I am somewhere, somehow, to meet Asia again? Asia reborn, as I was reborn as Leo Vinci, who is also Callicrates?
You do believe that you are Callicrates, reborn?
I do.
So do I.
After what we went through, I cannot settle back into life in Cambridge.
Then, after I finish the history of our adventure, we'll close up and leave. I suggest Tibet. And that is what we are about to do. If Leo and I return from our wanderings into Tibet, I will record them for you. The world is still filled with the undiscovered and the miraculous. For now, goodbye, and bless you.
And there's Horace Hawley's account of a search with Leo Vinci to find the woman who murdered his ancestor, Callicrates, in the year 339 B.C., and who herself perished in 1885 in the Pillar of Fire. Hawley and Leo were never heard from again. They did leave England for the interior of Tibet and vanished. I'll be back shortly.
Take your contact, take it now. Give your call to contact.
Can your cold medicine fight the congestion, shrink the swollen membranes, help relieve the runny, sneezy, cloggy misery caused by every known cold virus? Are you sure? Contact can. Today's Contact does all that up to 12 hours, all day, all night, no matter what cold virus attacks. That's the one to Contact.
Give your call to contact.
Take only as directed.
This has been She Who Must Be Obeyed, a remarkable story from the pen of a Victorian gentleman named H. Rider Haggard, who wrote it in the year 1885. It anticipated many subsequent tales by other writers of adventures in the macabre, writers whose imaginations have led them into worlds unknown to most of us, and who is to say they are not true. Our cast included Gordon Gould, Gordon Heath, Joan Shea, and William Griffiths. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Today, a story from the files of the world-renowned Pinkerton National Detective Agency, the first law enforcement agency doing detective and police work in the United States. It was founded by Alan Pinkerton in 1850 and carried on by his sons, William and Robert. Such was their reputation that, it has been said, had they been guarding President Lincoln that night at Ford's Theater, Lincoln would never have been assassinated. But today, we pull the files marked train robberies.
Tell me again, Mr. Newton, what you remember of the robbery of the Rock Island train.
Oh, I'm glad to, Mr. Pinkerton. They say the Pinkertons always get their man.
Well, we try to. I'll be frank with you, Mr. Newton. We have been keeping track of you.
Keeping track of me? You mean you've been having me followed?
I'm afraid I do.
Well, am I under suspicion?
In a case like this, everyone is suspect.
Our mystery drama, The Pinkerton Method, was dramatized from the files of the Pinkerton Detective Agency, especially for Mystery Theater, by James Agate, Jr., and stars Ian Martin and Lloyd Battista. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Crime was an everyday national threat in every American city from the Civil War to World War I. In New York, Baltimore, Chicago, and Boston, people were afraid to walk the city streets after dusk. Citizens would be robbed, or they'd completely disappear. Gunmen fought daily battles right in the open streets. One of the most lucrative forms of crime was the train robbery, and the only law enforcement agency able to stem the tide of lawlessness were the Pinkertons. But who could tell this story better than someone who was there?
Harold Black is the name. It makes sense for me to give you the facts about the Rock Island train robbery, because I'm pretty much the only person who knows what happened. I was a brakeman on the night express, running out of Chicago that wintry March night with snow everywhere. I walked into the express car right behind the locomotive.
Hello, Harold. We on schedule?
As far as I know, golly, it's nice and warm in here. What are you doing?
Oh, you know, the usual. Making sure the $22,000 are all accounted for.
You've got that much in the safe?
Not a dollar more, not a dollar less.
You're a lucky stiff, Nick. Being an express messenger is such an easy job, sitting here, doing paperwork at a desk in the express car. I really envy you.
Well, no, as a matter of
You
fact...
even wear a collar, a shirt, and a tie in this job. Look at me. Dirty overalls, my hands all banged up, greasy from oil cans, fingernails dirty. 15 years, nowhere to go. It's too long, Nick. Nobody on the line appreciates how hard a brakeman has to work.
Well, like I told you before, Harold, I'll put in a good word for you with the chief up at U.S. Express, if you like. He's an old pal of mine. Maybe he can use an extra messenger, huh? Besides, we messengers don't do too bad when it comes to salary.
Don't rub it in.
And you could learn the work, Harold. It's easy.
I think this time I'll take you up on that. I sure could use the money with a new wife and everything. Will you ask him?
Okay, it's a promise. When we get back from New York, I'll talk to the chief.
Of course, your job's a little more dangerous than mine.
Huh? Oh, you mean train robbers? Well, I guess I've been lucky so far.
I mean, say one of the gangs knew you had $22,000 in that safe. They could get aboard anywhere after Joliet.
Hey, when do we due to arrive there?
Half an hour. Pick up the mail, and then our next stop is Morris.
Oh, Morris, Illinois. I've been there. What a dead town. Harold, hand me the poker, will you? Fire's getting low. I want to give the stove a stir.
Here you are.
Thank you.
Well, I better be heading back, Nick. Do my train rounds.
Say hello to George G. Newton for me, will you? He's on this run of the baggage car, isn't he?
If he isn't asleep. He's supposed to sort all the baggage before we hit Morris. I'll bet anything all he's doing is snoring.
Well, wake him and tell him I said to get busy.
Okay.
I don't want to be hanging around Pennsylvania Station when we get in. Oh, hey, I forgot to ask you, Harold. What's your wife's name?
Elizabeth.
Yeah, Elizabeth. That's a sweet name. I'll bet she's just as sweet as she sounds. Well, no kidding. I'll try to see if I can get you that job with U.S. Express. I wouldn't be surprised, but you'd make double the money.
I'm all for that. I made the rounds, 10 cars, baggage car included, the length of the train and back. We pulled into Morris and took on water for the engine. George Newton, the baggage master, and I opened the express car door.
I'll go first.
What's the hurry, George?
Well, I've got to be sure that... Oh, Lord, no.
Huh?
Harold, look. Nick, this is terrible. Look, I'd better get the Pinkerton man. He's in the third car.
The safe's blown open.
Don't touch anything. If there was $22,000 in there once, it sure ain't in there now.
Look at all that blood.
Oh, I was afraid of this, Harold. I'm scared.
What do you mean?
I can't take time to explain. I'm going back for the Pinkerton man. And don't touch anything.
My name is William Pinkerton. I told the baggage man, what's his name?
Newton. George Newton.
Yes, I asked him to wait in his car for me. I thought I'd speak to you first. You're,
Harold Black. I'm the brakeman.
And the name of the deceased, the express passenger?
Nicholas Kelsey.
Nicholas Kelsey. And what was the last time you saw Mr. Kelsey alive?
Not an hour ago. We were half an hour out of Joliet.
I see. He was alive when you left him?
Mr. Pinkerton, of course he was. I swear it. Good Lord, he was even going to put in a good word for me with his chief so I could perhaps get a job with U.S. Express.
Oh, why would he do that?
Well, I just got married, and it's no secret, but a brakeman on the Chicago and Rock Island doesn't make much money.
I see.
Gang of train robbers must have come aboard after we left Joliet and killed him.
Mm-hmm. And you heard nothing? No shots, nothing?
I was probably as far back as the last car.
How much was in that safe, Mr. Black, or don't you know?
Well, sure I know. Nick told me. $22,000.
I see. All right, will you ask Mr. Newton to join us?
Georgie? George, Mr. Pinkerton wants to talk to you.
I'm George Newton, Mr. Pinkerton. I think I told you. Oh, Lord. This car's a mess. It looks like Nick put up an awful fight.
And what can you tell us, Mr. Newton?
Well, the way I figured it, it must have happened between the time the train left Joliet and when we stopped here in Morris. Oh, there was this noise of broken glass, and I looked up and I saw the ventilator on the side of the baggage car was smashed. Well, at that moment, a man with a black mask over the lower part of his face came into the car.
Well, why didn't you call for help, Georgie? I couldn't have been far away.
Yeah, well, the masked man said that if you dare move an inch, that man up there will blow your brains out.
The man up where?
Well, there wasn't a man exactly, Mr. Pinkerton. It was a hand, a man's hand pushed through the broken ventilator, and the muzzle of a pistol pointed right at me.
And then what did you do?
Nothing, really. I just tried to keep breathing. I was rooted to the spot. Well, the man in the mask left my baggage car and went through to the express car.
How you must have felt.
Oh, I was in agony, believe me, Mr. Pinkerton. But I daren't give the alarm, you know. That gun was aimed right at my head. Well, then, finally, I guess, when we pulled into Morris, I looked up in the ventilator and the hand was gone. And just then Harold came in, and we went right into the express car, and, the rest you know.
Mr. Pinkerton, do you have any idea how Nick was killed?
Looks like a pistol wound in the right shoulder. There may be others. The head wounds, I can't say what made those. Pistol whipping, maybe.
Oh, how terrible.
Mr. Newton, are you sure you didn't hear any gunshots?
Well, I couldn't swear I didn't. You know, the train makes pretty much of a racket going 50. I don't know what I was with that gun pointed at me. I don't know how many there were, but I knew they were after the money.
You didn't hear them blow out the safe?
And I wish I had. I wish I could say I did.
And how much was in it?
$22,000.
You know, or you're guessing?
Oh, no, I'm just guessing.
And no one's touched anything in this car so far, as you know.
When George was getting you, Mr. Pinkerton, I stood right there. No one came in here.
And I think I found what they beat him with.
What?
Back here in the corner. A stove poker. Yeah, it appears to be blood on it. All right. You gentlemen can return to your duties for a moment. Tell the engineer I'm impounding this express car. Have him uncouple and move it to a siding right here at the station. And then he can take the rest of the train on to New York.
You mean George and I can go along with the train?
No, I don't mean that. I'm going to need both of you to help me. I believe there's a hotel in town. Oh, yes, I can see one from here. I'll make that my headquarters. If the telegrapher is still up, have him wire Chicago to have the Rock Island put you both up at that hotel until I give the word.
George and I got rooms at the Delaney right on Thompson Street. I had the telegraph operator wire Chicago what had happened, and somebody had better notify Nick's wife, Mrs. Kelsey. I had him also get a message to Elizabeth. There'd been a delay on the run. Not to worry about me, that I was all right.
Yeah, there she goes.
Seems funny to be standing here in the window of this hotel watching our train pull out, and we've got to stay here.
Listen, so long as the Rock Island pays me my wages, I don't care where I am.
I wish Elizabeth was here. She loves hotels. You know, when we left Chicago and I was talking to Nick, you know, he said this town of Morris is a dump, a dead town, he said.
Let's not talk about Nick, okay?
I wonder...
what were you going to say, Harold? You wonder what?
Oh, nothing, I guess. Just wondering why Mr. Pinkerton was so insistent on our staying here.
Well, I don't know. I don't like seeing that express car in the siding right from this window and knowing what's in it.
Well, we've told Mr. Pinkerton all we knew.
Well, you know, it could have been any of half a dozen gangs. The Youngers, Jamesons, Daltons, McCoys.
Hey, Georgie, you really know your train robbers.
Well, I read the newspaper a lot. But it could have been.
Oh, sure. Could have been any of them.
What time is it, Harold?
8 o'clock.
Whew. Well, we've been up all night.
Yeah, I'm beginning to feel all this. I'd say we're entitled to the best breakfast the Delaney can come up with. Let's go on downstairs and have us one.
Agreed. After what we've been through, the best breakfast is none too good for us.
From the 1870s on, there was hardly an American train going anywhere that was not robbed. Bands of outlaws would pile on the rails, derail trains, shoot at the passengers while the express car was being dynamited. Traveling by train in those days was hell on wheels. Only the Pinkertons, with their network of operatives, were equipped to fight off the bandit buccaneers and murderers. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Even before the Iron Horse started rolling the rails across country, the Pinkertons chased and captured desperados and stagecoach bandits. Before there was even a thought of a Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Pinkertons were the only law enforcement agency of any size who could get any results. Allen Pinkerton, who founded the agency in 1850, set a pace and a practice never forgotten by his two sons, William and Robert. In the early days, the Pinkertons pursued lawbreakers on horseback. Now they were tracking and trailing by telephone.
Hello? Robert? Bob, are you there?
Is that you, Billy?
Yeah. Well, how's everything in Denver?
Busy? We got 5 inches of snow here.
We got 12 where I am.
Where's that, you lucky bum?
Morris, Illinois. The Rock Island was robbed of $22,000.
With you on the train, Billy? Oh, what kind of a Pinkerton are you?
All right, Bob, now cut that out. You know very well we try to apprehend robbers, not anticipate them.
Any clues?
Well, not too many. There were 2 robbers, according to a witness, the baggage master on the train. One held him at bay, and the other must have killed the messenger and dynamited the safe.
Could have been more than 2. What did they use?
Well, looks like number 4 dyno.
The coarse grain dynamite?
I'd say. The messenger was shot. I'm having the bullet removed from the body now, see if I can identify it.
Sounds like the Wild Bunch. They've been hitting Illinois.
Butch Cassidy? No, I'm not so sure. In addition to being shot, the messenger's skull was smashed in with a poker. That's not Cassidy style.
So what have you got to go on, Billy?
Well, the eyewitness account and the clues don't match up. Right here, outside the Morris Depot, I found a black mask a few feet from the express car, but not one footprint. And I walked the track in 12 inches of snow. Well, the baggage man claims he was threatened from the top of the car, but there are no footprints there either.
Nope, that's not a gang, then. I'll say, what's your next move, Billy?
I'm not sure. I need to do a little more talking, a little more listening. Why, do you need me, Bob?
Well, we just got word the Mobile in Ohio has been held up. They took the Southern Express Company for $20,000. Shot the express messenger in the chest.
Was it fatal?
Well, I don't know how close to death he is, but I'm leaving for Union City to try and get him to talk before he dies. Will you join me down there?
Where's down there?
Union City, Tennessee.
Okay, I will, as soon as I can.
Can you be there by Friday?
I don't know, Bob. I'll try. I'll get there when I get there.
You asked me to come up to your room, Mr. Pinkerton?
Yeah, I did, Mr. Black. You don't mind if I call you Harold?
Oh, of course, sure. Well, it's been a couple of days. Any ideas how it happened?
Oh, yeah, lots of ideas.
That's good. Does that mean I can leave this dump and get myself back to Chicago and my wife?
It certainly does.
But then you're onto something, Mr. Pinkerton.
Well, not exactly. Look, Harold, I don't mind confessing to you that there are quite a few aspects to this case which do not add up, you know. I'd even go so far as saying it's downright mysterious and, well, I'd like you to give me as much help as you can.
Whatever assistance I can be, I want to. Nick Kelsey was a good friend, and I really want to do anything I can to track down his killer.
You know George Newton, the baggage master, of course.
Georgie? Very well indeed.
Good. Harold, I want you to do a little detective work for me. There is some suspicion pointing in his direction. Now, I'm releasing you both so you can get back to Chicago. But I'm asking Rock Allen to assign you to the Home Office in case I need you both. So you won't be going out on any more runs for a few weeks.
That suits me just fine. My wife will love that. My working in the roundhouse, coming home nights. I just got married, you know.
Yeah. Now, when you're back in Chicago, I want you to associate as much as you can with George Newton and get him to talk about the case. You know, the masked man and the broken ventilator and the gun pointing at him, what time it was, and so on. And each night, I want you to call the Pinkerton office in Chicago and make a full report of what you've learned that day.
I will, Mr. Pinkerton. As I said, anything I can do to bring the assassin to justice. But so far as Georgie goes, I think there you're barking up the wrong tree.
Yeah, that may be, Harold, but we have to bark up all the trees. You do that and we'll see what develops. I won't be in Chicago, but they'll know you by a code number.
Where are you going to be?
Right now, I've gone about as far as I can go on this case, so I'm going down to Tennessee on another train robbery. Now, don't forget now, you're calling each night. Oh, here, let me write down the telephone number for you and the code you identify yourself with.
Keep rolling, Billy. You're doing great.
Getting bitten to death with these darn chiggers, Bob. How much further is it to Lester's Landing?
Well, I think we're almost there. They told me at Hickman the landing was just 10 miles into this swamp.
Rowing after dark through a Tennessee swamp isn't my idea of fun, believe me.
Since when was the Pinkerton Detective Agency in the amusement business?
To think a week ago I was looking for footprints in 12 inches of snow at 10 below. Must be 110 degrees right now. You're pretty sure it's the Farrington brothers we're looking for?
Absolutely. I asked the express messenger twice just to make sure I heard right. Hillary and Levi Farrington. Those were his last words before he died. Oh, he recognized them all right. He'd seen all our flyers and posters on their last job when they hit the Mobile in Ohio and Kentucky.
It's too bad we couldn't go overland to track them. Could have had a posse with us.
Well, we'll have the element of surprise. That'll help us get the drop on them.
Hey, wait a minute. Look. There's a skiff with a man in it.
Yeah, so it is. An old fellow fishing. Hey there.
Huh? Who's that?
We're looking for Lester's Landing.
Hey, will you talk more quiet? Can't you see him fishing? What you want to do, scare my dinner away?
Oh, sorry, we're looking for Lester's Landing.
Well, who are you? What are you Yankees doing here?
We're looking...
Bob, will you let me? How's the fishing?
Tolliver, it'd better if some folks didn't make so much noise.
My name is Bill Pink. This is my brother Bob. We're looking for two friends of ours.
You can never find friends when you want them, I always say.
Levi and Hillary Farrington. Maybe you know them.
Farrington? Never heard of them. Tennessee, are they?
Yeah.
Lester's Landing, eh?
Is that far?
Just around that bend there.
See, Billy, what'd I tell you?
I don't mix much with other folk. Keep to myself, mostly.
Oh, just around the bend, you say? Fine. Well, we'll be moving along.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, good luck, boys. Keep the powder dry. Hey, I think I got me bite. Big one.
Billy, this is it. Let me tie this end of the rowboat to the dock. Oh, shh. I'll climb out and give you a hand.
Okay, I'm fine. Hard to see.
I'm just as glad there isn't a moon tonight. I don't want to be spotted before we're ready.
Oh, that must be the shack they're in.
Oh, small, isn't it? I can see some shadows around that table with the lantern on. Come on. Let's start crawling up the dock. Keep low.
Hey, Bob.
What?
Look, we're after 2 Barringtons. But who's to say they haven't got a lot of friends with them?
Well, when we get a little closer, maybe we can hear something. Hey, psst, over here. Down by that window. It's open.
Tom, you stupids. Now, I've been doing this for years, and the way I tell you to make the nitro soup is the honest way.
Well, sure, Levi. I always know everything better than anybody else.
You shut up and hear me now. Now, you take 75 sticks of dino and you thaw it out near a stove. And then you crumble it up like sawdust, see? Now, watch me. Now, pour hot water on it and stir. Slowly, stupid. Now, stir it up.
Oh, sure. But that's not the way we make it, isn't it, Hurry?
Now, when it's smooth like that, would you watch me? Now, I squeeze it through a rag. Now, pour the water off the top. Ooh, and look in there. Ooh, look in the bottom of the can. Now, that is good, strong soup.
Now, why don't you try it my way?
Hey, well, when I need advice on how to blow a safe, I'll ask for it, huh? Now, Hillary, I want you to mosey on down to Hickman to see if you can locate some more dinos. Now, they've been blasting the road down there. Now, you just help yourself to as many sticks as you can carry. Now, did you hear me, boy?
There he goes. That's Hillary, Levi's brother.
Well, I'll follow him. Can you handle Levi and whoever else is in there?
Yeah, I'll just walk in that screen door and play it by ear. I can always shout out and pretend we surrounded the place with a posse. If it looks bad, I'll shoot out the lantern.
Well, I better go, Billy, before I lose Brother Hillary. Good luck.
Hi there. Anyone home?
Who's that?
Well, I think I'm lost. I'm looking for Tiptonville Road.
Oh, are you?
No, it's around here somewhere.
How did you get here, stranger?
Well, matter of fact, I rode.
Oh, you just little old road, huh?
Yeah, and I got the mosquito bites to prove it.
And now, what'd you say your name was?
Well, I didn't say.
That's him. That's the fella I was telling you about, Levi.
Well, hi there, old man. I didn't expect to see you here.
That's him, all right, Levi. Said he was a friend of yours.
Oh, as a friend of mine, huh? Now, let me hold up this lantern a little higher to see him better. Well, I always like to welcome old friends.
He knowed your name, Levi. And Hillary. Said his name was Bill Pink.
Bill Pink? That's Bill Pinkerton. He shot out the light.
I warn you, Farrington, this is the end of the line. Put down your guns and put up your hands.
Maybe I can't see you, Pinkerton, but I can hear you.
All right, men. Move on in. We got a 50-man posse outside.
I'm shot, Levi. I'm hit.
I can't see a cursed...
Hold your fire, man. Farrington may want to stay alive. He's ready to give up.
Not so long as I have any ammunition left.
Levi, help me. Help me,
Hey, you killed the old man.
Levi Farrington, I just put your brother out of commission. Will you come quietly? Billy, where are you?
Over here, Levi was trying to get away. I tackled him.
Oh, all right. Oh, wait. Let me light this lantern. Oh, Billy, you did it. Levi is out cold.
Well, it makes it easier to snap the handcuffs on him.
There's a body over here on the floor. Hey, isn't that the old man we ran into fishing?
Yeah, how is he?
Looks like his fishing days are over.
He kept the wrong company. You'd think at his age he'd know better. Where's Hillary, Farrington?
Oh, he's out there handcuffed to a tree. Oh, my Lord, Billy, your shoulder's bleeding.
Well, those slugs fly around everywhere in the dark. You got your corn knife handy, Bob?
Oh, sure I do.
Here, give me the lantern. I'll hold it. Okay, take your knife, Bob, and dig out the slug.
This is going to hurt a little.
Well, don't you worry, Bob. That little old bullet has done me a big favor.
Hold still. What favor?
Sure helps me to forget those mosquito bites.
Swamps, mountains, forests, trails, whatever the terrain or the weather, Robert and William Pinkerton did more to put an end to train robberies than any other security outfit in the world. The Farrington case closed, Robert returned to Denver headquarters. William went back to Chicago. The case of the Rock Island theft and murder was yet to be solved. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. The accomplishments of the Pinkertons has set the example for all the law enforcement agencies that have come after. What was their system? How did they either capture or kill or gather evidence that put an end to every train or bank robber? Their secret: keep moving, never rest, pursue the criminal on horseback across oceans, never letting up until he is either dead or behind bars. That was the Pinkerton method.
Robert? Bob, is that you?
Of course it is, Billy.
I can't get used to this telephone invention.
It's not that newfangled.
Oh, here I am in Chicago and talking to you, Bob, in Denver, like it's in the next room.
What's the problem, Billy? Oh, by the way, how's the shoulder?
Oh, that's doing fine. Good thing it's my left arm. I don't mind having that bandaged up and in a sling. Look, Bob, I tell you what I called you about. You remember the Rock Island case and our best witness, Harold Black, the brakeman?
Yes, I do. What about him?
Well, I took him into my confidence and had him do a little detective work following the baggage master, George Newton, and reporting to the office every day while I was in Tennessee with you. I also had our operatives follow the both of them. Now, I've been going over what our man says about Newton's movements and comparing them with Harold Black's reports. And they just don't jibe.
Say that again, Billy. I don't think I caught that.
Well, I said the reports phoned in by the brakeman are all made up. They're all lies. The places Newton is supposed to have gone to and so on, you know.
Oh, I'd say from here, looks like they're in this thing together.
Oh, it sure looks like it. Anyway, Bob, the reason I put through this call to you is that Harold Black has asked for leave of absence from the Rock Island. I told the general superintendent to grant it, and Black is starting west with his new wife. Keep him under surveillance, will you, Bob?
Mr. and Mrs. Harold Black is how we marked the tags on our luggage. It was really like a honeymoon. And Elizabeth and I were sure looking forward to it. Elizabeth wanted us first to go to Niagara Falls, but I said, let's head west first. On the way home, we'll make a side trip to the falls. Women are romantic that way. So off we went, westward. Everything we saw, everywhere we went, we had ourselves a great old time. And, of course, we had money to spend.
Come in, Mr. Newton.
Mr. Pinkerton, I'm glad to see you again. You've been away from Chicago on another case.
Yes, I have. I asked you to stop by, Mr. Newton. Oh, by the way, you don't mind if I call you George?
Sure, no, not at all.
George, I thought I'd like you to tell me again just what you remember.
Hey, well, I'm glad to, Mr. Pinkerton. It's fresh in my mind, like that awful morning when I last saw you. But I guess things like that happen every day in your life. Huh? It's not for me. I like a quiet life.
I've been keeping track of your quiet life, George.
Keeping track of me? Do you mean...
I'm afraid I do. I had you followed. Yes, George.
Well, I'll be... Am I under suspicion?
In a case like this, everyone is suspect. You know, it's a little warm in here. I don't know why they keep these offices so hot. I've asked them not to.
No, I don't mind.
Why don't you take your overcoat off?
Huh? No, I won't bother. I don't expect to be with you that long.
You sure it's not too hot for you?
No. Oh, and now you want me to remember it all over again, huh? Well, right, here goes. As I told you 2 weeks ago, I was moving boxes in the baggage car, and, I'd say it happened between the time we left Joliet and stopped at Morris. Now, there was this noise of broken glass. Well, I looked up, and I saw the ventilator that had been smashed. And at that moment, a man with a black mask over the lower part of his face came into the car and said, "If you dare move an inch, that man up there will blow your brains out." Huh? Well, I looked up, and the muzzle of a pistol was pointed right at me through the broken ventilator. Well, the man with the mask left. When we pulled into Morris, I looked up again, and the hand holding the pistol was gone. And, well, that's what I remember, Mr. Pinkerton.
Word for word.
What do you mean?
That's just the way you told it to me last time. Word for word.
Yeah. Is that suspicious?
Well, let's say it isn't usual. George, are you sure you don't always take your coat off? As I say, this office has always been overheated.
All right. Yes, sure.
And it'd be easier if you'd first take off your gloves, wouldn't it? Yeah. Well, my goodness, whatever happened to your hands?
Yeah, they're pretty scratched up, aren't they? But that's the nature of my job.
What is? Here, I'll hang your coat up.
Handling baggage is rough on them.
You know, I thought the Rock Island gave you a desk job since you came back here to Chicago.
Oh, yeah, they did. These scratches? Well, I'd say they happened a month ago.
Takes a long time to heal, doesn't it?
May I ask, Mr. Pinkerton, when your man followed me, I mean...
Well, actually, you were followed by two men. One was our Pinkerton operative, and the other was a friend of yours. Oh, would you like to see his reports?
A friend of mine? Well, you're kidding.
Well, he said he was. Here. Have a look at his reports.
Report on George Newton by Harold Black. Harold? You don't actually mean
I certainly do mean. In your hand is 1 week of reports, including Sunday. Where you went, what you did, what you two talked about.
I don't believe it. Why, that dirty, two-timing bigamist.
Bigamist? Harold Black?
Oh, yeah, you didn't know about your pet spy, did you? So he two-timed me just like he's two-timed his own wife. Oh, yeah, he's got a wife in Philadelphia and 2 children. Deserted him last year.
So Elizabeth is not Harold's wife?
Oh, no. She thinks she is. But, no, she's a nice girl. She's too nice for him. That's what makes me so darn mad.
Well, the things that finally come to light, huh?
So, frankly, if I were you, Mr. Pinkerton, I'd take Harold's reports about me with a grain of salt.
Well, I'll most assuredly bear that in mind. All right, George, I won't keep you any longer today.
You mean I can go now?
Yes. Oh, and George, you should have those hands looked at. You wouldn't want to get an infection.
It was just bad luck. I should have waited a little longer before flashing those 50s and 100s. But the feel of having big money was just too much for me, I guess. And sweet Elizabeth. Oh, she was having the time of her life. Omaha, Tulsa, Albuquerque, Phoenix, Las Vegas, and then California. Seeing all the sights, theaters, shows, restaurants, we had ourselves a time. It was sheer luck that day in San Francisco that she was upstairs in the hotel room resting. I was alone downstairs in the bar when I felt a hand on my shoulder.
Harold Black?
Yes. Who are you?
Robert Pinkerton. I believe you've made the acquaintance of my brother, William.
Oh, I certainly have. Wonderful fella.
Enjoying yourself?
You bet. My wife and I have never been to San Francisco before.
Oh, I thought your wife was in Philadelphia.
What?
Don't make a fuss. Have you paid for your drink?
Yes.
Then finish it quietly. Take your hat and coat and come with me.
But I haven't done anything. This is my vacation.
It's as far from Philadelphia as you're going to get, Mr. Black. Come along.
But what's the charge?
Bigamy.
Who told you?
Your friend George Newton told us.
George?
And we checked it out and found your real wife. Those are 2 fine children you left behind you.
Mr. Pinkerton, did George say anything else about me?
Well, yes. A few things. Finish up your drink, Mr. Black. Let's go.
Pinkerton turned me over to the police, who escorted me back to Chicago. I told Elizabeth to stay in San Francisco and not to worry. I'd be back, I said. I got me a good lawyer, and with $2,000 cash bail, I was a free man again. For just about 1 hour. Then I was rearrested, charged with murder. That was bad. Very bad.
Billy, I'm still in San Francisco with, well, I guess you'd call her the second Mrs. Black, Elizabeth.
Oh, any progress, Bob?
Well, I had a little talk with her, and I think she trusts me. I told her I would try to help her. She's really too nice a girl to be involved with this Harold character. Anyway, she has an explanation where Harold got the money he's been throwing around.
I'd like to hear it.
She says he found it under a seat in one of the passenger cars.
Found it?
Well, that's what he told her, Billy. I'm mailing you all the money she had in her luggage so you can check the serial numbers against the U.S. Express records.
All right, thank you, Bob. I'll take it from there.
Well, good luck. Say, any news on your end?
Well, we got a medical report that says they discovered human skin underneath the fingernails of the deceased. Looks like to save his life, he scratched someone pretty bad.
The trouble was, I didn't know how much the Pinkertons knew. I didn't know how much Elizabeth knew or had told them. Worst of all, I couldn't be sure of Georgie. Was he in cahoots with the Pinkertons? I didn't know, but I didn't think so. Because if he started to sing, he must be aware I know the same tune. If he ratted on me, I sure wasn't going to take the rap alone.
Harold, we've got a visitor, George Newton.
Hi, Harold.
I'll leave you two. I've got some business with the chief of police.
Well, locking me in here, huh? They don't trust us.
Should they, Georgie? Should anyone?
What do you mean, Harold?
All I'm asking is, are you to be trusted?
Well, what a question. Of course I am. I'm your friend.
Are you, Georgie? Who was it who told the Pinkertons I had a wife in Philadelphia? Would a friend say that?
Now, hold on. Now, if you're talking about friendship, would a friend peach on me, huh? Give reports to the Pinkertons about where I went and what we talked about?
You stupid fool. I didn't tell them a thing. Made it all up. They wanted information on you, so I pretended to go along with them to take the heat off us.
Not so loud. Now, listen. I asked to see you, saying I wanted to straighten things out with your wife in Philadelphia. Now, Pinkerton's onto something. He saw these hands, see? I don't know if he believed that I got it handling baggage or not, but why he didn't believe me, that's what I want to know. Why is he suspicious?
That's your problem. Georgie, I don't want to talk to you. I'm the one charged with murder. You're out there free.
I am not going to say anything.
You'd better not.
You better not threaten me. Whole thing was your idea.
Oh, it was, wasn't it? Is that what you're going to tell the Pinkertons?
I don't play footsie with them or send them reports like some people I know.
Don't fool yourself, Georgie. With this, it was all my idea business. If I go, you go. You're the one who shot Nick. He was already dead when I hit him with that poker.
You're crazy. I got him in the shoulder. The gun went off because he was fighting like a tiger, clawing at me. I wasn't going to kill him. Now, you're the one who panicked when your mask fell off, and you thought he recognized you, so you smashed his skull with that poker.
You liar, you.
Help! Help! Let me out of here! The man's crazy.
Hold on there. What's the trouble?
Get me out of here, Mr. Pinkerton.
You're a liar. That's what you are, a darn liar.
All right, now take it easy, Harold. Okay, George. Let's move along.
Boy, am I glad you were handy. That man's a wild beast.
George Newton is just as guilty as anyone. Don't let him get away.
It's too bad. The Harold's gone off his head.
Let me see your hands, George, both of them.
Hey, Mr. Pinkerton, what you putting handcuffs on me for?
Only for a few minutes, George, until we can book you and find an empty cell for you.
You were listening.
Well, voices carry. And the chief of police and I were right there in the next cell. George Newton, you're under arrest. The charge is murder.
Every dollar from the train robbery, except what Harold and Elizabeth had spent on their wild vacation, was recovered. Their marriage, of course, was invalid. Both Harold Black and George Newton stood trial for the Rock Island robbery and the murder of the express messenger, Nicholas Kelsey. I shall return shortly to report to you the verdict. The trial of the two Rock Island Railroad robbers was a quick one. One juryman, however, did not believe in capital punishment, so they were sent to the penitentiary for life. Over the years, the Pinkertons never boasted of their achievements. When asked, all they would say was, "It's all in a day's work." Diligence, doggedness, studying character, knowing your man, that was their day's work. That was the Pinkerton method. Our cast included Ian Martin, Lloyd Battista, Nat Polen, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. As Mr. Ibsen says, we are all ghosts. In us are all sorts of dead ideas, all kinds of old dead beliefs. We can never be rid of them. Whenever I read a newspaper, I fancy I see ghosts between the lines. There must be ghosts all over the world, countless as the grains of sand. And we are so miserably afraid of them. All of us.
My house is haunted.
Haunted, Mrs. Soames? That's impossible.
Why is it impossible?
Because, Mrs. Soames, this happens to be the enlightened 19th century.
Nevertheless, my house is haunted.
Mrs. Soames, there is no such thing as a ghost.
Indeed, Mr. Smallwood? And what would you call that?
A ghost.
Our mystery drama, Indian Giver, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act One. We long for those supposedly uncomplicated times we call the good old days. But what were the good old days? As Mr. Einstein said, everything is relative. Why, even back in the good old days, there were still those people who would yearn and sigh for, guess what? Right, the good old days. And just think, some 30 or 40 years from now, these will have been the good old days. Can you imagine? Well, let's go back to what many people are convinced were the good old days, just around the turn of the century.
Madam?
Jitters, I was about to send for you.
Yes, madam.
Is dinner late? My guests are simply famished.
Concerning dinner, madam, it seems that other arrangements will have to be made.
Other arrangements?
Yes, madam.
Such as?
We shall have to send round to Delmonico's or Rex's for food, madam.
But I had thought dinner was being prepared by our own staff in our own kitchen.
It was.
Jitters, suppose you tell me exactly what is going on here.
The staff was busily engaged in the dinner activity, madam, and suddenly all of them decided to leave.
Quit? In the midst of...
Not quit, madam. Leave.
I fail to perceive the distinction.
It seems they were frightened.
Frightened?
Yes, madam.
By what?
By a ghost.
A ghost?
Yes.
Jitter, you know perfectly well there's no such thing as a ghost.
Yes, madam.
Well, then how could anyone possibly...
They heard it.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
And I heard it, too.
You heard it?
Yes, madam. We all heard it below stairs. The staff bolted. I came here directly to make a report.
Oh, that was the proper thing. You say you heard a ghost? Well, can you describe what it said?
Well, that will not be necessary, madam. Listen, you may hear him for yourself.
Ladies and gentlemen, my friends, please. Now, there's nothing to it. Oh, Mr. Vanderbilt, this is Asta. Mr. Brick, please, I assure you. Mr. Carnegie, it is not...
Yes? What is it, Miss Dowdy?
There's a lady to see you.
A lady?
Yes, sir.
Who is she?
Oh, sir, she's one of them great swells.
Now, Miss Dowdy, how many times have I told you not
she's wearing diamonds and jewels. She's like a beautiful queen.
What is her name, Miss Dowdy?
Her name?
Yes, hang it all, her name.
Oh, Mr. Smallwood, when you shout at me,
Dash, blame it, Miss Dowdy. She must have a name.
Oh, yes, sir, but when you shout, I just forget everything. My mind.
Thunderation, Miss Dowdy.
See here, Mr. Smallwood. I won't have you abusing that poor girl.
Oh, why, it's...
I could hear you in the reception room.
It's Mrs. Soames. Mrs. Victoria Soames.
You've terrified this poor child.
This is indeed an honor, Mrs. Soames.
Taking advantage of her naivete and her innocence and the fact that she needs the job.
I'm not taking advantage of her. She's taking advantage of me. She happens to be one of the handful of people in this confounded city who knows how to operate that newfangled typewriting machine.
Still, Mr. Smallwood, common politeness would require...
Common politeness, Mrs. Soames, is not enough. One must have extraordinary politeness to deal with Miss Dowdy. Now, my girl, back to your desk.
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Smallwood, I must say you have not made a very good first impression.
It is not my business, Mrs. Soames, to make good impressions, but to create favorable results.
Were it not for the fact that you were highly recommended by no less a personage than the police commissioner of New York City, Colonel Theodore Roosevelt himself, I should terminate our relationship at once.
Madam, you cannot terminate what has not yet begun.
I require the services of a private investigator. I requested my friend and distant cousin, Colonel Roosevelt, to recommend a gentleman of spotless character, unimpeachable reputation, and immaculate integrity.
Oh. And the commissioner?
The commissioner suggested that I lower my sights. He advised me to settle for you.
Oh, indeed.
Colonel Roosevelt says that you are a veritable Sherlock Holmes. Now then, I am Mrs. Victoria Soames.
Wealthy widow of the late Gustavus Adolphus Soames.
Everyone knows that.
And you are here to consult me because of a disturbance in your house. I would say it's of, supernatural origin.
Oh, who told you?
Mm-hmm. You told me.
I've said not one word concerning the motive for my visit.
On the contrary, Mrs. Soames, you have been most eloquent. Besides, the thing is simplicity itself.
Is it?
We begin with the fact that you are colorblind.
Well, who told you?
You told me. You are wearing a yellow blouse with a maroon skirt.
Oh, am I?
In the ordinary way, you would not have committed such a gaffe because you were always carefully dressed by your personal maid. Isn't that so?
You are the detective.
But this morning she was not present. And neither was your coachman.
And who told you that?
You told me. On the bottom of your skirt there are some stains of mud. Had your coachman been on duty, he would have brought your carriage around to the entrance of your mansion. But this time you were obliged to walk down the street, which was still wet with last evening's rain, to seek a cab. Your cook has also deserted you.
Who told you?
You told me. Your jacket. On the right cuff is the tiniest reddish-black stain. It could only be caused by one of those splendid new berries recently created by the celebrated Dr. Boysen. They are served only at sour wines, which is where you had breakfast this morning.
Well, I must say Sherlock Holmes could not have done better.
Sherlock Holmes could not have done as well. And so, obviously, there is a domestic crisis. Or, more accurately, a crisis among the domestics at the Soames mansion. Isn't that so?
Pray continue, Mr. Smallwood.
Most, if not all of them, have left you. And why? Surely it is not because of wages or working conditions. A position in your household is a prized post. You are known as one of the most generous employers in the city. Therefore, what could cause your servants to leave the house, and all at the same time? The obvious answer, they would not leave. They would have to be driven. But what could drive them away? Why, fear. And what sort of fear? Physical, tangible fear? Unthinkable. Therefore, it must be a fear of the unknown. The unknown, the supernatural. Ghosts. Am I correct?
It was scarcely necessary for you to indulge in this parlor trick type of deduction.
I see that you are not impressed. Very well, madam. You have a ghost on the premises.
That's ridiculous.
Why?
Because ghosts cannot and do not exist. The sound of a ghost was heard.
Heard?
By my servants, by myself, and by my guests.
Your guests heard the ghost. That's fascinating.
Is it?
Yes. You see, the word guest and ghost share the same root, as does host. It all originates in the concept of the stranger.
Yes, well, what do you intend to do with my ghost?
What is there I can do? You have just informed me that ghosts do not exist.
Someone or something is creating noise that people assume is being made by a ghost.
And you heard this noise?
Oh, yes.
And what do you think it is?
I have no idea.
Had this noise ever been heard before?
No.
I see.
Precisely what is it that you see, Mr. Smallwood?
The noise is either rational or supernatural in origin.
Is that a fact?
What rational cause can there be for the noise?
Rational?
A faulty draft in a fireplace. Loose shingles on the roof.
No, the house is kept in perfect repair.
Then someone may have created the noise intentionally.
For what purpose?
Mrs. Soames, you are the acknowledged leader of society in our city. I'm sure you have rivals.
Pretenders would be a more accurate term.
There are those who would contest your place.
Usurp my place, if you please.
Of course. And according to the society pages of the press, one of these is Mrs. Sterling Van Poundsforth.
Oh, no one takes her seriously.
Not her, perhaps, but her money.
Well, she's the very essence of nouveau riche vulgarity.
Concerning Mrs. Van Poundsforth.
Must we discuss that impossible woman?
Haven't I read somewhere her statement to the effect that she intended to become the #1 hostess in the city of New York?
The woman has absolutely no breeding. And that is why I will not allow her in my house.
Can she be the cause of the disturbance?
For what reason?
For the obvious reason. To drive people away from your home.
But how could she do it?
The how is what we must determine.
That is what I shall pay you to do.
Of course, the woman may be innocent.
Impossible. Bring me the facts and the proof as soon as you can.
I shall have to visit the house and hear the alleged ghost for myself.
Oh, very well. If you must waste time.
Good afternoon, madam.
Jitters, this is Mr. Smallwood, a private investigator.
Yes, madam.
Have any of the staff returned yet?
No, madam.
Well, then, we shall have to see about hiring others.
Yes, madam.
Has the thing, has it been heard again, Jitters?
Yes, madam. Constantly.
And what does this thing sound like, Jitters?
Well, sir, if you will be kind enough to listen.
Where is it coming from?
Well, it seems to be coming from everywhere.
The stairwell. Downstairs.
I would say from the dining room fireplace, sir.
All right, Jitters. You go in there. And I'll run downstairs.
I shall go with you.
No, Mrs. Soames. It may be dangerous.
Nonsense. It's probably that Townsworth woman. She's probably sneaked into the house and... Oh, wait for me.
There doesn't seem to be anything or anybody that might be held responsible for the noise.
Haven't you encountered any clues, Mr. Smallwood?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Soames, but there doesn't seem to be anything of significance in the lower part of the house. I suggest we ask Jitters if he has been able to find something.
Jitters? Jitters, come in here, please. Jitters. Oh, now that's strange. He always comes when he's called. Jitters.
Wait, Mrs. Soames. Do you hear that?
Someone is groaning.
It's coming from the next room. I must advise you to stand back, Mrs. Soames.
Oh, nonsense, Mr. Smallwood. Open the door. Why, it's Jitters. He's lying on the floor. Is he...
Obviously, he's still alive. He's groaning.
Jitters. Jitters, speak to me. What happened?
You can relax for a minute or two. You won't miss anything because Jitters is not going to speak to Mrs. Victoria Soames or to anyone else until I return with Act 2, at which time we may discover that a disembodied ghost may have some rather physical qualities. We're in the home of Mrs. Victoria Soames, a leader of the social scene in the New York of just before the turn of the century. Mrs. Soames is having a problem with, of all things, a ghost, and it is wreaking havoc with her social life. The ghost hasn't done her butler, Jitters, an awful lot of good either.
Jitters. Jitters, speak to me.
You'll be all right, Jitters.
Jitters?
Oh, madam.
Oh, that's perfectly all right. Now, you needn't try to stand.
With your permission, madam, sir, would you assist me?
No, Jitters. Just lie still.
If you would, sir, I'll be all right, I think.
That's quite a bump you've got in your head.
We'll send you to the doctor.
Jitters, what exactly happened?
Well, I was standing here by the fireplace, and I heard a noise.
Was it the same noise we all heard?
Yes, but in addition to that, sir, another noise.
Can you describe it?
It sounded like footsteps.
Footsteps?
Yes, madam.
And where was that noise coming from?
It seemed to be coming from behind me.
And what did you do?
Well, I turned round.
Yes?
And at that point, I was aware of a sharp blow on my forehead.
Did you see anything?
I was vaguely aware of a form.
A form? What sort of a form?
Well, it was just a kind of a thing, sir. There was this sudden shape, and then I felt a blow.
Was the blow administered by the shape?
I would assume so, sir.
Then the blow had to be administered somehow, with a hand.
Well, I couldn't say whether whatever it was had a hand.
Was there a blunt instrument of some kind?
I couldn't say, sir.
Well, very well, Jitters. That will be all. You may go.
Thank you, sir.
Well, what have you discovered?
We may not be dealing with a ghost.
I could have told you that. On
the other hand, we may. We shall have to follow both lines of investigation.
Both lines, Mr. Smallwood?
Yes. As I said before, the natural and the supernatural.
That dreadful Van Poundsforth woman is behind all this. What are you doing, Mr. Smallwood?
Obviously, I'm tapping on the wall. How is Mrs. Van Poundsforth behind all this?
Why are you rapping on the wall?
To see if there is some secret doorway or passage.
I never heard of any such thing.
To support the theory of a rational explanation, there must be some secret means of entrance and egress for whoever is making these ghost-like sounds. Don't you agree?
Oh, this is your hypothesis, Mr. Smallwood.
He could have only gone out the front door. The rear entrance is on the lower level, where we were. We then should have met him as we were coming up the stairs.
Then he did go out the front door.
Did he? Come. Step this way. You see?
See what?
The front entrance. Jitters opened the door to let us in. Then he locked it again. You can see the chain is set. Now, the intruder had no way of letting himself out and then locking the door from the inside.
Oh, well, this is rather like one of those puzzles, isn't it?
So, if we do not find a secret passage of some sort inside this room, then...
Yes? Then?
Then we must reluctantly conclude that the disturbance is of a supernatural origin.
Oh, I can't have that.
I'm sorry.
But no one will ever come here.
Hold on.
What is it?
This panel in the wall. It seems to...
It's moving.
It's part of a door. A small door.
Well, we found it.
Let me shine my pocket torch inside.
Why, it's a room. A small room.
Yes. But it doesn't seem to lead anywhere.
Unless there's a secret entrance from here into another passage. Why would anyone just want a small room behind the wall?
As a hiding place, perhaps.
A hiding place for what?
Mrs. Soames, who built this mansion?
My late husband's family. Back in colonial times.
Please, forgive me for asking, but could they have been engaged in smuggling?
Smuggling and worse, I shouldn't be surprised.
Then this could be the story of the secret room.
Mr. Smallwood, something that should be obvious, even to you. I am the victim of a plot on the part of that notorious Van Paunsforth woman.
But how is she doing it?
She had hired someone to steal in and out and make that horrendous noise.
But there is no way for that person to get in and out.
Are you telling me that we did not hear the voice?
No, Mrs. Soames.
Are you telling me that Jitters was not assaulted?
No, Mrs. Soames.
Well, are you asking me to believe in ghosts? There must be a way of getting in and out without being noticed.
With your permission, Mrs. Soames, I shall search the entire house.
Well, Mr. Smallwood, have you any results for me?
Mrs. Soames, I have not yet crystallized my observations.
Which means you have discovered absolutely nothing.
I am forming a hypothesis, madam, which requires a bit more time to mature.
The culprit can only be Mrs. Van Paunsforth, and the sooner you face her with the proof of it, the better.
At this point, I have no absolute proof.
Confront her anyhow. I'm sure she has such a guilty conscience she'd break down immediately.
Mr. Smallwood. I was expecting you.
Indeed, Mrs. Van Paunsforth.
Oh, let's do away with indeed. There are no reporters around, and this society palaver is enough to break my jaw.
Oh,
see? You were going to say indeed again. Let's just relax, huh?
Why were you expecting me?
You know, behind your fancy suit and that highfalutin conversation, I can see Jersey City.
I don't see how that is germane to the...
Well, I'm from Newark myself, but I don't try to hide it. That's what's killing this Victoria high horse, Soames.
You still haven't answered my question.
Oh, why was I expecting you? Elementary, my dear Watson, as it says in the books. She sent you here.
Uh-huh. What makes you think she would do that?
Oh, climb off it. It's a plot, don't you see? Now, I'm trying to give her place the reputation of a haunted house, so it'll keep the other swells away. That's what she told you, right?
Well, are you?
Oh, what's in it for me? The leadership of the 600?
The leadership of the 400. The 600 were the light brigade who rode into the Valley of Death.
Same thing. I'm the leader anyhow.
Not quite.
And my husband, Sterling Van Paunsforth, has more money than everyone else in New York put together. Now, that fact may not be known. He doesn't get into the papers like some of those Morgans and Fricks and that crowd.
But that's the crowd you're trying to dominate, isn't it? That's the crowd that acknowledges the leadership of Victoria Soames. And since she won't have you in her home, the rest of them won't have you in theirs.
Oh, they can't keep me out. The next time there's a panic on Wall Street, they'll need Sterling's money to help stop it.
But meanwhile, you are being systematically excluded.
Oh, well.
That means my revenge will be all that sweeter.
Ah. You use the word revenge.
Well, sure.
And you claim you are doing nothing to hasten the arrival of that day.
Oh, what could I be doing?
You could be hiring someone to impersonate a ghost.
Oh, I don't have to hire anybody. The ghost is already in the house.
What ghost?
Why don't you ask her? Oh, do you mean she hasn't told you? Hey, do you mean she's actually withholding valuable information?
What ghost?
Why didn't you ask me whose ghost?
Very well. I'm asking.
And I have to answer. It's not my place to tell you.
How do I know you're telling me the truth?
Oh, just go back there and ask her. Say, why didn't you tell me that your husband threatened you he'd come back to haunt you? Go ahead. Ask her. Why?
Yes, Mrs. Soames. Why didn't you tell me?
Because I didn't believe it was anyone's affair but mine.
Well, obviously other people knew about it. Tell me about your husband, Mrs. Soames.
Oh, very well. Gustavus was a very shy and retiring person. He could trace his family back to Governor Peter Minuit's time, when this was the Dutch settlement of New Amsterdam.
Uh-huh. Yes, Mrs. Soames.
As a matter of fact, it was said that this house, well, not this house exactly, but the original log cabin from which this house was expanded and rebuilt, was constructed on the most historic site in the history of New York. Do you know what that was?
Suppose you tell me.
On this very ground, the most famous financial transaction in history took place. Representatives of the Dutch West India Company, one of whom was my husband's ancestor, purchased the island of Manhattan from the Indians for 60 guilders, or $24.
History has yet to determine who received the best of that bargain.
Gustavus felt that he belonged to the oldest aristocracy in New York. His family, through the years, looked down on the new money. They considered anyone who could not trace his New York ancestry back for at least 2 centuries was an arriviste, a parvenu.
I see. But
I am coming to the point of the story. He knew my fondness for society, and he said to me, Victoria, I did not permit those vulgar steel and railroad and stock market millionaires in my home while I was alive, and you shall not have them here after I am dead.
I see.
To which he added, if you open the doors to those get-rich-quick parvenus, I shall come back to haunt you.
Uh-huh. But, Mrs. Soames, that explains the ghost.
Does it?
He threatened to come back to haunt you. And now, evidently, he has.
That isn't true.
It isn't.
If I wanted to believe that, I wouldn't have hired you.
But we not only heard the ghost, we even know who he is.
A ghost cannot be a he.
Very well. It.
A ghost cannot be a he or a she or an it. A ghost is nothing. A ghost does not exist. Oh.
You were saying, Mrs. Soames.
We're listening to this ourselves. Where's it coming from? If it's truly a ghost, it can be coming from anywhere. But if it isn't a ghost, then we have problems, don't we? Actually, a non-ghost in this situation would be even more mysterious than a real ghost. Fortunately, there is still a third act which should clear up most of the puzzle when I return. True love is like ghosts, said the poet, which everyone talks about and very few have seen. Well, we have seen some instances of true love, and while we haven't actually seen any ghosts, at least on this show, we have heard some. As a matter of fact, at this very moment in her mansion in New York City, some 80 years ago, Mrs. Victoria Soames and private investigator Spencer Smallwood are listening to what can only be a ghost. See if you don't agree.
Yes, you're right.
Please, Mrs. Soames, be quiet.
But it's him.
You mean he?
It's Gustavus. My late husband, Gustavus Adolphus Soames. Oh, you were right. It is a ghost. There are ghosts. And this is the ghost of my late husband.
Why do you say that?
Why?
Does it sound like his voice?
Well, I think so.
But you're not sure.
Well,
What exactly is he saying?
I can't seem to make out the words.
But if you listen closely, there's only one word.
I can't seem to...
Keep listening. Do you hear it?
No.
Just one word, spoken in a variety of rhythms. It's hey yo. Right?
Well, yes.
Well,
Yes, I think so.
Well, have you ever heard your husband say it?
No.
You're sure?
Oh, I'm positive.
Well, then it can't be your husband.
It stopped.
Yes.
Why do you say it isn't my husband?
Jitters, please, come in here for a moment.
Yes, sir. You called, sir?
Jitters, you heard it.
Yes, sir.
And, where were you, Jitters?
In the pantry, preparing lunch.
But, Jitters, didn't you want to investigate?
Oh, no, sir, no. If you'll pardon my saying so, I had decided discretion is the better part of valor in this affair. The last time I attempted...
Of course, Jitters. And we can still see that ugly bump on your head.
Very well, Jitters. That will be all.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Mr. Smallwood, I am at a loss to understand you. First, you proved to me that there was such a thing as a ghost over my most vehement objections. And second, you insist that the ghost was that of my late husband. And now that I believe you, it seems you've changed your mind.
One must be flexible at all times.
Well, if it is not the ghost of my late husband, whose ghost is it?
As to that, I still have not...
I know. You still have not completed your hypothesis. You still have not crystallized your thinking.
Admittedly. But I am well on my way.
Well, on your way where?
My dear Mrs. Soames, who knows where any of us is truly headed? Miss Dowdy, if that's Mrs. Soames, tell her I'm not in.
Oh, yes, sir. Hello?
This is Mrs. Soames. Is Mr. Smallwood there?
Well, he says to tell you he isn't in, Mrs. Soames.
Oh, for goodness sakes, Miss Dowdy, give me that telephone.
Oh.
Mrs. Soames.
Mr. Smallwood, I have some news for you. Mrs. Van Poundsfoot, that execrable woman, is boasting that she has already hired most of my servants.
Oh?
And she quotes them as saying that the atmosphere in the Soames mansion is too terrifying. Can you imagine?
Well,
Now, Mr. Smallwood, you must do something. Do you realize that no one comes to see me anymore?
no, but
And even if they did, how could I serve dinner?
It's a problem.
But I engaged you to solve that problem.
And I shall.
When?
Soon.
Soon?
I'm working on a lead right now.
Tell me about it.
I shall, as soon as I crystallize my thinking.
Goodbye, Mr. Smallwood.
Miss Dowdy.
Oh, please, sir, don't lose your temper with me again.
I've already lost it. You'd better take the rest of the afternoon off, or I shall not be responsible.
Oh, please, sir. I'd rather take tomorrow afternoon off.
But, Miss Dowdy, I'm angry with you this afternoon.
Oh, it's all right, Mr. Smallwood. You'll be angry with me tomorrow afternoon, too. And I must have tomorrow afternoon off.
Must you indeed?
Oh, yes, sir. My intended is taking me to see the Wild West show.
You have an intended?
Oh, yes, sir.
You will marry and produce little Dowdies just like yourself?
Oh, sir, we did want to see the Wild West show. It's Buffalo Bill's big
Very well, Miss Dowdy. You may have tomorrow afternoon off, too.
Oh, sir, it's a fantastic show.
Please, Miss Dowdy.
My favorite's always been the Indians.
Spare me the agonizing details.
Oh, it's so exciting. The way they come in on horseback and they're shouting their war chant. Hey-yo! Hey-yo! Hey-yo!
Miss Dowdy, why don't you leave me now before I... Wait. What did you say?
I didn't say anything.
That word.
Which word?
The one that the Indians use. That word. Hey-yo.
Oh, they say it all the time. No matter what they're doing, it's hey-yo this and hey-yo that and hey-yo all day long.
Are you sure?
Oh, please, sir, don't yell at me again.
That word. Are you sure?
Oh, yes, sir, I'm sure. That is, I think so.
Mr. Smallwood, this is a surprise. You have news for me, I hope.
Mrs. Soames, may I present Chief Olbonnet of the Oglala Sioux?
Oh, a heap charmed, Chief.
The pleasure is mine, Mrs. Soames.
Oh,
Chief Olbonnet has a doctorate in philosophy from Oxford University.
Oh, of course.
The chief has been kind enough to come here to listen to our most interesting phenomenon.
Interesting?
Well, of interest to an Indian.
And why would it be of interest to an Indian?
Because, Mrs. Soames, of that word.
Which word?
Listen. You hear it, Chief?
It's the ghost.
Yeah.
Mr. Smallwood.
Please, Mrs. Soames.
But you must do something.
But we are.
What are you doing?
We're listening.
To what?
The ghost.
What for? He stopped. Maybe you'll go away?
No, I do not think so, Mrs. Soames.
What are you saying?
It's remarkable.
What is remarkable, Chief?
The story he tells us.
The story? What story? I didn't hear any story.
Oh, yes, it was clearly told. He's an Indian.
An Indian?
A long-dead Indian.
Oh, no.
An Algonquin Indian from one of the tribes that lived on this very island. His name was Littlehead.
Littlehead?
Yes. You see, he was the chief of the Manhattan tribe, and he was the one who made the deal for Manhattan Island, right here, where this house stands now.
But what does this have to do with
everything, I'm afraid. You see, it soon became obvious to the Indian people that Chief Littlehead made, it was hardly a bargain.
Oh, but I fail to see the significance of that.
And he tells me he has been condemned to spend all his time, even until eternity, to try to get the island back. Yes, brother, I comprehend. Tell them the diamonds were only glass that soon broke, and the hatchets couldn't chop, and the knives couldn't cut, and even the mirrors showed a false reflection. Yes, it was too bad. And the bright cloth faded in the sun.
You mean he has told you all this?
Of course.
But how? He's only been saying one word. Hey, yo.
True. It may be only one word, but it speaks volumes. It all depends on how it is said. You say, hey, yo. You say, hey, yo. You say, hey, yo. You say, hey, yo, yo, yo. You say, yo, 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 yo. Hey. Hey, yo, hey. It conveys a veritable treasure trove of meaning.
Yes, Mrs. Holmes. And therefore, we have discovered that this poor chieftain wanders through this place as a ghost, vainly trying to change the course of history, mourning for what has happened and for what might have been.
And this is what you have discovered?
Yes. This is what Chief Olbonnet has discovered. And I find it reasonable. Don't you?
Oh, it's unfair. I'm dreadfully sorry. It was a cruel trick to play on Chief Littlehead and all the Indians. But how can it be made right?
You would have to give them back the island.
Oh, then once again they would be getting the worst of the bargain.
At least you can now account for the ghostly noise.
But that does me no good. It won't help me get people to come here to my house. No, I cannot accept this answer to the problem.
You cannot, Mrs. Hill.
No, I cannot.
Then I must give you the alternate solution, which happens to be the rational and practical one.
You mean there is another solution to this problem?
Of course. We need it for those people who do not believe in ghosts. Jitters, come in here for a moment, please.
Well, what is it?
You called, sir?
Jitters, At first, I was of the opinion that the noises were being made by a ghost. But I see now that someone else is responsible. Do you happen to know who?
Why, no, sir.
Uh-huh. You should, Jitters.
Why should I?
Because, Jitters, it's you.
Me, sir?
Jitters.
Mrs. Van Poundsforth paid you to spread a reign of terror among the servants. Did she not?
But, Mr. Smallwood, aren't you forgetting a small detail? Jitters was actually struck down by this, by this ghost.
Uh-huh. Was he?
Well, you could see the bump on his forehead.
Uh-huh. Can you indeed? I searched the premises in general. And your room, Jitters, in particular, I found this bit of flesh-colored putty. Is that what you have on your forehead?
Jitters.
Well, shall you remove it, Jitters? Or shall I do it for you? Thank you. You see, Mrs. Soames, Jitters only pretended to be struck down.
Oh, Jitters, how could you?
Well, I was merely following my late master's instructions.
His instructions?
Yes, madam. I was present when he said to you, Victoria, if you entertain all these people I didn't like while I was alive, after I'm dead, I'll come back to haunt you. Can you recall that statement, madam?
Oh, yes.
Yes, well, after you had left the room to call the doctor, he motioned to me to come closer, and he said, Jitters, see that I come back to haunt my wife if she pulls any of that stuff. Promise? He made me promise.
Oh, my poor Jitters, you were only being loyal.
Yes, madam, and I must keep that promise.
Then what am I to do?
There are two solutions, madam.
Two solutions, Jitters?
One, you could fire me.
Oh, I wouldn't care to do that.
Or two, Mr. Soames said he wanted me to help him haunt his wife. But, if you were to marry Mr. Smallwood here, you would no longer be Mr. Soames' wife, and his wishes would no longer be binding.
What a smashing idea, Jitters. How could I ever survive without you? Marry Mr. Smallwood. Now, what do you think of that, Mr. Smallwood?
Well, Mrs. Soames, I have not yet had a chance to,
I know. To crystallize your thinking.
What do you think, Chief Old Bonnet?
Hey, you.
Well, there you are, Victoria, my darling. It has just become crystal clear.
If you've been paying attention to the oldest rule of all in the science of the mystery story, you'd have arrived at the ending at the very beginning. And what is that rule? Why, the butler did it. Well, we have some other deeds to announce shortly.
I guess I'm lucky. My family's always been healthy. Oh, a touch of constipation now and then, but we've got X-Lax for that.
Today, more American families trust X-Lax than any other brand. When you need a laxative, you can count on X-Lax for relief in the morning. For occasional use only as directed.
Why X-Lax? My family trusts it. That's why.
Now, you can relieve the misery of itching fast. Bicozene Cream has the fastest anti-itch drug you can buy without a doctor's prescription. Use only as directed. Get Bicozene.
Try to offer something for everyone. If you're practical, it was Jitters the butler. If you're supernaturally oriented, it was the ghost of an Indian chief. Maybe it was both. Or maybe it was the ghost of the late Gustavus Adolphus Soames. Maybe it was all three. After all, this is the place where we deal in endless possibilities 7 times each week. Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Mary Jane Higby, Robert Dryden, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. How old were you when you first said, "I'm going to run away and you'll never see me again and then you'll be sorry"? Everyone has said it, though some did not say it out loud. Some have run and returned the same day. Some have never got round to running at all, and some have run and stayed away. It is one of these who gives us the title of our story, The Man is Missing.
The letters get smaller, the pressure of the pen gets lighter, the lines get thinner. The man is not well.
Are you sure?
T's aren't crossed in a few places. See, the loops aren't completed. Perhaps he's not sick. Perhaps he's only hysterical, or perhaps he's mad.
Our mystery drama, The Man is Missing, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Ann Williams and Larry Haynes. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Within the huge New York City Police Department, there's a small coterie of men who wear no uniforms. They are the investigative detectives. They have one captain, one lieutenant, and 5 sergeants. They receive about 100 calls every day. Out of 16,000 cases, they have solved better than 99%. They are known as the Missing Persons Squad.
I looked up, and there she was, back again. I told her and told her over and over, but there she was, same bright smile, same eager look, like she knew I could do something, and she was just hanging around waiting for me to do it. My name's Wiley Caldwell, and I'm captain of the Missing Persons Squad. Good job. I like it. We know our stuff, if I do say so myself, as perhaps I shouldn't. Runaway kids, we handle a lot of those, and old people. The ones who get tired of feeling useless and unwanted and just wander off. We get a lot of those, too. However, there she was, back for the umpteenth time to ask me, for the umpteenth time, to find her husband.
Captain Caldwell, may I talk to you?
Mrs. McLaughlin.
Why don't you call me Mia? We know each other pretty well by now.
That we do.
So, call me Mia, please.
Okay, Mia, but the answer's the same. We've checked the files, we've called the morgue. Lawrence McLaughlin. Either place. So he's not in jail, he's not in the hospital, he's not dead. What more do you want?
But where is he?
Out there somewhere.
But can't you look for him?
Is he under 18?
Of course not. What do you...
Is he over 65?
He's 29.
Uh-huh. Well, then, even if we could locate him, we couldn't do anything about it. We couldn't bring him in.
Why couldn't you?
Because we would be violating his civil rights. You understand? Unless, of course, he's mental. Then we could take him. Is he?
Is he
Mental?
Off his rocker, out of his mind. Nuts.
Oh, no.
All right, then we can't touch him. I know it's hard on you, but I must break the news to you. Husbands run off all the time. Has Lawrence ever done the vanishing act before?
Certainly not.
All right. Probably he'll never do it again. Provided, of course, he comes back. Now, you run along home and wait to hear from him, okay?
I have heard from him.
You have?
He sent me some money.
Well, then you're all set.
But he doesn't say where he is.
But he's thinking of you. Or he wouldn't be sending you the money, would he? You see? He's worried about you. He loves you. You're his wife, and he loves you. So what? What do you want?
I don't know where he is. Oh, please, Captain Caldwell, please. I know you can find him for me if you just try. I mean, you're the Bureau of Missing Persons, and Larry is missing, and I want you to find him. Now, why can't you? Why won't you?
All right. Now, quit crying. Now, that isn't going to do any good. You know that. All right, now, stop crying, Miriam.
Why won't you help me?
I'll tell you what. I'm going to turn you over to one of our detectives. Ben Chase, his name is. He's a very nice man. Very fatherly type. You'll like him. Now, you tell him all about your missing spouse, and maybe he can think of something. How'll that be? Okay? Okay, then. Come on. This way. He's right in here. Ben, I've got a lady here I want you to meet. This is Mia McLaughlin. Mia, this is Detective Benjamin Chase. Take care of the little lady, Ben, huh?
She was the prettiest thing I'd ever seen in my whole life. Skin like pink and white alabaster, dark brown hair with a shine to it, big round eyes, the exact same color as the blue jeans she had on. It was like spring had just walked through the door. And me, 58 years old. I'm Ben Chase, Detective 3rd Grade Missing Persons Squad. I was a patrolman for 15 years. Then I did a hitch with Public Morals for a short time, and then somebody smiled on me, and I landed here. What a swell job. I mean, here is where you really get the feeling you're helping people.
Please, find my husband.
Your husband's missing, is that it?
Yes, and don't tell me about his civil rights. I want to know where he is.
Well, we could probably locate
That's
him.
all I want.
But we couldn't make him come back to you.
I just want to know where he is.
Yeah, we can check the files.
But the captain did that.
Hospitals, the morgue.
Oh, he's alive. I know that. I don't think he's sick. See, I got this from him this morning.
Oh, you got a letter from him, huh?
It had money in it.
Okay if I take a look at it?
Sure. Look, it was mailed right here in New York. You can tell by the postmark.
Oh, yeah. Mind if I read it?
I don't mind.
Darling Mia, thought you might be short of cash. Love, Larry. Well, say now, this sounds like he thinks the world of you. What are you so worried about? He'll come back.
But where is he? What happened to him?
Now, Mrs. McLaughlin.
You can call me Mia if you want to.
Now, husbands do get this urge once in a while to, take off, be on their own for a while. Not just husbands either. Wives get it, too. I have to say, I can't see why anyone would go off and leave a lovely girl like you.
Well, he did.
You do know you're very pretty, don't you?
I guess.
You guess, don't you know?
I'm a model, photographer's model. You have to have some kind of looks for that, I guess.
Well, you got more than some kind of looks.
Well, thank you.
A lot more.
Look, can you help me find Larry?
Well, I can try.
I can't sleep. I can't eat. I can't go out on a job. I just think about him all the time. And what could have happened to him?
Yeah. Well, I'd have to do it on my own, you understand. I mean, it wouldn't be an official police case. And it'll take a lot of legwork. A lot of time, too. And I don't have too much free time. I don't know if my wife will care for my taking on any outside work.
Are you married?
Oh, am I married? 25 years married is what I am. So I know about husbands getting the urge to take off.
Did you ever do it?
Oh, no, I never did. But that doesn't mean I never had the urge. No, I'm married to a wonderful woman. Irma is about the best wife anybody could imagine. But, well, I've had urges now and then.
You're very nice to try to help me.
Yeah. Listen, you mind if I take this envelope home with me?
No, take it, if it'll help.
Yeah, and the note inside, can I take that too?
Yes, but don't lose it. I want it back.
Oh, no, you'll get it back, all right.
I mean, it's all I've got of his.
All right. Now, don't cry, huh? We'll find them. That is, I'll find them.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah, now, I gotta run along home. Irma will be wondering what happened to me. And we don't want her to think that she's got a missing husband now, do we?
I'm Irma Chase, 52 years old, married 25 years to Benjamin Chase. Detective third class, husband first class, all the way. We've never had children, but we never really needed children to bring us together. We were together from the start. Oh, there have been times, a few of them, when I felt that Ben's eye was roving and that he'd kind of like to rove with it. He doesn't know that I know about those times, and I wouldn't let him know that I know because he'd feel terrible if he thought he'd hurt me in any way at all. He's just that kind of man. And at 52, my waist is a good bit thicker than it was when I married him, and the hair has gray in it, and I almost have a double chin unless I remember to stand right. So when he came home that night...
Irma?
Yeah?
I'm home.
Well, you don't say. I'd never have guessed.
All right, don't be fresh. Give me a kiss.
Okay. Oh. Now, your beer's next to your chair, and there's some good cheese to go with it. Really sharp cheddar.
You're a great girl.
Well, of course I am. You're a little late tonight, aren't you?
Yeah. What happened, a girl came into the office, see? That is, Captain Caldwell brought her in, turned her over to me. Seems she's been bothering him for quite some time, missing husband.
Oh, one of those.
Yeah, he's been missing for some time. Anyway, Caldwell checked the files, the morgue. He didn't come up with anything, but Mia kept coming back.
Mia?
Yeah, that's her name, Mia McLaughlin. Anyway, I talked to her, and she showed me this note she got from him. It was mailed right here in the city, and there was money in it.
He wrote a note?
Yeah, sounded very concerned about her having some money.
I'd like to see that note.
Oh, are you still hung up on that stuff?
Okay. No, you can't blame me if I try to be part of your work. Or can you? Or do you, I should say. If you'd rather I'd butt out, just say the word.
Now, Irma...
I'd like to remind you that Raphael Sherman...
Oh, please, not again.
Raphael Sherman was attached to the Krakow police force from the start of the century till 1900...
Irma, please, you've got Raphael Sherman on the brain.
Raphael Sherman started collecting envelopes when he was a little boy. Well, so did I, when I was a little girl. I never played with dolls. I just looked at handwritings on envelopes. Fascinating. All different. Some beautiful, some ugly, and everything in between. And like with Sherman, after a while, I started to find things that some handwritings had in common. And when I knew the people those handwritings belonged to, I found out that those people had certain things in common, too. Then, people with heart trouble write differently from people without heart trouble.
Oh, Irma, honestly.
But the psychological differences, that's where it gets really interesting. You can read a person's whole personality in his handwriting, his whole life then, everything that's happened to him.
You really expect me to believe that?
Well, Sherman could do it. He did it over and over, and he did it for the police. Now, I don't say that I'm as good as Sherman, but I do know something about it.
Okay, take a look at this.
Thank you.
Well, see anything?
This man is sick.
What?
Look, the letters get smaller. You see, the pressure of the pen gets lighter, the lines get thinner. No, wait. Maybe he's not sick. Maybe he's only hysterical. Or maybe he's mad.
Raphael Sherman had no peers in his day. After him came Michael Fischel and the French clairvoyant Madame Lucie Vidi. And among the medical men who have used graphology to ferret out clues to mental or physical ailments, we find Erlenmeyer, Hauser, Duparcy-Jeans, and Charcot, famous head of the Paris Salpêtrière. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Captain Wiley Caldwell of the Missing Persons Squad has been bothered by repeated visits from Mia McLaughlin, begging him to locate her husband, who has disappeared. Wiley has turned the girl over to Ben Chase, detective third grade. Ben shows the note to his wife, Irma. Irma, aspiring graphologist, deduces from the calligraphy that Mia's husband is sick, hysterical, or even mad.
Did I know what I was doing when I turned that dumb little chick over to Ben Chase? I thought, of course, he'd feed her a line. Maybe pick up a clue someplace from some connection. In other words, get her off my back. Also, there was always the chance that her husband would show up. A very good chance, because she was a very neat little dish. A fact I felt sure that my friend Ben had not overlooked entirely. Now, I'm a friend of Ben's, and I also know his wife, Irma. A marvelous woman, I may. I thought a little interference from me on her behalf wouldn't be amiss.
Yeah, I see. That's all you can tell me, Mrs. Downs? Yeah. Well, it's something. Anyway, thanks. Hi, Captain.
Who's Mrs. Downs?
Her.
Yeah, her. Who is she?
Well, actually, she's Mia's mother, Mia McLaughlin's mother.
That's so?
Yeah, I thought maybe she could give me a lead to go on.
Did she?
No. She says they got along great. He was crazy about her. Seems he wanted to be a painter, a serious type painter. Gave it up and went to commercial art right after they got married.
Maybe he regretted it.
Well, Mia's a model, you know. That's how they met. He was living in this artist colony upstate in the Catskills, Graydon Falls. You've heard of it.
Where all the artists starved together.
Yeah. Anyway, Mia was a model up there for one summer. She posed for him for nothing. He was even broker than the others. They fell in love, and they got married. He went with an ad agency. She became a fashion model. Everything was hunky-dory till he cut out. And her mother hasn't got the foggiest idea why.
Have you?
No, I can't say I have. Why anyone would want to leave a girl like Mia? Of course, Irma says, I don't put any stock in that.
What does Irma say?
Well, I don't know if you know this, Captain, but Irma's very into this graphology stuff.
I didn't know that, no.
Oh, yeah. She practically worships a guy named Raphael Schumann. He's an Austrian. He's dead now, but he was official handwriting expert for the Central Law Court of Vienna when he was alive.
What's wrong with that?
Well, nothing's wrong with that, but outside his regular job, he had this hobby. Yeah, it was more like an obsession. That he could read people's characters from their handwriting. And not only that, but their past and their future. Now, can you tie that?
That sounds interesting.
And before he died, people said he could tell how a person looked just by his handwriting.
Yeah?
Well, anyway, I showed Irma the note Mia got from her husband. It was only a line or two. And Irma glommed onto it like it was a hot clue. I mean, she said the handwriting told her that the guy is sick or hysterical or maybe even crazy.
She saw all that?
Well, she thinks she saw all that.
What if she's right? Would explain a lot, wouldn't it? If the guy lost his marbles all of a sudden?
A crazy man doesn't send money home, Captain.
How would you know what a crazy man does? Why don't you admit the possibility that Irma's got something there? Let her help you.
No, I'm doing all right.
No, you're not.
Now, you wait and see.
Okay, Ben, okay. One more thing. You're spending too much time on it. That phone call to the girl's mother, you made that from here on official time. And that girl's been here almost every day talking to you on official time. The way you look, you've been spending an awful lot of your off hours on the case, too. Am I right?
Quite a lot, yeah.
Well, cut it out. I don't like it. And I don't think your wife cares too much for it either.
I was shook up when the captain walked out. Part of what he said was true. I was spending a lot of time trying to locate Mia's husband. I'd gone down to the Art Students League and talked to the teachers down there. A lot of them remembered him from the olden days. Nice fella, they all said. Big, strong, very outgoing. No sign of any kind of ailment, no instability. Certainly no signs of being demented. Well, so much for what Irma thought she saw in his handwriting. Irma. What about Irma? What was that last crack the captain had made about him not liking the hours I was giving to the case and Irma not liking it either? She hadn't said she didn't like it. She hadn't raised any objections. She was too busy going over that little scrap of paper. But if I didn't find him soon, was she going to begin to wonder? Ah, hell, I was beginning to wonder myself. Just like that, I made up my mind. I was going to take myself off the case. I should never have taken it on in the first place. I'm crazy about my wife. I had my mind all made up to tell Mia I was letting go of the case when she walked in.
Hello, Ben.
Oh, hi there, Mia. Sit down. I want to talk to you about,
Is Captain Caldwell mad at me about something?
Well, he's not mad exactly, and not at you.
Oh, look. Look what I got this morning.
Oh, another letter, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This one had money in it, too.
Okay to read it?
Oh, sure. It's about the same as the first one.
Oh. Yeah, so I see.
Only look where it's mailed from.
Braden Falls.
Mm-hmm. That's where we met, Larry and me.
Yeah. Tell me about Braden Falls.
Well, it's a very romantic place. In the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sometimes, certain times of day, the mountains turn blue and purple. Oh, that's beautiful. And then there's the falls.
Yeah, Braden Falls.
Oh, they come tumbling down from way high up. Crash, smash. Some places you can't hear what people are saying. The falls are so loud. Oh, it's just beautiful. Larry and I used to go on picnics, eat sandwiches and stuff, and listen to the falls and make love.
Why do you suppose he went up there? Not just to mail a letter.
I think he went there because it's where we were so happy. He wanted to remember how it was at first.
Then you weren't so happy later on, is that it?
Oh, well, we had fights. Not very many, not very often. Just sometimes.
Well, when? What about? You mind telling me?
Oh, I don't know. I never knew. Everything would be going along just fine, and then all of a sudden, we'd be arguing. And I wouldn't know why. I just know that I was losing.
Losing? Losing what?
The argument. It was going to turn out he was right, and I was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Every single time.
Yeah. Look, Mia, I might as well tell you I was going to give up on this case.
Not fine.
Well, it isn't official business, and it's taken up a lot of time.
But you have to.
Now, this note from Braden Falls, I ought to follow up on that.
You mean go up to Braden Falls and look for him? Oh, yes. Yes.
Well, tomorrow's my day off.
Well, I'll go with you.
Well,
I can show you around all the different places and the falls where Larry and I used to go for picnics. Oh, your wife wouldn't mind, would she?
That little piece of paper hadn't been out of my sight for days. I picked it up from time to time, and now and then I got what I hoped were flashes of illumination. Other times I sat down with it under a good light and let my unconscious mind just play with it. It's a tricky thing, the unconscious mind. Much trickier than anyone imagines.
Emma. I'm home.
Good. Be right there.
Where's my beer?
I'm getting it.
I really need it.
Did you have a hard day?
Yeah, sort of.
Well, drink your beer.
Where's yours?
I don't want any.
What, are you going on a wagon or something?
No. I just want to keep my mind clear. Psychographology is a very exacting work.
Psycho what?
Psychographology. What Raphael Sherman did.
Oh.
What I'm trying to do. Analyzing people from their handwriting.
Are you still doing that?
Of course I am, and don't try to stop me.
I'm not trying to stop you. Wiley Caldwell says I should encourage you. I don't know if I can go that far.
Captain Caldwell said that?
Yeah. I told him that you said Larry McLaughlin might be psychotic, and he said you could be right. Of course, he doesn't know any more about it than I do or you do.
I'm beginning to know more all the time. Pretty soon, I may be able to give you a pretty accurate description of the man.
Forget it.
I can't.
Wiley thinks I'm putting in too much time on the case. It's not official business, you know.
But you can't stop now.
I got nothing to go on, Irma.
Just let me help you.
Well, I give it a couple more days, just long enough to track down one more clue. It might mean something.
What? What clue?
Well, Mia brought this in today. It's another note from her husband.
Let me see it.
Yeah, here. Yeah, there was money in this one, too. Doesn't sound like a man who's fed up with his wife. According to Mrs. Downs, McLaughlin was crazy about his wife.
Who's Mrs. Downs?
Mia's mother. She says McLaughlin gave up being a serious artist so he could support his wife. Oh, by the way, you'll notice that the note was mailed from Braden Falls. That's the artist colony place up in the mountains. Well, the McLaughlins met there and fell in love there. Mia did some modeling for him. And, I thought that since tomorrow is my day off, I would go up there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, take a look around.
Mm-hmm.
And, Mia is going with me.
Mm-hmm.
Is that all right with you?
Yeah.
And will you put that thing down, Irma? Put the letter down and listen to me.
What are you so mad about?
I tell you, I'm going off for the day with a young girl, a young, attractive girl, and you got no objection? My day off, my one day off, the day we go to the beach or the movies or do something special. I tell you, I'm going off to the mountains with a young girl, used to be a model, and you don't care?
Ben, I was right. The person who wrote this letter has something wrong with his lungs.
What are you talking about, for Pete's sake?
Some kind of respiratory disease, trouble with his breathing. Now, look, here.
Huh?
Now, you see the little pauses in the writing?
Pauses?
I know they're hard to see. I can see them. But they were in the other note, too. But I wanted to be careful. I wanted to be sure. And here they are again. It's as if every so often he had to stop and lean on his pen. Take a little rest before he goes on. Oh, Ben, give me a little more time and I'll be able to tell you all about the person who wrote this note.
A violin in the hands of an average person will have an ordinary sound. The notes may all be correct. The stops, all of the proper length, the speed and volume, all is prescribed. But the same violin in the hands of an artist will take on the quality of real music. Such is the power and the sensitivity of the human hand. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Psychographology is a fairly recent word. It describes the process by which character and personality can be deduced from the analysis of handwriting. Irma Chase has been attempting such an analysis from 2 notes written by the missing husband of Mia McLaughlin. Among other things, she has inferred that the writer of the notes is emotionally unstable and has some sort of trouble with his breathing. She has not tried to keep her husband from using his day off to travel to a place called Braden Falls, high in the mountains, accompanied by the young girl, in search of the missing man.
Maybe I shouldn't have butted in. I thought Ben Chase was a good man, a good cop with a fine record. As far as I knew, he was a good husband, too. I'd met Irma Chase a few times, been to their house, they'd been to mine. And all I can say is she seemed like a happy woman, very content with her life. Seems she had this interest in what she called psychographology. Almost an obsession, according to Ben. But what was the harm in that? Actually, there might be a lot of good in it. Anyway, when Irma Chase called and said she wanted to come in and talk to me, I said, come ahead.
How are you, Wiley?
I'm fine. Sit down. What can I do for you?
I don't exactly know. Maybe nothing.
Is it about Ben?
Well, yes, mostly. He went off this morning with that young girl, Mia something or other.
McLaughlin?
Yeah, McLaughlin. They went up to Braden Falls together.
Irma, I don't think you got a thing to worry about.
You don't?
She's a very pretty young girl, but I know Ben. I don't think he's really interested in her. They've gone to Braden Falls because that's where the girl's husband wrote his last note.
I know. I've seen the note. Matter of fact, I've got it with me.
There's a chance the man might be in Braden Falls, and they've gone there to check it out. Ben will be back by tonight. Don't worry about that.
Oh, I'm not worried about that.
No, you're not? Well, then what do you...
Wiley, you know I'm interested in graphology.
Yeah, Ben said something.
I've been studying these 2 notes from Larry McLaughlin, and I've come up with a few things. Is it all right if I tell you about them?
Of course, Sarah. I told you I got an open mind.
Now, the first thing that started to emerge was that whoever wrote those notes is emotionally unbalanced, maybe psychotic.
Ben told me about that.
The second thing, which I got from the second note, is that the writer has trouble breathing. Now, I'm not going to go into how I deduced that. You wouldn't understand it anyway.
You're probably right there.
Now, I've come up with something else.
Well, come on, let's have it.
Wiley, I could be wrong. But I've got a strong intuition that the person who wrote those 2 notes has criminal tendencies.
You said...
I said criminal tendencies.
What direction do these criminal tendencies take, Emma? Can you tell?
I don't like to say because I'm afraid you're going to laugh at me.
I won't laugh.
Whoever wrote those notes is capable of murder.
You could be wrong, Emma.
I could be right.
Yes?
And if I'm right, Ben and that girl are up at Braden Falls tracking down a man who is capable of killing. And they don't know it.
Braden Falls isn't even a whistle stop. It's not on a railroad at all. Mia and I arrived on the bus. We were the only ones getting off. The center of town has a filling station, a grocer, a butcher, a stationery store, and an ice cream parlor. That's about all. But tucked away in the mountains are all kinds of houses, from log cabins to Quonset huts. We strolled around talking to the artists who lived in those houses. Nobody had seen or heard from Larry McLaughlin, though a lot of them remembered him pretty well. We planned to take the 4 o'clock bus back to the city when Mia got this idea of climbing one of the mountains up to where the falls had their origin. She said they were spectacular at that height. And we had nothing to do till the bus arrived, so... they're beautiful, all right.
Huh?
The falls, beautiful.
Oh, didn't I tell you?
Yeah. Hey, how much further?
Oh, not far. You want to rest?
No, I'm fine.
Well, let's sit down for a minute anyway.
Okay.
Well, I brought along a couple of sandwiches and some ginger ale. Well, I hope it's still cold.
Oh, great. You're quite a girl.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, I do. If I was a little bit younger, 20 or 30 years younger, I'd...
You'd... What? What would you do?
Well, I guess I'd make a pass at you.
Here. Here's your sandwich.
Would you mind?
Would I mind what?
Me making a pass at you?
Yes. I'd mind very much.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I know I'm much too old.
No, it isn't that.
Oh, you're thinking about your husband, aren't you? You're thinking about Larry. I'm sorry. I should have realized that. I guess you associate this place with him, huh?
We used to come here for picnics.
Yeah. I'm really sorry we couldn't pick up a clue here. He must have come here just for the day, mailed the letter, and left.
Larry and I used to have our picnics up at the top. Let's walk up there, okay?
Yeah, okay. Listen, I hope you'll forgive me being fresh.
That's all right.
You're a very pretty girl. I suppose a lot of men have told you that, huh? I guess a lot of them made passes at you. Am I right? Sure, I'm right. Girl like you.
Shut up.
What?
We're almost there.
Oh.
Wait until you see the falls where they come out of the rock. Great, huge burst of water. Thrilling. As though they couldn't wait to get out. As though they'd been pushing and pushing. And then they fall out and down into the gorge, hitting all the rocks on the way, splashing off of them down.
Must be impressive.
Oh, it's the most glorious thing you've ever seen. Here we are. Stand right here.
Huh?
That's it. Now, look up there. That's where the fall starts.
Oh, yeah, that's powerful.
So strong. I can't wait to burst out. Doesn't it give you a marvelous feeling?
Yeah, it does, kind of.
Now look down. Did you ever see anything like that?
Hey, Tom. Wait.
Dirty old man. Dirty old man.
Ben! Hold on!
She pushed him.
Hold on, Ben! Hold on!
Girl, Ben! Hold on!
All right. I'll get you, Ben. Just hang on now.
Hang on, Charlie.
No, I think he's conscious. I think so. Just a second now.
Oh, Ben.
I got him. Wiley. Ben, give in. Let go. Relax. I'll get you out. These rocks are slippery. Relax, Ben. All right, let go. I'll get you out. Don't you do anything now.
I must have fallen right into the water.
Yeah, where it's deep. You were lucky.
You're going to make it, honey.
Sure he is.
Give me your hand, Wiley.
Stay right where you are, Emma. Now, take it easy, Ben. We'll make it. Okay. Grab hold of the root of that tree. You got it?
Yeah, I got it.
All right. Can you pull yourself up?
Yeah, give me your hand.
You stay right there. All right. Well, I'm going to give you a shove, Ben.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I can make it.
Oh, Ben. Oh, Ben, that girl pushed you.
Well, are you okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Where's the girl?
She's still up there.
She's out of her head, that one.
How do you two happen to be here?
We had a feeling. Well, that is, your wife had a feeling.
Look! Oh, look over there.
What? Where?
Between those two big rocks wedged in between them.
It's a body.
It's a body of a man.
Who you think it's...
Yeah. Must be. Has to be.
Her husband. The missing man. And it was, of course. Poor Larry McLaughlin's body caught between two jagged boulders, almost at our feet. Ben and Wiley rested for a while. Then between them, they got the body out. The police picked it up later, and they picked up the girl, Mia, too. She was wandering about the mountaintop, very sweet and very vague. Ben had been cut badly by the rocks. The three of us met the next day in his hospital room. I should have known all along it was a woman's handwriting.
Well, you were right on two other points. She's psychotic, and she's a murderess.
Hey, you were right about the respiratory trouble, too. You know, climbing up there, she's the one that had to stop and rest.
They said at the sanitarium she doesn't remember anything about pushing her husband off the ledge. Or pushing you, Ben, either.
Why? Why would she do it?
Well, according to her handwriting, little Miss McLaughlin is a very frigid lady.
You can really see that?
I think so. She hated men like poison, especially men who were attracted to her. Like her husband. Like
me?
Well?
Yeah. You know, I sort of, it wasn't anything, you know, when we were climbing up there just before we got to the top. Nothing happened, you understand? Absolutely nothing, I swear, Emma.
Ben, I believe you.
Well, I said something. I admit that. Something about making a pass at her that I'd like to. Something like that. But that's all. I mean it. That's really all.
Just enough to make her hate you.
Enough to kill you.
Yeah. Now, what on earth gave the two of you the inspiration to drive up to Braden Falls?
Tell him, Irma.
Well, studying the second note, I thought I could see signs of a criminal personality. I figured I should tell Wiley.
And you believed her?
Half believed her. Enough to drive up here and tell you.
Of course, neither of us knew Mia had written the note herself. We thought we were protecting you from her husband, not from her.
Will she ever be in shape to stand trial, Wiley?
If she ever remembers what she's done.
You think she might?
Yes, she might.
What makes you say that?
Well, look at this. This is the second envelope. How she addressed this to herself. You see? Mia McLaughlin. Take a good look.
So?
Don't you notice anything?
No. Wiley, you?
Looks okay to me.
Compare it with the first one. Look at the M in Mia. Now, you see how it starts at the left?
Yeah, but they both do.
No. The second one has a short stroke at the start that goes from right to left, then shifts and goes into the M. Now, she started to write something else and then changed. She started to write an E. E for Emma.
Emma? Why Emma?
Emma's her given name. I called her mother last night. You see, she was trying, without knowing she was trying, to get back to her real self. If she succeeds, the chances are she'll remember everything she did. And she'll go on trial for murder.
This is a very nice place where I'm staying. I have my own room. And everyone is very kind. They ask a lot of questions, but they're very kind. Too kind, maybe. There's one. A man. I don't like the way he looks at me. I don't like it one bit. If he tries to get fresh... Oh, I didn't tell you. I'm Mia McLaughlin. Anyway, I think that's who I am.
We've accomplished prodigious feats in outer space, invaded the moon, and discovered what it's made of. Now we're on our way to entering the planets and finding out how they are put together. Outer space will one day be as familiar as our own lakes and prairies. But what of inner space? The space of man's mind. Despite many hints and clues, it is still, in the main, an alien land. I'll be back shortly. Be so foolish as to suggest that criminals, actual or potential, can be detected solely by the use of psychographology. But the way things are progressing these days, progressing backwards it sometimes seems, law enforcement needs all the help it can get. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Ann Williams, Ralph Bell, and Terry Keane. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I am mortised and tenoned in granite, and I know the amplitudes of time, said the poet. The amplitudes of time, and also of space, infinite, illimitable, with neither an end nor a beginning. So much time, so much space. And we, poor, frenzied, crowded creatures, why are we so hurried and cramped?
Marcella, I'm asking you to marry me.
Yes, William, I heard you.
Well, your answer?
Well, the answer is no.
No?
It has to be no.
Well, why does it have to be no?
Because, well, I don't love you.
Oh, is that all?
Is that all?
Yes. I thought you had a good reason.
Our mystery drama, Fire and Ice, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynn and Marion Haley. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and True Value hardware stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The world has changed in many ways. There was a time when every man's home was his castle, and every man was king. This doesn't necessarily mean that his wife was a queen. What it meant was that his word was law, and everyone in the house obeyed it, or else. Or else what? Well, it didn't come up often enough to be very much of a problem in most places. At any rate, we're concerned with an autocrat named J.J. Trelawney in the year 1912.
Father?
Who's that? What? Oh, it's you.
Yes, Father, it's me, Marcella.
What's on your face? Paint?
Oh, no, Father, it's powder.
Just as bad.
Well, it's rice powder, Father. Even the minister's wife wears it.
The same rice we eat?
Yes, Father.
Come in. Don't just stand there.
Well,
The same rice we eat.
Yes, Father.
I see you're wearing enough of it to save an entire heathen village from starvation.
I hadn't thought of it that way.
I don't know what the world's coming to.
Father, may I speak with you?
Of course you can speak with me.
Well, Father, there's this young man.
What? Which young man?
Well, the one I met at this concert.
What did you want to meet a young man at a concert for?
Well, Father, he's really very nice.
Well, nice, fine, but what about William?
William?
Yes, William. William's my right-hand man.
Well, I know that.
He's the fella for you.
But, Father...
Yeah, you must admit, he's smart.
Well, yes, he is.
And he's going to be rich one day. Very rich.
Well, yes, he will.
Well, then, what do you want to meet other young men for?
Well, Father, Edward is so...
Oh, Edward, is it?
Yes. Edward. He's so...
So, what?
Oh, he's just,
Yes?
I don't know.
Here's a fella, and you seem gone on him. And when I ask you why, it's because he's just... and I don't know.
Oh, but, Father...
No. That won't do, my girl. William Stillwell's the man for you.
Oh, please, Father. I don't love William Stillwell.
Love? What's love?
Well,
It's, what?
I can't find it exactly, but...
Well, neither can the dictionary. It's a strong liking, a fondness for, a devotion to, an affection. You see, my girl, I happen to look it up. I like to be sure of my ground.
Now, you've got to put your life on a practical basis. Do you agree?
Yes, Father.
And you've got to do the thing that makes sense.
Yes, Father.
Which is why I have to choose your husband for you. As a man of the world, I will not be carried away by sentiment. I can be depended on to make the proper choice. Whereas you're a giddy young thing. And as if that weren't enough, you're also a woman. Which means you simply do not have the qualifications for rational thinking. Isn't that so?
Yes, Father.
Believe me, you'll marry William Stillwell one day. One fine day. Belle D. Where does that come from? Why do I remember that?
It's from the new opera by Mr. Puccini, Madame Butterfly.
Oh, yes. And that fellow's in it who has such a fine voice. What's his name?
Mr. Caruso, Father, but he didn't sing the aria.
Oh. It was the Japanese girl?
Yes.
Well, they're all a bunch of foreigners.
Oh.
Well, I guess they really know music, don't they? But, what's the point I'm trying to make here?
I don't know.
Oh, it has to do with this thing you call love. Why does the poor Japanese girl kill herself? A beautiful girl. Well off, all sorts of bright prospects. Could have a great future. Why does she kill herself?
For love.
That's my point. Exactly. Love. Well, what does she need it for? What good did it do her? Where did it get her?
Well, but Father...
So let's not hear another word about love, all right? Is that clear?
Yes, Father. He had a way, my father did, of making things so crystal clear. But he was older, wiser, more experienced, which meant he knew better. And everything was for my own good. I look back at it now, after all these years. The world now is so different. But back then, well, I went to the concert that night to hear a young Russian violinist named Misha Elman. Well, that's not why I went. I went because I knew he would be there. Edward. And we would meet at intermission. We would meet even though nothing could ever come of it.
Marcella, why do you say that?
Oh, please, Edward.
Why do you say nothing can ever come of it?
Because it's true.
Why is it true?
Well, I must do what my father tells me.
And if you don't?
Oh, if I don't?
Yes, my darling. If you don't, what will he do? What can he do?
Please, Edward.
Disinherit you? Cut you out of his will?
Oh, it isn't that.
I have a job. I can support us. You know that.
Yes,
I'm not after your father's money. You know that, too.
Oh, yes, I know that.
Then why don't we just stand up to it?
Edward, we'd better not see each other again.
Never see each other?
Yes.
You call this seeing each other? This hurried 10-minute encounter?
Well, whatever it is, Edward.
This brief pause during a concert in the midst of 1,000 people.
It's for the best. There is no other way.
Your father has no right.
Oh, he has every right.
Why?
Because he's my father.
Is that you, Marcella?
Yes, Father.
Did you enjoy the concert?
Oh, yes.
I have a surprise for you.
For me?
Yes, Marcella. William's here.
William?
You don't sound at all excited.
Well, I'm not excited.
Yes, William spent the evening with me. We had some reports to analyze. William has a brilliant mind. Spend a little time with William. He's in my study. Talk to him. You'll see how eminently sensible the two of you would be together. William, step in here, please.
Yes, Mr. Trelawney. Oh, good evening, Marcella.
Good evening, William.
I've had Starbuck prepare this little buffet. I know you must be famished after the concert, my dear. And you, William, you worked hard enough to earn a little supper.
Well, thank you, sir.
Why don't you young people enjoy the supper, while I finish up in the study.
May I help you to some caviar, Marcella?
No, thank you.
Some pheasant?
Oh, I'm not hungry.
Did you enjoy the concert?
Yes.
Well, I'm not one for music. I find it a waste of time.
Oh?
You know, I don't find it productive.
Productive?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah. You know, on those rare occasions when I'm dragooned to one, I see people around me sitting in deep silence, thinking and concentrating. Isn't that so?
Well, yes, I know how I do that.
Well, it requires mental energy, does it not?
Yes, some.
Well, shouldn't there be some reward for this expenditure of energy and effort? Huh?
But there is a reward.
Is there?
Oh, yes. Well, I'm not sure I can describe it.
Well, then it's a rather poor reward.
Oh, no. No, it's rich.
Rich? In what?
No, things of the spirit.
Things of the spirit. Tell me something, Marcella. These things of the spirit, what can one do with them?
Do with them?
Mm-hmm. Can you take these things of the spirit into a bank and discount them for cash?
No, I don't suppose so.
Well, then, of what value are they?
Well, William, they do things for the mind, for the heart, for the soul.
Well, as I understand it, you spent 2 hours in Carnegie Hall listening to some Russian fiddler.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And you gave him all your attention and concentration.
Yes, I did.
And as a result, you claim to be richer in things of the spirit?
I think I have a headache, William. I may have concentrated, a bit too deeply.
I'm sorry.
I wonder if you'll excuse me.
Yes, of course.
Good night, William.
Yeah, good night. Oh, before you go, I had come here this evening for one purpose.
I know. To work with my father.
No, not exactly. But to see you.
To see me?
Yes. I didn't know you'd be out. See, the reason I came here, should not come as a complete surprise to you. It was to ask your hand in marriage.
Oh.
Yes, I had discussed it with your father.
I know that.
Well, he's quite enthusiastic.
So I understand.
He thinks it's a splendid idea.
Yes, I'm sure he does.
He's all for it.
He already told me.
Then it's all settled.
Regardless of my answer?
Your answer? Oh, of course. I must have your answer, too.
Oh, it's very sensitive of you to ascertain my wishes. William, I would marry you gladly. However, there's a problem.
Oh, a problem?
I don't love you.
What did you say?
I don't love you.
And that's the problem?
Yes. That's the problem.
Oh, my dear Marcella. I was afraid it was something serious.
Love, says the popular song, your magic spell is everywhere. Well, not quite everywhere. Not in the heart of Marcella Trelawney. Well, it's in there, but obviously not for Mr. William Stillwell. So that should be the end of it. But don't forget, the year is 1912, and that was another world. And we shall return to it shortly when I bring you Act 2. Love is for the poets, the philosophers, the dreamers, the romantics. And we wonder why sometimes, since it seems to have treated most of them quite shabbily. Well, today, of course, we claim to marry for love. A generation or so ago, this wasn't the case. Are we happier than our grandparents? Who really knows?
But you don't understand, William. I don't love you.
Is that a reason not to marry me?
Please, William, you must excuse me. I'm very tired. I went upstairs to my room. I prepared for bed. I was very tired and confused and unhappy. I didn't know what to do. There was a knock on the door. It was my father. I was sort of expecting him.
I spoke with William, my dear.
Father, I don't love him.
He understands that. And I understand.
Well, then why do you insist that I marry him?
Because he'll make you an excellent husband.
Without love?
Love, my dear, only confuses the issue.
Oh, please, Father, the issue is clear enough for me.
Marriage should primarily be a strengthening of one's position. In the past, did kings and queens marry for love? Of course not. It was to unite families, expand territories.
Father, I'm not a queen.
But you are. You're the daughter of a millionaire. It is your duty to protect your fortune.
My fortune?
The fortune you will one day inherit from me.
Oh, Father, I don't care about...
Nobody does at 21.
Father, I mean it. Oh, all I can tell you is that I don't love William Stillwell.
It's unfortunate. William Stillwell is a man who could preserve your fortune. What's wrong with him?
Oh, Father, he doesn't like art. He doesn't like music.
Teach him to enjoy them.
Well, it isn't that either. I mean it.
Well, then what is it?
Well, it's just that there's something, something about him. Something,
Yes?
Well, it's just something.
Yeah. You were determined not to like him, I see.
Oh, I'm sorry, Father.
And you refuse to marry him.
Well, I can't refuse to marry him if you command me to.
I understand that. I was hoping you could arrive at the proper conclusion for yourself. It's this certain something, isn't it?
Yes, Father.
Well, it seems to me a man can be as wise as King Solomon, as handsome as Apollo, as strong as Hercules. He could be the paragon of every virtue known to man, and yet, if he does not possess that mysterious, certain something which the woman herself cannot define or even describe, he isn't worth her passing glance. Yeah. Well, this other fellow, what's his name?
Edward Wilson.
Edward Wilson. Well, we'll see.
What will we see, Father?
We'll see what he's made out of.
Oh, Father, he's wonderful.
That's what we're going to find out. Now, Marcella, I'll look this fellow over. And if I think he can cut the mustard, if I think he'll be better for you than William...
Oh, you will.
Just hear me out. I'll give him a fair trial, and then I'll stack each of them up against the other and come to my decision. Is that understood?
Yes, Father.
And you will agree with my choice?
Yes, Father.
And that will be the end of it. You'll obey your father with no further nonsense. Do you agree?
Oh, Father, I agree. Of course I agree. Such a wonderful man, my father. He could have simply commanded me to marry William. But he loved me. Yes, much as he had no use for that word, he loved me. And he wanted me to be happy. And so Edward, my Edward, would get a fair trial. The very next night, Edward was asked to dinner.
You say you're an I suppose it's a great deal of night work.
Well, yes, sir, a goodly amount.
Edward, how would you like to take a job with me?
A job, sir?
Yes, I'm having a ship fitted out. We're going up into the Arctic.
The Arctic?
The Arctic. A voyage of exploration and discovery to the North Pole.
But the North Pole has already been discovered.
I know. By this fellow Perry. And that other one, what's his name? Amundsen. He discovered the South Pole. Personally, I can't understand those two.
Can't you?
Well, what was the point of the entire trip? Just to go out there and get frostbite, huh? It's like you. You looking up at the sky and counting the stars. Now, where's the application? Now, I'm going to the Arctic for a reason.
Well, may I ask the reason, Mr. Trelawney?
To get rich.
But I understood you were rich now.
This is nothing. I'm going up there to stake out a claim.
What sort of claim?
What sort of claim? Don't you know? That's where all the oil is. All the gold, the silver, the platinum.
That's true. Theoretically.
No. It's true. Practically. I'll need 2 good men. I've already got one, William Stillwell. Will you be the other?
Well, sir, I'll think about it.
We'll be leaving next week.
Next week?
I'll have to have your answer no later than tomorrow.
It's Father's way of finding out about you.
Well, he doesn't have to send me to the Arctic to find out. My life's an open book.
But he does have to send you to the Arctic.
Why?
To see if you measure up to his standards. Besides, William Stillwell is going. Now he wants to see both of you together.
Marcella, why do you have to... This absolute domination by your father.
Oh, please don't say that.
But it's true.
Well, I can't help the way I am. And I'm not sure it's wrong.
You're not sure? Well, doesn't every instinct...
Oh, please, darling, what do I know about the world? I've always been sheltered, taken care of. My father's always protected me. Oh, his wise Edward experience. I know he loves me. He wants me to be happy. Now, would he insist on my marriage to William Stillwell if he weren't sure that that was the best choice? I know he only wants what's best for me.
And you? Shouldn't you have anything to say about that?
I love you, Edward. That is, I think I love you.
You think?
Well, what is it I really have for you? Only a feeling. Something I can't explain. Why I feel this way, I don't know. Against this is my father's wisdom. I'm only air. My father is solid rock.
That kind of thinking is wrong.
Is it? Now, I would have to get used to a new way of life, a new way of looking at things. It can't happen overnight and all at once. I want to be free. I want to be independent. I want to be one of Mr. George Bernard Shaw women. Oh, how much I want to.
Well, then become one.
You just don't do it. I want to change, Edward.
Oh, then change.
I have already. A little.
How?
Falling in love with you. Even though I know my father's intended me for someone else.
But to go off with your father on this expedition to the Arctic, don't you understand? I have a job. I have a career. I would have to give it up. Well, it would be a change in my life.
And yet, what you're asking me to do is to make a change in mine.
Well, that's different. We're in love. Shouldn't that be enough for marriage?
I don't know. It's enough for some people, but not for others. I don't know if it would be enough for us.
Why did I have to fall in love with you? Well, all right. You win. I'll go on the trip.
Oh, darling. I know Father will see that you're the best man.
Oh, no, Marcella. William Stillwell's going to be the best man. I shall become the bridegroom.
What do they say? Sensible, intelligent people never fall in love. Well, if they don't, they do avoid a great deal of grief. But they also miss out on a goodly amount of fun. Why do we marry? And whom should we marry? The average person faces these problems at least once in a lifetime. Of course, there are some who never face them at all, and others who keep facing them all the time. Should you marry because he or she is attractive? Rich? Should we marry to please our parents? To better ourselves? For love? All through history and all over the world, people have married and still do for any one of these reasons. And statistically, there is no proof that any one reason is better than the others.
May I come in, Marcella?
Oh, please do, Father.
Our ship sails tomorrow.
I know, Father.
And I must say, I'm rather taken with this young man, Edward.
I knew you would be.
But I want to compare him with William and test them both under some rather rough conditions.
Oh, you'll be so proud of Edward.
Yeah, well, remember, however it comes out, you agreed to abide by my decision.
I'll accept it. What a week that was. Such hectic preparations. I hardly saw Edward at all. And then, just before it was time to leave, each of them came to say goodbye to me.
My darling, I'm glad I'm going. It's good sometimes to see someone else's point of view. And just being with your father this week is, well, it's taught me a great many things about him.
I knew you'd like him.
Well, I'm not sure I like him exactly, but I do know he's a most unusual man. And he wants very much for you to be happy.
You know that's all he's ever wanted.
And so now that I look at it from his point of view, he doesn't seem unreasonable at all.
Careful. Careful there, Marcella.
Oh.
Here, let me take your arm. That gangplank sways quite a bit.
Yeah.
Here you are. Well, hey, what are you doing down here at the dock?
Well, I just came down to,
Yes, I know you didn't come to see me.
Well, I came to look at the boat.
You mean the ship?
Oh, I didn't know there was a difference.
Well, it has to do with size. Marcella, what do you see in this fellow Edward?
Oh, he has a beautiful soul.
Oh, what is the use? I talk to you, and what do I get? I get words that really have no meaning. Words like love and soul. All right, what is soul?
Well, if you even have to ask such a question.
I do.
Well,
the fact is, no one has ever seen a soul, have they?
But now that's ridiculous.
Why? Why is it ridiculous? Now, how big is the soul? What does it look like? Where can you find it?
William, may I ask you something? What do you want with me? I mean, why do you want to marry me? Oh, I know.
Well, if you don't beat all. If you know, why do you ask?
Well, it's the right, the practical course of action. I'm the logical choice. But shouldn't there, William, be more than that? I mean, shouldn't two people be happy?
We'll be happy.
Well, how can we be happy, William, if we're not in love?
What's love?
Oh, there you go again.
What did I say now?
Oh, if you have to ask. And then the boat, or the ship, sailed. It was quite a day. Flags were flying in the harbor. The air was filled with cheers, whistles from all the craft. Bands were playing. I mean, there were reporters, and the mayor was there, and the governor, and important people from Washington. Oh, President Taft himself sent a telegram. And then the ship was gone. And all that I had were letters.
I've never seen such brilliant colors. Everyone thinks the Arctic is white. But when the sun hits the ice, it explodes into thousands of glorious rainbows. I long for you constantly. Edward.
Nothing much to report. One day's pretty much like the other. Just ice and snow and the sun. Soon we're going to lose the sun and just be stuck with the ice and snow. Best, from William.
Whatever there is to the summer is about to disappear. We are now going to get into the real Arctic. Already, it's getting to be constant twilight. Soon it will be night. A night that will last for 6 months. But it's good. It's starting to separate the men from the boys. I'm getting to know things about both of them. Things I could never learn in the ordinary way back at home. I'll write more later. Your loving father.
But he never did. He never wrote another letter. The reporters wouldn't stop ringing my telephone, knocking at my door. What did they want of me? They knew more about it than I did.
Miss Trelawney, do you have a statement?
A statement?
Tell us about the great tragedy.
Tragedy?
Yeah, your father is reported missing in the Arctic.
Well, yes, I know.
Oh, what can you tell us about it?
Nothing,
But surely, Miss Trelawney...
Please, gentlemen, I don't know what to say.
Do you have any plans?
Plans?
Yeah, plans. What are you going to do about Trelawney Industries?
I don't know.
Well, will you assume personal control? Do you intend to become America's first great woman industrialist?
I haven't thought anything about like that.
What are your views on women's suffrage, Miss Trelawney?
Please, gentlemen, please. There was only one thing I wanted to do, and I did it. I ordered a boat or a ship, I don't know, and I commanded the captain to sail north along the Atlantic coast, up past Labrador and Newfoundland, find a place called Baffin's Island into the Davis Strait, then up north to the very edge of the frozen polar wastes. Finally, I arrived at the site of my father's base camp. It was a large, well-constructed settlement. It was warm. It was safe.
Marcella, but you shouldn't have come here.
Why not, William?
But there's nothing you can do.
Where's Edward?
He's out looking for your father.
Yes, he would be. You, of course, are staying here in the base camp where it's safe.
Oh, no, I have been looking, too. It's just that you came here on the day that he's out.
Where's Father gone?
Where? Oh. We're trying to find the trail.
Which trail?
Well, just before the winter set in, your father had a little camp made for himself. Not too far from here. In a hut with a stove and food and everything he needed.
And you let him go?
Well, who could tell your father anything? He wanted to be alone, just for a little while. He wanted to think things out.
I know.
He was supposed to come back, but he was caught in the first storm. In the first terrible cold of the winter. It's been a month. We haven't heard from him. He doesn't have enough supplies, enough food, enough fuel.
Please.
I thought you wanted to know.
You just have no sensitivity.
I'm sorry.
And so I will remain here all winter until the light of summer returns. And then they will be able to see the trail once again. And then they will recover my father's body. And perhaps there will be a letter for me from him, his very last letter, in which he'll tell me his decision. But don't I know that decision? Even now, don't I know it? Now that he's seen Edward under these terrible conditions, can there be any doubt? Edward, the kind, understanding, gentle Edward with the beautiful soul. If he didn't choose Edward, how could I bear it? How could I obey him? But he did choose Edward, he did. Because the very next day, Edward came back to the base camp with proof. The written proof.
Oh, darling, I'm so sorry, so sorry.
You found him?
Yes, I found him.
And he's dead?
I can't tell you how.
But you must tell me everything.
He died of the cold.
You mean He froze to death?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
There was no way I could bring him back here. Well, that will have to wait for the summer.
I understand.
Well, some things of his I knew you would want. His watch, the one you gave him for his birthday so long ago, his ring, and his diary.
Diary?
Yes. He kept it till the last day. There isn't very much written in it for more than a month. He was growing weaker all the time. Before the cold set in, he wrote long notes to himself about plans and projects he was developing. Even as his fuel and food ran out, he just kept writing.
Another day, cold, bleak, another day. Perhaps it will bring rescue. They're trying to find me. I know.
And then pages of nothing until the final day. See what he writes?
I don't know how cold it is. The thermometer is cracked. It must be 100, 200 below. My fingers are frozen stiff and solid. There is no longer any way I can warm them. So, before they become ice, my daughter, if you will read this, know that I have chosen Edward.
Oh, Edward. Edward. My darling, I never doubted it. Never.
In the end, your father became a believer.
A believer in what?
Love. True love.
Whatever that is.
William, her father made the choice. Do you want to be the first to congratulate us?
Okay if I come in?
Oh, William. Are you ready to leave?
Yeah.
Edward has decided to give up teaching permanently.
So he told me.
He's decided to run Father's business for me.
I knew that.
You did? Why, you just told me of his decision this morning.
Well, I knew about it for weeks. Months. Ever since we got on the ship to sail out here.
Do you mean he told you?
Well, I guess he didn't have to tell it in words.
Well, how else could he tell it?
You ask a question like that? You believe in things that don't need words. Love, the soul, and so forth.
I don't understand.
I guess for the first time, he saw how it is to be rich. And how good living is. How great it is to have power, to order people around. You could see it in his eyes. You could hear it in his voice.
Martha?
Yes, darling.
My dear, you're not packed.
Well, what's a few hours one way or the other? We'll leave at noon instead of 10.
But the ship is getting up steam. Every hour that we stay here is costing us money.
Oh, darling, we have plenty of money.
That does not give us the right to waste it. Now, dear, I'll send in some of the men to help you. William?
Yes?
We should have a talk about the status of things as soon as possible.
Okay with me.
Marcella, darling, I have to run along. Now, please, don't waste any more time.
Well, what did I tell you?
Well, I suppose that underneath it all, Edward was always cut out to be a businessman. And Father understood it. And that's why Father approved of him.
Do you approve of him?
What a question.
But you haven't answered it.
I promised my father I would abide by his decision.
Well, you could sound a little more enthusiastic.
Oh, what do you know about it? What do you know about anything?
I used to know nothing at all about anything. And then I came out here. I realized how unimportant we really are in the face of, well, call it nature. I guess the Arctic does different things to different people. Showed me how small I am. I guess it convinced Edward of how big he could be.
You're still going to work for the company, aren't you?
No.
Why not? Edward needs you.
But I don't need Edward. I need you, though.
Now, William, My father made the decision, and I promised him I would.
Your father didn't make the decision.
But
He didn't decide on Edward.
it's in his diary. He wrote it.
Did he?
Here it is. His last words.
He didn't write them.
How can you say that?
Well, can't you see it? It's obvious. Read what he's supposed to have written. Can it be 200 below? My fingers are frozen stiff and solid. How could he write under those conditions?
He could manage it somehow.
Oh, maybe he could manage his fingers. But how about the ink?
The ink?
Yes. Wouldn't the ink, like everything else that's liquid, be frozen solid?
Oh.
Do you see?
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Some trades, said the philosopher, may be considered unpleasant or even ugly. However, they all may have their moments of pleasure. Now, if I were a gravedigger or even a hangman, I know some people I could work for with a great deal of enjoyment. So you see, everything has its bright side, not to mention its reward.
What are you doing here?
You know what I'm doing here.
Believe me, I don't.
I've come here to kill you.
Kill me? What for?
For what you did to me.
I never did anything to you.
Think.
I never...
Think back. Way back. Go back 1,000 years.
Our mystery drama this time around was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Gordon Heath. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act One. His name is Kenneth B. Sturgis, and his initials, KBS, are familiar throughout the country. He's the vice president and chief executive officer of a mammoth conglomerate enterprise, which happens to be, as they say, into everything. It's been just marvelous for Kenneth B. Sturgis. It has made him one of the movers and shakers of our nation. It has paid him an annual salary in 6 figures, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. Underneath are all kinds of bonuses, options, expense accounts. Well, you have the idea. But in one respect, the great KBS is even like you and me. He shows up for work in the morning.
Good morning, Miss Magruder.
Morning, sir. Your coffee.
Thank you. What's on the desk?
Nothing important, sir.
What do I have to do this morning?
Oh, the company jet's standing by.
Why?
Oh, to take you to Washington.
What for?
Meeting of the President's Commission on Energy Conservation.
I'll skip this one.
Yes, sir.
I'll save energy by staying home. What else?
Oh, the chairman of the board is here.
Why isn't he in Bermuda?
I don't know, but he would like you to stop in and see him.
When?
Anytime at your convenience.
Stand, Sir Kenneth.
Who was that?
Oh, who was what?
That's what I just asked you.
Stand, Sir Kenneth.
There it is again. That voice.
What voice?
Are you telling me you didn't hear a voice just now?
No, sir, I didn't.
You didn't hear a voice say, "Stand, Sir Kenneth"?
I didn't hear anything of the sort.
Stand, Sir Kenneth.
There. Just now. You mean you don't hear that?
Oh, sir, I'm sorry.
Stand, Sir Kenneth.
Who bids me stand?
I, Baldwin, envoy of the king.
The king?
I carry the orders of his majesty.
King Stephen can have no envoy because there is no king in England. There is a queen,
And her name is Maud. I warn you, Sir Kenneth, of treason.
Stephen is the traitor. The daughter of King Henry I is our lawful ruler.
By what right, Sir Kenneth?
By the right of this sword and every loyal blade in England.
Kenneth, for how many years have we bloodied ourselves in this battle? How many good men have died? And for what?
For what?
The country has been bled white. The people starved. And where will it all end?
When traitors like you recognize the lawful Queen Maud.
Why not have an agreement?
What sort of agreement?
An agreement that allows Stephen to rule for the rest of his life, to be succeeded by Maud's son Henry.
You're mad.
This is the time for moderation.
Moderation?
For cooler heads to prevail. For wise men to seek conciliation. You see, they will need scapegoats.
For what?
For all these foul years of unholy carnage. Reasonable men will ask, if we can have peace and agreement now, why could we not have had it then and prevented so much misery? You know what the answer will be.
Baldwin, you presume...
The answer will be that the conflict was instigated and prolonged by ambitious nobles who saw a chance to profit by it. By traitors.
But Maud is the rightful ruler of this realm.
Rightful, wrongful. After 15 years, does it even matter?
Truth and justice always matter.
It's not too late. Join me. Become a moderating force.
I cannot accept, Stephen. Never. We have nothing further to talk about, Baldwin. The issue can only be resolved by steel. Will you fight?
I don't think so. I shall withdraw my troops.
Then you are afraid.
You know, Kenneth, I can think of nothing more tragic and futile than to be the last man killed in a war that is all over.
Baldwin.
Mr. Sturgis, I don't understand. What are you saying?
Are you all right, Miss Magruder?
Oh, yes, sir.
All I asked you was, when does the chairman of the board want to see me?
Yes, sir. And I told you, any time at your convenience.
Then what's the problem?
You asked me if I heard a voice.
A voice?
Yes, sir. A voice that said, "Stand, Sir Kenneth."
I asked you.
Oh, yes, sir. And you just stood there for almost 2 minutes, just staring. And suddenly you shouted, "Baldwin, Baldwin."
What?
You called out the name Baldwin.
Baldwin? Why would I call out the name Baldwin?
I'm sure I couldn't say.
I don't even know anybody by the name of Baldwin. I'll answer that, please.
Oh, but it's your private executive line, sir.
Oh. Hello?
Hi.
Well, hello. What are you doing?
Shooting.
That's good.
I should say this little epic we're filming will make your company $1 billion and me an Academy Award winner. You miss me?
Constantly.
That isn't true.
It isn't.
You only miss me when you think about me. And you only think about me when you don't have something more important on your mind. I know my place.
Yes. And it's a secure place in the hearts of millions of American red-blooded men.
How secure is it in yours, Strongheart?
What did you just call me? You called me Strongheart?
Well, sure.
Why, Della? Why did you call me Strongheart?
Because it's kind of, sort of, I don't know, seems to suit you. Strongheart. Yes, now that I think of it, I like it.
Strongheart.
Kenneth? Is something wrong?
No. No, I may fly out tonight. We'll have dinner. Would you like to?
Oh, yes, my lord.
Now, why did you say that?
I better not say any more. You're having a bad morning.
I am not.
I'll see you tonight at dinner.
If I can make it.
Well, darling, if you can't make it, then I won't see you. Goodbye for now, Strongheart.
Strongheart. Strongheart.
I beg your pardon, sir. You're saying something to me, but I'm not sure I understand what it means.
I wasn't saying anything, Miss Magruder.
Well, you were looking right at me, and you were... look, Mr. Sturgis, I believe you should see a doctor.
You do?
You seem to be having some sort of problem.
You've been hearing things that no one else has heard, and you've been saying things without being aware of the fact that you've said them.
Oh?
Well, it seems to me you've just been muttering the word Strongheart.
Oh, that, yes. Miss Downing just used it on the phone.
Oh, talking about Miss Downing, sir, you asked me to monitor the media, as you put it, to see if anything has surfaced.
And?
Well, the gossip columns in both the Globe and the press link your name and Della Downing.
Thank you. Cancel my afternoon. I have to fly out to the coast.
Yes, sir. Yes? Oh, of course, Madge. I'll tell him. The chairman of the board wants to know if you can pop in there for a minute or two.
Strongheart. Strongheart.
Sir Kenneth Strongheart, hear this bill of attainder. Because of your acts of treason against His Majesty King Stephen, because of the high crimes committed against the people of England, your lands and goods and chattels are forfeit to the crown, and you are hereby condemned to death.
Baldwin, have you seen her? Have you seen Queen Maud?
Yes, Kenneth, I have.
There is no need then to speak. I read the verdict on your face.
She wants you to know she tried to save you.
Did she?
I think she did. A little.
And this is to be my reward for faithful service.
No, it's the price you pay for guessing wrong.
And you, Baldwin, you are now more secure than ever.
Not really. I have merely weathered a storm.
How strongly you fought against Queen Maud. And now you can accept her son. What did you always call him? This loud-mouthed little Plantagenet upstart. As the next king of England.
It's the way of the world, Kenneth.
For years we had been enemies. But I respected you because I believed you fought for a principle.
Well, there's no help for it, Kenneth. We reach that point where the practicalities of life take over. And there's nothing we can do for our principles.
Yes, there is. We can die for them.
And that's what you've chosen to do.
Yes.
I'm sorry for you, Kenneth.
And I am sorry for you, Baldwin. I'm sorry for you, Baldwin.
Mr. Sturgis? Who is Baldwin? And why are you sorry for him?
What are you talking about, Miss Magruder?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but you keep talking to yourself.
You mean I seem to be saying things again?
Yes, sir.
Let's just forget about it, shall we?
Yes, Mr. Sturgis.
The chairman of the board has issued his summons, and I don't want to keep His Majesty waiting.
Oh, good morning, Ken.
Morning, Steve.
How's the golf?
It's been better. How's the fishing?
Oh, it's been worse. How's Carolyn?
Oh, she's just great. And Edna?
Can't complain. How are the kids?
Janie is engaged, and Bobby's entering law school in September.
My godson's going to be a lawyer.
He says he has dreams of the Supreme Court.
Well, when the time comes, we could pull a string or two for him.
I thought you were on vacation.
I am.
And what are you doing here?
I came back because I have something to say to you.
You could have said it on the phone.
It wouldn't sound good on the phone.
What wouldn't sound good on the phone?
You're fired.
Those two words don't sound good wherever, whenever, or however they're said. You're fired. Now, isn't there some sort of parallelism running through the story? Here we have a modern captain of industry who seems to have some intimations of a past life as a nobleman during the Middle Ages. And he got fired there, in a way, also. Well, that's enough for the first act. We'll go forward and also backward when I return with Act 2. What are the saddest words of tongue or pen? I'm sure "you're fired" would certainly rank high on everybody's list. Yes, here we have a Mr. Kenneth B. Sturgis, one of the highest and mightiest. His daily decisions could affect the lives of millions of people. And yet, like any one of those millions, he too can arrive at a day when someone higher up can say to him,
"You're fired." Do you mean I'm out?
Just cool down a minute.
You just told me I'm fired and you want me to be cool.
Well, you're not quite fired. Let's say you're as good as fired.
What are you trying to do to the English language, Steve? I'm either in or I'm out.
Well, right now, you're in the doorway.
What's going on here?
And you can move in either direction.
Get to the point. We showed a profit for every single one of the 5 years I've been chief operating officer.
The board of directors is frankly worried.
About what?
If you'd spend a little more time in understanding the attitudes on the board.
But I don't have it to spare. I spend all my time making money for this company.
Not all your time, Ken. You spend quite a bit of it in Hollywood with Miss Della Downing. Now, there are people in this country who find that sort of thing distasteful and immoral. Ken, you're not playing according to the rules.
Come on, Steve. Just because I'm having an affair with a movie actress.
Oh, she's not just a movie actress, Ken. She's probably the most famous star of them all right now.
And for this reason, the board intends to fire me?
It's part of a bill of particulars.
You mean a bill of attainder?
A what?
A bill of attainder.
What's that?
You're a lawyer. You know perfectly well what...
Oh, yes, well, but it's a medieval kind of... What does this have to do with anything?
It was a way you could strip a man down and chop off his head.
Well, now, nobody wants to chop off your head, Kenny.
They don't?
No, actually, I'm trying to suggest a way you can keep it.
I don't even know if I want to hear it. For over 15 years, I've gone all out for this company.
No one denies that.
I pushed our volume up into the top 10.
Yes, Kenneth, but...
But nothing. I quit.
Oh, you quit to do what?
I can get a better job than this tomorrow morning.
There is no better job than this, and nobody would hire you anyhow.
What is it you want?
I'll tell you what the board wants. Reassurance. Give it to them at the next meeting, and it's not too late.
What kind of reassurance?
The board feels that we're expanding too far, too fast. This is a time to consolidate.
Oh, no. This is a time when the weak sisters are being pushed out. There'll never be an opportunity like this again.
The board feels an obligation to protect the stockholders.
I can only operate in one way, my way.
Then you're going to be out.
What you're telling me to do is to go to the board with my hat in my hand and fall on my knees and promise to be their faithful little lackey.
What I'm telling you to do is give the board the assurance that you can be the proper operating officer for the very difficult economic, political, and social problems that lie ahead of us.
If I do go to the board, it'll be to tell them to go soak their heads.
Do that, and they'll promptly take yours off.
I'll go directly to the stockholders.
You can't win that kind of battle, you know it.
We'll see if I can or not. If the board wants war, I'll...
Oh, war. Poor Kenneth. I can think of nothing more futile or tragic than to be the only man killed in a war that never got off the ground. I received your message, Kenneth.
Thank you for coming, Sir Baldwin.
It was a request from one night to another I could not refuse.
I am told the hour for the execution has been set.
Yes.
Tomorrow morning, at first light. I have one hope.
I'm afraid there's no hope.
The Queen. Queen Maud herself.
Well, surely you know she agreed to your death.
But if I could see her, just for a moment...
It would do no good.
Baldwin, do me this service. Ask her. Just ask her.
But I...
Do me this service, Baldwin. This one thing for me. Do this thing for me. This one thing for me.
Kenneth? Kenneth? What are you saying? What do you want me to do for you?
What?
Well, you just said, do this for me. Now, what do you want me to do for you?
What? What are you talking about? Hello, darling.
Kenneth.
You seem surprised to see me.
Well, I am, in a way.
Why? I said I'd fly out for dinner, didn't I?
Yes, but...
Yes, but what?
nothing.
Where shall we go to dinner? How about Luzetto's?
Oh, why not spend a quiet evening at home, and I'll prepare dinner.
You know how to cook?
Of course I do. Let's just have a quiet evening. Besides, in view of the situation, it might be wiser if...
What situation?
Your situation. Your upcoming problem with the board.
What do you know about it?
A great many people know about it.
Yes, but how do you know about it?
Darling, I'm a very large shareholder. After all, you invested my money wisely for me.
Who spoke to you?
Ken, the word is out. If you fight the board, you're done for. And everybody knows you've chosen to fight.
I can fight and win. I can go to the stockholders. You're a stockholder. I made you rich.
Darling, let us not rewrite history. I was rich before I met you.
I've tripled your net worth. You can't deny it.
I admit it.
You owe it to my way of doing business.
I do, but it's quite possible that now your way...
Yes?
Oh, darling. You've heard it said that generals lose wars today by using the winning tactics of yesterday. Flexibility, darling. Excuse me. Hello? Yes? Well, we don't have to talk about that now, do we? No, I plan to be home all evening. Yes, Tommy. Goodbye, dear. That Tommy always tries to impress me with the fact that he's working for me day and night, calls me at home at all hours.
Did he call you to make sure you'd stay home tonight?
Now, why would he do that?
Maybe you all decided it might be best to go easy on this romance with Kenneth B. Sturgis. It might be wise to start phasing it out of the media and the mind of the public.
What are you saying?
You don't know? Let me explain. There's something adventurous, romantic, when your lover is one of the top men in Wall Street in Washington. Successful and powerful people are always forgiven their little peccadillos. But there's something disreputable and sordid when the man in the case has lost out, is on the way down.
Kenneth.
Who is no longer a wheeler and dealer, a mover and shaker.
That thought never entered my mind.
Maybe it didn't enter of its own accord, but it was very deftly put there by people who have a stake in your career.
Kenneth,
I don't blame them. They're doing their jobs, protecting their investment.
I still love you.
What is the word still doing in there?
Kenneth, please don't turn this into an inquisition.
I won't. I also think I'd better be getting back early.
You're going to fight it out.
It's the only way I know how to operate.
Will I see you again?
That depends.
On what?
On whether I win or lose.
Oh, Kenneth, why can't we just be two people in love?
Because we're not just two people. You love me because I'm rich and powerful and important.
That isn't...
See, you were about to tell a lie, but you're too honest. And I love you because you're beautiful, desirable, glamorous, and every man envies me. The moment either of us loses those special qualities, I'd better be starting back.
Goodbye, Strongheart.
Why do you call me that?
I don't know. Ken, why do you look like that? So serious, as if your mind is 1,000,000 miles or 1,000 years away from here. Why?
Strongheart. I was called that name once. But when? Where? Hello, Carolyn.
Ken, I thought you were in California.
No, I have some important things to do here at home.
And besides, she threw you out.
No, I walked out on her.
Was the handwriting on the wall?
Carolyn, I want to talk to you.
Can you fit me into your schedule?
You have a right to talk that way, but it would be counterproductive.
Do you want a divorce?
No. I've been thinking, Carolyn. We haven't had much of a life together these past 15 years.
I agree.
The reason is we haven't made any real life together, have we?
No, we haven't.
And so I want to tell you what I would like.
Sir Kenneth.
Who is that?
Sir Kenneth.
Do you hear him?
Do I hear who?
Sir Kenneth.
Him.
Her Majesty, Queen Maud.
Please rise, Sir Kenneth.
Your Majesty, you've come.
Yes. I have come to see a good and loyal knight.
Have you come to save me? Your Majesty, I am pleading for mercy.
Please, Sir Kenneth.
For more than mercy, for justice.
The judges have spoken.
But they are your judges.
It was the way you would have it, Sir Kenneth.
No. It was the way your father would have it. King Henry, son of William the Conqueror himself, at the great close of his life as he lay dying, clasped my right hand in both of his. Swear to me, noble Kenneth, that my only living child, my Maud, shall be queen of this land that my father has wrested from the Saxons. Swear to me that your sword will always uphold her right. Swear. And I took an oath.
I know.
To defend your right to the throne.
And you have.
But Stephen is king.
My son will succeed him. And so my right to the throne is secure.
And my head is to be forfeit.
That is the price. Sir Kenneth, you were willing to give your life for that right.
To defend it, not to buy it.
I'm sorry. Truly sorry.
Your Majesty, I don't ask this for myself. You cannot trust Stephen. I don't ask this for myself. Not for myself.
What don't you ask for yourself, Kenneth?
I guess I'm under a kind of strain lately.
I shouldn't wonder.
I see things. I hear things.
What sort of things?
Voices, images. I can't figure them out. It's as if I'm actually living somewhere else and involved in something else.
Should you see a doctor?
I want to ask you something.
Yes.
I want to change my entire way of living, my philosophy of life.
You do?
I would want us to start all over again, to work at our marriage the way other people do. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
What's your answer?
It's the most serious and important question a man can ask his wife. Do you want to salvage our marriage? Yet it seems that just a few moments ago, in a dream, or in another incarnation, or in another world, he asked the most serious question a man could ask his queen. Will you save my life? And he was turned down there. Shall we balance the equation here? Wait for Act 3. Is one time around all you get? It doesn't seem right somehow. After all, time stretches on and on, out into infinity, and life is so short, over before it's even fairly begun for so many of us. Well, maybe we do keep going. Maybe we do keep coming back. Maybe we keep doing the same things over and over again, from now till eternity.
You want us to begin all over again?
Yes, Carol.
And make our marriage happy and fulfilling?
Yes, I want that.
It's remarkable.
I've changed.
Have you, Kenneth?
Yes, I'm not driven to... I know what this word must sound like, but it expresses the truth. I'm not driven to conquer. Not anymore.
Well, what are you being driven to do?
Nothing. I have more money than I could ever spend. I've worked very hard. And now, why not relax?
Why not?
You haven't answered my question.
I know. I'm overwhelmed by it.
overwhelmed.
Yes. By the arrogance of it.
Arrogance? Here I express the absolute humility.
Your idea of humility. Well, it isn't your fault. It's how you're made.
How can you say I'm being arrogant when I'm on...
When you're what? Don't you realize what you're saying to me? My dear, for almost 20 years, we have had what amounted to a marriage of convenience for me. We shared a home, but we didn't really live together. Well, not very much. I needed you for social and political purposes.
Carolyn.
And now I want to change. I want this marriage to be meaningful. It suits my needs for us to have a serious relationship. That, in effect, is what you're telling me.
Yes. But why is it arrogant?
Because it doesn't take into consideration my needs. And the fact is, Kenneth, I had to learn to do without you.
You won't ever have to do without me again. I know you're angry, and you have a right to be about those other women.
Yes, I do have that right. I'll never forgive you. Do you know why?
I had no right to be unfaithful.
Oh, I could have overlooked that. It's whom you were unfaithful with. You see, the average betrayed wife can look down at her husband's mistress and say, oh, whatever does he see in her? Well, that allows her to feel superior, and so she can forgive him. But you, the women you chose were more than I could ever be.
Carolyn,
Every one of them only reminded me that I was a nobody. And so what right did I have to complain? Your first? She's considered the finest woman painter alive today. Your second will soon be elected to the United States Senate. Your third is not just a pretty face on the screen, but an actress of stature who plays Shakespeare and Shaw.
We're talking about the past. It's dead.
No, it's alive. It's very much alive. It's what molds us and makes us.
The fact is, I need you now.
But the fact is, I don't need you.
You trying to tell me there's someone else?
Yes.
I see.
No, I don't think you do. There's someone else, because there had to be someone else. There wasn't you. And do you know why? Because you didn't need me.
I tell you, that was in the past.
You didn't need me. You don't need me now. You'll never need me. You'll never need anyone. There are those men who can live only for their own purpose. Kenneth, it'll pass.
What will pass?
This moment of panic. You're afraid, aren't you? Yes, you are. For the first time in your life. And you don't know how to handle it. So you've decided to play it Stephen's way and to become a tame lapdog for the board. And you'll even try to become respectable. Oh, Kenneth, how long can those good resolutions of yours last? Only till you see the next spectacular financial opportunity or encounter your next spectacular woman.
Yes. Thanks, Carolyn. Well, it has to be a fight to the finish.
Oh. You were born out of your time. You should have lived in the age of the robber barons.
The robber barons.
In those Middle Ages, when the only limit to your ambition was the strength of your arm. You took what you wanted. Land, women. Well, take over the corporation. Take it away from Stephen.
Why not? I took the crown away from Stephen once.
What did you say? About a crown?
Now, don't tell me you're hearing things, too. Miss Magruder?
Yes, sir.
Have all those letters gone out to the stockholders?
Yes, sir. And the proxies are coming back.
I'll show Stephen that board way to head in.
Yes, sir.
Has Mr. Damien called back?
No, sir.
Has anybody called back?
No, sir.
General Morrison at the Pentagon?
No, sir.
Are you sure you left your message?
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't want to be disturbed for a while. What do they say? It's always darkest just before it's dawn. Hello? Let me speak with Miss Downing, please. This is Mr. Sturgis. Kenneth B. Sturgis. In reference to what? Are you new around there? No, I don't want to leave a message. I want you to tell her I'm on the telephone. I understand that she's on the set. Just tell her that I... See here. You just go out there and tell her that I... Hello? Hello? There.
Kenneth?
Well, Steve?
You're licked.
You think so?
Why did you start this fight?
Why did you continue to fight, Sir Kenneth?
I had no choice.
You had no choice.
Wise men always have choices, Sir Kenneth.
Your Majesty, listen to me.
Kenneth, what are you saying?
Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Stephen. The false Stephen. He has a son who will seek the crown.
We have signed an agreement.
An agreement?
Yes. And you could have been part of that agreement. But you were instead headstrong and stubborn.
In your cause, my queen.
My cause has been peace. And the crown for my son.
There can be no peace while Stephen is alive. Your Majesty, the army will follow me. Let me lead the army.
The army will follow you no longer.
It's my army. I trained it. I led it for you.
The army is tired. They long for peace, to go home, to till the soil, to sow the crops. For 20 years, there has not been a harvest in England that has not been drenched with blood.
Hear me, madam.
No. Hear me. It was turbulent men like yourself who have kept Stephen and me apart, who have prevented us from making this land peaceful and fruitful and happy. You sought to enrich yourselves with your swords.
Oh, my lord. You were right, Sir Baldwin. You told me they would have it so.
Perhaps you should have listened.
I see now. Stephen has truly won.
England has won. Sir Kenneth, for the sake of my father, I give you my deepest regard and affection in this hour of your travail.
Thank you, madam.
We shall meet, I hope, in another world.
I shall pray.
Goodbye, Sir Kenneth. Do you forgive me?
Yes, madam. I forgive you. For your father's sake, I forgive you. I forgive you. I forgive you. I forgive you.
You forgive me? For what?
No, I don't forgive you.
What are you talking about?
What are you doing here?
Ken, I want us to be friends.
Friends?
We had a difference of opinion. You lost. Does it have to be the end of the world?
Yes.
Now, look, if this were the olden days, I would have cut off your head.
In the olden days, you did.
Now, what are you talking about?
I don't know. I just don't know.
I can appreciate you're under a strain.
You think you've won. You and the board have won. But I've got some defense contracts I've been holding in reserve.
Have you?
That'll give me some leverage. Yes?
Mr. Sturgis.
What is it?
About your call to the Pentagon to General Morrison.
Well?
He's been transferred.
Who's been transferred?
General Morrison's been transferred. Is that what she's telling you?
Morrison? Transferred?
Yes. Your strong right arm. He's out of procurement.
How did it happen? When?
The Defense Department makes these transfers all the time, as a matter of course. Ken, you've had it. Now, about your letter of resignation.
My letter of resignation?
Charlie has a very bright young kid in his PR group who could compose a very graceful sort of thing.
All right, Steve. You won.
Well, I didn't win. The company won.
Funny, isn't it? I went quietly last time.
Last time? What do you mean by last time?
Yes. I listened to my lady.
Your lady?
You were the enemy then, too. Is it a coincidence that your name is Stephen also?
Miss Magruder, get a doctor.
Yes. Stephen. King Stephen.
false King Stephen.
Now, Kenneth, just sit quietly for a moment.
You led the revolt. You turned England into a charnel house.
Yeah, everything's going to be all right.
No. As long as you live, there will be scheming and treason.
Now, Kenneth.
Stephen, I accuse you.
Hey, put down that letter opener.
You, Stephen, usurper of the crown of England, for the crime of high treason to the rightful Queen of England.
Kenneth,
I
don't
hereby...
You're crazy. You're... Help! Help! Somebody help!
Sturgis, no!
Justice, my lady, has finally been done.
How are you this morning, sir?
What manner of place is this?
Oh, this. A new sort of castle, sir.
And why are you dressed in this fashion, my lady?
It's the new fashion.
I think it revealing, perhaps, but if the good Lord did not wish female beauty to be shown, he would not have bestowed it upon the fair sex to begin with. And so, madam, you rule in England.
Yes, I do.
I know that your majesty must keep me in prison. It is the price I must pay for Stephen.
Yes, it's the price you must pay.
It was murder. But I did it gladly for my queen. I, too, am descended from royalty. Scottish royalty. My name, Kenneth, means handsome in our Scottish tongue.
Do you have everything you need?
Yes, my good Queen Maud.
I am not your good Queen Maud. I'm Miss Magruder. I'm just your secretary.
You jest, my lady. What is a secretary?
It's getting late.
This is a place of many wonders. Lights come on without fire. Voices and pictures issue from boxes. I know I shall be happy here.
Oh, I hope so.
And not because I am warm and well fed, but because I killed Stephen. And I know that you rule in England.
Well, what is happiness? Each of us defines it in his own thoughts and seeks it in his own way and enjoys it in his own fashion. And if the belief that he is a 12th century Scottish knight in the court of Queen Maud of England makes Kenneth B. Sturgis happy, who are we to destroy his illusions? I have an illusion that you'll be here when I return shortly. The men who run our mammoth mills and mines and factories, the men who control our commerce and industry, the men whose decisions mold the lives of millions. These men, who would they have been 1,000 years ago? When Duke William of Normandy decided to invade Saxon England, he sold shares in the enterprise. For so many soldiers, weapons, ships, and supplies, you would be entitled to so much conquered English land. The entire thing was a business proposition. Our cast included Gordon Heath, William Griffiths, Terry Keane, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I'm about to let you in on one of the best-kept secrets of the United States government. An account of a conspiracy to steal $10 million from the U.S. Sub-Treasury in Philadelphia. This story has been kept under wraps for over 100 years. It happened the year of the centennial, 1876. But it could have been yesterday. I can only hope that if there are any top-flight safecrackers or burglars listening in, that this tale won't give them any ideas.
Put her there, Big Jake. When my boy Tommy told me he was in town, I was delighted.
Noonan, jail sure agreed with you. You looking a pink. You know, Noonan, I got an idea for just the three of us. You, your son Tommy, and me.
Oh, I'm that glad you're including him in. I want the boy to start getting himself some practical experience as soon as possible.
Our mystery drama, The $10 Million Heist, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by James Ackett, Jr. and stars Joe Silver and Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Every Cracker Jack safecracker aims for the jackpot. The pot of gold at the end of the robber's rainbow is a big pot, filled with lots of gold, or bills, or at least negotiable securities. The year is 1876. Big Jake Erbman decided it might be a good time for him to leave his hometown, New York. He was well known there. His accomplishments and a not-too-flattering photo, front and side view, were posted prominently in every post office in the land. He was doing so well in the big city that he made the Metropolitan Police's most wanted list. So he figured to leave town and take his talents elsewhere.
Hey, welcome to Philadelphia, Big Jake. Welcome to the city of brotherly love.
Brotherly love. Boy, I could sure use some of that, Tommy.
Hey, what brings you to Philly?
Well, you know, Tommy, your dad is a brother-in-law of the aunt of my dear departed second cousin.
I knew we was related, Big Jake, but I didn't know my dad was your aunt's, second cousin?
No, it's the other way around, I think.
Yeah? Well, what does that make me?
I never have figured it out. But look, at least you're kinfolk.
Yeah. Hey, how's New York City?
Oh, it's getting too hot. So I thought I'd take me into Philadelphia Exposition. You know, 100 years of America.
Shit, are we that old?
Yeah. Hey, how old are you now, Tommy?
25.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Got an education?
No. Only playing hooky. I never went to school much.
Yeah, well, you know what they're celebrating here in Philly? The Declaration of Independence, signed right here.
Yeah, is that good?
Very good.
Is there money in it?
Oh, it certainly was. The whole hit and caboodle of the USA was in it. Now, you got a lot of visitors coming into town for the exposition, right?
Yeah. A man said to me the other day they're close to 8 million.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm here. Just a visitor, planning to celebrate. You understand, Cousin Tommy?
Don't tell me. And if each one of those 8 million visitors could celebrate $1 worth with you, you'd end up with $8 million. Okay, what's a scam, Big Jake?
You know, you young fellas are always looking for the easy way to make a buck. A con, a chisel, a swindle, a flim-flam. But if you want to make it in the big time, Tommy, there is no easy way. If you want to get ahead in this business, you got to work at it. Work hard. That is the American way.
You're gonna push over a bank.
Correct. Now, I'll tell you this, Cousin Tommy. You talk about taking $1 from each of 8 million people, huh? Well, in my head is an idea that's worth 10 million.
10 million? What?
Maybe more.
Where did you start?
Where I always do. At the top.
Meaning?
Tommy, my boy, as soon as I get settled in Philly, you and me are going to take ourselves a little stroll to enjoy the sights of the city, huh? Who knows? We may wend our way to the U.S. Custom House.
They don't have any money there.
No, but they do right next door.
You mean?
Yeah. The sub-treasury building. Huh?
You're going to case the Treasury building?
Why not? The way I figure it, if anybody's got a lot of money in one place, it's Uncle Samuel, huh? And I am to relieve him of a little of that responsibility. Maybe a lot.
You are standing in the main rotunda of the United States Customs House. Built in 1821, one of the finest examples of Neo-Greek architecture in America.
Come on, follow me.
Yeah. Where are we going?
Up these back stairs.
What's up there?
Look, just walk up. Casual, huh?
Yeah.
Like you're a visitor, having himself a look around.
Yeah. One of the 8 million.
Right.
Sure, I get it. Hey, what's this door marked clock room?
Here's son of the gun, just like it said in the blueprint.
Hey, are we going in?
Give me a nail file, cuz.
Yeah. Wow! That clock! Look at those words.
Here, shut the door.
Yeah. Shit, that's the biggest clock I ever seen from behind. Yeah, you know, I think it faces Chestnut Street.
Yeah.
What are you tapping on the back wall for, Big Jake?
Don't make so much noise. I'm working.
Yeah. Working, yeah.
Yeah, just as I thought. You know what is behind that wall?
Let's see, 4th Street. No, 5th Street.
Yeah, guess again. Behind that wall is a sub-treasury building. The custom house backs on to the sub-treasury building. See? I got a blueprint back in my room. You know what it shows?
I'm going to stop guessing. I'm always wrong.
It shows the vault is on the 2nd floor of that building.
You mean?
Yes, I mean. See, we organize ourselves and come up here on Friday afternoon, which is when it's closed to the public. The custom house people who work downstairs leave at 6. And over Saturday and Sunday, we punch ourselves a hole in that wall. Would you believe it? Just a couple of feet from here where we're standing now is $10 million.
Behind that wall is $10 million.
Yeah, in gold, silver, and bills.
10 million? Hey, how can we carry it all out of there?
Well, I need just one more man. A big, strong, healthy ex-con with guts.
Hey, I got just a man for you, Big Jake.
Yeah? Do I know him?
You ought to know him. He's my dad, Big Tommy.
Big Tommy Noonan?
Yeah.
Well, why'd you say so? Hey, when did he get out of Sing Sing?
Yeah, he got sprung last night. I told him you was in town.
Oh, sheesh. Big Tommy Noonan.
Yeah.
Well, by all means, let's go and talk to him. Hey, there's another bunch of tourists going down by there. See there? Now, you and me go down these stairs and walk over to them and mingle.
Dollars in the sub-treasury at this very moment.
See, boy? What'd I tell you?
Big Jake Erdman, put her there. Oh, when my boy Tommy told me he was in town, I couldn't be more delighted.
Hey, Noonan, look at you. You're a picture of health. Incarceration certainly agrees with you. You know, I read all about you.
You wouldn't kid an old man, would you, B.J.?
No, you had the headlines in all them big New York newspapers. The World, the Sun. You know, that Chase Bank of America job, that was a masterpiece.
You read about it, B.J.?
Yeah, I am proud to be a relative of yours, Noonan.
It was a big mistake. Too many guys in on it. The split got too small. Some rat squealed.
Noonan, listen. I got an idea for the three of us. You, your son, and me.
Oh, I'm glad you're including him in. I want the boy to get some practical experience. He tells me you plan to crack a wall between the custom house and the sub-treasury.
In a nutshell.
You don't think even over a weekend that someone will hear it?
Nah, all under control, Noonan. I hung around all last weekend to make sure. behind the custom house is the main post office, see? Huh? They work all weekend, and there's such a racket down there. I mean, mail coming in by postal wagons, drivers shouting at the top of their voices. Believe me, there could be a young earthquake and nobody would hear it. Let alone 2 flights up inside the clock room.
Okay, BJ, I'd buy that.
We just gotta chip away till we get through that wall, see? Now, I got me a great sledgehammer, some cold chisels.
No, don't worry about tools. I know just where to lay my hands on them. Now, if we get through the wall...
Don't say if, Noonan. Say when.
We've cut through, okay?
Okay.
But how do you know the swag is right on the other side?
Because this blueprint here tells me. That's how I know.
And how does it happen to be in your possession, BJ?
Well, I happen to be accompanying a friend who cleans the gas jets for the Pinkertons. So I was helping him, and I just happened to see this blueprint laying on a desk. So I just happened to help myself, stuffed it under my overalls, right? I thought someday this little old blueprint might come in handy.
Very handy indeed. Hey, you see that, Tommy, son? Be prepared. Think ahead. All righty, BJ. Spread out the blueprint, and we'll have a gander. Tommy, lad. Yeah. I want you to go down to the cigar store at the corner and pick us up a handful of panatellas. You smoke, don't you, BJ?
Only the best.
But couldn't I do that after, Dad? I want to see what you two are planning.
Don't you worry about that, Tommy. You just do as I tell you.
Oh, but, Dad, how am I ever going to learn?
Tommy!
Yes, Dad. 6 panatellas on the way.
Okay, now here. See, this blueprint shows us everything we have to know.
Oh, yes, I see. Yes, the clock room. The back of it is right onto the back of the sub-treasury vault.
Right. Now, if we can't punch a hole in that wall between Friday night and Monday morning, we ought to give up the business.
10 million. How do you know the 3 of us can even lift those bags of money?
Well, if the treasury guys lifted them in there, we can sure lift them out of there.
Hey, how do I look, Dad? Like a workman?
Turn your cap around. You're supposed to be a laborer, not a jockey. And dirty up your hands. Go on, stick them down there in the gutter.
All right. Now, both of you just follow me, huh? We're going to walk slowly like we do this every day, huh? Around 5th, in the chestnut, and inside we go right up them back steps, okay? All set, huh?
What would 3 workmen be doing going into the custom house on a Friday just before closing?
Tommy, dear heart, we've only gone over this every day for a week. We're workmen. We're dressed like workmen. Yeah? We got bags of tools on our shoulders. No one's going to question us. A workman can get in anywheres. People are glad to see them. That means something is going to get fixed.
Your dad's right, Tommy. Nobody asks questions. They think the other guy must know, so they go along with it. Not wishing to appear ignorant, That is human nature. Up we go.
I'm sorry. The bag fell off my back.
That isn't your bag, Tommy. That's BJ's bag. This is yours, the lighter one.
Here. All right. Thanks. All right, now let's go, huh?
I don't know. Sometimes I wonder, why didn't my old lady give birth to a girl?
Hey, Noonan, I meant to ask you, how is your wife?
She's still serving time for embezzlement up in Harrisburg.
Crime really runs in this family. It's almost hard to believe that these 2 safecrackers, Big Jake Erdman and Tommy Noonan Sr., are about to pull off the heist of the century. With a little help from Tommy Jr., we hope. They hope. But this is the way the story went. As much as we know today. I'll be back to you shortly with Act 2. Safecrackers, actually 2 with experience. The younger one, Tommy, is just learning. Dressed in workman's overalls, walk up the steps into the U.S. Custom House on Chestnut Street, Philadelphia. Through the building, past the clerks making out bills of lading and manifests, and up the iron stairs at the rear. It's fairly close to closing time, and every government employee is hoping to get out at 6 sharp and have themselves a fine weekend. So, who would bother Big Jake and Big and Little Tommy?
Hey, we made it. Hey, did you turn the key on the inside?
Yes, we're all locked in. Snug as a bug in a rug, BJ.
Hey, that clock makes some racket. That'll help us.
Exactly what I thought, too.
Yeah, you were right, Dad. Nobody even bothered to look at us.
I don't know about you two, but I aim to take out our tools. The hammer, the jimmies, the drills, the chisels. Just lay them down there, and then lay me down. I'm going to sleep some.
You're going to sleep right now, Big Jake?
I sure am.
Well, come on, Tommy. Don't just stand there. You take all the food out. It's going to be a long, hard weekend. We'll be plenty hungry.
Food? I didn't bring any food.
You what?
No, I just took those big paper bags and shoved them in my sack. They're tools, aren't they? Am I right? They're tools?
Huh? What is this tools? 2 dozen sandwiches, 3 quarts of milk, a roast chicken, a roast turkey, apples. Is this tools?
Oh, boy, Noonan, your boy had me worried there for a minute.
Oh, sometimes I wonder if it's really worthwhile to bring up your child into knowledge, handing him down the tricks of the trade, teaching him your profession. The odds are so great against you.
I wonder what time it is.
How about we look at the big clock, huh?
What for?
Well, tell us what time it is.
Tommy, that clock can't tell us the time.
Well, it can't.
Because the face of that clock, you know, the big round white thing with the numbers and the hands.
Yeah.
That's the outside of the clock, this big ticking clock. And the outside, with the numbers from 1 to 12, faces the street. So that people out there can tell the time, not back here.
Okay, now, I think we can start. I'll light the lantern.
What can I do? What can I do, Dad?
I think the best thing, Tommy, you line up the tools and hand them to us as we call out.
All right, no, I'd say right here, right about here in the middle of this wall is right where we ought to break through.
Dad?
Yeah, now, let me see here. Let me take a look at that blueprint.
Yeah, I got it right here.
Dad?
Yeah, I think you're right. Right smack dab in the middle.
Dad, can I speak to you? Dad, I gotta go.
Go? What do you mean, go?
Dad, you know, go.
Oh, great. Jumping crab apples. You have to leave everything until the last minute?
Sorry, honest.
I don't even know where it is.
Well, I'll find it. There's got to be one out there someplace.
I don't know. Supposing somebody sees
Well,
it.
see me. You said everybody's gone home.
All right. But you get back here as fast as you can.
Yeah.
Hey, what's the problem here? Well, come on, let's start.
BJ, I have to beg your indulgence once more and apologize for my boy. Youngsters nowadays never plan ahead.
I'll be back in a minute. Hey, it's dark out here. I'll just feel my way down the stairs. Hey, here comes somebody with a light. Excuse me, sir. Could you direct me to the,
Oh, yeah. Let's go down the stairs,
Right.
first right, and there's a door. It's marked.
Thank you very much, sir.
So wait a minute. Wait. Hey, you. What are you doing in the custom house after hours? Hey, you young fella, you come back here. Hey there, open this door.
I'll be out in a minute.
You're not supposed to be in the building. No one's supposed to be here.
Oh, yeah? I didn't know that.
It's after hours. The place is closed to the public.
Then what are you doing here?
I'm a night watchman.
Oh, well, I'm a workman. I'm working upstairs.
I know you're a workman.
How do I know you're a night watchman?
Because I say I am. Why else would a sane man spend his nights for 31 years in a place like this?
Well, you don't have anything to prove you're a night watchman.
I've got these keys.
Well.
And I've got this club. Listen, young fella.
Hey, what do you need a club for?
In case there's an intruder, one sock on the side of the ear, and that's it.
Hey, no kidding. Is it that heavy? Let me see that.
Hey.
Gee whiz, that conch on the side of the head stuff really works.
Well, Tommy, who's that?
Night watchman. He's out cold. I dragged him upstairs.
Jumping Pete Boggs. All right, put him into the room. Hurry up.
Yeah.
Hey, who's this?
Night watchman, Big Jake. It was him or me.
What are we going to do with him?
I thought we could bump him off. It's easy. I could choke him to death while he's still unconscious.
Son, you've been reading too many mystery stories. We're burglars, not killers.
No, but what if he comes to?
Noonan, take these rags, blindfold him, and gag him. That's all we can do. Then let's get back to life.
I'll blindfold him. I'll gag him. I'll do that. I can do it.
Hey, Jake, once again, I apologize.
No, Noonan, no need. Nothing to apologize for. I think you boys got a lot on the ball. See, if that watchman had come up here and hide us, we hadn't heard him. Well, he could have given the alarm.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, it's me who ought to apologize. My information was there was 2 watchmen. They was both sick. Okay, you ready now? With a sledgehammer? I'm going to hold the chisel in just the right spot, right there. Okay? Now, give it a hit.
Ooh, doesn't wake the dead.
No, go on, another. Hold it, Noonan. You're right. We'll wrap the chisel in cloth. Use the thickest one we got.
All right. Okay, all set. Try it this time.
Okay, Noonan. Time to rest, huh?
How long would you say we've been at it?
Oh, an hour, maybe an hour and a half.
Hey, can I try? Can I try it, Dad?
Son, I don't think you could even lift the sledgehammer, let alone swing it. You just keep changing chisels and wrapping them up and handing them to us.
No, Tommy, you're being mighty useful.
Tommy, a fresh chisel.
Come in.
Thank you, boy. Okay, fire away, VJ. Hey, it's beginning. Yeah. You got a real hole there.
Yeah.
Tommy, come over here. Look at this hole.
Ed?
Boy, it's at least 6 inches. Hey, how thick is that wall, BJ?
Yeah, it's hard to tell. A couple of feet, I think.
Hey, Dad.
6 inches. Now we're making progress.
Oh, boy. I'm going to take a breathing spell.
5 in the morning. Oh, that's a thick baby.
Yeah, but we got time. We'll make it. It's only Saturday morning.
Dad, Big Jake, the night watchman came too.
How do you know?
Well, he's moving around.
What do you think, BJ? Shall we slug him again, or what?
Let's go see you. Hey, hi there. Is this tag too tight around your mouth?
Yeah, he's nodding his head, yeah.
Oh, I guess we could loosen it a little, huh?
Oh, no, wait a minute. Is that safe? Supposing he starts yelling.
5 o'clock on a Saturday morning in this place. Who'd hear him? All right, here, fella. Hold still. I'll untie this here. Make it there. Is that better?
Water.
Oh, sure. We don't want you to suffer. Nice old geezer like you.
Hey, did we bring water?
You're over there in the canteen by my bag. Listen, I'm sorry to put you to this inconvenience, sir. But this is what happens in the life of a night watchman. Oh, thanks, Tommy. Here, now, I'll take this off. Here. Now, I'll hold the canteen to your mouth, okay? Now, you do understand that it is essential for us to keep you blindfolded.
Thank you. That's better.
You see, we got a problem with you, and I'll be quite frank. My feeling is...
No, sir. I won't give you any problem. I'll just sit here in the corner quiet like. I don't mind a bit.
Good. Hey, how'd you happen to get the job of a night watchman?
It was a fluke. Just a fluke. 31 years ago. I was a chimney sweep when I come here to clean the chimneys. That's a long story. Yes, it sounds like a long story.
Yeah, you're an agreeable old fellow. Hey, supposing I leave the gag off.
Oh, I sure appreciate that.
You understand? One tiny little peabody, and I'll have to ask Tommy here to give you a little sleep medicine again.
Yeah, I'd be glad to.
Oh, don't you worry about that. I'm not sleepy.
You agree then, not a sound.
Not a sound.
Hey, Noonan, how about you holding the chisel, and let's see how strong Tommy is on it. Huh, it's only 5. Too early for breakfast. Hey, Tommy, go ahead. Go ahead. Now, hit that sledgehammer there.
Okay, Dad. Just hold that chisel steady. Here I come.
You fool! You broke my hand! Look, I can't even straighten out the fingers. I'm crippled for life. You big stupid idiot! Why did I have to have such a fun?
Gee, Dad, I'm sorry.
Now keep away from me with that thing. They should be dropping it on my foot.
No, honest, Dad, honest. Oh, gosh, I'm really sorry. That chisel must have slipped or something. Look it. Hey, look, it flew into the clock and busted up the clock. It just stopped.
What do I care about the darn fool clock? It's my hand. Hey, don't keep away from me. My own son is trying to kill me.
Well, it was an accident, Dad. Honest, it was.
If you ever had the notion a life of crime is an easy life, put that thought out of your head. This weekend with Big Jake, Tommy Sr. and Tommy Jr. is no vacation. A watchman who's got to be watched, one burglar with a smashed hand, a younger one willing but not able, all because $10 million sits not 18 inches away. We'll see how close the boys get to it when I return with Act 3. Well, are you ready? We continue at exactly the place we left off. Tommy Noonan Sr. nursing his hurt hand, his son, Tommy Jr., trying to apologize, and in that clock room, suddenly, the air seems too still, too warm. 4 people and a burning lantern can use up an awful lot of oxygen.
Big Jake, listen, with my hand and all, I feel funny all of a sudden, sort of faint like.
Okay, Noonan. Now, easy, just lean on me. Now, here, let me have a look at that hand.
What are you doing? You're killing me. Don't bend my hand.
Well, I'm just trying to see if there's any broken bones.
There weren't before. They are now.
Dad, Big Jake, the lantern's getting weaker. It's getting dark in here.
Turn to wake up, you dumb bunny. Oh, why did I have to bring such a creature into the world? BJ.
Yeah?
Listen,
what is it?
Need some air. This room, you know.
All right. Hey, Tommy, unlock the door.
What's that?
They said unlock the door. What are you fooling around with that lantern?
I'm trying to make it brighter, Dad, but it's only getting darker.
Well, leave it alone. Forget it. Go to the door. Open the door.
I'm going.
Hurry. You want me to smother it to death?
It won't open.
Tommy, where's the key, huh? When you brought the watchman in, you locked the door, right?
Yeah, I know I did, but I can't find the key.
I think I'm going crazy.
I must have dropped it.
What is it with you, Tommy? Are you working for the police or something?
Well, I must have dropped the key, but I can't find it. I can't even see it.
Now, let's be calm. Everybody calm, huh?
I have a key.
Huh? What did you say?
I said I have a key.
Certainly, he's got a key. He's the night watchman.
Right. Okay, let me have it. Where is it?
In my pocket. The big ring of keys.
Naturally, he's got a ring of pass keys.
Hey, which key is it?
Let's see. Where am I?
What do you mean, where are you?
What room am I in?
It's a clock room.
Oh, the clock room. Oh, yeah. Door to the clock room.
Which one?
It's the 4th fat key after the 2nd long thin key.
Yeah?
Starting on your left from my corkscrew.
Yeah. 1, 2...
Will you give me that? Let me...
Jay, thank you. The door's open. Now I can breathe. I feel better already. Now what are we going to do?
How's the hand?
The heck with it. With my share, I can buy 50 hands, all of them with fingers. I'm not going to pay any attention to it. What's next, BJ?
Well, I'm going to use a small hammer and chisel and make the hole wider, see? There are 2 other hammers if you want to do the same. I take one hard big bang with a sledgehammer and we'll be true to wall. But it's got to be made big enough to pull the bags out, see?
Say, Dad, did you know the clock stopped?
What are you talking about?
The big clock. It stopped. It's not going.
So what?
Well, remember before when I hit the chisel? See, that's how the clock stopped. Do you think anybody will notice?
Oh, who knows? I tell you, ask the watchman if they send people around if the clock stops on a weekend.
Okay. Hey, he's gone.
Huh?
Who's gone?
The watchman. He's not here.
Well, he can't go far blindfolded with his hands tied behind his back. Tommy, go find him. Bring him back.
What time is it?
You getting tired, Noonan?
How much time have we got?
Let's see, not much. An hour and 3/4, just about.
Think we ought to use the big hammer again?
No. What we're doing is fine. Just fine. It's getting wider and wider. We'll be able to reach in like nothing.
This is some wall.
Yeah.
Marble, brick. Whoever invented this stone sandwich knew what he was doing. Oh, I wish we had better tools.
No, everything you got from Jimmy the Tyke is first class. Don't complain. Tommy, get us some fresh chisels, huh? Hey, Noonan, how's the hand?
Oh, I won't lose it, if that's what you mean. It's better. I just don't pay no attention to the pain, that's all. Tommy, what are you doing sitting there? Get us the fresh chisel.
I was trying to figure out exactly how we're related to Big Jake, Dan. I mean, how could you be the brother-in-law of the aunt of Big Jake's second cousin who's dead?
My son is doing it again. He's trying to drive me bats. What's the difference?
Well, the difference is that if Big Jake's aunt and his second cousin are related, the way I figure it, I must be Big Jake's uncle.
Will you get me a fresh chisel, Tommy? I'm asking you.
Yeah, sure. Here you are. And one for you, too, Big Jake.
Thanks, Uncle Tommy. That's right, Noonan. Now, you cut away below me, right down there, okay?
Hey, are we going to make it, or aren't we?
Oh, yeah. We'll make it all right.
The watchman is trying to say something. Look.
Well, loosen his gag.
Yeah, hold on. I'll just untie it behind your neck here. How's that?
Thank you, son.
What do you want?
You wouldn't happen to have an egg salad sandwich, would you? I'm pretty hungry. Will you listen to him? Egg salad yet? There's bologna, salami, and cheese. And if that don't suit you, you'll have to do without.
Oh, no, come on, Noonan. Don't be so hard on him. He's an old man.
Oh, he's getting on my nerves. Everything's getting on my nerves. Okay. I'll have a bologna sandwich.
No, we haven't got much more to go. We mustn't let up. Noonan, I think you can hit it with the big hammer now.
I'm with you, BJ, all the way. Tommy, will you hold this chisel?
You're going to use the sledgehammer?
I'm getting real mad at this wall now. Okay. Here goes. Tommy, hold the chisel steady.
Okay.
I'm going to drive that thing clear through the wall to Harrisburg.
I'm ready. Hey, Dad! It's through the wall! You did it!
Hey, Noonan!
BJ! I did it! I went through! I hit something soft, like a bag! I did it!
It's terrific and wonderful! Listen, all we do is knock in the tin pieces, huh? It ought to all break off so we can reach in and pull out the bags of gold!
I was just going to say, the clock started again.
Hey, maybe that's a good luck omen.
We don't need luck now. Just wait. Okay, the hole's big enough now. Stand back. Tommy, stand back. Don't crowd me.
How much time we got left?
It's about 7. Folks start getting into the custom house about 8.
All right, Tommy, hold that lantern up.
Yeah. What do you see in the hole, BJ?
Oh, bags. Just bags. I'll reach in there and I'll toss them to you guys. Will you hold that lantern high, Tommy?
Yeah. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. We're rich.
Here we are.
Keep handing the bags to me, Big Jake, and I'll toss them to Dad. Keep them coming. Oh, boy. I don't know where I'm going to spend mine first.
Well, I'm going to buy me a farm, son.
Yeah?
That's what I'm going to do.
Hey, what are you going to do with your share, Big Jake?
I don't know. I haven't made up my mind yet. Maybe something extravagant, like take my gold and buy up the whole city of New York.
I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to buy me one of them foreign horseless carriages I seen in the exposition.
Hey, Noonan, you better get them bags piled up near the door. We may have to make a couple of trips.
Hey, maybe the night watchman will give us a hand. Hey, you want to cut him in, Big Jake? Dad? Huh? What do you say?
No. He's shaking his head.
Well, he won't. What do you think of that?
Son, every once in a while, you'll meet up with an honest man. But don't let that shake your faith in human nature.
Hey, Noonan, listen, my arm's getting tired. You want to reach in, huh?
Do I ever want to?
How much is each bag worth?
Oh, could be thousands.
Gee, I didn't know gold was worth so much.
Tommy, civilization has gone to war for gold. People have killed for gold, died for gold.
You know, Big Jake, I've never, ever seen one piece of gold. Never, my whole life.
Hey, son, here comes a bag your way. Catch!
Say, Dad, be careful. That bag you just threw broke open on the floor.
Oh, no.
Big Jake's picking up a handful.
Oh.
Hey, is this here gold? I didn't know gold looked like that.
Where's my knife?
What do you want a knife for, Big Jake?
I gotta cut open the other bags. There. Oh.
Gee, this gold sure looks like... what does it look like? I've seen those little coins before.
All right, here comes another bag, gentlemen.
Catch!
Will you hold it? Will you stop, Noonan?
Why, stop. Hey, what is it? Hey, why are you cutting open that bag? Pennies.
And that bag over there, too.
Pennies. Dad. Pennies.
I thought I'd seen those little fellas before. Hey, are they all gold pennies?
They're all copper pennies, copper, every single bag full.
What, you mean real pennies? Not gold?
No, son. Not one of these is worth more than one cent.
Well, how could it be, huh? The blueprint. Oh, pennies. After all this.
I'll tell you how it could be. He just feed me another bologna sandwich.
I can't believe it. It's a dream. It's a nightmare. I'm going to wake up. I can't believe this. Hey, Watchman, what do you know about the vault?
There's more than $10 million in that vault. And there's 3 compartments. The first one has the gold. 10 million in gold, for sure. And the third compartment, that'll be all the way on your right. That has all the banknotes. A good 3 million, they tell us. But where you guys made your hole in the middle, that's where the copper coins are kept. The pennies.
Well, I could kill you. Why didn't you tell me if you knew?
Well, I was blindfolded. I didn't know where you were making that hole in the wall.
Son of a gun. I'll be a son of a gun.
All that was for pennies.
Well, we might as well take some. You can always use a penny, you know.
Yeah. Hey, we blindfolded the man who could have helped us. All right. I'll take a bag full and make a down payment on a couple of sticks of chewing gum.
Oh, that's a hummer. Wait till I tell the old lady of Harrisburg visiting our Sunday. I was going to go straight, I'll tell her. I was going to buy us a farm.
I guess this means goodbye to the horseless carriage.
I don't even know if you'll have enough to pay for a ride on a trolley.
Listen, look, we gotta go, okay? The tools are worth more than the pennies, so grab everything you can.
Shoving some into my pocket for souvenirs.
Yeah, me too, Dad.
Hey, what time is that?
Time to go. I hear people coming in downstairs. Now, follow me. Come on. Tommy?
Yeah?
Where's the key?
What key?
The key to the door. We're locked in.
Well, I've never found it. I used the night watchman's key, remember? You took them from me.
All right, old man, hand over the pass keys. Come on.
You never give me my second bologna sandwich.
Listen, watchman, this is no time for jokes. You feel these hands around your throat? The keys on my face is the last thing you'll ever see.
Don't hurt me. How's Kidney like the sandwich? I don't know where they are. I never got the keys back.
Where's that sledgehammer? Now, stand back, stand back.
We better run for it.
No. We'll just walk down these stairs, nice and easy, slow-like, keeping cool, huh? Walk through the building, carrying our stuff, looking just like we would be looking if we'd been carrying bags of gold.
Yeah. Hey, Big Jake.
Yeah?
The clock just struck 13.
Which is exactly what Big Jake, Big Tommy, and Little Tommy did. Walked out slowly. For all the trouble they took that famous weekend during the Philadelphia Centennial, in their pockets was a total of $160.80. Nobody even saw them leave the building. All that was left was a trail of pennies right up the stairs into the clock room and the sad pile of bags of pennies and a hole in the wall. And oh yes, a blindfolded watchman sitting on the floor eating a sandwich. I'll be back shortly. Big Jake returned to New York, but he was never the same again. Word around Hell's Kitchen was his heart went out of his work. He ended up a bartender in a saloon on Dyckman Street. Tommy Noonan got a fair price for all the tools of his trade, and he and his wife went into chicken farming. Tommy Jr. also went straight and became a tour guide in that same old custom house. He never failed to tell the out-of-town visitors about the new burglar-proof steel wall just installed in the sub-treasury vault next door. So after all, nobody got hurt, nobody got rich, and it all ended pretty quietly. Our cast included Joe Silver, Robert Dryden, and Skip Hinnant. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. I'm E.G. Marshall. This is a tale that takes its inspiration from the 18th century poet Alexander Pope, who said, "Poetic justice, with her lifted scale, wherein truth with gold she weighs." Poetic justice, because the weapon a man of no conscience feared might unmask him, became in a strange way the instrument to bring him the sordid commodity he dealt in. Death.
Keep shooting.
I can't, Diane. I'm out of film. What did you expect me to get?
The killer.
What?
There was one, Bob. The man who fell didn't fall. He was pushed. And by sheer chance, you may have gotten a picture of the murderer.
Mystery drama, The Death Shot, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Ann Williams and Michael Tolan. I'll be back shortly with Act One. In the spring of 1967, Greece was torn apart by political strife. To control a country about to explode, on April 21st of that year, 6 army colonels seized the government in a coup d'etat. This story has little to do with politics, except that sometimes it breeds violent death. Athens in that year was one of the least safe places in the world for Greeks, or for anyone, as Bob and Diana Paisley are about to find out.
Bob, what was that, an accident?
No, hon, just another crazy Athenian driver.
Oh, well, I think for this vacation, I'll stick to walking.
You'll be doing plenty once we start up the Acropolis.
You're going to go to bed early to get ready for that. What are you doing with that tripod?
I just want to get a couple of shots from here on the balcony.
At night?
There's a full moon coming up. See?
Where?
Right over there, by the Temple of Zeus.
Oh, yes. It's lovely. What a beautiful city it is, old and new.
You can say that again.
I will. And something else. I love you.
You can say that again and again.
What are you planning to shoot?
Now, turn your head the other way. That.
The Acropolis?
Yeah. Its rear end, anyway.
Well, it's lovely by moonlight. I never thought the Acropolis looked like that. I mean, I just thought it was the Parthenon with all those columns, you know?
Well, it is, plus other buildings. But what it really was a fortress.
I can see that now, looking at it from here. It's amazing. 2,500 years ago. How could they build a thing like that?
The world's greatest democracy. But that only worked for the free men. The rest were slaves. You get enough ants, you can move a mountain.
Well, it is a mountain.
Yep, part of it. The rest men built.
Must be 10, 20 stories up to the top. Ooh, I'd hate to fall off.
Quite a few people have. Now, hand me the camera, will you?
Sure. Who?
Who what?
Who fell off?
Oh, well, Aegeus, for one.
Who he?
He was Theseus' father, a king, and a ship was coming back to Athens with black sails, and he thought that meant his son was dead.
He committed suicide?
They say. Yeah, Diana, baby, it's like the Empire State or the World Trade Center or whatever. Kooks are attracted to them.
Well, I hope no one falls off tonight.
Oh, fat chance. It's closed by now. Nobody up there.
Well, I can see people up there.
Where?
Oh, you can only look right through one eye, Cyclops. Look in your viewfinder.
Hey, you're right. Why would anyone... Oh, well, I just want to get the silhouette, some of the shading on the wall, and the feeling of tremendous height. Boy, you took a leap off that. You'd be one scrambled egg when you landed.
Oh, Bob, don't.
I'm sorry. It's a silly thing to say. Well, I'm just about set. As soon as Mr. Moon cooperates completely.
It's pretty bright.
It isn't quite high enough to get light on the fortress wall. Hey, you got any of that nice white wine left? That Retsin or whatever you call it? Oh, don't bother. The moon is just right. I got to shoot. Yeah, this ought to be it. Oh, boy, gorgeous. Super. Hold everything.
Bob.
What?
Somebody just fell off.
Huh? I didn't see it. How?
Oh, don't stop shooting. Keep taking pictures.
Well, I am, but I didn't see anyone. Something blurred across the lens, but I didn't...
Just keep shooting.
Well, I can't. I'm out of film. What did you expect me to get?
The killer.
The what?
There was one. The man who fell didn't. He was pushed. He was murdered. And just by sheer chance, you may have gotten a picture of who did it. Bob?
Yes, Di.
Where'd you go? I woke up and I was all alone.
I didn't want to disturb you, funny face. You were sleeping so nice and easy. I went to turn in the film for developing. And I picked up this.
What is it?
The Athens News.
Oh, great. Who translates for us?
Now, it isn't in Greek. It's in English. You won't need anyone to translate that headline.
Broadcaster plunges to death. Then I was right.
You were.
Who was it? Jeffrey Kellen? No, how?
Well, no one seems to know.
What do you mean? Who caused it?
Well, according to the story, he jumped or fell.
Oh, my Aunt Mary, he was pushed, shoved. I saw
it. Now, come on, Diane. In the moonlight, a quarter of a half a mile away?
I saw it. I tell you. Oh, anyway, nobody has to take my word. You have some film on it.
Maybe.
Well, you know you have.
Well, I don't. Not till I get some prints back.
Oh, wish you were home so you could have developed your own.
Well, I'm not, so I have to wait another 24 hours.
In the meantime, we ought to go to the police.
Oh, now just ease back, baby. This is no way to start off a honeymoon. We could get our feet in a heck of a lot of piping hot water.
By just being good citizens?
Yeah, of the wrong country. This is Greece, and the pot is really boiling. And Jeff Kellen was stirring it up pretty good. He's really been bugging the little colonels that run our oldest democracy.
So they had him taken care of?
We don't know that. But just suppose they did. I'm not about to walk into their whole machine and accuse them of murder. I'd get my own head in a basket.
Well, what are we going to do? Well, we can't just sit still for murder.
Look, just cool off for a moment. If we have any proof there was, well, foul play.
Oh, Bob, I keep telling you I saw it. This man lunged forward and pushed the other man over.
Yeah, but till we get the contacts back, we don't know that. We can't do anything until then. If ever.
What do you mean, if ever?
Look, it's supposed to be our honeymoon. We wanted to hang loose, remember? We stick our noses into this, and we're right in a hornet's nest. Do we want to do that?
What choice do we have?
Well, that kind of rests on what the pictures show.
Okay. And supposing they back me up, then what do we do?
Listen to me, child bride. It's hell to get mixed up in any other country's politics. I just plain hope we don't have to. For the first time in my life, I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I blew those shots. For my money, I hope they're a washout.
Well, how are they?
Clear as a bell.
Was he shoved?
No question.
You can see who does it?
Yeah, like he posed for it.
Well, who was it?
Search me. The guy with the umbrella.
The what?
He had an umbrella, the killer.
What for? It wasn't raining.
Well, maybe he thought it might. He was a pessimist. I don't know. Might not even have been his.
Oh, you lost me.
What I mean is... Here, look at the pictures. The third frame here, see?
It looks as though he were taking it away from Jeff Kellen. Or back.
What do you mean back?
Look, in your first shot, doesn't it look as if you were handing it to Kellen? And then in the next, he starts to push him, and the other three, he's taking it away.
Maybe. We'll be able to see more clearly in the blow-ups.
Oh, when do we get those?
Rush job special. Tomorrow morning.
Then what?
Then we may have a lot of soul searching to do.
Whether to go to the police, you mean?
If the killer shows up clean enough to identify, that's first.
What's second?
Whether we go anywhere, or just keep our noses clean and don't make waves. Well, there he is.
Any idea who he is?
I never saw him before in my life. I'm sorry I ever opened the shutter and saw him at all. This whole thing is heating up, Di. I mean, we stick out our necks, we're really going to be in it up to them.
Why? We just show the picture and make a statement.
No, it won't be that easy. Look, it's all over the morning paper again, and it's gone international. Jeffrey Kellen may have been a muckraker at home and a troublemaker abroad, but he is a U.S. citizen. He can't get himself bumped off without an investigation. And I sure don't want to see us in the middle of it.
Well, we haven't any choice.
Yes, we do. Nobody knows yet it was murder, He jumped or fell is all.
Well, we can't just not say anything.
No, but once we get mixed up in it, Lord knows where it leads. Supposing this character in our pictures turns out to be with the Greek government or tied to it. It's some can of worms that would open up.
Well, maybe it needs opening.
Or maybe they'd never let us crack it.
What do you mean?
Well, if we go direct to the police, who knows? They might want to bury the evidence, and us. I mean, this is a police state as of the moment.
Where else can we go?
To our embassy. I know a guy there, slightly. But enough maybe I can get in and let him handle this hot potato. And then with any luck, we can fold our tents and silently steal away.
You had to take these pictures, I suppose?
No, it was an accident, Dean.
An accident looking for somewhere to happen. You had to sick it on me.
Aren't you glad to have the evidence?
I'll lay it on you straight. No.
A guy got murdered.
He got pushed over the edge, just like he's been pushing other guys for years. Poetic justice. The only difference is he never actually killed anyone. He just ruined them. He got it all the way.
Well, just because you didn't like the guy doesn't mean he isn't entitled to justice.
Kellen didn't know the meaning of the word. But that isn't the point.
Well, what is?
You see this unlovely son of a sea cook that finally gave Kellen what he's been asking for all these years? You know who your subject is?
No.
Well, there are the colonels. That's first government echelon. And then there's Major Constantine Malas. Some people, including our Secret Service and G2, think maybe he runs the government.
You mean that's Malas in the picture?
That's our boy. Between you and me, Bob, you created what is usually referred to as an international incident. If these pictures are ever published.
You mean you want to suppress them?
You have the negatives with you?
No, they're back at the hotel.
Can I send and pick them up?
I guess my wife's there, but I don't understand.
Hold everything just a moment. What's your hotel? Stand by, Jones.
The Ava.
On Lysikratos orders?
Yeah, right.
Jones, send a messenger into the Ava Hotel, Lysikratos. Yeah, you know where it is. Right up from the temple. That's right, up Olympus. Contact Mrs. Paisley. Yeah. She'll give you something in an envelope. Top secret. Rush. You know the hotel number?
Yes.
All right. Call your wife to expect the messenger and turn over those negatives.
Okay. But why do you need them?
Because you want to enjoy your honeymoon, don't you?
Sure.
So great. This is out of your hands from now on. Why don't you make your call from here? My secretary will get your line. I'm due for an important outside appointment as of right before now.
Hello?
Mellis, this is Dean Canby from the American Embassy. I'm holding a bomb that could blow you right out of your seat. I've got a notion you might be holding something of interest for me. I figure we might just make a trade.
Well, there you have the ingredients of a good spy drama. The innocents, embroiled in happenings outside their knowledge, but drawn into the web and threatened by their accidental knowledge. A country in transit between governments. The willful destruction of one man's life by another. For what reason? We'll know more about all of this when I return with Act 2. Web of intrigue and danger, and that interrupted phone call. At this end of it, an American ready to betray both his principles and his country for gain. At the other end, A man with a steel-trapped jaw and eyes like chips of flint. A man to whom all human life means less than nothing, except his own. A man who can take another man's life as casually as you or I might swat a fly. Major Constantine Malice, chief hatchet man for the dictatorship.
Where are you calling from?
Don't worry, a phone booth. The call can't be bugged or traced.
What have you got?
Pictures by moonlight, night before last. You can guess where.
I see. Where do we meet?
The gardens, the big elm, near Sindagama. Not far off the Boulevard Amalias, you know it?
With the metal seat all around the trunk? I know it.
Alone. No secret police or palace guards.
I will be alone.
If I don't return to my flat in one piece by 10 o'clock, I've made arrangements for the pictures to be mailed to the newspapers.
You will get home safely. What time?
As soon as it gets dark. 8:30?
You'll bring your proof?
I'll bring a sample.
And what must I bring?
Money. In large hunks. Say, 5 million drachma.
I can't put my hands on amounts like that so fast.
Well, then you bring a sample, too. Enough to establish your good faith.
Whew. Some climb.
Oh, it's not too bad. We're halfway there.
Well, I'm full for the moment. Let's sit on a bench.
Why not? The Acropolis has been there for 2,500 years. I guess it can wait a couple of more minutes for us. It won't go away.
I wish part of it would. I mean, sort of spoils it now after what happened the other night.
Look, try to blank it out, hon. It's not any part of us. Not anymore, anyway.
Well, won't we have to testify in court or something?
Nope. Dean Canby's going to keep us out of it.
Oh, I don't see how he can.
Well, let's leave that up to him.
We've left it all up to him. I don't know. It seems like a cop-out.
How come? He's far better able to handle something like this than we are.
I guess so. I just don't like the way he goes about it.
What are you trying to say, Di?
I don't know, darling. It's just... Why didn't he call the police right away? What's he waiting for?
Well, you know what he said, that this had to be handled carefully. It might create an international incident.
No, I don't dig that. I mean, why? This wasn't a political assassination. It was just plain criminal homicide.
No, not quite. This Malice is supposed to be some big mucky-muck in the government. And apparently he must have had reason to believe that Jeffrey Kellen had some dirt on him and was about to blow the whistle.
So Kellen asks Major Malice, or whatever his name is, to meet him by moonlight on the Acropolis to tell him he is?
Well, maybe Malice followed him there.
Maybe. Also, maybe Kellen was trying a little extortion or something.
Blackmail?
Sure.
What are you, Agatha Christie or something? You got little gray cells like Hercule Poirot?
What I have, Bob, is little gray goosebumps that nudge me. Something smells fishy.
Oh, brother, women's intuition, huh?
A lot of my hunches turn out right. Like taking a chance on you.
Well, thanks a bunch. So you figured I was a gamble, huh?
I was only kidding about that. But not about the other. Now, how well do you know Dean Canby?
Well, I was one of the press photographers that met his plane when he flew back a couple of years ago with a special report on Cyprus. While he was back in the States, he dated a girl I knew, and I ran into him a couple of times. He seemed a good enough Joe. We hung around a bit.
Quail shooting?
I hadn't met you yet. No, we were both hanging loose that way. He was a big spender.
So you hiked along for the ride?
Come on, Di. He was on an expense account, and I got a chance to see how the other half lived.
So you don't really know him well at all?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Now what are you dreaming up? He's part of some plot to overthrow the world?
Oh, I'm just riding my hunch. I don't like it, Bob.
You don't like what?
You know these political types, they all hang together so they won't...
So they won't what?
So they won't hang. Look, now why did he want the negatives of the pictures you took?
I don't know, and I don't much care. You did turn them over to the guy who sent for them.
Yes. And no. I held out one for insurance.
Insurance against what?
Oh, I don't know. Somehow I just don't trust him.
Major Malice? Mr. Canby. So we're here. No more names. What did you want to show me?
Shall we sit down?
Why not? Why did you bring me here?
You know?
I know what you told me. The proof?
A picture that is worth 1,000 words. There are, of course, others.
The photograph is not bad. So?
I told you what I want.
You gamble too much, you know. You are in serious trouble.
If I wasn't, I wouldn't be mixed up in this.
Oh, that's good.
What?
That whatever bargain we make is from desperation. It will be so much the better.
I want money. Lots of it. $250,000. I won't go for less.
I want my neck. I could scarcely reach for more.
Well, then we have a deal.
I wish I could say so. The money I don't have.
Now, let's not weasel around.
I told you, even in these safe surroundings, no names. When I say money, I mean cash.
What else can you offer?
Something equivalent.
What?
The art of Greece is enshrined in temples, in stone and friezes, frescoes, paintings on plaster, and so forth. Of course, in statuary. What little of it is left, priceless, no?
Of course. No argument.
Just suppose for a moment that someone like Praxiteles or Phidias could have lent his talent to another art form.
Besides sculpture? What?
Suppose, if you will, that he was experimenting with natural dyes and materials, and he thought of the idea of stretching material on a frame and creating a canvas on which he could paint layer by layer with pigments.
You mean an oil painting?
Such was discovered quite recently in some new excavations. In amazing repair. No question of its authenticity. Its value, astronomical. Whatever any given individual will pay for it.
Yeah. If he could get it out of Greece.
Exactly. So far, I have failed. But it still can be gotten out for the right price.
Well, if you're looking at me, butt out. I don't have that kind of money.
Neither did Jeff Kellyan, but he had the connections and the chance to squeeze it through customs. So do you. Much more than he, actually. This is really the perfect chance of a lifetime, would you not say?
Well, I guess I'd have to.
So, here is what I propose. I will give you this canvas in a fashion that you may smuggle it to America. Through the contacts I give you, you can sell it for a king's ransom. I will make a better deal with you than with Jeffrey Kellyan. I gave him 30%. With you, we will split down the middle.
Jeff Kellyan was going to smuggle out the painting for you?
I made a rare mistake. I thought he was just as corruptible as all men. At the last moment, I discovered he was not.
So you killed him?
He died, fortunately enough for me.
As I would, if I made any slip-ups.
The risk you take.
You dictate all the terms. Suppose I just wanted to turn you in.
Do you honestly think you could leave the gardens alive?
I'd better. Oh, those pictures get to the newspapers.
Ah, yes, those. Well, if we have made our deal, there will be no problem there. They will be destroyed.
Once I have the money, prints and negatives.
You have them all?
Yes.
It is not enough. Who took the pictures?
A guy I know, on vacation with his wife. By accident. Does it matter?
Yes.
Why?
Because what his camera saw, he must have seen also by eye. And his wife. You did say there was a wife.
Yeah, he's married.
So there is a corroborative witness. Their names.
What's the deal?
You give me the pictures and the negatives. Assure me they are all that are extant. I give you the painting in such form as you can get it out of here. You sell it to the highest bidder and we split down the middle. If you cross me, don't delude yourself.
I will find you and kill you wherever you try to hide.
Like you killed Jeffrey Kellner?
Or anyone who tries to double-cross me. But the deal is not made yet.
Why not?
You and I can make all the promises we want. You can deliver me prints and negatives. But how do I know they are all that exist?
I can put the fear of God in them. Well, I think we can count on it.
Maybe. Maybe we can count that all the physical evidence has been destroyed. But I have learned through bitter experience that is no safe decision. Before our bargain is complete, I want the name or names of anyone responsible for these pictures. I can't leave whoever took them alive or anyone involved in taking them. They are as potentially dangerous to me as the prints themselves. Who are they?
Oh, what a glorious day.
Oh, it's really living. 2,500 years ago, those people made all that beauty and life worthwhile. That's what kept us going.
And will.
Oh, yes. I'm dead tired, racked. But, I never felt so wildly alive in my life. Now I know what it's all about. It's so precious. I don't want ever to let a second of it go.
Right on. We got it made, honey. No one, nothing is going to stop us now.
What do they matter, Malice?
It is not for discussion. The names and addresses.
Mr. and Mrs. Robert Paisley, Ava Hotel, Odos Discuratus. What are you going to do with them?
At the Major, appalled. The Major returns his glance calmly. There is no emotion in him, for as we've already said, he is a man without conscience. The trouble is, for Bob and Diana Paisley, the victims, that Dean Canby has no conscience either. The only difference is that he isn't strong enough to admit it to himself, and Major Malice doesn't have to himself or anyone. It's the way he's made. I shall return shortly with the conclusion of this story in Act 3. The two men still gaze at each other, glances locked, as we left them. But Dean Canby, a weak man, cannot long sustain the steady, baleful look of Major Malice's flat obsidian eyes. His look falters and drops, his eyes swimming from side to side, nervously, afraid of the words which have just been said.
There are other ways it can be managed.
How?
I can go to them, to the Paisleys, have them give me the whole roll of film. Then you can be sure.
Mr. Canby, I'm sure of nothing. Yet. First, we must arrange our affairs. What is the English term? A swap, no?
A trade is what we say in America.
Very well, a trade. The pictures, the negatives, all of them, for me.
And for me?
The painting. My priceless canvas.
How do you expect me to smuggle it out of Greece?
You have diplomatic immunity, no?
Maybe as far as my country is concerned, not yours.
So your baggage and effects will be searched. The canvas will not be found.
Why not? How was Kellen going to get it out?
As you will. In that most innocuous and yet natural I like to pick the exact word, appurtenances for any traveler to be carrying at this time of year. This. umbrella? Such a convenient way of providing for a rainy day.
The canvas would be wrapped inside that.
Remember, this is not a canvas as we know it. A far lighter woven material which rolls unnoticed into a tightly wrapped umbrella. But we must make haste. The theft of the art treasure cannot remain hidden for long. It must be gotten out of the country.
When?
As soon as you bring me my treasures.
Well, I can have them for you tonight.
Good, but not here. Too much opportunity for third parties to conceal themselves.
All right. Where?
Some neutral territory where both are safe. Of course. Why not the Acropolis at, say, 10 o'clock?
The Acropolis?
There will be a moon again, and I will bring a viewer for the film.
Where on the Acropolis?
At the West End, on the battlements.
That's where...
Galen met his death. Quite right. But then, he was planning to double-cross me. Surely you have no such thought in mind?
Well, I thought I'd never get that bag closed. Can't we ever come home someday with less than we left with instead of more?
We got a lot more than we bargained for this time.
Look, come on, honey. Let's grab a good night's sleep. We have a plane at the crack of dawn.
I know. I don't feel sleepy right now.
Di, if you're going to start it again, it's really...
Oh, no, darling. That's all forgotten. I'm just looking at the moon outside, being sorry we had such a short honeymoon.
Oh, darling, none of that. Our whole life is all...
What?
The honeymoon.
Oh, you're kind of a nice guy, you know it?
Just the way you got me going.
Let's go out on our balcony for a last look.
Right.
Oh, the moon's coming up. Oh, look at it shine on the Acropolis. Must be beautiful up there now.
Yeah, I can just see it. Oh, boy, what pictures I could get.
Honey?
Yeah?
Want to live crazy?
There's another way?
Not for us. Let's go up there. It's so beautiful. I'd like one last look.
What? The Acropolis?
Where else?
Oh, that's really far out after all that's happened.
Well, look, it can't happen twice.
That's for sure, I guess.
It should be the safest place in Athens.
And a photographer's heaven.
Yeah.
Let me just grab the big strobe light and let's go.
Bob?
Now, hold a minute, Di. I just want to get this shot. Oh, beautiful.
All on the point of view. Oh, all this moonlight, you had to lug along the shoulder sling and the strobe.
No, I can't ask a bunch of statues to move out and let the building they're holding up fall down so I can get the right light on them, can I? Come on, I want to get this temple from some other angles.
Oh, to love, cherish, and obey, your slave girl follows the master.
Hey, don't touch the strobe.
Oh, why not? I mean, I was just kidding.
No, not that, Di. It's just, I don't like to take chances.
Chances on what?
Well, just the strobe light. You no idea what a lethal electrical charge that little unit can build up.
You mean that something you use every day for work is so dangerous?
No, under ordinary circumstances, no. But every photographer knows a strobe light is nothing to get careless with.
I don't get it. How could...
Oh, Diana, it's 1,000,000 to 1, but like... Well, if the case were broken and the lamp and you happen to get your hands in the wrong place... Well, forget it. It was just a reflex reaction.
Well, I'd just like to understand what you were afraid of.
Well, it's a crazy outside chance, but it has happened. Take a guy trying to fix a strobe. He opens the case, the lamp is broken, and just by fate, he gets both hands on the contacts. Bam, a wipeout.
He can get electrocuted?
Well, like I say, it can happen.
Oh, then I don't want you touching it.
Honey, I know what I'm doing, I should hope. Come on, let's go. I want to get some shots from the other side in the full moon. Wait.
What is it, dear?
That's funny. It looks like Dean Canby.
Where?
Just passing by the Parthenon on the other side. I'm thinking he's heading for the...
Heading for what?
No, forget it, Di. I must have been mistaken.
Look, heading for where, Bob?
The West End there, the battlements, the part our balcony overlooks.
Where that man, Jeff Kellen, was pushed over?
Yeah. Well, it's hard to see. I must have made a mistake.
Still, it's a strange coincidence if he was going there. Oh, no.
What is it, Di?
I just have a terrible hunch that something... Oh, it's just too much of a coincidence. We'd better go see.
No, Di, no.
I just have to see.
No, we better leave well enough alone.
Stop right there, Mr. Canby.
Mellis?
Yes. And we are nicely alone. Let us make sure we stay that way. Come along here, at the parapet.
This will do fine.
We are too much in the public eye. Over there by the shadows would be better. Really? What are you afraid of?
I'd like to leave here the same way I came in.
Not like Jeff Kelly in one swift plunge, eh? Don't be a fool. First of all, I never press my luck. Secondly, an idiot, don't I?
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
Of course I am. Don't be a child. I promise you will leave by the same gate you entered. But I hope you have brought some material for me to examine. And I prefer not to have an audience. Shall we go in the shadows?
You brought the material for me?
You see my umbrella?
Okay. Let's go over by the parapet.
Bob? He went up the stairs to the edge of the fortress, just like you guessed.
What do you mean, he?
Your friend from the embassy, Mr. Canby.
I told you I must have been mistaken.
No, I don't think you were.
Well, how could you know? You never seen Dean.
No, but I've seen the man he's meeting now. So have you. Can't you see that's the man who killed the reporter?
Well, how could you possibly tell at this distance?
By the umbrella.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Di. Look, I don't blame you for being jumpy, but honey, you're all wrong.
Could we just take a walk over that way? Like just in case.
And what if anything was going on? What could I do?
I tell you what you could do. You could point your camera at them and take a flash picture if anything looked wrong. You could just take a picture on general principles, like you were what you are, a tourist. And then we'd know for sure, no monkey shines.
I ought to have my head examined. You do talk me into things. Okay, let's stroll that way real casual. What do we got to lose? Except maybe everything.
Are you sure these are all the prints?
Of course. They had no reason not to trust me.
I have learned not to be sure of anyone. For example, this.
What? That's one strip of the negative.
Cut into 6 frames. This one is 1 frame short.
Well, sometimes 6 doesn't divide right. I mean, in a 20 exposure film, you've got 6
I can count, my friend. I can also read. The frames are numbered. Number 17 is missing. That is not at the end of the film, so somebody is holding out.
Well, not me.
You or your friends. I told you they would have to be eliminated. That can come later, no problem. In the meantime, there is you. What security can I have that you are not holding out? I am afraid you must go also.
Don't you come near me. You're not pushing me over like Jeff Kelly.
No, my dear friend, nothing so crude. But don't move.
That's a gun.
With a very efficient silencer, if I have to use it. But I don't think that will be necessary. I think you will live quietly with me until I can turn you over to the police.
The police? What for?
Shall we say, stealing art treasures and attempting to smuggle them from the country? I shall have to say, of course, that this is your umbrella.
Why, no one will believe you.
In Greece, my word against yours. The gamesmen play. We take our chances.
No. I'm not going to let you... God!
You fool.
Shoot him, Bob. Quick, shoot him.
What?
Don't shoot. It was just a flash photo.
Damn all of you and your...
Are you all right, Bob?
It's okay. He just hit the strobe light.
Give me that camera.
In a pig's eye, brother.
He's going to shoot again.
I'll sandbag that killer.
mackerel. I told you a strobe was nothing to fool around with. His shot busted the case in the lamp. When I hit out at him, he must have grabbed with both hands and...
And what?
He electrocuted himself. I guess that's the first shootout a man ever won without having a gun.
So, there you have it. It happened because you heard it here. Dean Canby never regained consciousness. And who can be too sorry for a man of no principle? Diana and Bob Paisley had a rather extended honeymoon, if that's the name for it, until they were cleared and could go home. And a man named Malice died as he lived, violently. And I think we can all agree, deservedly. I'll be back shortly. It's an unfortunate idiom we use about the camera, borrowing from the image of the aimed gun, saying when we snap the shutter that we pull the trigger and shoot. Who could ever imagine that this gentle instrument could ever serve to deal out death? 1,000,000,000 to 1 chance. But how fortunate that luck was in the right corner. And how interesting that Malice died from the thing he most feared, the eye of truth. Poetic justice, indeed. Our cast included Ann Williams, Michael Tolan, Court Benson, and Jackson Beck. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. This is E.G. Marshall. If we begin by being certain, we shall end by being doubtful. If we start by being doubtful, we shall end by being certain. This, according to the extremely wise Sir Francis Bacon. Doubt and certainty. It's like the old shell game, isn't it? You're absolutely positive you know which shell the pea is under. Or are you? Well, sooner or later, you have to make that decision because in many respects, that's what life really is, isn't it? The old shell game.
Excuse me. Do you mind being still for a moment? Someone's talking to me. My husband.
Your husband? But, isn't your husband dead?
I suppose you would call it dead.
Well, is he dead or isn't he?
It depends on how you look at it.
Well, there's only one way to look at it. A person is either dead or alive.
Our mystery drama, Brothers of the Angle, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Ralph Bell and E.V. Juster. It is sponsored in part by X-Lax and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The day is for honest men. The night is for thieves. This was said by no less a person than the great dramatist Euripides himself. With all due respect, we must reluctantly disagree. Today, a considerable amount, if not most, thievery takes place in broad daylight, in full, unobstructed view. After all, where does some of the most blatant dishonesty take place? And who is performing it? Well, this is not going to be one of those serious, high-minded, muck-raking exposés. You know us. Entertainment's the name of our game. Listen, the doorbell is ringing.
Yes? Mrs. Quackenbush?
Mrs. who?
Quackenbush.
I'm sorry, my dear young lady. There is no Mrs. Quackenbush here.
Oh, there isn't?
No, there isn't.
Well, this is 91 Pershing Place, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Oh, well, are you sure? Because you see,
the name does sound familiar. Let me think. Quackenbush. Oh, yes, I have it.
Oh, yes?
We bought this house 40 years ago from people named Quackenbush.
40 years ago?
I remember now.
Well, that means that they're not here now.
No, nor have they been in almost half a century.
Oh, this is terrible.
Oh, something wrong?
Everything's wrong. I just...
Oh, come, my dear. Things can't be that bad.
Well, they're worse.
Oh, really?
You see, I sell hearing aids.
Yes?
And I had a week's training course with this company on various selling techniques and so forth.
Yes?
And they gave me a list of leads.
Leads?
Yes. They advertise in the papers and the media and so forth, and people send in for information. Well, those people become leads.
Oh, why, that's fascinating.
And one of my leads was this Mrs. Quackenbush. You see? Here's the name on the list. Ellen Mary Quackenbush. They promised me these were all live, current leads.
Oh, this one is obviously 40 years old.
Well, that's not too bad. Most of the others are dead.
Oh, I am sorry to hear that. I wish I could assist you in some way.
Well, are you hard of hearing?
No, I don't think so.
Not even a little bit?
Well, perhaps a tiny bit.
Well, could I sell you a hearing aid, maybe?
Well, I really hadn't thought of it.
Well, could I at least test your hearing?
Well, I don't see why not.
And you hear this?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Now, do you hear that?
Yes, perfectly.
That's what I was afraid of. Oh, I don't mean it that way. It's just that you have perfect hearing.
I'm so sorry for your sake, my dear.
Well, that's another job that didn't work out.
Oh, you poor child. You sound as if there had been a succession of unfortunate experiences.
Yes, I guess so.
Why don't you tell me about yourself?
Oh, I wouldn't want to impose on your time or anything.
My name is Mrs. Buttweezer. Henrietta Augusta Buttweezer. And I'm quite lonely.
Oh.
And you look like a perfectly respectable young lady. Would you care to join me in a cup of tea? And perhaps a sandwich or two?
Oh, no, I couldn't put you to all that trouble.
Oh, nonsense. It's lunchtime, and I hate to eat alone. I can tell when someone's hungry. I'll wager you didn't have breakfast this morning.
Oh.
No, very much dinner last night either.
Mrs. Buttweezer.
Now, my dear, everything is going to be all right. You'll see. It's going to come out all right. Another cup of tea?
Oh, yes, thank you.
And you must have another slice of this cake.
Oh, I know I'm making a pig out of myself.
Oh, you poor child. You must have been so hungry.
Oh, I'm all right now.
Are you?
Oh, yes. I'll go back home.
And where is home, my dear?
Oh, way out west. A little farming town, Clawson's Corners. Oh, I know you've never heard of it.
Well, I'm sure it's a lovely place.
No, it's small and it's dull. Nothing ever happens there, which is why I left it. I thought I'd become... You're going to laugh.
Oh, no, never.
Well, thought I'd become a famous actress. Ask me why.
All right. Why?
Because I was a star of the Plauson County Regional High School Dramatic Society.
Well, I'm sure you were very good.
I was. I was even great.
That sounds exciting.
But you don't realize what great means till you go to New York, until you see the real professionals. I'm just an amateur.
Well, I'm sure with hard work and training.
No, you have to have more than that.
What?
Oh, I don't know. But whatever it is, I don't have it. And I'll never get it. Oh, I wanted it so badly.
Oh, my dear, it does seem so unfair.
It is. But what can you do about it?
Do you know what Mr. Buttweezer said? He was my husband. He said that the day you realize life is unfair and there's nothing you can do about it, that's the day you grow up.
Oh, he sounds like a wise man.
Oh, yes. Charles Frederick Buttweezer. He was an original, one of a kind, a man of deep wisdom. See, that's his picture on the table there.
Oh, he was handsome.
Oh, yes, indeed. The girls envied me, all of them.
I'll bet.
I often wondered what he saw in me.
Oh, you're a beautiful woman.
Oh, no. No, I was a plain girl who became a handsome woman. But Charles Frederick said, beauty, my dear, is in the eye of the beholder. That was from the philosophy of David Hume. Actually, I think he said it was in the mind of the beholder. Oh, my Charles Frederick. Oh, he was so educated.
He must have been wonderful.
Oh, yes. He was very well read. But he was also a man of action. Oh, here, let me get the album from the drawer. I have pictures of him. Oh, but I'm boring you.
Oh, no.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes. Is that him fishing?
Oh, yes. Oh, my, he used to say, I bet I'm one of the very few people in the world who became fishermen because they read Isaac Walton. His epitaph was taken from a line by Isaac Walton. An excellent angler now with God. He wanted that on his tombstone.
Oh, yes. It's a very expressive thing.
Oh, and he loved the poetry of Coleridge and Shakespeare.
And what did Mr. Buttweezer do?
Oh, he was an engineer.
My, that sounds exciting.
Oh, most of them are rather dull. They just sit around all day at their drawing boards. But Charles Frederick was a field man.
A field man?
Oh, yes, indeed. Yes, he would put on boots and breeches and actually go out on the job. Oh, see? Here's a picture of him in... Oh, yes, India.
Oh, yes.
They're building a railroad bridge over a river. The Ganga River. It's filled with crocodiles.
Oh, my goodness.
But you see, he made friends with the great crocodile spirit of the river. And he had no trouble.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
Yes. You see, Charles Frederick would go to these wild, primitive places that were filled with all kinds of... we call them superstitions. But who are we to say? And Charles would bring them the outer trappings of civilization. Railroads, highways, bridges, dams, refineries. But he always asked. He always asked and received permission from the local gods to change the face and the customs of the country. Oh, my goodness. Well, I've just been gabbing away. But you must forgive me. I'm an old lady.
Oh, you don't look so old.
I feel old. Ever since Charles went away.
Went away? I thought you said he died.
He did. Oh, but I'm sure he'll come back.
Come back?
Well, no, oh, my dear, you must think I'm crazy.
Oh, no,
It's just that you never heard of people coming back from the dead.
I never thought it was possible.
Well, in most cases, it isn't. But we prepared for it.
Prepared for it?
Oh, yes. While he was alive, or I should say in this world, we discussed the eventuality of separation. We knew one of us would have to go first. And so we decided to believe that the other would come back from time to time.
You mean come back from the dead?
Well, perhaps not back all the way. That might not be possible. But now and then, for a little while, just to talk.
Oh.
It was something he learned from a sadhu. That's a kind of holy man in India.
Oh.
And that's where Charles Frederick learned that if a man and wife believe, then they cannot be separated, even by death. Do you believe that?
Well,
I know Charles Frederick is trying to reach me. Only there were some way. Something must be blocking it, if only. Oh, well, now that is enough about me and my silly old lady ideas. Now, child, what are you going to do?
Go back home?
But, my dear, you left it because it was so dull.
Well, any place is dull, where you're not happy, where you have no real friends.
Oh, my, that's great wisdom for one so young.
It's funny. Just talking to you, Mrs. Buttweiser, has given me, I don't know, maybe a new slant on things.
Well, now, what do you mean?
Oh, well, all this talk about the gods and India, it's made me believe for the first time, really believe, in fate.
Fate?
Yes, ma'am. Fate. I get a feeling just being in this house. I know now that, for better or worse, our destiny is decided for us. We have to find what that destiny is. And mine is not to be an actress or even to sell hearing aids. That's very clear.
Oh, my dear, that's wonderful if you truly see it.
I see something else. I see that I must go back to my home, back all the way to Clausen's Corners, because there is where my destiny is. Oh, I'm sure I've wasted enough of your time.
Wasted? Oh, never. Well, you're going back home, then.
Oh, yes.
When?
Well, as soon as I can.
Well, I would interpret that to mean as soon as you can raise the money.
Well,
let me give you some.
Oh, no.
Well, why not?
Oh, because we're strangers.
Are we strangers? Really? Oh, come, my dear. It's only a few dollars. And what better use could I find for it?
Oh, please. Please.
Oh, come now. It's nothing to shed tears over.
I can't help it. I'm so happy. Oh, bless you, Mrs. Buttweiser. Bless you.
Sally?
Yeah, it's Sally. Unless you gave some other dame a key to this joint.
What happened?
Is there anything left to drink?
Tell me what happened.
I can sure use a little pick-me-up. Oh, I tell you, Billy boy, I never put in such a day's work in all my life.
Will you tell me what happened? The Buttweiser dame? Is she set up?
Is that old dame ever set up? Oh, I tell you, Billy boy, she is a rich, ripe piece of fruit. Ready, willing, and anxious to be plucked.
Now, what did you expect? Did you really think this was going to be one of those delicate, inspirational stories of love and hope and faith? My dear friends, we're involved in a hustle. I do hope we haven't shattered anyone's illusions. Now, in this type of story, you know the plot will have to thicken in the second act, which I shall bring you here very soon. Virtue is its own reward. We say this because it was a favorite phrase of Sir Isaac Walton's, and it's appropriate here. Not because this is a story about fishing, but because Sir Isaac was a favorite author of a key character in our drama. Sir Isaac Walton, in addition to being an authority on fishing, was also an eminent poet, essayist, and critic. Well, his favorite saying has perhaps provided the spur for a great many people who consider that virtue may be a warm principle, but a cold reward, and, therefore, seek another. Two such people are Miss Sally Magruder and Mr. Billy Falcon.
What did she say, Sally? What did the Buttweasel dame say?
Listen. Charles Frederick would go to these wild, primitive places that were filled with all kinds of, well, we would call them superstitions.
Got every word down on tape.
Hey, that tape recorder sure does a trick. Did you get the pictures?
Oh, sure. Oh, you can't beat that little wristwatch camera.
Okay. There's lots of work to do.
I'll develop the pictures, and you start listening to the tape.
Honey, this could be it.
How much do you think is in it?
Why, she's supposed to be worth $4 or $5 million.
Oh, are we sure?
She's a believer.
Oh, yeah, I could tell by the way she talks.
I checked her out. She goes for the message from the other world stuff. She's a live one.
I could sense that. Well, we hooked the fish. Let's bring her in. Yes?
How do you do?
How do you do?
My name is Billy Falcon.
Yes, Mr. Falcon. What can I do for you?
I don't know.
Well, why did you ring my bell?
I don't know.
Well, what do you want?
I don't know that either.
Well, I'm sure I don't know what to say.
Well, something told me to come here.
Something?
Or maybe it was someone.
Oh?
You see, I was out fishing.
Fishing?
Yes, ma'am. I'm a very enthusiastic fisherman, and folks that know me say I'm a fanatic on the subject. Well, I was fishing in Crystal Lake just about a week ago.
Crystal Lake?
Yes, ma'am. It's known throughout the state for bass. It's terrific.
Yes. My husband used to fish there all the time.
I heard a voice, and it said to me, I am a brother of the angle.
I am a brother of the angle? Why, that's from Sir Isaac Walton.
Is it? Well, anyhow, the voice said, look for me. Look for me. I didn't know what to do, but something made me put my fishing gear away, and I got into my car. I didn't know where I was going or anything, but I found myself at a cemetery. I'd never been there before. I'm not from around here, you see, and my feet just started walking toward a grave.
Yes?
In front of this grave, they stopped. And on this grave was written on a stone, Charles Frederick Buttweasel, an excellent angler, now with God.
Oh.
Well, I got in my car and I came here. I still don't know why.
Oh, come in, please. Oh, please, Mr.
Falcon, Billy Falcon.
Oh, yes, Mr. Falcon. Oh, please, do come in. Oh, won't you sit down, please? May I get you some refreshment?
Oh, no, ma'am. I feel sort of queasy.
Queasy?
Well, something's happening inside of me. I don't know how to describe it. I go around saying things.
Like what?
Like what? Beauty exists in the mind that contemplates it.
You go around saying that?
Yeah, I'm not even sure what it means. And avarice, the spur of industry.
Why, that's all from Hume. David Hume.
I beg your pardon, ma'am?
Hume, the 18th century philosopher.
Yeah, I never heard of him.
Oh, this is remarkable.
And then I keep seeing rivers and crocodiles.
Are you sure?
Well, I'm not sure of anything. I just never experienced anything like this before in my life.
Oh, it's remarkable.
Yeah, well, I wish I could understand it. A man named Buttweasel who I never met, I didn't even hear of, and... Well, besides, he's dead.
Don't say that.
Well, the fact is, it's true.
Well, the fact is, we do not know what the fact is. In this world, what is a fact?
Well, Miss Buttweasel, the fact is, I'm not one of your educated persons. I only know I like to go fishing.
Yes, and so did he.
Well, it's the only time I'm ever really happy with things.
Oh, Charles Frederick, too.
Well, this man, he keeps interfering with me.
Interfering? Well, in what way?
I see a face. It's kind of long, thin, a hook nose, blue eyes, high cheekbones, small black mustache, long hair.
It's my child. My Charles Frederick.
And all kinds of things keep happening. I say things I just can't figure out. Where's it come from?
Where? Oh, can it be?
Can what be?
Well, I'm afraid to believe it.
I'm losing my mind, that's what. Listen, I'm trying to say something.
Yes?
It's forming my mind. I can hear the words in my brain.
Oh, tell me.
Thus, use your frog, place your hook gently through his mouth, then, with a fine needle, take only one stitch to the wire of your hook to hold his leg. In so doing, use him as though you loved him. Hey, that's crazy.
Oh, that's Isaac Walton.
I never heard of that in my life.
Charles Frederick used to recite that all the time.
Yeah, well, what has that got to do with me?
Well, I should think it would be apparent by now.
Well, if you know, I wish you'd tell me, please.
You are being used.
Used?
Oh, yes. Yes, it's perfectly plain. You see, my husband is trying to reach me.
Your husband? Your dead husband?
My husband, Charles Frederick Buttweezer.
The one who's in his grave with the tombstone over him?
Well, that's where he happens to be now.
Mrs. Buttweezer, you are a very nice lady.
Thank you, Billy.
Look, if you'll excuse me, please.
I will not excuse you, Billy. Oh, no. My beloved Charles Frederick is using you as his conduit.
His what?
Conduit. You must listen so that you can relay his message to me and mine to him.
You actually believe this stuff?
You can ask me that now. Why, look at the thoughts that have been racing through your mind.
No, I don't want to.
Oh, but you must.
I'm going crazy.
No, you're not.
Ma'am, I got to get out of here.
No, I shall not let you go. Listen to me. It's just that he wants to talk to me. Oh, let him, please. Please let him. It has nothing to do with you.
Hey, lady, I got other things to do.
Oh, surely, Billy, you would not deprive an old lady, a lonely old lady, of her only chance to talk to her husband.
But he's dead. You got to face it, man.
He's what you call dead. Does that mean we can no longer talk to each other? Does it? Isn't he talking to you now? Through you?
What do you want me to do, ma'am?
Oh, stay here.
Stay here? Hey, well, how? I got to go. I have work to go to.
I'll pay you.
I got a job. I got all kinds of responsibilities, ma'am.
But I'm so lonely.
Well, I'm sorry. What can I do about it?
Let him talk to me through you. And let me talk to him through you.
No?
No,
I just can't lose my mind. It's half gone already.
Oh, but Billy.
No, I gotta go.
Please.
It's the only sensible thing.
I said I'd pay you.
Well, how can I take money for this kind of crazy nonsense?
Take it. I offer it freely.
No, I can't do that. I gotta go.
Well, where can you go? Charles Frederick's voice will follow you everywhere.
I'm going to a doctor. He'll take care of me. Goodbye, Miss Butler.
Oh, please, come back.
Believe me, ma'am, it's for your own good.
How's our little fish, Billy?
Oh.
And when do we reel her in?
After a while.
Honey, I've been reading Isaac Walton.
Oh, come on. I got old Isaac Walton coming out of my ears.
And he says, don't delay. Once you place the hook, land your quarry.
Yeah, well, we've gone beyond all that. Our particular fish has to miss me for a while. And just hope that I'll come back. Start to worry that I won't, then get so anxious that when I walk in, she'll just jump up and hand me a blank check signed.
It's going good, isn't it?
Way ahead of schedule.
Could it be going just a little bit too good?
Come on, what are you worried about?
Oh, nothing. It's just that everything seems so perfect.
Are you ready with your end of it? You got to sneak in through the back. Then you'll have the projector, the little microphone. Just whisper hoarsely.
Come on, I don't sound like Mr. Buttweezer.
Who knows how people are supposed to sound after they die? Besides, a good whisper is always effective.
Yeah, what about the payoff? How much is she good for?
How much?
Mm-hmm.
Honey, that decision will have to be made by her husband and Isaac Walton and David Hume.
A more sagacious trio will not be encountered every day. Well, here we have a little plot for you. A small intrigue. And it seems to be going swimmingly. Certainly, poor Mrs. Buttweezer has been admirably, if we may use that word, set up for it. What can go wrong? Can anything possibly go wrong? We do not foretell the future here. We merely ask you to wait for Act 3. Custom is the great guide of human life. We use this quotation from Mr. David Hume since he is central to the action of our story. Custom. Or, put it another way, we're all creatures of habit. And so we do today, generally, what we did yesterday. If we were foolish then, the odds are we'll be foolish now. Which gets us into other areas, like the leopard does not change its spots, or the more things change, the more they remain the same. You see where philosophy leads? Anywhere and everywhere.
Who's there?
It's me, Billy.
Oh, Billy! Oh, Billy, won't you come in? Oh, sit down, please.
I had to come back, Mrs. Buttweezer.
Oh, I knew you would.
I went to a psychiatrist.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, he said, Mr. Falcon, you're not crazy. There's a reason, a good reason for what you see and hear and feel. And that made me see the light.
It did? How?
Well, there is a reason. And that's all I had to know. So why can't I say that the reason is because it's happening?
Oh, well, of course.
I mean, your husband is in his grave, okay, but he does want to talk to you. Now, who am I to say it can't be done? Especially since I hear his voice.
Well, that's my point.
Now, other people, including the psychiatrist, they won't believe it, you understand?
Yes.
They don't believe it because they never heard his voice. If I never heard his voice, why, I never believe it either. But I did hear his voice. Which means...
Yes?
Well, which means I'm a different kind of a person. The type of person that can hear the voices of dead people. Does that sound crazy to you?
Oh, how can it be crazy? The things you've said concerning my husband, how would you know them?
Well, that's just it. I don't know him. I just say him. I came here tonight, even though it's late, because, well, I felt he was trying to say something.
Oh, about what?
And once again, I don't know about what. I just got a feeling.
Well, do you hear anything?
Do I hear any...
Is something the matter?
The lights in my eyes.
The light. Oh, well, why don't I turn out the lights?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's better.
Oh.
It's better. Everything seems so quiet and peaceful. Oh, no. Look out. Look out.
Look out for what?
It's terrible looking.
What?
It's a crocodile.
A crocodile? Oh, a crocodile. Do you see it? It's on the wall.
On the wall.
Is that a crocodile?
Is it?
Don't be afraid, my darling. Don't be afraid.
Who is that? Oh, whose voice is that?
Well, you know who it is. It's Charles Frederick Buttweezer. Look, you see him? He's standing there.
Charles. Oh, Charles, is that you?
Yes, my darling.
Oh, where are you?
I am in India.
But why? Why, Charles? Answer me. Oh, I don't see him anymore, Billy. I don't see him anymore. Why can't I hear him?
My head hurts. It's so painful trying to hear his voice. And just to bring it to you, I want to rest.
No, don't let Charles go away. Not now.
Oh, please, Mrs. Buttweezer, let me rest.
One more minute, Billy. One more minute. Let me talk to him for just one more minute. That's all. One more minute.
All right. I'll try. Charles Frederick.
There he is. I see him again.
Please, Charles, tell her why you're here.
I am so tired. Dearest wife, I shall return at another time with kind Billy Falcon. With kind Billy Falcon, to tell you what to do. What to do.
Oh, what a relief. Mrs. Butler, you all right?
Yes. Yes. Oh, I feel so. Oh, Billy, what happened?
You mean you don't know what just happened?
Oh, I know that something wonderful happened. I feel a glow all over. As if I had just been talking to Charles.
But you have been talking to Charles.
I have?
Oh, he was here. You saw him.
Oh, then it was real. It was real.
Well, of course.
Oh, yes, I remember talking to Charles Frederick. Do you remember what he said?
He said he wanted to tell you something.
Oh, about what?
It had to do with the sacred crocodile of the river Ganga in India.
Oh, my. I wonder who that can be. Millicent.
Yes, Augusta, it's Millicent. Now, who is this scoundrel?
Now, see here, Millicent.
As your sister-in-law, I have an interest in your welfare.
You're just anxious to see how you can get your hands on some of your dead brother's money.
I'll disregard that. You're a foolish woman. Any fortune hunter could...
I will not tolerate this discussion in my house.
Your house? It was supposed to be mine. You pulled the wool over Charles Frederick's eyes.
Oh, Millicent. You're a mean, ungracious, grasping woman. But what for the sake of your dear brother, my beloved husband?
I have a sense of duty. I cannot allow you to be swindled by any flim-flam artist who walks in off the street.
This gentleman is a conduit.
Of what?
Oh, I don't expect you to understand. But he is a channel through whom I can communicate with Charles Frederick.
The old spiritualism racket,
You have no right to insult the beliefs of others.
You keep living in that world of your own. And as for you, young man, you listen to me.
I think I'd better be going.
One moment, please. Millicent, I spoke to Charles Frederick about matters only he and I could know about. There was absolutely no way for this gentleman to have learned certain intimate things that were known only to Charles Frederick and me.
Well, don't bet on it. I hope no money has changed hands. If you even took as much as 15 cents, I'll have you up before a judge.
Millicent, I cannot have you constantly insulting my friends and my guests. I will ask you to leave this house.
I'm leaving. But remember, friend, I'm keeping an eye on you.
Oh, please, Billy. Allow me to apologize.
Oh, that's all right. There's so many evil-minded and suspicious people in the world.
Don't go just yet, Billy.
Well, ma'am...
I suddenly feel so close to Charles Frederick. Don't you feel something, too?
Darling.
It's Charles.
Yeah, I see him.
There he is. Oh, now I know. He wants to tell me about an investment. He said he'd come back to tell me about an investment. One that would make $1 million. Oh, I think I know which one it is. I think I know.
Is that so?
Do you remember, my darling, the deal?
The deal?
The deal I told you about.
Oh, yes, my beloved, I remember. Buy the land. The 1,000 acres in Arizona from Millicent.
That is the deal.
Oh, my head.
Yes, Charles. Those 1,000 acres of desert. There's oil there. You're an engineer. You discovered that.
Oil?
You didn't want to tell Millicent because you were angry with her. But, Charles, if I buy the land cheaply from her, I'd be cheating her. Oh, I don't think I should cheat her. Is that what you came back to tell me to do? Is it?
I said there was oil there.
Oh, my darling. Millions of barrels, you said.
Yes. Then you must get that land. No one has told Millicent, have they?
No, she still thinks it's worthless. But, Charles, I can't hear you. Your voice is getting faint. And I can't see him. Not anymore. Billy? Billy?
Mrs. Buttweezer? Mrs. Buttweezer?
What? What? Oh, he was here. He was here. I spoke to him. I know I spoke to him.
Oh, you did?
Oh, what did we talk about?
Well, I don't want to repeat it. It was just intimate things between a man and his wife.
Oh, Billy, you're so tactful. Will I see you again?
Of course.
When?
Why, the very next time Charles Frederick wants to speak with you. Okay, honey, this is the payoff. We buy that land.
That 1,000 acres in Arizona?
You heard. It's got oil. Look, here's what must have happened. He found out about the oil, right?
Mm-hmm.
He told his wife to buy the land from his sister. She was, ashamed to.
Ashamed?
You heard her. You seen her. She believes she'd be swindling the sister. But she also has a guilty conscience about not obeying her dear husband's instructions. So meanwhile, we pick up the 1,000 acres.
I don't know.
Oh, come on. It beats taking the money. That can be dangerous. And how much could we hit her up for? A couple of hundred, maybe 1,000?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, but this is oil. It's worth millions. And nobody could prove we ever got it shady.
How high should we go for it?
Well, how much can she ask for 1,000 acres in the desert?
What do you want?
Well, I'm fond of your sister-in-law.
And what does that mean?
Well, you see, I'd like to settle down and live in this town.
Oh, they run your kind out of here on a rail.
Oh, I'm going into business.
Business?
Yeah, real estate. As a matter of fact, I'd like to buy some from you.
Real estate? Where could I get real estate?
Well, you own some land in Arizona, don't you? 1,000 acres?
1,000 acres of sand. What would you do with it?
Oh, well, I could probably sell it to somebody, but I'd like to buy it from you because, well, it'll be a way to help you.
I am not asking help from you or anybody else.
Well, why not? Aren't you supposed to love and help one another? Why are you such a mean and ornery woman? I'll tell you why, because you're poor and too proud to take assistance even from your sister-in-law.
Well,
how much you want for that land, huh?
How much do I want?
Oh, come on. Oh, please, don't break into tears. I couldn't stand it.
Well,
Please.
I can't help it. Nobody's ever been good to me before.
All right, how much you want for that desert land?
Well, can you give me what I paid for it? $5,000.
$5,000?
But it's only $5 an acre.
Oh, yeah, that's cheap at half the price. Okay, I'll raise the money.
Oh, Lord bless you, Billy Falcon. Lord bless you. Yes?
Oh, I'm looking for Mrs. Buttweezer.
I'm Mrs. Buttweezer.
You can't be Mrs. Buttweezer.
Then why not?
Oh, because she's a gray-haired lady with gold-rimmed glasses.
Oh, that was Mrs. Coolidge.
Mrs. Coolidge?
Yes, she minds the house for me while I'm gone. She and her sister Millicent.
Millicent?
Yes, they're wonderful house sitters. I don't know what to tell you if you're looking for Mrs. Coolidge. She said that she and Millicent had come into a windfall. I think it was $5,000. They're taking a trip.
Oh, I see.
Was there any message for Mrs. Coolidge?
Message? Yeah, message. Just tell her that I am a brother of the angle.
Oh? What does that mean?
She'll know, ma'am. She'll know.
The angle. What is the angle? How much more it has come to mean since honest Sir Isaac Walton's day. We have truly become a most geometric world where everything is seemingly filled with angles and curves, and all serve as bait to snare the unwary. Don't take any wooden nickels till I get back. You In essence, we could call this a fish story, because it has concerned itself with suckers. And if the true suckers were not revealed until the very end, well, it happens that way sometimes. Our cast included Ralph Bell, Joan Shea, and E.Z. Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. I'm E.G. Marshall. I'd rather be handsome than homely. I'd rather be youthful than old. If I can't have a bushel of silver, I'll do with a barrel of gold. So said a gentleman named James Roach. And who is to say that he has not expressed the basic philosophy of mankind? Or, put it this way, as we're about to do, take the cash and let the credit go. Our mystery drama, The Big 10-Cent Hustle, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Earl Hammond. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly. Would you, by any chance, happen to remember the clarion call of the barker? Step right up, ladies and gentlemen, and for 10 cents, 1 dime, the 10th part of a dollar. Oh, yes. And for that 10-cent piece, there was the promise of delights far beyond your wildest expectations. In those days, the dime was a coin of substance, a piece of money to be taken seriously. Well, while we cannot turn back the clock, it is possible, now and then, here and there, to find a dime that's worth far more than its face value. And such a one is the double 34. And what is the double 34? Well, why not let it tell its own story? That's right. We're to have a story told by a dime, as if that inanimate piece of metal could actually think and speak. Why not? Listen.
I was born, or would you prefer I said made? So how about minted? In 1934. I was one of, 30, 40 million. We all looked exactly alike. We were called Mercury dimes because everybody thought our face was that of the ancient Greek god Mercury, wearing a winged helmet. But it wasn't. It was just the goddess Liberty. We all wore that face, plus the word liberty, and the motto, in God we trust. And underneath her neck, we had our date, 1934. Except me. I had 1934 stamped on me twice. How did that happen? Why was my date stamped twice? Well, the machinery was going full speed at the mint. There. Did you hear it? For the tiniest fraction of a second, something got stuck, and I was held in place for just a fraction of an instant too long. And so my date was stamped on me for a second time. But who noticed? There were millions of us. We were gathered together and stacked and packed and shipped all over the country. And we were, I guess you could say, funneled into banks and out into the world. The class of 1934. I could have gone anywhere, into anyone's pocket. I found myself in a bag with about 100 of my fellows. And I saw the light of day for the first time on a marble tabletop. And I could see I was in a home, a mansion, a place of enormous wealth and grandeur. I heard voices, one young, brisk, the other old, incredibly aged.
Sir?
Yes, Trescott, what is it?
Your dime, sir.
My dime?
It's a good day today, sir.
Is it?
The doctor says you should go out.
Oh, all right.
It's good for you.
Trescott, at my age, nothing is good for you.
Well, sir, you should show your face.
Why?
For public relations.
Public relations, you say?
You happen to be the richest man in the world.
In a few weeks, a month, a year or two, perhaps, I shall be no richer than anyone else.
Let me put the dimes in this little purse for you, sir.
The dimes.
It's something that the public has come to expect from you.
Yeah.
This little gesture of handing out dimes to the people, it does your image no end of good.
A dime. I remember, Trescott. I was a very young man. I worked all day. I chopped wood for 14 hours. And all for a dime. Did you know that?
Now, Adams will make sure you're bundled up warmly, and we're off for an airing.
Don't make it sound as if you're walking a dog, Trescott. He was, as I have already told you, an old man, an incredibly old man. Slowly, assisted on either side by nurses and servants, he walked, or should I say, tottered from the door of his magnificent mansion to the door of his magnificent limousine.
Over here, sir.
Over here. Suddenly, a crowd had gathered. Hands were extended. And as he moved towards his motor car, he would reach into his purse for a dime. Then extend his arm slowly and drop the coin into someone's waiting, expectant palm. I was lifted out of the sack, and I felt myself being gripped feverishly. Then I was in a pocket. And I was all alone.
Any luck?
Lots of luck. All of it bad.
Oh. What are we going to do, Joe? Nothing's coming in.
Maggie, old girl, cheer up. Something did come in today. See? A nice, brand new, shiny dime.
A dime?
Maybe it'll be a charm.
Yeah?
I was walking down the street, and I passed by the old man's mansion, and he came out. And, he's always handing out dimes.
Well, he can afford it. He's got millions.
Well, you got to admit, it's nice of him.
Oh, we better be careful. He may go broke.
Wait a minute. Just wait a minute.
What's the matter?
You sure won't go broke giving out dimes like this one.
What do you mean?
This dime's no good.
It looks to be okay.
Oh, yeah? Look closer. See?
What?
The date on it, the 1934.
Oh, what about it? Oh.
Yeah, sure. It's marked twice.
Oh, that means it's damaged goods, huh?
I guess when your luck is out, it's out all the way.
Oh, does that mean we can't use this dime?
I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe we can pass it off on somebody.
Oh, Joe, let's quit this crazy talk about a dime. What are we gonna do?
I don't know. I just don't know.
Well, will Conrad wait for his money on the truck?
It's more than just the truck. We owe for the fruit.
Oh, it wasn't your fault. The roads were washed out. Nobody could get through.
If you want to be in the trucking business, nobody wants to hear your hard luck stories. They just want the merchandise delivered on time.
But, Joe...
That truck was a total wreck.
But your insurance...
My insurance is only so I can pay the other guy if I hit him. If I crack up myself, I'm out of luck.
Maybe you shouldn't have gone into business.
Now, isn't that just what your father said?
Just because he's my father, does that mean he had to be wrong? I'm sorry, Joe. I shouldn't have said that.
The worst of it is... It's going to be listening to him saying, I told you so.
Well, how much money do we need?
I figure, $2,000.
$2,000?
Yeah. Might just as well be $2 million.
Well, I could ask him.
No.
Joe, it means so much to you to have the truck and to pay off.
That's why you can't ask your father.
He'd give it to you.
With no strings attached? Well?
I guess not.
What do you have in your purse?
Nothing. You?
All I have right now is that broken down dime.
I did have 2 cents, but I bought a newspaper.
Why? Is there any good news anywhere?
I bought the paper, Joe, just so I could look at the want ads.
Oh?
Hey, Joe, our jobs, they're still open.
Well, what are you saying?
Our jobs.
Well, they're not our jobs.
He keeps advertising them. It means he must be hiring couples and firing them. He's not satisfied.
Who cares?
Oh, please, Joe.
Look, my wife is not going to be a maid.
I don't mind.
I thought we were through with all that working for rich people. Back to the old grind, huh? Me, the chauffeur and handyman, and you, the maid.
Housekeeper this time.
What do you mean, this time?
Well, I saw Mr. Mears today.
You what?
Yeah, I walked over to his place.
How could you go back there after we quit?
Look, I said to him, we're the best couple you ever had, Mr. Mears. And we're willing to come back.
Maggie.
He'll give us the same money. Joe, honey, we haven't any choice.
So, when do we start?
Tonight.
Tonight?
Yeah, I thought we'd get there before supper. Or else we could hock your watch and buy our own groceries.
All right. You win. Well, if we're going to walk to our place of employment and get there in time for supper, what do you say we start?
You can drive the car back tomorrow and pick up our things.
Yeah. Say goodbye to this place. You know, I thought this was going to be a lucky dime.
Maybe it will be. One day. Let's keep it.
Sure. And I'll tell you how broke we are. We can't even afford to throw away a worthless 10-cent piece. That's us.
And once again, I was in his pocket. I know you don't believe a word of this, but it's true. You know, everything that's made exists for a purpose. Mine was to be worth 10 cents. And here I was being told I was worth nothing. Well, I was brand new, inexperienced, ignorant. How did I know that was a completely false statement of my true value? Well, they were walking down the street, Joe and Maggie. I was still in his pocket.
You really don't mind going back into service?
Could be that's what I was meant for.
Oh, Joe, don't say that.
Maybe I don't have the head or the talent for business.
You're as smart as most of them.
Hey, stop a minute.
Yeah? What is it?
I know what I want to do with this dime. I'm going to give it to that beggar sitting against the building. You know, the one selling the pencils?
He's not selling them. He just has them for show. You don't dare take one.
Help a poor man. Help a poor man.
Oh, poor man. Listen to him. I've seen that one around. They say he has stocks and bonds and owns apartment buildings.
Help a poor man, a poor, unfortunate, sick old man.
Do you know why I want him to have this dime, Maggie?
All right. Tell me.
Because the second I drop this into his tin cup, we will be flat broke. We will not have a penny in the world.
Bless you. Bless you. Thank you kindly. A dime. Do they think I'm in business for my health? A dime.
And now, I disappeared into a greasy sack where I made the acquaintance of some other coins for the first time. Pennies, nickels, quarters. But I must say, none were as shiny new or as brightly handsome as me. At the end of the day, we went to the home of my new owner. He was called, or even referred to himself as, the Moocher. Evidently, he had a great deal of money, both silver and paper, and even gold. We were all spread out on the table, and he liked to pick us up one by one. He picked me up, and he looked at me very closely. This ugly, unkempt, malodorous man. Evidently, he liked my face better than I liked his, because he clutched me very tightly.
I don't believe it. I can't believe it. Well, why not? It's true. Don't I have the evidence right here? Hello? Is this Fallowfield's coin shop? You, Mr. Fallowfield? You know me. The Moocher. We done business before. Now, look, I got a new uncirculated 1934 Mercury dime. You follow this? Now, it's got a double date. Yeah, you heard me. How much? $2,000. I'll think about it.
$2,000. Well, you knew that all along. Certainly you knew it'd be worth more, far more than the face value of 10 cents. And the money represents only a fraction of the true value. Think of what it's already been worth to us in terms of sheer drama. And this is only the end of Act One. If only we knew where fortune hides, the place where hidden wealth abides. But desert waste and ocean deeps, the silent secret stubborn keeps. Yes, well, perhaps. Who says that fortune must be found in a desert or beneath the sea or on a remote mountaintop? This is the story of a dime that happens to be worth $2,000 at first appraisal. And it seems quite capable of telling its own story.
$2,000? Is that a fact, Mr. Fallowfield? $2,000. Well, I'll think about your offer. $2,000! Oh, $2,000!
He picked up a greasy rag. He rubbed me with it, and he kept repeating $2,000. Well, it wasn't very long before I heard a knock on the door. Quickly, he gathered all the money together and locked us in a drawer.
Who's there?
It's me, Fallowfield.
What do you want?
You know what I want. Come on, Mooch, let me in.
You alone?
Yeah, sure. Who'll be with me? What's the matter, Mooch?
Come in and leave me shut the door.
Yeah. It peculiar in your old age.
Fella can't be too careful.
Of what?
Crooks.
Who want to rob you, Mooch?
Who?
Say, I guess it's true.
What's true?
What everybody says.
What does everybody say?
That you're a millionaire.
Me?
You got limousines, apartment houses, stocks.
Oh, they're crazy.
Probably.
I got a beg on the streets for my living.
Sure.
I get coins, so I look at them. Maybe here and there one can be worth a couple pennies more than it says in the face, right?
Oh, right as rain.
Oh, I put a few cents away in the bank. But it's for my old age, right?
Sure.
Now, a man's got to worry about his old age, don't he?
Where's that dime?
Dime?
Come on. I don't mind you playing a little bit hard to get, but my time's valuable.
Okay. I'll leave you look at her.
He was one of those sharp-featured, sparse-haired men who wore thin, wire-rimmed glasses. A fellow you would hate to have to do business with because you knew he would always come out on top. He held me between his fingers. He peered at me. Oh, you could withhold no secrets from a searching gaze like that. Finally, he put me down.
I said 2,500. Okay?
Well,
what?
I don't know.
Now listen, Mooch. The law of supply and demand hasn't yet had a chance to operate on this coin. You understand?
No.
It's brand new. The market doesn't know about it yet. Maybe it'll never be worth more than a dime.
Oh, that ain't true and you know it.
I'm taking a risk buying it for 25.
I'm taking a risk selling it.
Well, what do you take for it, Mooch?
More than 25.
How much more? Oh, what are you going to do? Go shopping around? You can't do that.
No, why?
You know why? You're supposed to be a penniless beggar. Now, do you want to work to get out that you're making the rounds with a dime worth all that money? I don't think so. I say you better stick with me. I keep my mouth shut about your financial situation. Now, that has got to be worth a great deal to you.
Well, it don't give you the right to cheat a poor man.
I got a favorite customer. I'll see what she'll offer. Have we got a deal?
Mr. Mears' residence. Who's calling, please? Oh, just 1 minute. Mr. Mears.
Yes, what is it, Maggie?
Do you wish to speak to a Mr. Fallowfield?
Fallowfield. Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. Hey, Fallowfield. What have you got for me today? What? Yes, does sound interesting. How much? Now, listen, Fallowfield. I know you're entitled to your profit, but don't think you can get rich on me alone. Well, tomorrow is Sunday, and neither one of us could transact business on Sabbath, wouldn't you say? I'll pick it up from your fellow on Monday and bring it down to my office. Right. Goodbye. It's just fantastic.
I beg your pardon?
It is the most fantastic thing. A double 1934.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Do you know anything about coins, Maggie?
Well, sir, I know one from another.
It can be very interesting and very valuable, if you know what to look for.
I suppose so.
Yes, now, Mr. Fallowfield, he's the numismatist.
Sir?
He's an expert in coins.
Oh.
Yes, he has a shop, buys and sells them.
Yeah, I see.
Well, he knows where he can get hold of a brand new mercury dime. The date is stamped twice.
Twice?
Yes, Maggie.
Twice?
Something must have been faulty with one of the presses in the mint. But you see, we're close to the end of the year, and no one's discovered any other coins that were stamped twice. So this is 1 in a million, or I should say 1 in 30 or 40 million, or however many were turned out.
And you say it's worth...
Well, in the long run, Maggie, no one could safely say at this time just what it could be worth. But I'd gamble 3,000 or 4,000 or so on it right here and now.
3,000 or 4,000?
Maggie, are you all right?
It can't be.
But it is, Joe, it is.
He'd give 3,000 or 4,000.
Maybe more.
I can't believe it.
Believe it, it's true.
How could we know?
What are we going to do about it?
How could we know? There's so many things in this world I just don't know about. I never realized what an ignorant man I was.
Answer the question.
What question?
What are we going to do about it?
You talk as if there's something we can do about it.
It's our dime.
Ours?
Yeah, ours.
What are you saying? We gave it away.
We didn't know what we were doing.
Well, that's...
It's what? Tough luck?
Yes. I would guess so.
No, we made a mistake. We shouldn't have to pay for it.
We always have to pay for our mistakes, Maggie.
I want our dime.
But it's ours no longer.
Joe, listen to me. Listen to me for once. Now, go out and get what belongs to you.
But it doesn't belong to me.
Get that dime back.
Get that
You go to a store, you buy something, you give the man a big bill instead of a small one. You discover your error. The man gives you your money back. If he's honest. Now, same thing here. And if that beggar isn't an honest man, let him take the consequences.
What consequences?
Here's a dime. A brand new, shiny mercury dime. But it's only got one date. It's only worth 10 cents. Do you see?
Maggie,
Take it to him. Say to him, here's the dime we meant to give you.
But Maggie...
You've got to do it, Joe. You've got to.
But what if he just laughs in my face? What then, huh?
Then I don't know. That'll be up to you.
What'll be up to me?
The next move.
Do you know what you're talking about?
Oh, maybe there won't be a next move. I don't know. It'll depend on how you feel.
What do you want?
I want to come in.
Hey, you can't just...
Okay, I'm in. Shut the door.
Who are you?
I'll shut it for you.
No, I'll yell for the cops.
I wouldn't try that. Just shut up.
Oh, look, you got it all wrong. You've been listening to all kinds of crazy talk. I ain't rich. I don't have any dough hidden away. I can just about get enough to eat.
I didn't come here to steal your money. I don't care if you got $1 million stashed away.
What do you want?
You remember me?
Oh, I never seen you before in my whole life.
Just the day before yesterday, I was walking past you with my wife.
Oh, a lot of guys walk past me with their wives.
I dropped a dime in your cup. A dime. A very special dime.
What would be so special about a dime?
I made a mistake. I gave you the wrong dime.
Oh, I'm sorry about
I want it back.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, you know what I'm talking about. You know the dime I'm talking about.
No, I don't.
You're even making arrangements to sell it. Well, you can't. It's mine.
You take your hands off of me.
Give me that dime.
Let go of me. Let go.
Hand it over.
No, I don't have it.
Hand it over. It's mine. Hand it over, or I'll kill you.
Well, this is Joe, good-natured, mild-mannered Joe, about whom it was said in the ordinary way, butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. Yes, indeed. Money can do it to all of us. Money is a philosopher's stone. Money can change us overnight, on the spot. What sort of change has it wrought in Joe? For that, we need the third act, which I shall deliver presently. We shall fish the stream of life, said the poet, with silken lines and silver hooks. We don't have any silver hooks for you at this time, but we do have a silver coin. Actually, it's a dime, a mercury dime, made of pure, well, almost pure silver. 900 parts of the precious metal alloyed to 100 parts copper. Good enough, especially since this particular coin is worth far more than 10 cents, for reasons we've been talking about.
Don't let go of me.
Give me that dime. I'll give you another one.
I don't have it.
Give it to me.
He was here.
Huh? Who was here?
The man. Please let go of me.
Which man?
A coin guy.
You're lying.
No, I swear it.
I'll turn this place upside down, inside out.
It ain't here.
I'll kill you.
Listen.
I don't care. I'm not going to stay a working stiff all my life. I'll get that coin even if I have to kill you.
But he was here. I told you the guy was here already.
I say you're lying.
He took the dime with him.
Hey, look. Talk to me. Say something. I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill you. I didn't. I was just holding on to him, Maggie. I wasn't choking him or anything.
I know, Joe. I know.
He just died. It happened.
Sure, it happened.
He must have had a heart attack.
It's exactly what it was. A heart attack.
Look, I threatened him, sure. But when it would have come down to it, I wouldn't have killed him.
Of course you wouldn't.
But I did.
No, Joe. He died of a heart attack.
How did he get the heart attack? I gave it to him.
Joe, you can't blame yourself.
Oh? Who else am I going to blame?
You can blame me.
No. You had nothing to do with it.
I should have let you alone. I steamed you up.
No. I wanted to do it. I had to do it. I had to prove I could just go out there and take. But every time I try, it always goes wrong somehow. And now I killed a guy.
Since I'm telling a story, in addition to being a dime, I'm also a poet, and I enjoy poetic license. And that's what I claim for the scene you just heard between Joe and Maggie. But the scene between Joe and the moocher? Well, I was there, and a fact on the moocher's table. And not half an hour after the distraught Joe left the premises, there was a knock on the door. Mooch? You home? Yeah, that's funny. He never leaves the door open. Mooch, where are... Oh. Mooch. Well, it's too bad. Perhaps Mooch, if you'd led a more exemplary life, he would have died within the bosom of a large and loving family, instead of all alone on the filthy floor of a miserable hovel. And the money, Mooch, the money you so miserly accumulated, what's to become of it now, huh? What's to become of it? Were you ever able to hear a person think? Really? Well, I did. Because the next thing I knew, the sack that I was in, with all the coins and bills and stocks and bonds, found itself under Mr. Fallowfield's arm. And we were off and away. What a world. Oh, what a world. Mr. Mears, please. Yes, this is Miss Fallowfield. I believe he's expecting my call. Oh, thank you. Ah, yes, this is Miss Mears. The coin awaits your inspection, sir. What, tomorrow after the close of business? We'll say 6 p.m.? Yes, I'll be at your doorstep on the button. Oh, yes, the coin's a beauty. Lovely, magnificent. What? Oh, there's no trouble about price, sir. We'll haggle a bit for the sake of form, but we shall arrive at a most equitable arrangement. As usual. That was Monday morning. I now was resting in Mr. Fallowfield's safe, and so I was unable to witness what you're about to hear next. But once again, I was able to put it all together by the way it ended. It seems we are dealing with two new folk, Chris and Julie.
Hey, you know who's playing the first trumpet on that arrangement?
No, and I don't care.
Hey, what'd you turn it off for?
How much longer do you intend to sit around and listen to those records?
Hey, Julie, I have to listen to those records.
Why, Chris? Why?
Well, because sooner or later I'll get an assignment to write a piece about them.
I know, but I've watched as sooner turned to later, and now I believe that later is going to become never.
No, Julie, we can't lose hope.
You'll never get a writing assignment.
Come on, don't say that.
There are no jobs. Look, experienced writers, people with credits, even they're out of work. Everybody's starting to talk about the WPA thing.
I still believe...
Oh, sure. Meanwhile, the government's talking about putting everybody on the dole.
Well, I don't know what to do.
Look out the window.
At what?
The little shop across the street.
Well, what about it?
What does the sign say?
What's the difference?
Read it.
Frederick Fallowfield, coins. So?
So, every now and then Mr. Fallowfield comes out of that shop. He locks the door. He has a little velvety-looking sack in his hand. He puts the sack into his pocket. Do you know why?
No, I don't care.
Pay attention.
Julie, what are you driving at?
He has some valuable gold and silver coins that he's taking to a customer.
Okay.
And they have to be worth a couple of hundred, maybe $1,000.
So?
Follow him. Wait till you get to a more or less deserted spot. Pretend you have a gun. And...
Do you know what you're saying?
Sure.
Well, how can you say it?
It isn't easy.
You want me to commit a robbery, a holdup?
Yes. And the only reason I want you to do it is because I can.
Oh, no, Julie, that's not what we went to college for.
What did we go to college for, Chris?
Well, I wanted to be a musicologist, and you?
Yes. I wanted to be a lawyer.
Well, we have to keep trying.
Chris, honey, wake up. We don't have any choice.
Now, wait a minute. I don't want to have a theoretical argument about ethics and how people can be driven to crime by circumstance. All I know is it's wrong.
Of course it's wrong. Now, what else are we going to do? Besides the baby...
Oh. What baby?
Our baby.
Julie.
Yes, Chris. A baby.
Julie, I'm so happy.
I need money for a doctor. For everything that a baby means.
But, Julie, to hold up that man across the street...
I suggest him for a reason. We know the situation. It's not like going into a bank or a store or anything like that.
Julie,
Get a 10-cent cap pistol, okay? Use a handkerchief. Tie it around your face, up under your eyes.
But what if...
Yeah. What if it goes wrong? Okay. You'll be caught. But, Chris, the times are going for you. We'll get some sob sister reporter to write a real tearjerker. You know how they eat it up.
Well,
Father-to-be, desperate for his wife and expected child, forced to commit hold-up. And you didn't really mean to hurt anybody. Your gun was a toy.
Yeah, that figures.
You even risked your life, because if your so-called victim were armed, he could have killed you.
Hey, that's a point.
And say you're caught. You go to trial. And who'll be your lawyer?
You?
Yes, me, your pregnant wife. I asked you, Chris, will there be a dry eye on that jury? In that courtroom? Anywhere in these United States?
Hey, you know what? We'll even get job offers from all over. Maybe it even pays to get caught.
No, I figure what's in that sack he'll carry can be worth as much as 1,000. That'll keep us for a while.
Julie, you're a genius.
Oh, darling, go downstairs and buy a cap pistol. Chris.
Yeah.
Now?
Now?
He just turned out the lights in the store.
Well, Maybe he's closing for the day.
Put on your coat and have the pistol and the handkerchief ready. He's not closing up for good. He stays open till 8. It's only 5:45. It means he's taking something to a customer.
Yeah, okay.
How do you feel?
Great. Just great.
You sure, Chris?
Don't worry.
Remember now, we figured it all out. He goes down the street, past the alley.
Uh-huh.
Now, if you go out the back way, you can get to the alley before he does.
Right.
Pull him in there, take the sack, and that's all there is to it.
Yes. That's all there is to it.
Darling, are you sure you're okay?
Honey, how can we lose? Hold it, buddy. What? Just step inside here. Now, you do what I tell you, or I'll blow your head off.
All right. Just don't shoot.
All right. Now, inside your right-hand pocket, you got a sack.
I do?
Yeah. Now, hand it over.
Look, don't be nervous.
Just shut up, okay?
Oh, that's a very big revolver.
Yeah, you just hand over the sack. You hear?
But there's nothing in it, really.
I said hand it over.
All right. Don't be nervous.
That's it. You put your hand in your pocket and take it out again. Slowly. Slow. That's it. Now, hand it over.
I'm good. Just what you say. Here it is. Don't shoot.
Now, turn around and start walking. I'll walk down the street and keep walking.
Hello?
Julie.
Chris, where are you?
In a phone booth. Where do you think?
Oh, Chris, what happened? Did you do it?
Oh, sure, I did it.
Well, tell me.
$1 dime.
Chris.
One thin, measly dime.
There must have been some mistake.
And there sure was, and we made it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You know what I did with that dime? I put it into the slot so I could call you up and tell you about it.
But it only costs a nickel to make a phone call.
That's what the operator told me. But I said, honey, you just keep the change.
And so there it was, in the collection box of the pay telephone, our dime. And soon it will slip back into the huge and illimitable exchange of all the millions and billions of coins that are passed about daily from hand to hand. And if anybody ever stopped to look at it twice, we don't know. Because it was never heard of again. Every now and then, a patient and hard-working wife turns suddenly on her husband. I will not be taken for granted, she shouts. And forthwith, she A, murders him, B, leaves him, C, takes a lover, D, goes out and makes a glorious career for herself, E, any or all of the above. Being taken for granted and taking things for granted can result in fantastic losses. Just don't count your change. Look at your change. Our cast included Earl Hammond, Russell Horton, William Griffiths, Bryna Rayburn, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Tonight's WOR Mystery Theater was also brought to you in part by ShopRite Supermarket. You can get a lot more.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents I'm E.G. Marshall. If there ever was a country of myth and legend, it's the Emerald Isle, that precious gem that adorns the restless sea, Ireland. But for all its gay and infectious beauty, its green fields and the riot of colored flowers, there is a darker side that haunts this shining isle. Not all the mythical spirits are as captivating as leprechauns, or as gentle as the fairy folk. The Celtic gods of olden times still lurk in the shadow of the woods, the deep mountain glens, the black velvet night.
This man swam across the Irish Sea?
Ah, not man, sir. Sure, he was more than man. A boggart or a god or whatever you'd like to call him. And evil as a raven. Colossal he was, so no ship or house could hold him. And his heart as black as the pits of hell.
Our mystery drama, The Witching Well, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Paul Hecht and Carol Teitel.
It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Sign-Off, the sinus medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
One of the basic pagan worships in any land is the adoration of water. From the beginning of man, the well has been a shrine, a symbol of life to be propitiated by sacrifice and prayer. If not the well itself, the gods or devils or guardians of its sacred content. So now let us join Patrick Kinsella of Boston, fourth-generation Irish, as he starts unwittingly on a trip which will take him back to his family roots and beyond them to a brooding, misty, foreboding past. A past where timeless spirits stir and live again.
Thank the Lord you're not your father's son.
And what does that mean?
I meant only that you take after your mother's side of the family.
Oh, my mother, I hope not.
I'll remind you that you're talking about my daughter.
I'm sorry, Uncle F. I didn't mean to hurt you. It's just that Mother was so cold and withdrawn and, well, I don't know, bitter.
Well, whatever she was, your father made her that way. With his womanizing and his extravagance and his drinking.
That's not true. He was only driven to that because... God, in the name of heaven, would you leave him alone to lie dead in peace? And Mother, too.
Yeah. I'm glad you have some regard for her.
I do, Uncle, I do. It's just that somehow we were never close, like
you and Michael. Well, Lord knows he loved you. The one unselfish passion he ever had, I suppose.
Well, does that complete the formalities concerning Father's will?
Oh, no, just one more thing. This.
Well, what is it?
An envelope, obviously, sealed. About its contents, I know nothing.
Oh, is it all right to open it?
It's addressed to you. Well, why are you hesitating?
I don't know. Hunch. Just a feeling.
What sort of feeling?
Well, that maybe this should die with him, that it's something better left alone. You know me, Uncle.
Oh, yes. You were a strange and wonderful little boy, I have to remember. When I was younger and a little more full of sap and vigor, I used to call you the changeling. I wouldn't have been a bit surprised to find your ears growing into points. You seem to be aware of so much beyond us stiff-necked old Yankees.
Yeah. I remember you used to kid me about leading you to the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
That's why I'd like to have you in the bank now. I still think you could lead us all to it. Just the way I thought your father could once.
Let's not get back into that, Uncle. Let's just open this mysterious envelope.
Well?
No, it's just something he wants me to do.
Is it a secret?
Oh, no. Well, he doesn't say. Well, sort of, I suppose. Well, not between us. Well, let me read it to you. Dear son, among all the things in our relationship which has made it the best of my life was the fact we never questioned each other but accepted us on faith. So I ask a final act of faith with no questions asked. please continue to issue a banker's check for $800 every month as indicated to the following address, Box 13, Branwell, County Meath, Ireland.
That is all?
Yep.
No name?
No name.
What for?
No indication.
Or how long he's been paying?
Nope.
And how much?
$800 a month.
That's nearly $10,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to keep paying that out.
Oh, yes, Uncle F, I am. It was my father's wish. I'm living up to it. There's only one thing I'm not living up to.
And that is?
I'm not going to do it without a reason, which means I can answer an earlier question of yours. I know what I am going to do with myself. I'm going to make a trip to Ireland. I'd like to know just who's picking up that check from Box 13, GPO, Branwell, County Meath. If I wasn't quite living up to my father's last request, I wasn't being completely honest with my uncle either. For there was a name, as well as an address. Boann Connaught. So on the next plane, I left for Ireland and Branwell, wherever that turned out to be.
The top of the evening to you, sir. What'll it be?
Oh, I'll just have, have you any draft beer?
Oh, that I have. Pride of County Meath. Would I be after drawing you one?
Yeah, I'll have a glass if you don't mind.
Well, now, from the tone of your voice, you'd not be from these parts. America, is it?
That's right, but I am of Irish descent.
There's your draft, sir.
Oh, thank you.
And what brings you to Drumcarry?
Drumcarry? I thought this was Branwell.
Ah, well, so it is in a manner of speaking, or was, you see. Been all of 18 years since we used the old name.
The old name?
That's right, sir. Up till January 15th, 1922, then it got changed. A lot of things changed once we became the Irish Free State.
You mean this town has been called Drumcarry since 1922?
That's how it'd be, all right.
But if letters were posted to Branwell, they'd still be delivered.
Oh, naturally.
Even after all these years?
Well, now, Lord bless you, sir. I've been postmaster here the last 25, so I can assure you any letter sent here would find its way to its proper destination, whether it was to Branwell or Drumcarry.
I see. Why did you change the name?
Oh, I don't know. Superstition, maybe. Not a very pleasant name, after all.
Oh, seems pleasant enough to me.
Well, that's because you wouldn't know Irish history, or local history, for that matter. One reason or another, it's been a real curse, that old well.
Well? What old well?
Well, the one the town got its name from. Brand's Well, do you see, to begin with.
Yes, there actually is a well.
Oh, yes. Well, that is, there was. Been capped up ever since, long enough ago. No need for it once the water supply was brought in. Folks weren't using it anyway, what with its history.
But what happened to the well? Did it go bad?
From bad to worse. Though 'twas never any good in the first place, to my mind. Not after, as they say, Bran took it for his living place.
Who was Bran?
Oh, you never heard of him, weren't sure? It is not surprising, since he was Sassenach, and you being of Irish descent.
Sassenach?
A British man, British. He belonged to them, and we never asked any part of him. But they chased him out of Wales. And it was an ill wind ever blew him west to swim the Irish Sea and up the Boyne, till he found our subterranean caves under the mountains there.
This man swam across the Irish Sea?
Not man, sir. Sure, he was more than man. A bogle or a god or whatever you'd like to call him. And evil as a hoodie crow or a raven. Called docile he was, so no ship or house could hold him. And his heart black as the pits of hell. My grandfather himself told me that the well was brackish enough already in his time. And to be sure, I always thought it tasted like bog water myself. But no matter. They finally had to cap it after there was one too many.
One too many what?
Ah, well, sure. Why should I be bothering you with local gossip and old wives' tales? Have another brew on the house.
Oh, that's very kind of you, sir. Well, it's getting late. I have to find some lodgings. Do you also have an inn here?
No, I'm afraid not. But how long would you want to be staying?
Well, I'm a writer, and I wanted to get some background and local color. Could you suggest somewhere I might find a room?
No, I might just be able to do that, for I see someone coming down the road would be just the answer.
Who?
Boan Connaught.
Boan Connaught? Where is he?
He? Well, sure, what is the matter with you at all? Boan is a lady's name. And there she is herself, if you look out the window, on her way here, bless her heart. Ah, sure, it's the lonely, brave soul she is, and a hard, long life she lives, taken in boarders to make ends meet. Hey, well, come out now. We'll meet her by the stoop. God save you, Mrs. Connaught. Where are you off so late in the eve and in such a hurry?
I had a call then, Mr. Muldoon, do you see?
Oh, a call, was it? And from where at all? On the telephone?
Sure, you know I don't have such an instrument in the house. From the voices.
No, there, 'tis a mite early for the little folks to be about yet.
Stop your nonsense, Sean Muldoon. I don't hold with frippery the like of that. I have my own voices, and they serve me well. Was there something for me in the post, then?
No, sure, not even one of them advertisements. Number 13 is as bare as the old woman's cupboard.
But I heard it so clear.
Well, maybe you did, after all. For he is a gentleman, a writer and all, is looking for lodging for a while. And 'twas in my mind that you might want to take him in.
It'd only be for a couple of weeks, Mrs. Connaught. I'm willing to pay anything within reason.
You're from the States?
Yes, I am. I should introduce myself. My name is Patrick Kinsella.
Well, now, there's a fine Irish name for you, eh?
Is it not? Kinsella. Patrick?
Well, the full name is Michael Patrick Kinsella.
That'll be it. The room will be 10 and 6 a day with breakfast. 18 shillings with full board. No reduction by the week or month. It's just by the day.
Well, that'll be fine. Now, let me see. Suppose I pay you 2 weeks in advance?
Have you luggage?
It's in my car outside. Come along, I'll drive, and you direct me where to go. I had the strangest sense that I'd stepped across a border into a dream fantasy world. We drove a short distance and over a bridge. And then, at her direction, I turned down a hill and onto a cobblestone road to stop in a courtyard paved the same way, next to a round structure about waist high that was roofed over by some heavy oaken timbers dovetailed together and shaped to fit like a lid. Is that a well?
What else? That's Bran's well.
The one that's never used anymore.
The one that was fouled forever. As well you know.
What do you mean, as well I know?
Who would know better? Now, I want to know something.
What?
Why did you come back, Michael? Why did you ever come back?
For the moment, Pat Kinsella can only stare, open-mouthed, at the tiny woman who is suddenly all blazing eyes, burning with accusation. He realizes, of course, that he is being mistaken for his father. It isn't the first time people have noted the resemblance. But what fascinates and repels him is a secret that seems about to be revealed. A secret he is not sure he wants to know. I shall return shortly with Act 2. So here is Michael Patrick Kinsella in the year 1940, sitting in a car next to a little wisp of a woman who, for some inexplicable reason, his dead father has been supporting for over 20 years, secretly. And next to a well that has been capped and shut tight. Against what? The legends of the enormous demigod who lives far below in its subterranean caverns? Always hungry for the sacrifice of a human soul? Or some more practical reason that the water is fouled, or the well has outlived its usefulness?
I'm afraid you're making a mistake, Miss Connaught. I'm not who you seem to think I am.
Never fear a whisk, lad. You're just who you have to be.
Yes, but my name isn't Michael. I mean, that's not what I'm called by. It's Pat.
It's a long time, do you know? And who remembers all the names the way they can change with the passing years? You're still the one expected, are you not?
Expected?
The voice was after telling me you'd be back. Did you not hear it yourself?
The voice?
What else would you call it? You'll not be telling me it didn't call you then. Else why are you here again?
Well, I'm not here again.
There now. It had to be. Such an important anniversary. 21 years. You had to be here.
Here for what?
To strike off the chains, set the soul at liberty to rest in peace.
Miss Connaught, forgive me, but I really don't know what you're talking about.
Do you not, Michael?
I'm not Michael. I'm Pat. Michael was my father.
Is it so? That might account for it then. But here. 'Tis late it's coming on to be, and you could be tired and have a good meal is what you need under your belt. We'll leave the car here and walk to the house, and I'll get you settled in again.
Again?
You'll see. Once you're in the house, and it all begins to come back.
I didn't really want to get out of the car into the Irish gloaming, that peculiar half-light between day and dark that lasts so long. But grabbing my bags, I dutifully followed the tiny figure of my hostess as she clumped doggedly, but yet with a kind of grace down the path to a small thatched cottage with thick stone walls. Inside, she lit kerosene lamps and bustled about, getting me settled in an upstairs room with a dormer window poking through the thatch and overlooking the well.
Do you remember now?
Why can't I make you understand? There's nothing to remember. All I'm here for...
You can't deny that bed and the well outside the window. And that here, it was the wedding night. Or so I thought, heaven save me.
What are you trying to tell me, Miss Connaught? That my father was here? What was it you said, 21 years ago?
Come here to the light now, and let me look at you, boy.
Carefully. I may look like my father, or rather like he did, but I am my own man.
You're his spit-and image if you're not.
I couldn't be my father under any circumstances. Because he's dead.
God defend us. He's away to the other world then, and abandoned the girl he shamed. So that's why you were called.
I wasn't called. I came here to find out who the mysterious Boann Connaught was and why my father was paying you all that money. But maybe it would be better if I left.
You want to run away without finding out.
I don't think I want to find out anymore.
Why, boy? Because you think I'm an old lady touched in the head.
I didn't say that.
But it was in your mind, for sure. Because these old eyes are dim, and I thought I saw himself raised up from the past and come to make us whole.
You see now that I'm the son and not the father.
More's the pity, for now indeed we're lost. And there's no more waiting this side of the curtain. 'Tis all too late, and the shame must burn itself into eternity. My life is done.
Miss Connaught, let me be honest. If my father deserted you or walked out on you sometime in the past, I'm sorry. But it looks at least as if he's tried to pay his debt.
Walked out on me? Sweet Mary, look down on us. 'Twas not me he walked out on. 'Twas... There now. It's the storm. It's been threatening all day. What I had to say will have to wait.
Why?
With the wind away to the northwest, the rain oft blows down the chimney. I'll have to set the damper down. And there are windows to be closed. I'll call you when I'm ready.
this would have been my moment to pick up my heels and run. My last chance. But I had waited too long. I went to the window, peering out through the streaming rain that blurred the window panes. For one breathtaking moment, I thought I saw the lid on the well lift, as though some strange creature was about to answer the knocking of the raindrops on his door. And then suddenly it was too dark to see anymore. By the middle of dinner, the rain was gone. And by the end of it, Miss Connaught was too. I had tried to question her, but she refused to talk until I'd eaten. And now she seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Suddenly, I wasn't mystified anymore, or apprehensive, or afflicted by any form of ESP. I was just plain angry, and I wanted out. I packed my bags, slung them in the car, headed out of the cobblestoned yard and along the road to the bridge. But that's as far as I was going. It was awash, a foot under the swiftly flowing river. All right, just a minute. I'll roll it down.
Were you looking for me?
No, Miss Connaught. Frankly, I was taking a powder.
Of what?
I thought you had run out on me, so I decided to run out, too.
You'll not run very far this night. The bridge is underwater, and the river isn't even crested yet. If we get more rain tonight, we're in for flood. You'll not get across very soon, boyo.
All right, then. Climb in. I'll take you back to the house. Looks like we're fated to open some graves.
It wasn't me your father deserted. It was me younger sister, Deirdre.
I never heard my father mention that name.
Well, I'm sure of that. He didn't dare.
Why not?
Your father was weak. He wasn't a bad man, just a weak one. It was the spring of 1918 in Paris that Deirdre met up with Michael on what they call the left bank, down by the River Seine.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. Pardonnez-moi, mademoiselle.
I'm not French.
Oh, well, I was just trying to say I didn't know anyone was down here.
Well, now you know.
Yes. Are you alone?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I guess you want to stay alone, so, well, I'll just, hey, listen, couldn't we just, talk a few minutes? I don't speak French, so I don't get to talk to many girls.
Well, that's funny now, is it not? Here I speak English, but I don't get to do much talking in a social way with the English soldiers.
Oh, no, I'm not English. I'm American.
So I hear.
And you are not English. You're Irish. I can hear that.
And if I am?
You know, I'm Irish, too. No, I mean 3 generations back.
Are you now? And where do you live in the States?
Boston. There's almost as many of us there as there are in Dublin.
Is that a fact? And you're here to save us all and to be a soldier boy?
I'm here to help beat the Kaiser and save my skin if I can. I'm not much for war.
Nor me. That's why I'm down here now looking at the river tonight, trying to forget another one. A special one who died tonight.
Your fiancé?
No.
Boyfriend?
No. Any more than they're all that. The poor hurt darlings. No, I'm a nurse, you see. Oh, well, not a real nurse, not an RN, just a helper.
Like me. My name is Michael Kinsella.
Well, how do you do? I'm Deirdre Connaught.
Hello, Deirdre.
Hello, Michael.
I never called a girl by her first name that fast before.
Nor me a boy. You're a fast worker, Michael Kinsella.
Only because I've never really been in love before.
What?
At first sight. Don't you feel any way the same?
It's ashamed I should be to admit it. But the trouble is, I do.
That's the way they met. And for the most of that year, they were seldom separated. It was just sheer luck that Michael was assigned to the quartermaster's staff in Paris and never saw any action. The war was just a sort of holiday to him until the day he was assigned to return home, and he had to face the truth at last.
But you can't just leave me behind. Not now. Not the way I am.
It's all right, darling. I've gotten a leave. I'm going to see you home.
Home?
As far as London, anyway. Now, the way it is, I have to go there on business, so the hotel reservation has been made. We can try to work it all out then.
Work what out?
What we're going to do. I mean, how it's going to end.
End?
It has to, Dee. Oh, there's no excuse, I know. I should have told you from the very beginning, but... Well, it's over for us.
Why?
Because I can't ever marry you. I'm married already.
You're married? To someone else?
Yes.
But you can't be. Mike, you can't. I'm having your child. What am I going to do?
It's all right, darling. You won't ever have to worry. I'll support him and you, I promise. But look, when we get to London, everything will be arranged legally.
Legally? Well, what can be legal?
There's nothing I can do now. Neither of us believe in divorce, and besides, it's out of the question.
Why?
Well, my whole position with the bank, my future in business is because I married my wife. Her father owns the bank and half of Boston, for that matter. They cut me loose. I couldn't support myself, let alone you, and the child that's coming.
So, you're giving me one who's to have no father.
But that wasn't the way it turned out at all. Because when they got to London, Deirdre was ready to go into labor. And what faced them there was enough to bring it on full force.
What faced them, Miss Connaught?
What would you guess? Mrs. Patrick Kinsella. The woman from whom your father would have done anything to hide his affair with Deirdre.
My mother?
Your father's wife.
Quite suddenly, our story has moved from the world of fantasy to a world of quite sordid reality. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. I'll leave all of you to imagine what happened in the scene when Michael Kinsella and Deirdre Connaught, already 7 months pregnant, unexpectedly had to face Michael's wife. There was no longer any chance for subterfuge. Everything was out in the open. And at last our story has reached the moment when the past is about to be revealed, and Michael's son, Pat, is going to learn a buried truth that will shake him to his heels.
But what was my mother doing in London?
Mrs. Kinsella? Well, sure she knew the hotel had been engaged in London for business. And didn't her father offer her the trip across the ocean to greet her husband that much earlier?
But didn't my father know she was coming?
I suppose Mrs. Kinsella thought to give him a happy surprise. Oh, 'twas a surprise, no doubt of that. But far from a happy one. To begin with, that is.
What do you mean, to begin with?
Well, first off, it was a terrible shock for Deirdre. And the baby was born out of its time.
Dead?
Oh, no. Before his time, but alive and kicking and screaming and ready to hang on to life. There was no easy way, do you see, out of it all. Or so it seemed.
What are you trying to tell me?
Did you never wonder why you never had any brothers or sisters at all?
Oh, of course. I suppose every only child does.
Well, you'll not have to wonder any longer when I tell you that the one you've thought your mother all this time never could have a child in this or any world. And, well, she and your father knew it before they were ever married.
You mean that I am that baby?
What chance had a child born outside the church for a life here in Ireland? Against the future for him in America, oh, not to mention the miracle it was for a barren woman to be given the gift of motherhood.
But no one ever guessed.
Why should they? The one you thought your mother had said farewell to her husband only 7 months before. She'd been waiting a month in London, and it was weeks before she left to sail over. You were born early, and it was easy to bring the time into joint with all the red tape of mustering out your father in England instead of America, and the holiday they pretended to take in Europe after. By the time the three of you got back to America, there was no one to question. It was her having a baby that had delayed their return.
Except you. And my real mother. Only you were safe, weren't you? You'd been bought off. I was paid for and delivered.
I wished not so fast. If I'd realized then what I did later, I would never have stood for it. Your father brought your mother home to this house here in Drumkerry after you were born to sleep here in this same room as you're sleeping in tonight.
And when my father left?
I thought he would be back. But he never came. He never came.
And my mother?
Your mother. What was there left for her to live for? Betrayed by the man she loved more than life itself, without her baby to give her a reason for living.
I still say she didn't have to sell me.
It's a long time ago, Patrick, then. And a different world it was. She thought to do it for your sake. Oh, many's the time she regretted her decision. But it was too late to change her mind. She could only hurt 3 other people. Your father and his wife and yourself by recalling it. And maybe in the long run herself too. For there was nothing at all to keep life together and a roof between her and the wind and the rain but the money from America. Bitter ashes. In the end, what did it matter? Her life was over. So she went away.
She went away? Where?
They do say that Bran lives in the caverns beneath the old well out there. And every generation he claims a life in sacrifice.
Come on, Miss Conrad. Don't give me old country superstitions. Answer me.
The well is fed by the River Boyne through caverns that wander deep in the earth through solid rock. She was not the first to step into Bran's well and drop into eternity.
And that's how my mother died?
It's how she tried to die.
Now what are you saying?
You are of the faith, are you not?
Yes, Yes.
Then what hope of salvation would a woman twice damned have? A child out of wedlock? Only your father's coming back and setting that straight might have saved her.
He couldn't do that. I mean, even if he hadn't been, as you said, weak, his own religion...
She knew that. So, lost already, she was ready to commit the other mortal sin and take her own life. Now she knows no rest.
Her body was never found?
No.
She was never buried? There was no service?
She died in sin and is left to roam seeking forgiveness with the one who might have brought her peace, dead himself. Well, there it is now. And the storm looks to be coming back. Oh, I am so tired. And you must be too. Let's away to bed and find some rest, if we can.
I don't suppose I've ever felt more tired in my life. My mind churned with all the revelations I had. But underneath it all, as I tossed and turned while the thunder growled in the background, was that strange sense of inner vision I had wrestled with since childhood. The unexplained knowledge of events, future and past, that had haunted me all my life. And in this turmoil, I fell asleep. I was startled by an enormous thunderclap, followed by the wrenching split of wood. It brought me bolt upright and in one bound to the window, where, in the courtyard below, in the flash of the lightning, I could see that the oaken cap over the well gaped open, and through the sudden curtain of rain, I could only half see emerging from the shattered split in the wood A strange, ephemeral presence. The last huge clap of thunder drove me inexorably downstairs and out into the rain and towards the well. Fine. Are you all right?
Of course.
You're getting soaked.
So are you.
Well, that doesn't matter. Come, we should go into the house.
Should we? Why?
Well, it's crazy to stay out in a storm like this.
Does that bother you? Let's stop it.
The rain stopped. The thunder's gone. The moon is shining. What happened?
You asked for it. I gave it to you.
Who are you?
You must know by now.
Deirdre.
Yes.
But you're dead.
Oh, how I wish I were. I'm only passed over.
What?
I can't be dead, you see. Not yet. Not till I'm waiting. Waiting.
Waiting? For what?
For him to come.
For who?
Him. The one to release me. The one to let me sleep at last.
He is dead. My father is dead.
I know. But he can't save me. Only you can.
Why me?
Because you are the one who has been wronged. Only you can forgive.
Why should I? When you sold me.
I wanted a better life than I could offer you. The money was not my idea, but your father's. I never spent a penny of it. It's all saved up against the day of your coming here, as I knew you would. It will be yours now, and you will be independent now, and free, in a way Michael never was. Ooh, it's near the dawn, and my time is running out. Patrick, darling, my son, don't turn your back on me as your father did. Please.
Mother, it's too late. I never knew your love, not as a child. How can I find it now when you are dead and in the grave?
Give me yours now, and you will find my love. Set me free, and I'll come to you in good time. You will see.
Mother, I forgive you. I forgive you with all my heart.
Then my bonds are broken, and I can go meet your father as my newborn self in this other life. Look for me, my darling. Look for me. I will come to you at last and will bring you all the love you have missed.
I came awake, my head ringing with the force of the thunderclap. I rushed to the window. Even through the streaming rain, I could see the well. The cap was unbroken, in place. But how could that be? I had seen it split in two. Could all that have been a dream? The first light of day was banishing the storm. And suddenly, I had a premonition. I searched through the house for Miss Connaught. I found her, sitting in an easy chair in the living room. The small, seamed face smoothed of wrinkles, a smile on her lips, her eyes closed, and a locket on a chain resting in her hands. She was quite dead. She must have been dead for some time. I dressed hurriedly and drove to the village.
So poor little Boan Connaught is gone at last. Ah, well, 'tis a blessing. Little she had to live for and all without a man ever.
Mr. Muldoon, Miss Connaught had that cat, didn't she?
Ah, no, indeed, that was the town. There were too many young colleens over the years stepping off its cokehead. And the last one was just too much.
Miss Connaught's sister, Deirdre?
Sister? Go on, Deirdre Connaught? Sure, she never had a sister in this life. Single she was. And half the boys in the county after her, till she came back from Paris, France in the First War. And never another man would she give the time of day to from that time till now. Now that she's in her grave.
So there it was. I suppose I should have guessed it all along. That sad little lady was Deirdre Connaught, the mother I never knew. And all that love unspent between us. But somehow I'm not sad. I open the locket, and there's a picture there of her as she must have been when she was young. Tousled red hair and sea-green eyes dancing with impish merriment. And I know that somewhere in the future she is to come to me again. And this time we will live out our years together. I'm as sure of it as I am of my own name.
A footnote. Shortly after Pat Kinsella returned to America came the disaster of Pearl Harbor. He enlisted immediately and fought with distinction through all of World War II. In the summer of 1945, after VE Day, his first night in Paris, he went to the left bank of the Seine, retracing his father's footsteps down the steps to the wharf. Did he know in some mystic way that he would find there the young nurse whom he would marry? They are still living happily ever afterwards. I'll be back shortly. The old dark gods may still haunt the Emerald Isle, but somehow it's the bright and happy ones who seem to win out in the end. So, for all her travail, her sorrows, and her harried history, let's remember Ireland with the face she always manages to turn to the world. The one with a smile. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Carol Teitel, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. You know that phrase, killed in the line of duty? It's one of the saddest epitaphs to those who lay their lives on the line. A guard, a night watchman, a cop who was shot while on duty. You've seen the photographs in the papers of a long line of policemen standing in sorrow at the funeral of a buddy. Have you looked closely at the expression on their faces? I might be next, it says. Yet, they do their job every day, every night, to make our lives safer.
They didn't believe me. The judge, the jury. I was there. It wasn't George who pulled the trigger. He was with me in the cabin. It was Rudy, my brother, who killed your detective.
Yeah, that's what you said in court.
George didn't kill that man. I swear it. Now, why would I say things against my own brother? Accuse him of the murder if it wasn't so.
Maybe because you love George Collins.
Our mystery drama, The Missouri Kid, based on an actual documented historic case, was dramatized especially for Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr. and stars Lloyd Battista. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It was in all the newspapers of the time. The St. Louis Post-Dispatch headlined the robbery, Memories of the Missouri Bandit Days. Today, through the miracle of radio, we can turn to that story and actually hear it happening. It is 3 days after Christmas, 1902. 55 miles out of St. Louis, about an hour past midnight, two men ride into the little town of Union, Missouri, and head for the Union Bank on Main Street.
Stand in that doorway opposite the bank, George. If someone moves, shoot.
Nothing I like better, Rudy. I got a belt full of bullets.
I ought to have this piggy bank busted wide open in 5 minutes flat. Hey, got your crowbar? Got it. I sleep with it. Hand me the nitro. It's in your saddlebag.
Here you be. Now, blow, Rudy.
I sure aim to.
What's going on down there, Sheriff? Someone's just blown up the bank. Well, I'm going to give him a blast.
Come on, Rudy. Hurry. The whole town's waking up.
Hold the horses still. Those hicks can't hit anything. Help me load these money bags on the horses.
Hey, someone just put 2 holes in my hat.
There's the second bag. Keep shooting back, George. Do I have to tell you everything? Grab this bag, will you?
Hey, now how many hands you think I got?
You're lucky. Most of the money's in bills, not silver. That's it. 5 bags full. Now let's get out of here before their aim gets better. Come on, get out there.
Sheriff? Hey, Sheriff, they're gone. Look at all that smoke coming out of the bank. Someone get the fire department. Looks like the bank's on fire. Well, do something, somebody. The Union Bank's just been blown up. Mr. Pinkerton, we just got a wire from the American Bankers Association. 2 men blew open one of their banks the night before last and got away with $28,000.
Who is the law there?
Oh, Tom Birch. He's the sheriff of Union.
Any word from him?
Well, a phone there. He's been sick for a week, so nobody's made up a posse.
And the robbers got away. Are they sure there were only 2?
Yep. And made a mess of Main Street between them.
All right, CJ. It's your case. Find those 2 robbers and find them good.
Not fast.
Yeah. Find them good and fast.
Sheriff Tom Birch.
You're looking at him.
Well, I'm C.J. Schumacher. The Pinkertons have assigned me to the Union Bank robbery.
Oh, glad to hear it. We're still cleaning up the glass and picking bullets off Main Street.
Yeah, we heard in St. Louis there was quite an exchange of gunshots hereabouts.
Well, they rode out of here like there was hellfire behind them.
Anybody in town see them?
Oh, sure. Let me see now. Well, there was Frank.
You know where I can locate him?
Oh, I expect he's at work. He's the blacksmith, Frank Tilley.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I spoke with him on the telephone.
Well, he'll help you. He's a good man.
I brought a parcel of pictures of known bank robbers who operate around these parts, and identification is essential.
Sure is. So you think it was the work of professionals?
Oh, without a doubt, Sheriff. Only pros know how to handle nitroglycerin.
Yeah. You go see Frank Tilley. Tell him I said he'd better cooperate with you Pinkerton fellas.
Mr. Tilley? Frank Tilley?
Huh? Oh, yeah. What is it?
Well, I'm C.J. Schumacher of the Pinkerton Detective Agency.
Oh, about those bank robbers.
Yeah, well, if you're busy, I'll come back later.
No. Let's head for these barrels over here. Set yourself, Miss Schumacher. What can I tell you?
Well, I brought this satchel full of pictures I'd like you to have a look at. What we at the agency call our rogues gallery. Mugshots of every outlaw, professional, trained, and bank robber we ever had dealings with. Now, if you just have a look.
Oh, I don't have to. The man was wearing a mask. I never did get a good gander at him. But the other one, I saw him right clear.
Oh, that's fine.
There's a gas lamp right outside the bank where they had the horses hitched. And son of a gun, if it just didn't blow out.
I seen him come out of the bank and all that smoke blown, and he's loading up the horses with the bags of money. I recognize him straight off.
Well, who was he?
Bill Rudy Rudolph. Know him anywhere.
Rudy Rudolph. Ah, the Missouri Kid.
That's the one.
Ah, the Missouri Kid. Yeah, he could pull a job like this. Well, you don't happen to know where he's been living these days, do you?
Up in the Standings, as far as I know. He's got a cabin there. His sister's place, actually. She's a real nice girl, Nellie Rudolph. But she could never do anything with him. You know, Rudy's a real tough hombre. You don't aim to go there and take him along, do you?
Well, that's what I aim to do.
You Pinkerton fellas have all the excitement. Well, sir, I hope you get Rudy. He sure has been needing the comeuppance for many a year.
So I hear tell. Well, it's about time somebody laid a hand on his shoulder and cuffs on his wrist. My name's C.J. Schumacher.
What do you want?
Hi there. Who are you?
What business is it of yours?
Shut up, Butch. Shut up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Looks like I knocked on the wrong door.
How do you know? Who'd you want?
Well, first off, I want a friendly hello, and, well, I think I come to the wrong house for that. Sorry, ma'am.
What do you mean I'm unfriendly?
Well, I've been hunting all day, and I had me the worst luck any hunter could have, so the last thing I need right now is someone who's suspicious. So long, ma'am.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. It's the nature of us around here. Were you looking for someone?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I'm kind of lost, and I'm hungry, and what I was looking for is to buy some supper.
Oh, well, just a minute. Hey, there's a hunter outside. He wants to buy some supper. Should I let him in?
A hunter?
Yeah.
You sure?
Well, pretty sure. He ain't no city dude by the looks of him.
What do you say, George?
Well, why not? I'm getting stir-crazy with just you two to look at. Wouldn't mind seeing another face.
What if he's the law?
I sure wouldn't want to be the law stepping in here all alone.
Okay, now. Tell him you'll make him some supper.
Sorry to keep you, Miss... what'd you say your name was?
Schumacher.
Oh. I'll never pronounce that. I had to ask my brother and his partner.
Well, is it all right for me to buy some supper?
Well, I'll wrestle you up something. It'll cost you 50 cents.
Done. I sure couldn't cook myself any decent grub for that. Ma'am, that was mighty good. I'm always partial to a stew made of a ham knuckle bone. Mighty tasty. Would you oblige me one more thing?
Well, that's all we got.
Oh, no. I don't mean any more food, ma'am. I'd like to know your name, that's all.
What for, mister?
Well, if this is your wife, no harm, man. Only when folks treat me right, I want to thank them by their name.
Well, she ain't my wife. She's my sister. And her name's Nellie.
Wife or sister, she's a mighty fine cook. Mind if I sit a while? I've been 20 miles today with no luck.
Hold on now. Well, what are you reaching for your gun for?
Well, force of habit, I guess. Are you the brother of this gentleman?
He wants to know a lot about us, doesn't he?
Oh, just trying to be friendly, to make conversation.
We don't make much conversation out here, and if you really want to be friendly, mister, I suggest you take those shells out of your shotgun.
Oh, why, sure.
It makes me nervous.
Oh, glad to oblige. Those shells didn't do me much good today, I tell you.
Would you like some canned fruit? We got some canned peaches.
Sure would round things off to have something sweet. Mighty good of you, Miss Nell. I appreciate that.
So the hunting's not too good today, huh?
The whole day's been a bust. I fired this jackrabbit, see? Then I go up and take a look for it, and there's this trail of blood. And I think to myself, well, now there's too much blood for a jackrabbit. Maybe hit a bear.
Ain't no bears in these parts.
Well, maybe a deer.
Could be a deer.
Here's your fruit.
Oh, Thanks, miss. Well, sir, I hadn't shot no animal. Somebody been making a campfire and left this canned tomatoes, and I plugged it. Scored a bullseye. Knocked it clear off the ground 50 feet, leaving a trail of tomatoes. Well, well, I think I'll be moseying along now. And, well, thanks very much for the meal.
Hold on, mister. You just sit back and relax. Why, you ain't touched those peaches Nellie brought you. Now, that's not nice. Not friendly-like. Eat up. I got a few questions I'd like to ask you myself. George, hand me that pistol. I'd just like to have it in my hands here while I'm talking to this here gentleman.
C.J. Schumacher, the Pinkerton operative, sat back in the kitchen chair in that out-of-the-way cabin, his own shotgun empty, the bullets jingling ineffectively in his pocket. He faced a loaded pistol and two of the most wanted outlaws in America, the Missouri Kid and his partner, George Collins. C.J. wasn't sure the other man was George Collins, but he was pretty certain that if he didn't come up with the right answers, they'd kill him without a second thought. I'll be back shortly with what happened in Act 2. C.J. Schumacher, the operative for that great private detective agency, the Pinkertons, was tracking down the desperados who had robbed the Union Bank of Union, Missouri. He had inveigled himself into their hideout by pretending to be a hunter who wanted some supper. Unquestioningly, the two men who sat watching him eat were the men he was seeking. Now, the problem remained how to get away alive so that C.J. could return with an armed posse.
You had much book learning, friend?
Who, me? Book learning? Yeah, you mean did I go to school?
Well, folks do. Now, I went to school. Didn't do me no harm.
Oh, sure, I went to school when I was little.
You done much reading, Mr. C.J. Schumacher?
Reading? Oh, well, some.
Mm-hmm. He means if you see a handbill for a wanted man, can you read it?
Where would I see that?
Oh, anywhere. In a post office or a bank, for instance.
Oh, not me. I don't write letters, and I don't get letters. Well, I think I'll be moving along. Miss Nellie, here's your 50 cents. Thank you for a right good spread. Oh, made up for my disappointment hunting today.
Well, goodbye, Mr. What was that name again?
C.J. Schumacher.
Schumacher. You're not from around here?
Well, not far. Not far, but it'll take me a couple hours to get back. Well, good night, folks, and thank you. Mr. Pinkerton, I came just as fast as my horse could get me here to St. Louis.
Welcome back, C.J. Your brother Danny was getting a little worried about you.
It's about time Dan learned worrying is something an operative just doesn't have time to do. But I have to admit to you, I was a little fussed a while back. I was having me a bite to eat with the Missouri Kid and his sister Nellie Rudolph and the kid's partner, who I think may be George Collins. I'm sure it's them who did that Union Bank job. So I'm planning to go back to Union tonight. Get up a posse and haul them in.
I wish we could, C.J., but we've got no prima facie evidence against Rudy. One man recognizing him across the street under a gas lamp is not enough. I read your report.
Yeah, what about that old torture robbery charge? Remember that old couple, the Hollises? Rudy and some other gun boy tortured the old man and woman with hot pokers to make them tell where they'd stashed money. Turned out there wasn't any.
Ah, that's the answer, C.J. You find your sheriff, swear out the warrant, and get going. Oh, by the way, your brother Danny wants to know if he can go along with you.
Well, tell him he'd better stay in St. Louis and help mind the store. Who knows? Maybe someday you'll find him more useful than me. Sure. I got your guns cocked.
Sure have. So the rest of the posse right behind us. Sorry, all I could round up was 3 men.
Well, we're getting closer now. Tell the boys to slow up.
Hey, take it easy, boys.
Now, around the back of this clump of trees, there's a shack. It's the Missouri kids.
I'm hit, CJ. Help me, give me a hand. I'm falling off.
I got you, Sheriff. Hold right.
Let's get out of here. CJ, what is it?
I got a couple of bullets in the stomach. If you can't stay and fight it out, go on. Go on, leave me. I'll get away. Don't wait for me.
Shut up, Butch. You heard me. Shut up. Well, what have we here? Our old friend, the jackrabbit hunter. Riding up here with a sheriff and a posse? That wasn't a very nice thing to do, friend. After all that good grub you ate at our table? Well, I tell you what I'll do. You seem to be hurt bad and in lots of pain. Why don't I make it easy for you and put you out of your misery?
Mr. Pinkerton. Yes, Danny. What do we got there?
A telegram. They killed my brother.
Give that to me. Regret to inform you we have recovered body of C.J. Schumacher killed in gunfight with Bill Rudolph and unknown assailant. Oh, Dan, I can't tell you how sorry I am. I want you to call the staff, all the local officials of Union, and from Stanton, too, right now. I want them all here in St. Louis as soon as you can get them together. The world's not big enough to hide C.J.'s murderer. We'll get whoever it was if we have to keep looking for him as long as I live.
Mr. Pinkerton, assign me to the case. I want to pick up where C.J. left off.
All right, Danny, you've got it. Now, you round up everyone you can. When I've laid out instructions for a manhunt from here to California, then you can pick up the trail.
I'm going back to that shack where they were hiding and see what I can find.
You see, Mr. Schumacher, when we come back to find your brother's body, the shack was empty. They'd all pulled out. You know, C.J. was killed saving my life. That's how it was. He put me back on my horse when I got shot. He was one brave fella.
Well, as far as you know, Sheriff, no one's been back here since?
Nope. Oh, we've been watching in case any of them do. But they lit out and took everything with them.
What a mess.
Yeah. He went over this shack with a fine-tooth comb to try and find the money they stole from the Union Bank.
You found nothing?
Not a red cent. What do you expect to find in all that trash on the floor, Mr. Schumacher?
Evidence?
Evidence of what?
Anything, Sheriff. Where they're going, where they've been. Like this. This medicine bottle, for instance. See what it says on the label? Brewer's Pharmacy, Hot Springs, Arkansas. That might be some evidence. Yeah, I'm going to roll up my sleeves and take a look inside this stove. Maybe they burned something valuable.
You're going to get yourself mighty dirty cleaning out that stove, Mr. Schumacher.
You know, I expect before this manhunt is over, I'll have more than cinders and soot on my hands.
Well, is there anything I can do?
No, thanks, no, Sheriff. Now, maybe.
You find something?
Huh? It just may be.
That little piece of burnt paper, what is it?
Somebody's handwriting.
So it is. Pretty fancy handwriting. You don't see much of that around.
Yeah, that's just what I'm counting on. Tracking down those fancy curlicues might help us quite a lot.
Can you find out what's written there?
Don't have to.
Just find who wrote it.
I don't care what you say, Danny. Evidence that'll stand up in court, that's what you must have, proof.
If I could have my way, Mr. Pinkerton, those two would be hanging from a lamppost, not hanging around in court.
Danny, that's not the way our operatives should think, and you know it.
I'm sorry. I just don't feel like a lecture now. Who brought in the evidence? Good evidence. The pharmacist in Hot Springs made positive identification. There were two men who went in for that prescription. One was Rudy, and the other George Collins. Now, I myself checked every boarding house in Hot Springs and come up with a name on a boarding house register that matched exactly the fancy handwriting on that piece in the stove. Well, look at this. Army records. Description. Collins was a company clerk with Company M, 35th Infantry. Now, his handwriting was so good. Look, samples. Now, don't tell me I don't have enough evidence and reports.
Where do they say Collins is now?
Hartford, Connecticut. Now, I've got our Connecticut operative trailing him right now.
But where's Bill Rudolph, the Missouri kid?
That I don't know.
Can't you see, Danny, it's better if we wait until the two join up and then haul them in together. Now, you take Collins alone with that slim handwriting evidence, he'll get himself a smart lawyer and be out before you can say mouse.
So you're saying wait, is that it? Wait? Well, I ain't going to. I'll take my chances and pick them off one by one.
That's vigilante talk, Danny, not law and order.
Well, maybe so. Due process of law is too slow for me. So, Mr. Pinkerton, I ask you to accept my resignation. Whatever I do, I'll do on my own hook.
Well, I'm sorry you want to quit us, Danny.
You don't seem to understand. This is not just another case to me. Those two murdered my brother.
I know that, Danny. But are you talking about justice or revenge? Danny Schumacher.
Mr. Pinkerton, what are you doing here in Hartford?
Oh, just watching you, Danny, standing outside this saloon.
Oh, yeah, but why are you here?
I thought I'd see how you were getting on.
You've been following me?
An old habit I got into. What are you up to, Danny?
Well, I'm handling this on my own like I said I would.
I don't know if you know it, son, but once you're a Pinkerton man, the only way to get out of the agency is horizontally. Or get fired. Well, you're not dead. And I don't remember firing you.
You mean I can't quit?
That's about the size of it. So I've come to Hartford to give you a hand.
Oh, Mr. Pinkerton, that's great. Listen, it's turning out like you want it. Collins is in there right now, buying drinks for the house. You should see him. Dressed fit to kill.
And Rudy?
He's in there with him. He came into town today, and they're having a high old time in that saloon.
What are we waiting for, then? Let's just see if they come along peaceably like innocent citizens or if they want to put up a fight.
Let me hear that sound of popping corks. Yeah. Woo! Who wants some champagne? Anybody wants whiskey, step up to the bar. It's on me.
You were right, Danny. I'd never recognized those two by their clothes.
Like city swells.
All right, you whiskey bums. Champagne first and then a chaser.
You ready, Danny?
You take him now?
When Rudy reaches into his pocket and starts counting money, you aim a couple of times at the ceiling.
Hey, how about some more champagne, Rudy? Yeah, bartender, bring us another case of it. Here's $100. It's a hold up.
All right, reach, everybody. Send those arms up to the sky. You too, Rudy, and you, George.
It's the cops. It's Pinkerton men.
Wait till I get my hands on you, Ray.
Get off of me. Get your hands off. You're joking me.
That's what I aim to do.
Hands high, George.
Okay. You got me. My hands are up.
All right, try these on for size.
You don't have to handcuff me. I said I'd go quietly.
Just in case you get any fancy ideas, George Collins, you're under arrest.
Hey, will somebody get this big lug off my chest?
Nice work, Danny. Pull the kid's hands up over his head.
Let me get up, will you, somebody?
By all means. Let him up, Danny. All right, everybody. Back to the bar. We've got the only two we came for.
I don't know what you're think you're doing. You got nothing on us.
Well, we'll see. Oh, Danny, I don't believe you two have been formally introduced. Danny, this is Rudy Rudolph, otherwise known as the Missouri Kid. We have a little torture robbery warrant outstanding for him. And George Collins, I think you know. And my partner, gentlemen, is Dan Schumacher. That last name mean anything to you?
Nope. Schumacher.
Shut up, George. You don't know nothing.
Dan Schumacher is C.J. Schumacher's brother. C.J., Rudy. The man you shot in cold blood. Do you remember now, Rudy?
In a Hartford boarding house where Rudolph and Collins were staying, they found almost $9,000 from the Union Bank. The bank robbers were taken back to the town of Union, Missouri, arraigned on murder and robbery charges, and held without bail. But these two lawless men had not given up, as we shall find out when I return shortly with Act 3. Crime, the criminal, and women never cease to amaze William Pinkerton. In writing about the case of the Missouri Kid, he says that once Rudy Rudolph was in prison, women, not only in St. Louis, but all over America, made him their hero, wrote him letters, sent gifts, stood outside the prison walls just to be near him. Strange, the fascination of this cold-blooded murderer.
All right, you guys, in twos. March by twos. Once around again in the yard for exercise. Charlie Hopper, move on along. You two, Gatsby, move on. Nobody talks. No one talks.
George, right behind you, Rudy. This crummy jail's too small to hold us.
They searched me good in St. Louis. I couldn't stash a file the way I did in Denver.
No file, huh?
Not even a toothpick.
You better get one.
I asked the guard if Nellie could pay us a visit. He said he'd ask the warden.
What is this, a tea party? You heard me. No one talks. You the exceptions around here? Well, you may be the Missouri Kid, but in here you do what you're told. And you're told no talking.
It's all my fault, guard. I was just telling Rudy I asked you yesterday if his sister Nellie could come see us on visiting day. And honest, that's all I was telling him.
Yeah, all right. You got some rights, and I recognize that.
George, how's Rudy? I thought, seeing as how I'm his sister, I'd be visiting him.
You're lucky they let you see me. Pinkerton phoned the warden, said if they couldn't put on an extra heavy guard to put Rudy in solitary. He's afraid he'll escape.
That Pinkerton's a mind reader.
But easy. I think that guard is listening. Oh. You mean really, honest? You got all that fan mail for Rudy? All those letters. Well, here, let me smell one of them. Wow, perfume. Hey, guard, you want to smell these letters? Can I take them? Perfumed letters for the Missouri Kid.
Yeah, I guess you can have them. I don't think a gun could fit in a letter.
You're right. Nell, you're a wonderful kid. And we'll do what we have to do.
You haven't much time. George, they've announced the trial date.
Oh, don't worry. When that trial comes up, we'll be reading about it in the Arkansas newspapers.
Arkansas? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Indian territory.
Yeah.
Like last time. The only safe place to hide out.
Oh, George, I'll miss you so.
You will?
Mm.
Say, am I crazy or do you like me?
Oh, don't you know that, George?
One more minute. Visiting hours are over.
Don't I know that?
Well, how I feel about you all these years.
Well, all these years Rudy and I have been together, to me, you were like a kid sister.
Oh, well, look at me, George. I'm 18. Do I look like a kid sister to you now?
Well, no, you, I can't say that you do. In fact, you look real good to me now.
Do you know what I'm hoping?
No.
That's all, folks. Will all the visitors please rise and form a line to the door?
That everything will turn out all right. That you'll get out and then go straight, George. For us?
Keep moving, keep moving.
I thought you were in solitary. They only had one cell, and it was occupied. Said they put me in there after the 4th of July.
Did you get the fan letters?
Yeah.
And what was in them?
Yep.
Hey, you. No talking. You heard me. Keep moving.
Listen, I got to talk to you. Yeah, where? I'll find you in the mess hall. Keep a place on the bench next to you. I'll bring my tray over.
No kidding, Rudy. You got it all cased out?
You know that top tier? There's a skylight over it. Now, it's up through the skylight, over the roof, and out. Cassidy, he works in the warden's garden. He gave me the angle of the roof slant. Then, across the chapel roof, down into the warden's backyard, and from there, right into St. Lou, and we can get lost in the traffic.
What time you picked out?
After the roll call at 12. In the afternoon, about 3. The streets of the city will be crowded then, you know.
Okay. Now, when?
Guess what big holiday's coming up? The 4th. The 4th of July. A lot of guards will be off duty. I'll have my door filed and ready to go. I tried it already. It cuts like butter. I just got to figure out how many steps from my cell to the top tier. And then, how far from there to the skylight.
Well, what about me? You've got the only file. How do I get out of my cell?
You won't even be in it. The morning of the 4th, you'll have an attack of appendicitis and be screaming with pain. You'll be in the infirmary.
I can feel that appendicitis coming on right now.
Here. They'll slip some money in those fan letters. Now, you take it. All of it. You pay off a bunch of the guys to start a fight at the far end. The other end, from the skylight in the prison hall. Now, remember, 3 o'clock, the afternoon of the 4th. Sharp.
Boy. Can't you see those dumb guards thinking there's a riot running over there?
I figure that'll give us just about enough time that we'll need to break out.
On the 4th of July, too. Boy, what a day to celebrate on.
Come on, get some of those cars moving up here. We're going to riot.
Hey, George, you with me?
Right behind you, Rudy. They took my clothes away in the infirmary. All I got is this nightshirt.
Okay, now grab a hold of these girders and follow me. Now, I'm going to swing my legs up and smash that glass skylight. Okay, let's go. Come on, George. Take my hand. Now, go on. I'll hold you. Now, up you go.
I don't think I can make it.
Oh, sure you can. That's it. Now, climb along the roof behind me. Okay. Now, watch your step. They haven't any idea we're gone.
Which way now, Rudy?
Over here at the edge. Now, from this roof to the chopper roof. Ready?
That's 50 feet. I'll never make it.
Oh, cut it out. It's only 20.
You say. Oh, you go, Rudy. I can't make it.
Oh, come on.
I can't.
What, are you scared of high places?
Yes, I always have been.
Well, all right. So long, George. Now, listen. If anybody comes through that skylight, you just hold them off long enough till I'm out of sight.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Kid! Oh, Rudy! Look at that! You're hanging upside down. What are your feet caught on?
Oh, dad burned wires. Somebody strung wires up here. Nobody told me that. I got to get loose.
Give up, will you? Your face is all cut. If you fall on your head... Don't, Rudy, don't!
I'll make it. Got to make it. I'll just untwist these wires. I'm on the chapel roof now. Now pray for me. Good luck, George.
It's not as though you didn't warn them, Mr. Pinkerton. They'll try to escape. You knew it. I knew it. Oh, it makes me so angry.
Well, at least they got Collins back. You have the detailed report?
Well, haven't you seen it?
No, I haven't. Read it to me, Danny.
Well, evidently the kid was cut and bleeding. Got tore up on some wires strung across the roof. He jumped or fell from the main roof to the chapel roof. Then down that and into the warden's garden. then walked in the unlocked back door where the warden's mother was ironing. She said he bowed to her and walked out the front door. Next report, on the corner of Spruce and 11th, he steals a bicycle and heads into the middle of the city. The next report, a rowboat, stolen in North St. Louis. Presumably, he rode across the Mississippi. Let's see. Next, a man answering Rudy's description gets out of a freight car in the Memphis Railroad yard.
All the way to Memphis, huh?
That was yesterday.
Yes, and I'll bet you anything we'll get a report he's stolen a horse somewhere in Tennessee and he's headed for Arkansas.
Yeah, right to Indian territory. We always lose those bandits in Indian territory.
Well, take heart, Danny. It won't be for long. He's not the kind to spend time hiding. If I know the Missouri Kid, he'll be back in this neighborhood knocking off another bank. Our chief weapon now is to circularize every spot in every state with his picture and description. Sooner or later, he'll surface.
Mr. Pinkerton, Rudy's sister's outside.
Nellie?
Yeah, she wants to see you. She's pretty wrought up.
Well, I don't know what she thinks I can do for George Collins. The jury's still out.
Shall I send her in?
Yeah, all right. Oh, and I guess you'd better leave us alone, Dan.
Miss Rudolph, Mr. Pinkerton will see you.
Come in, Nellie. Why, you look much younger than you did up there on the witness stand.
They didn't believe me. The judge, the jury. They didn't believe anything I said.
I'm afraid they had possession of certain facts and certain witnesses.
What witness? I was there. It wasn't George who pulled the trigger. He was with me in the cabin. It was Rudy who done it. He walked right up to your man and killed him.
I know, Nellie. That's what you said in court.
Well, what can I do? I know George has done a lot of wrong things, but he didn't kill that man.
I'm not the jury or the judge.
Why would I say things against my own brother? Accuse him of a cold murder like that if it wasn't so.
But your brother isn't here to defend himself. He's hiding out somewhere. It's possible the jury will believe you. But maybe they'll figure you're making this up because you're keen on George Collins.
I do love him. I'm not saying I don't. But he didn't do it.
It's out of my hands. Nellie, why don't you go home? All I can say is just try to let all of what's happened be a lesson to you.
You think it's too late, don't you? That they'll convict him?
Even if George Collins were to walk out of that prison a free man, I'd tell you never to see him again. Try to start over, Nellie. You're only 18. You've got a whole life ahead of you.
Good morning, Mr. Pinkerton.
What are you so bright and cheery about?
Well, I don't like to say I'm celebrating, but I guess in a way this news makes me feel real good.
All right, spill it.
Well, for one thing, it's almost a year since George Collins was convicted and hung, and we kept trying to find Rudy.
And we will keep on trying.
Well, I think our luck has changed. He's come out of hiding, and he's done exactly what you said he would. Here's the telegram.
Call to your attention, prisoner Charles Gorney, apprehended in attempt to rob Lewisburg, Kansas National Bank. Comparing your photographs of William Rudy Rudolph, alias Missouri Kid, not satisfactory identification. However, Bertillon measurements, particularly scars, mole on upper lip, and 2 gold teeth closely resemble Gorney. Kindly advise Sheriff Paoli, Kansas.
What do you think?
Well, of all the bank robbers in the world, the likelihood 2 men would have the same scars, the same mole, and the same 2 gold teeth, it's just not possible.
That's just why I feel good today.
That's right, Danny. I think we've got our man.
And indeed they had. Charles Gorney turned out to be none other than Rudy Rudolph. It had been a long and costly trail. And had it not been for the cooperation of every local and state law enforcement body, the Missouri Kid might never have been caught. You may say this proves crime does not pay. However, for the Pinkertons, who spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to wrap up this case, crime can be very expensive. I shall return shortly. It was May 1905, 52 months after the cowardly murder of Detective C.J. Schumacher, that the second outlaw, the Missouri Kid, died at the end of a rope. It was also the beginning of a tradition followed to this day. If a lawman is killed in the line of duty, none of his brothers will rest until the criminal is brought to justice. Our cast included Lloyd Batista, Ian Martin, Robert Maxwell, E.V. Juster, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.